is Sean and IJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Back to the point. Dunn towards the net. Save Ottinger. It ends up in the corner. Ben has the puck. Clears the zone. Game 7 is over. The Dallas Stars survive. And they move on to take on the Vegas Golden Knights.
And as Tolo Eric just texted me, let's go. Peyton with the rally towel on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm Sean Sharif. Next to RJ Choppy. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and the Dallas Stars advance to the Western Conference Finals. Wow.
Wow. It's been a good ride so far in this postseason. I'm still waiting to see what's behind Peyton's eyes from last night.
Yeah.
There was nothing. Those were lifeless eyes.
Not sleep, I can tell you that.
Those were lifeless eyes that Peyton had. But that was a great goalie performance by both goalies for about a period and a half. It really was. It was
fast. It was hard.
It was fast and hard, man. No doubt about it. It was a great game. Really, I love those kind of hockey games. You don't see those really, 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 really low-scoring games as much anymore. The over-unders in almost all these games is about 5.5, 6, and they're just higher-scoring games now. This is a good little throwback.
The playoffs, to me now, we always talk about energy and effort, and you could clearly see it on your TVs last night. Who was the faster team? Who was the aggressor? When your team is dominating but don't have any points to show for it, you think you're snake bitten.
Yeah.
You think it's going to cost you. In that first period, the Dallas Stars, they flashed a graphic, and I was like, they're not basically even in terms of shots. How does Seattle even have that many shots? Because to me, at least, it felt like the Stars were all over their net with missed opportunities, but close opportunities, and it felt like the Stars were controlling the action, and you're like, we should be up 1. We should be up a little bit after the first period. Hopefully things don't completely reverse. But the Stars were the faster, more aggressive team last night, basically from beginning to end, I thought.
Well, like that power play in the first. I mean, they had 0 shot attempts on that. 0 shots. Now, they had a lot of shots, but none of them were anywhere near the net. So they don't count. And that's part of that. That's why shots on goal is very, very skewed stat.
I judge your shot attempts and your aggression by the crowds. Oh,
but
I was living and dying with every single one. There was a couple of series and sequences where it was,
Yeah, I stay away from that because how many times you see a lazy fly ball to right field that everybody's like, ah! Any fly ball in baseball, the fan thinks it's gone. It's like, all right, guys, just chill. But yeah, it's just, the shots on goal stat is a little skewed because if it doesn't, basically get on net, it's not a shot attempt, which can really skew if you kind of pick up a game late. The Stars, like that power play, they had the puck in the zone the entire time. It was a classic textbook power play. They just didn't get anything done.
So Rope scores the first off of a Kraken turnover, and then Wyatt Johnston becomes the youngest player in the history of the NHL to score a game-winning goal. The backhander off the neck. So Rope doesn't count as the game winner?
See,
to go up 2-0, that ultimately counts, I guess, as the game winner because Seattle scored with 17 seconds left.
I don't know. I don't know who came up with that. I don't think that shouldn't be accurate. It should be the one that puts you ahead for good. Like that.
It was a go-ahead goal.
What?
The Rube one.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, but they never tied it, so it's like what they.
Yeah.
So if the Stars had scored 4 goals, it would and Seattle, so the Stars went 4-0, and Seattle scores the last 3. The 4th goal is the game winner, even though it happened before they were tied. I don't know. Yeah. The tie-breaking goal when you never relinquish the lead again, or even at all, and get tied. To me, that's the game winner.
So many Tolos are wondering how the other two on the show would be sounding and functioning this morning. Bobby Belt is obviously not here to open things up. I would have thought, based upon his videos and his profanity, that he was going to be sleeping here at the radio station. We turn to Peyton Russell, who also attended last night, take us inside the building. and the Game 7 experience, Pepe.
Yeah, so we got there around probably around 5:30. Parking lot was a little empty, so we just pulled right in. I was able to pay for the $35 parking lot right across the AAC.
Now,
so
what was the setup? He got the tickets, and you were supposed to buy the drinks in the parking?
Yes, parking, and then Bobby said all the drinks, and I said, okay, like that can't be too bad, right?
Where did y'all eat before the game?
We did not eat before the game, so I had the classic 3-finger and basket of fries for $25 at the AAC. But it was good, it was good. No, but it was fine. We were able to. We made our way over to one of the restaurants by the AAC. Bobby said, "All right, hey, let's down these double vodka sodas." I was like, "Okay, that can't be too bad, right?" Don't ask the price. I just give the lady my credit card, the bartender, and say, "All right," and then she gives me the receipt, and I look at it, $49 for 2 double vodka sodas. And I said, I didn't say quadruple or 5 shots. I just said double vodka sodas. And Bobby's like, yeah, he does. It's like he knew. Bobby knew what the price was and told me anyways, yeah, you're going to handle the drinks. And then I'm already, it's half the ticket price already in one sitting. And Bobby, we drink it together and Bobby downs it. And I sip mine because I'm not as good as Bobby apparently.
Okay, so without going further into the drink intake, if you could...
Well, we will eventually though, right?
Hell yeah.
All right.
I just want to know at this point, the money decision. Would you have bought the tickets and had Bobby pay for the drinks and the parking? Or you still think you won out by paying less for whatever y'all drank and parked?
Well, after that, I was about to just pay my half the ticket and say, hey, we're just going to call it quits after this. Everyone for themselves.
You're about to scout the ticket?
But then, Bobby does Bobby things, and he's like, you know what? I got it. I want to drink more, so I got it. And he starts whipping out the 3 or 4 credit cards he has. And so I said, dude, just let me pay for my drinks. You pay for Tolo's drinks. If you want to buy them shots, whatever, you do your thing. I'll do mine. And he was like,
you buy the listener drinks.
Yeah, you got that.
You got that.
And he was like, no, Pepe. Like, I got it. I was like, okay, Bobby, you got it. I'll let you be the alpha here. And so he did that for the rest of the night. And man, I don't know the tab, but I think he paid for more in drinks than he did for the tickets.
So how many drinks each would you say y'all had? And were they all doubles?
Yeah, I think we
gotta get a double.
Yeah, we had 2 because we had one before the game double, and then before the first period, before the game, we had a double with a Tolo, and then we took shots with Derek Collin and his friends.
Whoa!
So a couple tequila shots each. Had some Tolos join us as well, and then that was it for me. I think Bobby might have had one more drink after that, but I was done after the second period.
So did you end up losing him?
Oh yeah, because he said, "Oh, I'm gonna go meet so and so," and because I had got my food after the second period and just wanted to sit there and enjoy the food. I was like, I've been up and around
the second period, all those drinks.
Oh, and that was, it was only like 8:30 at that time too. It was so nice having a 7 o'clock tip off or 7 o'clock puck drop. But yeah, I did lose Bobby, and he showed up with like 10 minutes left in the second period. And I was like, all right, I'm back. He had missed the first 5 minutes of the second period because he was out and about. But I eventually, I knew he was somewhere. He was safe somewhere, but he could have been anywhere.
So what was y'all's state of mind in the third period, finishing things up, and then how did y'all leave the arena and decide where to sleep? Were you messed up? I mean, I can tell you're a little damaged, but you're not devastated.
I mean, it was more screaming. I mean, because once the third period started, it was every hit, every off the post smack. Every goal was we were screaming and yelling, having a good time. So I mean, I feel fine because I stopped drinking after the second period, so I was fine. Then I knew I had to drive Bobby back, and Bobby was sober too. He was gonna. Yeah, he acts drunk, but he was fine. I made sure he was fine.
No, I don't buy that for one
second.
second.
No, he was fine. I made sure he was fine because he had to drive back. We started at the station, right? So I drove to the AC, and then we drove back. And then it took us like 30 minutes to get home because traffic was just awful. Yeah. But we made it back. I made sure he was fine, and he made it home. But I slept here.
You're telling me he's not going to come in here miserable at 6?
If he does, he's faking it.
He's faking it.
He's fake tough guy. I'm calling him fake tough guy.
I'm with you.
I think he's fine.
Yeah. No, I think Peyton's covering for him. I think Peyton knows that he got in trouble at the Super Bowl with the bosses. I think Peyton is just trying to go ahead and make up for the fact that Bobby bought the drinks. I can see. Twitter is also a visual medium. And I could see the Bobby or Choppy saw your lifeless eyes, and I saw the Bobby look, and I saw his slurry face as he's dropping profanities and tweeting F words. I finally texted him. I said, "Stop dropping F-bombs. Stop." And then he records a video after one of the goals, and he does this creepy, long, drawn-out, blank you, Seattle. But he didn't say it, and then he's like, whoops, I said a curse word, and he put his own finger to his mouth. Right there, you're not going to sell me that Bobby was or is going to be fine coming in here in 20 minutes.
I think it'll be fine. I see what you're saying. I'll say this. Peyton had less behind his eyes than Bobby did. All right, Peyton had nothing behind his. I've seen that look on people before. There was nothing there. The lights were on. No one was home. Nobody was home at the Peyton Russell estate. Behind those eyes.
Drinking that much on a Monday. I mean, I can't remember the last time I did that without it being a holiday, like July 4th or Memorial Day or something.
Well, you felt the extra juice in the building. Place was electric.
Oh, it felt like a Game 7. Like, because I compare it to kind of Game 2, how that went, and it wasn't as near as loud as it was Game 7. It was incredible. Loved it. And the fans knew, too.
Congratulations to the Dallas Stars, the 2-1 win over the Kraken. We'll recap it with Roberto coming in at 6 o'clock, we think, this morning. Thanks for waking up with us. TruckWreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You didn't have to switch on over to the Rangers game. Do we have another cheating incident, this time with the New York Yankees and the Dallas Cowboys? New offensive coordinator is talking about a different offense and his brand new quarterback. It's a Tolo Tuesday Stars edition. Glad you're waking up with us. Just getting started on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Bradford lifts the pitch, swinging a high fly ball to left center field. Tavares turns and watches. That ball is into the second deck. An absolute blast, and Ronald Acuna Jr. with a 2-run shot. The Braves with a pair of 2-run home runs here in the top of the second, and they lead 4-0.
Apparently, the Rangers were watching the Dallas Stars win in advance as well as they get smoked by the Atlanta Braves 12-0. The debut for Cody Bradford, local kid whose favorite pitcher, I heard Bassick say in the post, was Derek Holland growing up, but did not go great for young Cody. 5 innings pitched, 6 earned. The ERA is a 10.80, and Ronald Acuna got him early. 12-0 Atlanta, Choppy.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta, we had talked about this. They had lost, 4 straight coming in, and that's just a recipe for disaster. You're going to face a team that's coming in on a little bit of a slump, and they're a really, really good team. The chances that they continue the losing streak are probably not very good, and that's what happens. You get a guy out there, a young kid who's probably overmatched for this level with, facing a really, really good lineup, and all of a sudden they get cooked, and it's game over.
Bouchel in the post was like, this is a very unfamiliar feeling. It's usually the Rangers who uncork a double-digit amount of runs on somebody else, or they lose a game by 1 run late.
Yeah.
This is a very rare occurrence where you're just getting blown out, and there's not much to talk about with this one.
It really killed the run differential for the year, too. It really did. I mean, it was up to 97, and now it's back down to 85. It's like it really killed the run differential. But, yeah, it's not very characteristic. It's something they haven't done much at all this year, and that's get blown out. And
10 hits and shut out as well. Atlanta had 12 hits with 12 runs. The Rangers had 10 hits and 0 runs.
Yeah, that's not efficient. That's not efficiency. They're like, 2 hits for every run. You get on, you get a guy over, you get him in. That's kind of old school, though. They don't really do that much anymore because nobody steals, nobody bunts. But, 10 hits, 0 run, that's completely inefficient. But, Morton was on his game. I mean, he was on his game. And when you have a pitcher that's on their game, and we've talked about this, they've kind of, they struggled at times in this Seattle series when, Gilbert was really on. And then in this one, when Cole was really on, they struggled against him, and here they struggled against Morton.
Game 2 is tonight, 6:30 pregame, right here on The Fan. First pitch at 7 o'clock. Dane Dunning on the mound. The great Dane Dunning, 3-0 with a 1.72 earned run average, a .86 whip in 31 and a third innings pitched.
Yeah, I mean, a whip under 1 for a starter. And he's not your traditional starter because he did spend so much time in the bullpen this year, but he was in long relief, so a lot of times it is kind of like a starter. But to have a whip under 1, that's fantastic. That's exactly what you're looking for.
Meanwhile, what was happening with Aaron Judge last night?
We don't know. So they were playing the Blue Jays, and he had already hit a home run earlier in the game, but they got the Blue Jays announcer team, Dan Schulman, Buck Martinez.
Hell of an announcer team for your local broadcast.
Great. It's a great announce team.
I heard Shulman. I'm like, what is this, a national game? I was like, oh, he's the local announcer.
Yeah, no, he's just the Blue Jays announcer. He's been there for a long time. And so is Buck. So Judge, they see him peeking to the right. Now the Yankees dugout in Toronto. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Get it out.
The Yankees dugout in Toronto, the Blue Jays is the third base side, so he was looking towards the first base dugout, which was his own. And they first were like, well, is he looking at the catcher? And then Martinez is like, no, the way he stands, he wouldn't be able to see the catcher. Plus, the catchers go back out. They go. You really want to be looking for a location. They go out so late, they weren't even ready to move yet. So it was he looking into the dugout? Did the Yankees bench pick up a tell that the pitcher had, or what Judge said after the game is that because their manager had just gotten booted like 2 pitches earlier. That the team was, somebody in the dugout was still chirping at the umpire, and it's like, we're up 6-0. Stop. He's their captain. He's one of those Karen. He's a Karen. He's a team Karen. He's the team Karen. What is basically what he's saying. He's admitting that he's the team Karen. So we don't know. We don't know what he was looking at over there.
Yeah, people are trying to say, oh, we got another cheating scandal. We have signs being relayed. I'm like, I don't care if he looks in the dugout. I don't care if the Yankees dugout picked up on something and is relaying it to him. As long as we have mechanics out of it and no trash cans, I'm good. I'm fine.
Yeah, I don't want Apple Watches being used, anything electronic, anything, any kind of technology. If it's just like, the pitcher, the way he holds the baseball, the way he takes a set, whatever it could be, if that's what they pick up on, hey, that's fair game to me. We try to steal signs at 13-year-olds. If the catcher's being lazy with his signs and not blocking it, the first base coach will try to pick up on it. And we've got phrases that we'll say, that we know if it's going to be an off-speed. But we usually say something that's going to be an off-speed pitch. But we wouldn't do this with my younger team, the older one. They're basically high school kids. Time to learn.
Meanwhile, a cringe moment on Sunday Night Baseball. Our guy, Carl Ravitch, who came on the show, we hooked up with dinner at the steakhouse. They were interviewing a Red Sox player. He was sitting there playing the field. He was trying to field his position, and they went there on Mother's Day.
We had Alex Cora on. I know your mom passed away when you were young. What does Mother's Day mean to you and your brother?
Yeah, what happened was unfortunate to me, but I have so many mother figures in my life. Whether they have my last name or whether they don't, I've had so much support from everybody, around in and around my circle that I don't even feel like I missed out on anything. I know she's watching me every day. I know she's, smiling, proud of me. But for the most part, I think, I've been all right. What's up, Nolan? How you doing, baby?
Carl,
what
are you doing? First off, you ask him about his mother, and then while he's in the field, this guy's trying to concentrate and play. Hey, let's bring up your mother who passed away. So ESPN and Sunday Night's booth is getting crushed for this.
It's one of the most absurd and awkward questions I've ever heard someone ask during a broadcast. This is mic'd up. Holy cow.
Mic'd up.
What an awful question. What? And Carl's like, all right, I'm going to go here. But then, because you see him just stop abruptly.
Yeah.
He realized, this isn't coming out the way I thought it was in my head. We've all been there. I'm asking you something in my head, and it comes out way differently in my head than it actually sounds when I speak it into existence.
Yeah.
That's what this was.
And what happened with this rain delay that you brought up the other day? Baseball rain delay?
Okay. So this was Nats and Mets. All right. The Nats they started the game on time, which they never should have done because the weather was clearly bad. The Nats were up 1-0 in the third. Runners on second and third, 1 out for the Mets. The game was delayed for rain. Happens all the time. Long story short, though, they waited 4 hours to inform fans it would be a rain out. And that fans would have to pay for a split doubleheader the next day. So they had these fans there sitting there. They had started the game, which they knew they never should have done. But the home team is in charge of starting the game with the weather, and then the umpires are in charge of once the game starts, unless they've changed that, which I don't think they have. But they start the game, play the 2 innings, and they're in the third inning, and then all of a sudden, the rain comes, 4 hours, not a single announcement from the Nats, 4 hours, and then they make them come back and not even give them a single admission doubleheader the next day. Double admission doubleheader. Kind of bogus.
All right, he has entered the studio. It is time to celebrate Game 7. The Stars are advancing to take on Vegas Friday night in the Western Conference Finals. Let's go inside the Double AC and break out the hangovers with Sean, RJ, Bobby, and Peyton. Stars celebration on a Tolo Tuesday next.
You're listening to Sean and RJ on the Fan. Studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Alexiak lost it. Hintz moves in. Score! The 9th for Hintz of the postseason. His 19th point.
That was goal number 1 on ESPN. The Dallas Stars have advanced. Peyton's got the bracelet on. Bobby's got the hat on. Both may have the hangover on. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition here on DFW Sports Station. Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. And after I thought Sagan had a lot of opportunities, Miro had some opportunities, Jason Robertson late in this game, Rope finally got on the board.
Yeah, it took essentially a breakaway for them to finally score. They were getting, and both teams were very, very tight early on. The amount of bad contact on the shot attempts that both teams had, missed puck handling early on. I mean, you could tell these teams were not. And usually in these tight games, these game sevens, you'll be tight for like 4 or 5 minutes, maybe 10, not a period and a half. And they were very tight, both teams, for a period and a half.
I was just worried with the clean glove saves that Grubauer was making. I'm like, this is going to be a classic performance. Like, this guy is lights out.
Yeah, and you know, look, the Stars got a lot of good looks. They did not have what you would call accuracy. Jason Roberts, I'm sorry, if he was playing golf, like if you ever see like the tee box, you'll see the gallery lined up all the way down. If this was hockey and you had something like that, I wouldn't stand within 20 feet of him. All right, this guy's got the yips, man. He is completely off right now.
It's disgustingly.
Yes, it is disgustingly. But you know, Otter didn't let anything in, really. You know, obviously until very, very late. But the Stars' defense was fantastic. They were letting nothing over in the middle of the ice. Every shot was coming from bad angles, very difficult angles, easy saves for Otter to make early on. It was a really good performance by the Stars defensively.
First time that they have won a Game 7 at home since the year 2000 when they made the Stanley Cup final. And now we have Bobby Belt in studio here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning.
What's up?
How was it?
Great. It was fun. You guys saw?
We did.
Yeah,
we did.
All of them. So, no, it was great.
Well, a couple of the ones that you deleted.
Crazy. I didn't delete any videos. I deleted tweets.
Okay.
But, no, it was a great time. Energy was great. It was up. Peyton was it was so much fun to watch Peyton take it all in and to just sit there and, you know, he's getting all into it. And imagine playing 7 games in a series and only scoring 2 goals in 6 of them. Like, he was getting mouthy walking out of there. He tried to get "We Want Vegas" chants going in the hallways. And
did he actually try?
He actually tried to chant
wow.
this time, unlike the first time where he just wanted other people to do it for him. But great energy, great game. Defense bounced back in a big way. I mean, Otter was, I know, the first star of the game and got a lot of credit, and he was good. But I felt like this was more about protecting Otter and doing a great job in front of him, more so than you did in Game 6. Asa Lindell completely turned things around from being one of the worst players on the ice in Game 6 to being one of the best in this one. I thought it was just a great performance.
What do you think about being there to watch hockey live versus TV compared to the other sports? Like, you getting a feel for all the action that took place.
It's one of the bigger gaps in terms of enjoyment in person versus over television, especially where we were sitting. We were sitting, you know, right behind where the Stars were in goal for the third period, and we were kind of elevated, and it was cool. I was talking to Peyton about it during the game. Like, you can kind of see everything develop in front of you in a way that you just don't see on TV. But the energy, everything else, it all comes together.
Energy compared to the game you went to against the Wild?
I mean, I think the AAC's been pretty loud and pretty rocking the entire playoffs, and that was the first playoff game, so there was a big energy there already. This was elevated a little bit more, but it wasn't like night and day. I think that was just a testament more to the first game. Everybody was really, really excited.
How many double drinks?
4.
Be honest.
4.
And,
Okay.
then, and then shots on top of that.
2.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah. It wasn't
lightweight.
It was over.
Light work. That's light work.
It was over like 4 hours.
Yeah, you're
and
good.
I had stopped and I came back here at the station and chilled out for a little bit and then left.
What?
I chilled out here for a little bit
Why did you stay here?
because I don't want to stay here.
If
I would have stayed here,
couch.
guess who's going on the air at 5:30 in the morning?
You.
Sean's coming in there. Go get up. You're here.
I'm to that point though too. Like, I'm not staying over someone's house. It's gonna take a crazy circumstance in order for me to go crash at someone else's house.
If it was a 9 p.m. start like it had been, I probably would have.
Yeah.
But it was 7 by the time I got home. It was 11:30 or something. So I got.
How much better is life coming in here after a 7 o'clock start versus the other ones?
Oh,
Noticeable difference?
yes. Especially when the first game that I went to, it was double overtime. We didn't get out of there till 1 a.m. or whatever it was. So this was much better, and I'm good. I know you were expecting me to be dragging. I feel fine.
When did you take your pill?
I didn't take it.
Oh,
I've been out for 3 days.
Out
again?
3-4 days. Yeah, it's a 30-day script, and I haven't been able to get it filled again yet.
Man. So you had Rope scoring. You had Wyatt Johnston a day after his 20th birthday. So you have a 19-year-old, 20-year-old, and then the 24-year-old goaltender with 22 saves. And Pete DeBoer improves to 7-0 in Game 7s. The fourth different team he's led to a win in the finale of a best-of-7 series that went the distance. So the Stars were the better team. They were aggressive, and you could just feel it on the ice, the energy level. The place was rocking, and now you move on to Vegas Friday night, and it's not going to be a crazy late start time either.
No, what's it going to be? It's going to be 7:30.
Yeah.
Which is, and I think most of these will start around 7:30 in the West for the rest of the postseason. You might get an 8 o'clock start here and there, but you get Friday, Sunday, and then Tuesday and Thursday back here.
Yeah, Thursday.
I think they go every other day. I don't think they have the weird
like
2 days
sometimes
off.
you'll get a travel day thrown in there. Maybe between games 4 and 5, you get a travel day.
Yep.
So they have game 5 on the Sunday after. Who knows?
Sunday's at 2 o'clock though. I know that.
And how about Wyatt's goal?
It's a fantastic goal. First off, speed kills. And, the fact that he was down ice, the Kraken allowed him to get down ice before they did.
Yeah, so explain that with the icing possibility.
I mean, he was there. They had a guy there. So the icing was waved off because the Stars had a guy down there, so it wasn't going to be icing. And I don't know if Seattle just lost track of where he was, or he just got behind him because of his own speed. But that was a tremendous goal. How difficult that is to go backhand, top shelf like that against a goalie who was completely selling out to stop that front edge. It's a great goal.
Backhand off his neck, off his head, basically, and it went in.
In your face.
And we were sitting there and we were just like, please get this insurance goal. Because it was very stressful all throughout that third period, sitting there watching it and just knowing you have that 1-goal lead. And then for him to get that goal, I think everybody finally kind of breathed a little bit and was like, oh, okay, this is, we're in a good spot now.
And then just as I was tweeting out Game 1 Friday night, I put it on Facebook first. Bam, they score with like 17 seconds left. And then I waited to tweet it.
God, go down.
Frankie J. Listen to that.
I opened my phone and there was like a video popped up from Instagram. And it's like, why is the sound on?
Why don't you get a new phone?
Well, I just didn't turn the sound off.
Yeah, but isn't your phone messed up? Your camera? You don't have to get so defensive about it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's okay.
like the phone works fine, just the camera doesn't work. I don't need the camera.
You don't need the camera?
No, I'll get it when it's paid off. I'll get the new one when it's paid off.
Okay.
Which is coming, but
You're not a cam boy?
like, do I need to wait? I want to wait till the new one comes out. Should I wait till the new one comes out?
When is it coming out?
I think August.
Okay. Do what you want.
I need a
thought
new
we've
one.
been doing this for 2 years, like a phone dilemma.
No, it's been a year. It was actually a year this week that this thing broke. We were at the Byron Nelson last year when it broke, and so it's been a year. It's been a year with the camera. But again, like I said, I'm not going to just pay off a busted phone. I'm going to let it ride. I don't give these companies money when I don't have to.
Well, you're going to give them the money regardless. It's just a matter of paying all of it or
right. No,
paying
they
it
can
in
wait.
increments.
Just like the IRS. All right, you're getting $100 a month from me. You're not getting the $10,000 today.
That's what I signed up for.
You're getting $100 a month.
I signed up for $100 a month.
You're getting $33 a month on this thing. I'm not giving you $1,500 right away. Yeah, you got to wait on my money.
You get some Tolo interaction last night besides Derek Holland?
Yeah. No, we had a number of listeners. Tolo,
People found you in the pores?
Andy, and his wife Joni. We had Tolo Adam, who is great, and we met Connor. He was one that I was just walking by, and he saw me while he was in line for the bathroom and stopped me. So a lot of Tolos.
What'd y'all do with the Jersey Share? Not the ride share, the Jersey Share program. Who wore what?
So I wore my, this is Tolo Jason, who gave me his jersey a couple weeks ago.
And you're not giving it back?
He said keep it throughout the playoffs.
Okay.
Wow.
So I guess I get at least for another 2 weeks. And that's how long series lasts. But I wore the Jamie Benn captain jersey, and Bobby wore his St. Patrick's Day shirt.
Okay, I wore my hat. I didn't have my jersey. It's still in Chop's possession, which Chop offered to meet up and give it to me. I was like, don't worry about it. Like, you're good. And so I just was like, I need green that sort of matches. So have you guys watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
No. I did. Too much yelling.
Okay, I was wearing the
I can't do this show and then watch that nonstop.
I was wearing the Patty's Pub shirt from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, which, by the way, I had 3 people stop me and say, "Oh, I like your shirt." So there were It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia fans there, but it's the same color green, and I was trying to be part of the green out.
So now the Stars in Vegas will meet in the Western Conference Final for the second time in 4 seasons. What are we looking at with Vegas? You went to a game with Las Vegas buddy.
Yeah, my buddy Nick's season ticket holder, who invited me out for Game 5 in Vegas.
Tolos were suggesting we do the show on the road.
We should
take the show on the road.
A lot of excitement around this team right now.
Now, granted, it's Friday and Sunday, so like there's no shows those days to do it.
Darn,
I know.
Rats.
And then the following week is Memorial Day weekend.
We should be out there Friday morning to preview the game is what we should do.
I mean, we could.
Oh,
yeah,
we can do the show right here and walk right to the airport.
Yep. Could
Friday night, Saturday night.
Makes a lot of sense. Odyssey. you guys should.
Get Scooter, get Scott to go ahead and get it sponsored. He's our only hope.
Was it a restaurant?
Yeah, fine.
There you go. That's what it is. So no, Vegas, they're a good team. They have home ice for a reason. The Stars, though, clearly have the advantage in net, I think. Just, Vegas is big. They're powerful. They're strong. Defensively, they're a very good team. So this should be a good series. The Stars had a really good year against them individually. Between them and Edmonton, they played much better against Vegas. Even though Vegas in that last game didn't have Eichel, they didn't have some of their better players. They're a little more healthy now. They played much better throughout the course of the year against Vegas than they did against Edmonton.
So the Stars are now 8-1 when scoring first, 39-9-4 on the season when scoring first. And
I don't need to see anymore. I got a buddy that was at the game, my neighbor. He was at the game. He says, "I'll text you if anything happens. If they get it close." Guess what? Never heard from him.
Never.
So that was it. That was the extent of it.
The Cowboys are talking. Brian Schottenheimer on the installation of Mike McCarthy's offense, and Dan Quinn is setting the record straight. He says, "Shut your mouth, RJ. Micah Parsons is not doing what you've been talking about for years since he's been drafted." We'll take you inside the Star, then back to the Stars next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me get you the star of security in the Metroplex. It's DFW Security.
The coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Wow, a dedicated Dallas Cowboys segment. Feels like it's been a while.
I don't know that we've had one other than if you just count some of the below the belt stuff we've done. I don't know that we've had one in
Just the schedule.
a couple days. Yeah.
Schedule.
Just the schedule and then draft.
Yeah.
That's it. Been a nice refresher.
Yeah, it has.
Been a nice break. That's what happens when you have some successful teams.
Yeah.
Good Rangers, good Stars. That'll help.
Stars now 4. Conference finals since 2000. Mavs 4. Conference finals since 2000.
What are you getting
Rangers
at?
2. League championship series since 2000. Cowboys have, let's see, 1, 2, 0.
And the Renegades have a title on top.
And the
of it.
Renegades have a title.
That's right,
Doesn't the FC Dallas have a championship too thrown in there?
Oh, yeah, back in 2013.
The
2014
Wings, do the Wings do anything?
Oh, Reggie and KG, we should ask them.
Do you all think that it bothers Jerry at all, seriously?
No.
I think it does.
You know how I know that? Because Jerry's franchise is worth more than the other 3 combined.
We got any Dallas Sidekicks titles or?
I'm talking about like some like jealousy or like everyone's going crazy over these teams. We're not getting talked about as much. You think it gets under his skin at all?
I would still say no because the Stars are about to be in. Let's say they're in Game 7 of the conference finals. That TV rating will be a third of a Cowboys regular season game in October against Detroit. I know they play Detroit in December, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Cowboys game, just no, he doesn't care. I don't think anything even moves the needle.
Get that ratings recap too that you sent out where you simplified it as well. Get some of those numbers just to recap. Stars, Rangers, how much everyone has been paying attention, and Bobby, your thought on it.
Yeah, I think it does bug him. Like, I think it bugs him just from the reality of they haven't gone as deep in the playoffs as he's wanted. He's been upset with how they finished the year, regardless of the context of how other teams in the Metroplex are doing. But when you contrast it against the Stars going deep and the excitement about the Stars and the Rangers playing well and things like that, and then we're not talking as much about the Cowboys, yeah, I think that bugs him.
All right. So the Stars are doing really, really well in the ratings. And this was on Saturday night. Saturday, 6 o'clock start. Stars got 219,000 homes in DFW watching it. Well, that's a really good number. And it beat out everything else that day in the sports world by a wide margin. I was on ESPN, too. ABC, the Arlington XFL against DC championship, got 67,000 homes. That was second. The Byron Nelson third round was third with 57,000. And then the Rangers A's was fourth with 50,000. Okay. So there's still, though, hockey still in a place because the very next day on Sunday, 2:30, now granted it was on ABC, Celtics-Sixers, Game 7, got 258,000 homes. Stars only got 218. The Byron Nelson got 101,000, and then Rangers A's got 69,000 homes.
Nice.
So, like, what that tells you is there's a few things here. It's like, hockey still has its place. The Sixers game, the NBA game, had 40,000 more viewers, an out-of-market NBA game. The Rangers numbers are better, but they lost both Saturday and Sunday to the Byron Nelson. And on Sunday, they lost by over 30%. And Live Golf has absolutely no market share. PBA bull riding beat Live Golf. Now, that was a good tournament. They had Cam Smith and Dustin Johnson in a playoff on Sunday. Those are 2 heavyweights, but you don't know when it's on.
Nope.
And you don't know where it's. I don't know. I'm a golfer. I have no idea. Does their tournament end on Sunday or Saturday? I don't know.
Are they playing live highlights on like SportsCenter?
I haven't seen any, but they don't do much golf anyway, right? You
only get the PGA highlights though from Sunday.
I'll tell you, they don't put it on the Golf Channel.
They don't.
You don't see it on the Golf Channel ever.
The problem is a lot of people don't have CW. People don't know when it's on. Like you said, you don't know when the tournament's at.
Over the air?
CW, but that's the thing. A lot of people's cable packages do not have it included in the local channels. And so a lot of people don't have CW. Even the people that do have CW, they're breaking away from matches before the match is even over. That happened last weekend. It's just like it's become really difficult for anybody to track it.
It got 13 to 1,500 homes in DFW.
It's irrelevant.
That's a big neighborhood.
Probably the one that Stetson Bennett hit in. We'll get to him a little bit later on. Brian Schottenheimer, new offensive coordinator with Mike McCarthy running the show overall. Look, the system's not broke. They've won a lot of games here. Mike has been around that. They've scored a ton of points. We've had a lot of discussions. He was asked for his first Mike McCarthy memory back in Kansas City, 1998, when Marty was running the show. McCarthy was in his 4th season as the Chiefs quarterbacks coach, and Brian said he brought in a binder that was about this big of all the reports I was responsible for, basically dropped it on the table and said, this is where you are starting. He taught me how important it was to learn the game. He is a hell of a football coach. He was asked, of course, about Dak. He said, first of all, I love him. I've always admired him from afar. I've competed against him many times. Love the man, love the work ethic, tireless prep guy. The way guys follow him, the way he wants to be coached, open-minded to trying different things, shows you he's a true winner, champion. It's been awesome. Looking forward to working with him and really all the guys. Everyone has been great. So that is Brian Schottenheimer with his initial Cowboys experience, Roberto.
I like that his first memory sounds exactly like what I would have expected, which is McCarthy coming in with a binder and saying, here's all my homework. Can you do it for me?
Oh, my God.
That's great. Look, I
swear to God, if you get him canceled on our show Fridays, and I think if you keep this up, there's a legit chance of it happening, I'm gonna murder you. I'm going to murder you. Why? With the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys gets canceled off our Friday show, we have a tremendous relationship with him.
Very good relationship.
Very good.
Very good.
You would want to kill me, but if he canceled, would that not then make you reevaluate the whole interview in the first place?
No,
like Jason never canceled.
You.
Jason never canceled. Well, we could look at that in November.
We get our third insider in 2 years around here.
Yeah.
It's time for Kevin Gray, Dallas Cowboys insider.
Yeah.
Look, that's the funny thing is that it's not broke. System's clearly not broke. I mean, it was mainly Kellen's system last year. In fact, some of the aspects of it that felt broken were the fact that it was this combined scheme and it wasn't one vision. And so if it wasn't broken, why did you feel the need to make any sort of changes? But I mean, he's saying all the right things. I still wonder if at some point, we talked about this while you were out on Friday. The back-to-back games in weeks 5 and 6 on the road against San Francisco, the team that has pushed you out of the playoffs last 2 years, and you felt the need to reevaluate everything after they beat you. That's one game. Then in week 6, you're going up against the Chargers and Kellen Moore and him calling the offense. And if you get embarrassed in those 2 games, which if you beat them in those 2 games, it probably does a lot to solidify McCarthy throughout the year. But if you lose in those 2 games and then you go into a long bye week and they're not performing the way you want, I bet you they could make a change at play caller there. Where it'd be, all right, we're going to have Schottenheimer call the plays.
What week would that be?
7. Or going into week 8 is when you'd make it. That's almost halfway. It's almost halfway. They changed their offensive line coach halfway through the year in 2018.
Right, but
that's not the head coach.
When the head coach takes over play calling, first year. Now this is the 3rd year. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
First year?
No.
I don't. That's a quick hook.
Broadus is still convinced that he thinks that by the end of this year, Schottenheimer's calling plays.
Well, then Mike McCarthy will be probably gone.
Yeah, agreed.
So I would just go down with the ship. Mike's like, no, I'm doing it my way. John Fossil, who took over while McCarthy had the back procedure, special teams coach, said, look, we are looking for anyone on earth. We're casting a wide net to be our kicker. We've got Tristan Vizcaino, and I think anyone else on earth who's not on the team right now is under consideration. Anybody we bring in here has got to compete with Tristan. So he didn't totally rule out a return for Brett Maher. So that is the kicking update. Just go out and get Robbie Gould.
He doesn't have the booming leg, and they clearly like those guys.
You would rather have Maher back?
Yes, 100%.
Maher was fine. He had a bad game.
I don't like the overreaction.
No, first off, Maher wasn't fine. Maher was fantastic.
Right? Yeah.
He was excellent, but they have obviously made the determination that he's fried upstairs, or that he'll go back to it.
I mean, is this not playoff game overreaction?
How did they make the determination that he's fried upstairs that quick and like Fossil dug in for 2 years on Zerline, who was clearly cooked?
Was he fried upstairs or he was just inconsistent?
I mean,
Brett Maher had the yips.
Fossil kept telling us in media availability that there was nothing technically wrong with Greg Zerline, that they looked at everything and he was doing everything right. They just weren't going.
Zerline never had the yips like Maher did in that 2-week run.
He was just bad.
Yeah.
He was worse than Maher was.
Maher, you had to bring an emergency kicker. You had to stop attempting kicks.
You had to bring in the emergency kicker who in practice that week was twice as bad, couldn't even get carried on, and now that's the guy they have on their roster to be their kicker.
I'm just telling you what they have to be thinking, because there's no reason not to bring him back. He had an amazing, excellent year.
Yeah.
Like a Pro Bowl worthy, if not, I think, for the Seattle kicker. But they're out on him. What about Micah Parsons playing defensive end? How about Dan Quinn kind of setting the record straight? He's a pass rushing linebacker. If you ever need position changes, come to me, guys. What I think he was probably trying to say is, I'm really emphasizing some pass rush into my offseason. So they're dug in on their position flex.
Yeah, Dan Quinn can say whatever the hell he wants. We could see what Mike is doing. He made that move to defensive end about 2 years ago. You can continue with this charade that he's a linebacker just for the off chance that you move him to mug from the A gap. And you can do that. That's fine. That's fine. That doesn't make him a linebacker. Just because every now and then he lines up there and he rushes from over the center doesn't mean he's a linebacker. He's not a linebacker. He's not a linebacker any more than DeMarcus Ware was a linebacker. He was a linebacker, an outside linebacker, edge rush name only. He's an edge rusher.
I like the know your role and shut your mouth sort of perspective from Dan Quinn there, where it's like, let me tell you guys what he was probably trying to say, which is more, I'm going to interpret this and reimagine it and spit it back out to you guys, but Mike is wrong. He's not an edge rusher.
Mike hit up Andrew Whitworth, friend of the show, Super Bowl champion from the LA Rams, Amazon Prime. Whitworth went on the Rich Eisen show and described Micah hitting him up this offseason.
He reached out this offseason and said, man, would you have any interest in coming down where I train and working with me? And just, obviously you're going to have D-line coaches. You're going to have things you're going to learn from edge rush guys that you've been around. He's like, but I have the mentality. I want to practice against somebody who's really elite at being my opponent. And I want to get what's that feedback from that person, and why would he shoot his hands on this player? Why would he jump me in this scenario? So we watched a lot of tape of situational football, the different drops quarterbacks take, and why the tackle takes a certain set or uses his hands a certain way. And it was really fun. It was really igniting for me. I was telling Sean McVay last night when I was coming back, like I was full sweat. I feel like I'm coaching out there, just having fun, getting excited, just talking ball, man. I love this game. It's changed my life, and I look forward to seeing how it changes other guys' lives. So to get to be a part of somebody like Micah Parsons' journey and just do something to help him in any way I can, it was fun for me.
So there's Micah hitting him up for some more homework, which, of course, we all eat up as an off-season storyline.
I look, keep him fresh so that when you have inevitable offensive line injuries, you're going to be able to call on Andrew Whitworth. But no, I do like this. I think that he learned this from Tyron Smith. Tyron Smith was a big help to Micah as a rookie, like coaching him up on, look, you need to attack this way. And so I think that really helped his perspective on, I need to find offensive linemen to talk to.
All right, we got the boys mic'd up for the Dallas Stars Game 7 win. Peyton rats out Bobby to his wife, and why Peyton should never be allowed to try to get the Stars faithful going again. We got some mic'd up on the morning show from last night's Game 7 experience next on The Fan. But let me get you hooked up.
the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
The Donoff. Sales won the length of the ice. No icing as Johnston's there. Johnston to the backhand. Score!
That was the call on ESPN. Pretty cool to hear the play-by-play guy after being on our show yesterday. It is a Dallas Stars. Is that an official towel? Where
I don't know. It was sitting right here, and I just hit my eye.
Dirty ass.
That's the one I used in the shower last night.
Oh, man.
Is that what you meant by toweling off?
Dirty, grimy towel as the morning show represented. Props to Bobby Belt and Peyton Russell going out, doing all the social media. Bobby has started a Sean and RJ Instagram page, a Sean and RJ Facebook page. We'll get to Peyton's contributions as well here in just a second. But we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as they eliminate the Kraken 2-1 and move on to the Western Conference Finals. And did someone steal the Stars playoff chain?
I don't see that. Is the playoff chain in there with you, Peyton?
Yeah, it's in my car. I brought it to the arena.
And then you didn't wear it.
I didn't wear it because it was bad luck, which thank goodness I didn't, or else we'd be talking about the offseason right now.
So where do we stand on luck and records now? Peyton, you are the number one good luck.
I'm undefeated. Every Stars playoff game I've been to, I'm 3-0 now.
He's
3-0.
2-0 this postseason, 3-0 overall.
He is 2-0 this postseason when someone else buys his tickets. That's what I think the good luck is. If he bought it, we don't know.
Yeah.
So Peyton, what needs to happen is you need to convince everybody that you need free tickets to be able to go. You can't buy them because that'll factor into the luck.
Or the next home game, I buy tickets and then we see what's really true.
Sure. Chop's 1-0 and I'm 1-1.
Okay, and the chain is...
The chain, ever since everybody started claiming it was a jinx, when I've put it on a game day, they win.
But in the arena, it's 0-1.
I didn't wear it in the arena. I took it out to my car. I had it, I took a picture with it, and I put it in the car. It never made it into the arena.
Gotcha.
Let's see what Jared Sandler would have to say about all this jinx talk, because yesterday I got a text message from Tolo William, who was not happy with Jared, apparently getting a little sarcastic on this station.
He's working into the bottom of the sixth without surrendering a run. The Rangers trying to turn that around. And you know what? The Rangers are about to score because apparently, we can jinx things. And I just said that he's working on a shutout, so I guess the Rangers are about to score. 1-2. Strike three called over the outside corner. And there are 2 outs in the bottom of the sixth. Or maybe jinxes aren't real, and it's not how it works.
It would have been so cool if Young had launched one out of here on that previous pitch.
Would have been great.
Yep.
Well, maybe Jonah Heim can do that. He's 1 for 2 with a single.
Oh, man. The condescending Jared is the best Jared.
It's a good thing he's not bitter or anything.
He's going at the jinxers.
Yeah.
Did you hear? He starts off, he's just calling the game normal, sounds normal. And then as soon as he starts talking about the jinxes, he gets over-modulated because he's like, oh, I guess I got it.
Yeah. So 12-0. The jinx did not work with the Rangers getting shut out. So let's see what did work last night with the guys bringing out the microphones at the AAC. I always get blamed for dry snitching on Bobby, going to his wife and saying either inappropriate or other things that's supposed to be confidential information. Apparently, Peyton did it. Peyton ratted out Bobby for spending over $100 on alcohol before the puck was even dropped.
All right, first puck drop coming. How we feeling?
Stars in 7, baby. We're gonna take this to the house.
Do you think I'm drunk?
Dude, Bobby has spent over $120 on alcohol.
Go.
That is snitching. That is dry snitching.
Yeah, right on video. I knew the video was rolling, not like John Morant, and had to say what I had to say.
Okay, so how did this work? I thought Peyton was supposed to buy all the drinks.
Yeah, and then he
because the first 2 were $55.
He spent $50 on the first one.
Well, don't order doubles. Don't order doubles.
I was listening to the guy that bought the tickets. I was doing a nice thing.
You're going to drink those anyway.
At UNT, they're $9.
Well, this isn't UNT.
Yeah.
What did you order? See, did you order a specific brand of vodka?
No, Bobby wanted me to say Tito's. I just said double vodka sodas.
And so they gave us well vodka that was $12.
But the soda was $24.
But you were it's supposed to even out. You drop whatever amount for tickets, and then parking and drinks was supposed to be him.
He did do parking and he did do drinks, so we were very early on in the night, and he had already spent about $100 because you tipped, right? You tipped?
Yeah, I tipped.
Okay, so he tipped, so he's already like right up around $100, and like just looked sick, and so I was like, I got it. I'll Papa's got you, and so I took over.
He talks a lot about his big wall. I said, all right, show me the money.
All right. So that is the two of them. And then Bobby chugged the drink, as we saw.
Yeah, there's no enjoyment. You're the person who, like me, I eat food fast. I don't taste my food. You don't taste your alcohol. You know, you just chug, and that's fine.
It's vodka and soda.
It's but see, I like to always have. I don't know if Sean's the same way. I like to always have something in my hand.
I bet you do.
Right. So, like, I don't like to be walking around. I don't like to stand at a party empty-handed.
You don't want, like, the hands in the pocket kind of.
Yeah, you got to have something in your hand, left hand, because bull moose, right? You got to shake with the right, always drink with the left. Okay. Yeah, bull moose party. So you got to drink with the left. But Bobby just chugs, and then he's got to go right back to the bar and get another drink.
But I always have a drink in my hand. I just pound them, but it's always in my hand.
And then this may be the worst attempt ever at getting a chant going. The guys are inside the AAC, and Bobby wants Peyton to get a Let's Go Stars chant going. The only problem is Peyton forgot to say Let's Go Stars himself.
All right, there's not a lot of people in here right now. It's like an hour and 15 minutes before the start of the game.
We're true fans.
Yeah. Look, I mean, they didn't give me that #1 Stars fan little foam finger for nothing. So what we're going to do, though, is because there's so few people, we're just going to walk around the concourse here, and Peyton's going to try and get a Let's Go Stars chant going with like 5 people around him. What do you think, Peyton? You can do it?
I think we can do it. Stars Nation is out here tonight. We got the rally towel going. We're ready to go.
Go. Do it. Come on, Woods.
Well, let's get a Let's Go Stars going. Whoa! Game 7, baby. Hey, we got one. Let's go Stars, baby. We got people getting food. It's okay. It's early. You know, we're nervous. All right, we got nothing on that one. We'll try again later.
Why didn't you chant?
I'm totally missed
of how to start a chant?
I thought we just wanted like a Let's Go Stars. I didn't know we were going for the chant.
Chant. He said chant.
Well,
Let's Go Stars chant.
I must have missed that, but after I was looking at the 5 people in the hallway.
Well, that's the part of the uncomfortable audio.
Is to just chant in a hallway of 5 people. If no one jumps in, you just look like a crazy person.
Like, do you know how that would have been the easiest thing you could have done all night? It really could have.
What?
Because before pregame, game 7, people are so amped up. You're in a home-friendly environment.
Yeah.
People are waiting to chant.
What's awkward is if you would have been asked to do that on the road.
Yeah, if you started a Let's Go Kraken chant, that'd have been awkward.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
But doing a Let's Go Stars, like, people would have joined in with you instantly.
Let's go Stars, baby. Let's go. Let's get one. Let's go.
Let's go.
Come on. Stars. Let's go Stars, baby. Let's get one.
I mean, the age demographic I was looking at was about 60 to 90, so I don't think I was getting much from the people I was looking at. So
right.
the only video you see is me and Bobby. You don't see the crowd I'm looking at.
Now I didn't. You're gonna be mad at me even saying this. I didn't get a video of it, but as we were walking out, I was like, try and get one going now. And so he actually did chant "Let's Go Stars" as we were walking.
Oh.
Got like 3 people to do it with him in a whole crowd, so I definitely don't think he would have been able to do it with just 5.
Well, he was definitely vocal during this portion of the game as RJ Choppy reacted that Peyton had nothing behind his eyes when the two of these guys were singing to celebrate after the Stars goal.
Jumping on your alibi. Blah, 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 price to pay. Destiny is on me. Open up my eager eyes. I'm Mr. Brightside.
Oh,
that last part was rough, but the part was pretty good.
There was nothing there, man.
Why isn't the rest of the arena singing?
They are. We're just singing very loudly. If we would have just laid out, you would have heard everyone else. But Peyton, do you know who sings that song?
It'd be the Killers.
Oh, are you looking at? That's right. I forgot he's playing it. He's looking at it right now.
I'm not. It just says Mr. Brightside radio version.
He
Doesn't
did
say the Killers on it.
I tested him in the Plaza area music that was playing. He nailed a couple, like there was a Muse song he knew.
Red
there
Hot
was
Chili Peppers.
Red Hot Chili. He was actually nailing music.
Did
yesterday.
you know the one that everyone was singing? Not the two that were very, very loudly visible on TV. You won't know which ones they are, but there was the crowd engaged in unison with them. Did you know the multiple songs?
I forget what it was. I mean, I remember singing it, but I forget what was.
One was Friends in Low Places.
Oh yeah,
yeah, that's right.
Do you know who sings that?
Morgan Wallen.
So anyway,
Thank you. Ring me up.
he rung himself up. That's where you saw Peyton's empty eyes.
I saw the empty eyes. Honestly, on the video where he talks about they were still walking to the seats. He had empty eyes before the game. Peyton was dead. He was lifeless. He had dead eyes. He had shark's eyes, doll's eyes.
he has empty eyes in general. I feel like.
And then how about your excessive use of the F word?
Yeah, I got a side text about that one. Stop. Let me see what the exact text says from Sean last night. It was watch all the F words with 3 exclamation points because Wolchuk said you're drunk, and I was like, if I was drunk, would I be able to do this? And I did this whole thing, and then I went F you, and then I posted that, and
that was,
Sean thought it was too aggressive.
Well, that was one. You know, if everyone lets out one F here and there, I think it's fine.
It's excessive.
But then
it's like 3 videos in a row.
It's like 3 videos in a row. I was like, okay, just for your own sake. I don't care. For your own sake. You know, because I know you're going to get a text message from the upstairs. And then you like voiced it. Where you like mouthed it.
Mouthed it. Yeah, so I did adjust. Yeah. I was thinking of you when I was filming that video, and I mouthed it instead of saying it.
Yeah.
And the Kraken.
Yeah, he mouthed it. He said, blank you Seattle. Yep. So that was their experience.
Yeah, I made quite the video. I made quite many of the video. I don't think I've ever dropped an F-bomb on them.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you can't. On
your Tennessee video,
we prevented Sarah and us prevented you from playing it, but your Tennessee video the night they lost had an F word in it.
Did I post it?
Yeah, we were gonna play it. We blocked you. We blocked you. You didn't block you.
It was great. It's out there. That video. You guys have it.
Chop here.
Just trying to look out for y'all, but post for
I appreciate it. You're appreciated.
I put the exclamation points to soften it. Like, watch the blank bombs exclamation. If I didn't put the exclamations, it would have been more serious. So you got the Stars bracelet again?
I do. It's still lit up. I think
you
last week it was
10 more hours.
24 hours. Yep. 24 hours total.
Don't you have 2 of them?
I do. It's back here. I think Ryan wanted to wear it.
He stole one from somebody.
Oh, Ryan's got his on. There it is.
That's right.
Oh, look at that. It's perfect.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So we have more Stars audio with the Tolos with the Game 7 celebration after the 3-2 win last night. We also have the NBA playoffs starting. You know what tonight is for the Mavericks?
It's Victor Wembanyama night.
It is Victor Green.
You know what it is? Let's send this pick to the Knicks night.
Oh no, we'll preview
we'll call her Vita from now on.
Let's see if Mark Cuban can be saved as part of headlines. We also have Chris Young talking about the Rangers after they got smoked last night and a Smashing Pumpkins ticket giveaway next on the Fan. But look.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It is fine. It's fist pump time.
Damn right.
Whenever you want to do it. Because the Dallas Stars are moving on to the Western Conference Finals against Las Vegas. We'll get to it in just a second. We got the entire squad here, Sean, RJ, and we got Peyton and Bobby back from the AAC. Ryan running things on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Tonight, though, the Dallas Mavs can be a storyline again with the NBA Draft Lottery.
Yes, they can. They can become... They become the 11th seed or the 11th team and then give the pick to New York, and that's going to show them not to tank. And I hope the NBA does it. I hope the NBA sends a message tonight to Mark Cuban because I don't want to see him be happy.
All right, so try to follow along. They go in with the 10th best chance to get the number one pick. Tonight is the Victor Sweepstakes.
Sure.
The odds are 3% they'll jump to 1.
That's not good.
They also have a chance to pick second, 3.3%. 3.6% to pick third. 4% to pick fourth. They cannot pick 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9.
Right.
The odds are 66% that they'll finish right where they started at number 10. The dreaded outcome is they drop to 11, which means that one team leapfrogged them from below. They could drop to 12, which means that 2 jumped up. That's where the draft lottery. I always love watching the draft lottery. I even think they can make it more entertaining somehow, some way. But it really starts when the announcer goes, "And this team has moved up," and that's when you're like, "Uh-oh, we're getting some type of chaos." So in either of those scenarios, 1 or 2 teams jumping up, the Mavericks lose their top 10 protected pick to the New York Knicks as final compensation for the KP trade. If they don't convey the pick this year, same situation next year, and in 2025, if the Mavs are in the top 10 of the lottery again. The odds of the Mavericks dropping 19% to fall to 11th, and there's your 20%. While Mavs fans are dreading a possible outcome, DallasMavs.com with all that recap.
This is, look, the fact that they're going to wind up sticking at 10, that's the most likely outcome. Obviously the dreaded is they get out of the top 10. It would not surprise me if the NBA does not try to punish them. Does anybody here believe the lottery is actually legitimate? More often than not, I think it's fixed fairly often. There was no doubt it was fixed for the Knicks. There's no doubt it was fixed for the Cavaliers to get LeBron, the local kid. There's just a lot of situations where I think that was it. And this would not surprise me if it wasn't rigged for the Mavs to go down, to punish them for tanking. I think it's.
If Roger Goodell was in charge, I'd believe it more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, obviously when you have a 3%, 3.3, and 3.6 to get the top 3, it's like, look, we know what's going to happen to us. We know where we're going to go. We're going to go, and we're going to wind up being 10.
So, Bobby, the Mavs have had bad draft lottery luck.
Yeah, and so I know this has been discussed before by Bassick, where he says, that the Mavericks have never picked higher than where they were slotted to go. So if the Mavericks somehow get up into the top 4, that'll be the first time they've ever gone above where they were slotted. But CBS did a research project of who has had the best and worst luck in the NBA draft lottery historically. So all 30 NBA teams plus the Sonics are ranked by how many net draft slots they've gained or lost since 1985. And the Dallas Mavericks are the second unluckiest team in the NBA. They've lost 12 draft slots combined over the course of the lottery. Only the Timberwolves are worse at minus 15.
So tonight, the 3 teams that have the equal chance to get Victor, Detroit, San Antonio, and the Armpit. So we got 2/3 of a chance to go ahead and get him in Texas.
Detroit, yeah, it is. It's true.
Got an opportunity. 2 out of 3.
Great. Awesome. We'll have to see him 3 times a year.
Right.
4 times a year with those teams.
Or we could just win the whole damn thing, Shop,
right.
And then we could pick him.
That's a very good Jake Taylor reference.
Obviously, I want them to get it, but I also, at the same time, don't want to see Cuban say, "I told you so."
Yeah, I don't want them. I don't want to see Cuban rewarded for tanking. Tank in February. Tank in January. Don't do it when you still have a chance, especially when we're seeing a team that was in the play-in.
We'll get to that in a second. So Victor, and then the other names that they're going to be talking about tonight, Brandon Miller, Alabama controversy, and Scoot Henderson from the G League.
Yeah, now the G League guys, and we've seen this, right? We've seen guys in the G League come in and be able to play well. Now, it took a bit. It took a minute. They didn't have the greatest competition they were playing against, but we've seen guys come in from the G League and perform well. I'd be interested to see, who else is up there and what other reaches from the college game these teams put out there. I know the Mavericks were linked at 10 to the kid from UCF, which wasn't even a tournament team. They made the tournament, but he's supposed to have a tremendous amount of upside.
Meanwhile, tonight, 7:30, Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Who is the favorite, fellas, to win the West?
Denver.
Oh, it has to be Denver.
Denver, minus 145. So 60% chance of winning the series. Have you seen the odds for the East that start tomorrow night?
No, but I got to imagine I would say Boston minus 220.
No, not even close.
Boston minus 120.
Wrong direction.
Minus 350.
Not close.
Minus 5.
Nope.
750.
Minus 600. 86% chance to win the East. Vegas is giving Miami 0 shot. No chance.
What is Miami's plus? Does it say?
460.
Almost 5-1.
Boy, they have not learned not to question Jimmy Butler like you did.
That's right. I did. So that's where we stand with the West Finals tonight, Eastern Conference tomorrow, but the number one story in the Metroplex, you know what it is.
Back to the point. Dunn towards the net. Save Ottinger. It ends up in the corner. Ben has the puck. Clears the zone. Game 7 is over. The Dallas Stars survive, and they move on to take on the Vegas Golden Knights.
That was the call from our new buddy, play-by-play voice on ESPN, as the Stars hang on. They take the 2-0 lead. Rope Hintz and Wyatt Johnston score to advance to the Western Conference Finals. It's the 4th time in 5 seasons the Stars got a Game 7. The rest were all away from home. Had not won a Game 7 at home since 2000 when they made the Stanley Cup Final. And Pete DeBoer is now 7-0 in Game 7.
Yeah, and he's heading back
Lucky 7 for Vegas.
Yes, he is heading back to the conference finals. It's what he does. First year with a new team, he goes to the conference finals every single year, at least the conference finals. So that was kind of par for the course. Maybe that's what the Stars were looking for when they hired him for that first year magic that he has. But look, their defense played much better last night. Both goalies were really, really solid. But
I thought Grubauer was actually the better goalie last night. He was getting challenged more.
Well, he was getting challenged more. The Stars defense didn't allow a lot of great looks for Seattle. Grubauer was getting challenged quite a bit. He was stopping a lot. Stars missed, though. Stars missed the net on a lot of them. They put some of those pucks on net. I think some of those might have actually gone in because there were several that got by him. One hit the post, and then you had another one that just kind of sailed over the cross. Like, if he put some of these pucks on net, who knows how many more go in. They were just up. Both teams played really tight to start.
Ottinger improved to 5-0 after losses this postseason. He allowed 4 goals on 18 shots in Game 6, where he was pulled. Here's Otter after the rebound.
That's playoff hockey, and I don't think I had my best series of my career, but it shows how good of a team we are. I feel like my best hockey is still ahead of me, and just goes to show how good of a team we have. That's playoff hockey. It's ups and downs, and you think you might be out of it, and next thing you know, you're going to the conference final. So I'm sure there's more ups and downs ahead of us and ahead of me, and just going to take what I learned this series and use it to my advantage.
He seems like he has a really good ability to just compartmentalize, move forward, like not let the previous game weigh on him. Like it seems like he's got really good mental toughness.
At 24.
Yeah, it's really impressive. And I'll say the goal last night from Rupe was probably the second loudest I've heard a sports arena get in my life. It was loud
behind
when he scored. One of the Napoli chants in the playoffs got really, really loud. But I mean, it was like kind of everything just vibrating in there when he scored, and it was building to that point of about 3-4 minutes of the Stars felt like they were about to score, and then when Rupe scored, the roof blew off the place.
So for the second time in 4 seasons, Dallas and Vegas, Stars beat the Golden Knights in 5 games in 2020. They were coached by
Pete DeBoer.
Yeah, they were.
Pete DeBoer. There you go. Back in the bubble. So Stars versus Vegas, and you have a Final Four that doesn't include Boston.
Spits and suds.
I know, right? Shockingly, for the first time, there's a Final Four in a sport that doesn't include a team from Boston.
Yeah.
But no, you've got the Final Four in the NHL that is. This might be the highest average temperatured series Final Four in NHL history, and I think look, the NHL is going to get some penetration here in southern markets. But do you think Gary Bettman is waving the pom-poms this morning that it's Carolina and Florida hotbed, and then Stars in Vegas?
Right.
Like he probably wanted at least one original 6 team in there. He probably wanted a
Well, at least you're going to get
team.
you're going to get U.S. TV markets. That's good.
That's good. That's very good.
Yeah.
But even still, I like the U.S. TV markets. I mean, people would tune in for maybe a Toronto Maple Leafs because they're they're just a legendary franchise. But you're gonna get 4 U.S. TV markets. They're good size. Miami, Dallas. Those are good size markets.
And speaking of TV, I think the Stars are going to have an even higher number last night because you did not have to flip on over to the Rangers.
3-0. Riley swings and hammers this one up the alley in right center field. Tavares races after it, turns and looks, and that ball's gone. Into the Rangers bullpen, just barely clearing the wall.
Whoa.
And Austin Riley, who's gotten off to a slow start this year, with a 2-run home run for his first hit of the night. And the Braves are now up 10-0.
You just hear what I heard? A lot of Braves fans.
Yeah.
They break out the chop last night. Cody Bradford, the local kid, did not have a very good debut. It was cool to see his family in the stands, but 5 innings pitched, 6 earned, and at least the Rangers did not burn up their bullpen.
No need to waste it. Once you're down early, you got nothing going. And Morton was he was on his game too. 10 strikeouts. He had a good night. He scattered a bunch of hits around, but the Rangers had one of those games where you're getting hits. You're getting some hits with nobody on and 2 out. Tough way to go. When you're not going to beat Morton when he's on that kind of game either.
Game 2 tonight with the great Dane Dunning. 6:30 pregame. First pitch 7 o'clock right here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line, but it's also the number to call when we give you the cue to win our giveaway of the week during the Expressway Smashing Pumpkins tickets. We got a Smashing Pumpkins ticket giveaway and another Tuesday edition of Ask Reddit. The great Craig Ludwig is going to wake up with us this morning to celebrate the Stars at 8 o'clock. We're just getting started. Let's hook you up in just a few minutes as the Expressway starts after this.
But let's get you over to A.
surprise edition that I just decided on in the commercial break. Little college football kegger surprise here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to hook you up with Smashing Pumpkins tickets. We're going to get to Ask Reddit. We're going to get to Craig Ludwig to celebrate the Stars at 8 o'clock. But I wanted to put a few people on the hot seat here with a surprise edition. Bobby Belt, would you like to start off with, or no, I want you to choose what Bobby's going to start with.
What?
Orlovsky maybe ruining a kid's announcement, or Bobby's boy maybe getting blackballed from the National Football League, his favorite NFL agent.
Oh!
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go with that one.
Yeah, we got to talk about
Let's
this.
go.
Go ahead.
DC.
Okay. So David Cantor, who's been on the show, electric radio guest, the agent for Tank Lawrence, may be getting kicked out of the entire league as he supposedly offered up his vacation rental properties to general managers if they drafted his clients.
Yeah.
Well, Florio has confirmed that one, and now others are saying multiple general managers have said, yeah, we got the same offer from Cantor and his wife. They got these, these timeshares.
Timeshares, man.
Got these timeshares, and that was offered up as payment, bribe, a trade in order to get these teams to draft his clients. And they're talking about the old black ball.
So no. I get it. Like, this is a first impression thing for the agent. Hey, look, I'm going to get you drafted higher. I'm going to get you drafted 5 slots higher than everybody projects you to be. And, that can curry some favor with a young player who may be a fringe first rounder, and he gets his way into the first round. He can hang his hat on that. But every agent wants to do that too. Now, I also have a feeling that David Cantor's probably not the only one that does this.
Right.
But he's the only one that got caught.
He's the only one that got
the
caught.
Astros were not the only ones stealing signs. But guess what? That's the only ones we care about.
Yeah, Aaron Judge did it last night, supposedly.
Sure.
I'm just joking.
Only one who got caught. Only one who's been accused. Allegedly. Under investigation, which he denies. He has denied this, says that he will...
Which is a first. Nobody who's guilty has ever denied it initially.
Exactly. And so
the boys from 105.3.
Okay, all right. So, exactly. You can tell from the denial. No, I
just told Peyton, have an Orlovsky drop ready. For the,
thought I had it in
and he drops it right there. Orlovsky's the next story.
I think this goes away.
You do?
I think it's. I think that regardless of the allegation, which he says he didn't do it, I think it's something that's going to be difficult for them to prove.
Do you reach out to him? First off, what if it's true? What a dumb move, offering it up to general managers.
That's what I'm saying. This is not his. It does not sound like Cantor to me.
Then why are GMs ratting him out?
I don't know what the discussions would have been, or like I haven't seen how he's laid it out. And no, to your question, which you were just asking, I would let this lie and circle back with him after.
So you didn't text him?
No,
anything.
No.
All right.
No, I was letting him handle his stuff.
Bobby's boy, Tank's agent, may be getting kicked out.
Great guest.
He can come do radio.
When
he's unemployed.
He could do it.
When the PA kicks him out, he can come join us.
It's not happening. He's going to beat it.
All right, Choppy. Cardell Jones going at Stetson Bennett after yesterday. Internet sleuths tried to get into the possible graduation and degree of Stetson Bennett, who spent 7 years at the University of Georgia.
Yeah, what degree? What degree? So Stetson Bennett attended Georgia. He got there in 2017. Now, he went to a JUCO in the middle of that and then came back. But he was almost a full 7-year student at the University of Georgia. And a couple of people pointed out that if you look on his uniform, his jersey, there's a patch on your jersey. It'll say, if you play in the SEC, if you've graduated and you're still playing, it'll say SEC graduate on the jersey. He just had the SEC patch. Okay, well, then it was posted on social media. All the members of the University of Georgia, this was passed 2 days ago, all members of the University of Georgia players who recently graduated this, last week, right? Because they just had college graduation. Stetson Bennett's name was not on there. So the speculation is that Stetson Bennett never graduated from the University of Georgia after 7 years. To which Cardell Jones, who, if you remember, great callback, Cardell, I appreciate this self-awareness. He was talking about his own stuff, and he goes, we ain't go there to play school. He said, we ain't there to play school.
Yes.
It's a wonder he flamed out in the NFL.
Yeah, well, Cardell Jones tweeted retweeted this post, despite being in college since 2017, since Bennett has not graduated that from Playmaker U. Cardell said, Buddy definitely wasn't playing school. He wasn't. Like, do you know how hard it is to go to college for 7 years?
You tell us.
And I went 5. I went 5, and I changed majors.
Oh, okay.
I did. Well, I didn't change majors. I didn't get accepted into the major I wanted.
What was the other major?
It was a business major. I wanted to be in logistics. I wanted to run a trucking company or a airline or something like that. You know, well, it was transportation. You know, I'm a transportation nerd.
Okay.
So I wanted to do that.
That wasn't the Secret Service.
Oh no, that was later.
Okay.
That was later. Big other story there too. But no, so I was in 5 years. Stetson was there 7. In order for you to go to college for 7 years and not have a degree, you either have to change majors like 8 times or basically just take electives to stay eligible, which is probably more likely. Like, because even if you take, I fell into an English minor by taking enough credit hours.
Dude, has anyone turned from sweetheart, perfect story to punk faster than him? Because Manziel turned into a punk, but he didn't have like the golden child, like come out of nowhere storyline. I'm trying to think who else. Just everyone, the entire world rooting for the no-name quarterback at the University of Georgia, and now he's hated.
In terms of a reputation flip pretty instantly, it was an older player, but Marvin Harrison's reputation flipped pretty fast.
But totally after he was done playing.
Right. That's why I said it's a different context, but his had a similar quick flip.
Some may say Ja.
Ja's not a bad answer.
I mean, I didn't know that much about Ja personally, as he was hidden over there in Memphis. And, didn't go to a big-time college program.
The gun wasn't mine.
Roberto Alomar, after spitting in the umpire's face, he was like one of these happy-go-lucky type of players, and then he spits in that umpire's face, and overnight, people wanted him thrown out of the league.
So that's Cardell Jones calling out Stetson Bennett.
It's odd. I mean, like, there are a lot of people who go to college for 7 years part-time because they're working.
Yeah.
Not a full-time he's a full-time student. Like, it's just difficult to go that long. Especially with it when you're within the athletic department, like they have so many people nowadays to help you out, to make sure that you get the work done. It's just very difficult to go through that and not get. Jalen Hurts, meanwhile, wants to go back to get like his master's.
Of course, perfect golden child.
He is. He's the best leader in the league, right?
And speaking of Georgia quarterbacks, Bobby, you get your rebuttal.
I love this. I love this story.
Now's when you can play the drop whenever you want.
The boys from 105.3.
So I was doing the first ever tease the segment ahead with a drop. I think that can really help the show out.
A tease drop. This is innovative radio, forward thinking.
A tease drop.
Never before seen.
Not a teardrop, but a tease drop.
Yeah.
I want Texas William to put a teardrop tease drop on Peyton's face underneath his Tom Cruise glasses yesterday that everyone was loving.
So this is hilarious. So as you know, the commitment, a football player's commitment when you're a top-ranked prospect is a very big deal. When Arch Manning announced he was going to Texas, it was a really special moment where there's a the top college quarterback recruit is a guy named Dylan Raiola. And this
Dominic's
is for
kid.
Yes, and this is for 2024. And he was down to USC, Georgia, I think Stanford was in there. I can't remember. But USC,
Nebraska
Georgia,
was in there, which
Nebraska.
is his dad's alma mater.
So there were a bunch of different schools involved here. People weren't sure which direction it was going to go. Orlovsky yesterday, out of nowhere, ahead of him announcing where he was going to commit, tweets, hearing big things happening in Athens with 3 eye emojis at Georgia football. And then he writes, most talented player at the position since Stafford, ... And everybody quickly was like, oh, well, that means Dylan Raiola is going to commit to Georgia. And quickly, he realizes he's spoiled it and adjusts the tweet to cut off the last line of most talented player. But of course, in this era of editing tweets and you having that ability, you can see what the previous edit said.
Oh, you can?
Yes. And so it had...
And what's the purpose of the edit?
Exactly. It'll show you what the previous version said.
But
you just delete and repost.
I think this kid's sister also tweeted like a bunch of dogs, so she confirmed what Orlovsky was saying.
Yeah.
But still, you spoil this kid's moment to announce where he wants to go.
Well,
and I'm sure, I want to know if it was Georgia or Rayola that said, shut up, Dan. I'm sure somebody told him to change it.
Let me defend him. You don't have to throw your mic away from you. Let me defend him.
Was Rayola and Dan teammates? Weren't they teammates with Detroit?
Yeah, the father.
That's probably why.
The internet found the connection that they played together.
Yeah, that's probably why.
So
nice to see he's above board and impartial.
Okay, so here's my
freaking loser.
Here's my question though.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that you found out, no doubt about it, that Arch Manning was going to Texas a month before it was announced. We would report that. Dude, would we view that as ruining Arch's moment, or would we report it as news? That is a humongous story. That's my Orlovsky defense. Should you keep a major, like Bronny James? If you got, if Woj or Shams got Bronny James's commitment, would they have held back on that?
I would think not.
I would think not.
What if Woj or Shams got it because they're friends with the James family, and it was just something that they told? This seemed like something that he discovered through a relationship and then talked out of turn.
Yeah, then that's not cool.
And he doesn't cover college football. He doesn't cover recruiting, so he's breaking a story he's not on the beat of.
But you wouldn't do this whole "we've ruined Arch's moment" if we got it right and reported it.
I'm friends with. We've talked about it before. I'm friends with Randy Gregory, right? So but here's what I'm saying.
I'm glad you had to say his last name because no one knows who Randy is anymore by first name.
Here's what I'm saying. If Randy tells me, I'm going to Denver, we're not talking about it yet, blah, blah, blah.
Of course, you don't say anything.
I'm not saying anything. Or if I just have it in that discussion, even though me covering the beat, it's part of my job, I would not report it because of the way I discovered.
But you're assuming that Dan was told by the dad or whoever.
He doesn't cover college football. He doesn't cover recruiting. He has no clue. He didn't go to Georgia. The only way he would know is from the family.
I would think it's either from Rayola himself, the father, or maybe one of his old teammates is a coach at Georgia. You have to go dig deeper into that.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's possible. There's really no other way to know it. But I guess the other thing you could say is this really ruining his moment? Because he still could change his mind if he hasn't signed anything yet. I mean, he could still make it a public announcement. Because we hear all the good speculation about kids where they're going to go before they make their announcement anyway.
What position is Bryson playing at Vandy?
Receiver.
Okay, so if he would have been the top receiver recruit in the country and you've got that relationship because of the family and you heard he was going to Texas, would you a month out say he's going to Texas, or would you go, that's probably not my place to say where he's
keep
going?
it quiet.
Exactly. So that's what he should have done.
Yeah. So there you go.
That's what it is.
Dan Orlovsky ruining a kid's moment. Let's now move on to Ask Reddit. You didn't pre-tease it. You didn't tease drop it. You didn't do a tease drop.
No more of that. We shut that down.
Oh,
you guys made fun of it.
We shut that down. Hit the button.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Okay, I'll go in order, Sean. Ask Reddit is here.
No one heard me say go in order.
I know, but there was a clear lull and a layout, and so I was trying to. I was getting a rundown here.
All
right, first one here.
Only the Twolo saw it.
That's true. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here. We'll lead off with RJ Choppy, the eldest member of the morning show.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. 43 years old. 44 in September.
RJ, what do you miss and not miss about being young? Or younger? Because you're still relatively young.
I'm not. I'm 44.
You're smack dab
43.
in the middle of our demo, so you're young.
What do I not... I don't miss... Well, I don't think there's anything I miss about being young. I mean, I loved being young. Being young was great.
You would go back.
Oh, if I could, go back and knowing what I know now with the knowledge I have now.
Then that's what you don't miss is your lack of knowledge.
Lack of knowledge. Yeah, I mean, lack of knowledge of the world. Lack of knowledge of what life is about, what it should be about, what mistakes you're going to make. What do I miss about it? A lot. I'll tell you what I miss a lot about it. Everything. Energy, being able to stay up till 2 a.m. and then wake up at 8 and then do it again the next day. I miss how. I'll tell you this, okay? And I want to. It's a serious question. When did 18-year-old dudes just get absolutely jacked all of a sudden overnight.
Dude, we had this discussion when Jacob got out of middle school and was going into high school, and he weighed 120 pounds, and he wanted to look at doing football. I was like, they will kill you. I was like, these are grown men at these big high schools now.
I swear to God, there's 18 to 25-year-old dudes at the gym, and I'm like, I miss being able to look at a weight and put on 5 pounds. Like, I miss that. Now it's like you got to really work. You got to work. You got to mix in sauna time. There's nothing worse than the sauna. Nothing worse than the cardio. You got to mix it in. I miss having
metabolism.
Yeah, no, but there's a study out that shows that metabolism doesn't slow as you age, which bothers me now because my entire life now, my thought process is all skewed, and I've got now what it is. I'm just lazy. I'm just fat. I'm old. I miss having a future. I miss being able to look ahead. I miss having a pain in my body and not think it's terminal.
Yep.
Because it's not terminal at 25.
Yes.
And at 43, if I have a pain right here, spleen's enlarged again.
Yep.
My liver.
So
I miss having a healthy liver, kidneys that work. I miss being able to pee from like 4 feet behind the toilet and not dribble all over the floor.
Machine Gun Colon, he's gone.
I hate getting old.
I mean, I had aches and pains written down, you know? Like, if you sleep wrong, you're screwed now.
Do you miss your affliction shirts?
Throw it at him.
Not a whole bottle.
No, I want to throw, but I feel like I slept wrong on my shoulder.
Because you're not young enough.
And my shoulder hurts.
Warmed up.
I'm not warmed up for my lotion throw. So, you know, the aches, just being sore. But I don't miss school. I still have nightmares randomly here and there about being in a class or having a huge test. I hated school so much. I'd much rather work every single day than be in high school or be in college with the classes. I'd much rather be in the adult working world.
I miss the ability to just, as Shoppy said, bounce back. You can go rage 4 nights in a row, 3 hours sleep, and just be like, I'm good, I'm ready.
Yeah.
So I miss that. But also at the same time, what I don't miss is living with a little bit of that reckless abandon. Like, it's kind of terrifying to look back on just how little you seem to care about things.
Well, I mean, RJ kind of took me back to it last night when you guys were outside the AAC, and he goes, I remember many a post-game show and the dread and misery that hit me. I was comparing my thought process now to 12 years ago. This was after Mavs playoff games.
Was that Pure? What is the name of the place? Pure
I don't remember
or something
the
like
club. But I was all, we're making our mark. We're doing Mavericks post-game shows on, 100,000 watts. And I didn't care that we were staying there until midnight or 1 a.m. and we're drinking at the same time and partying it up and then coming in and doing the show. And, I mean, we do a post-game Mavs show at the arena.
Yeah.
At the bars, at the arena. And now I'm like, that sounds like torture.
It sounds awful. But we did it. We did it for every game, every map, the entire run.
Peyton,
the entire run we did it.
Peyton, what do you miss and not miss about high school?
What I miss is not having to get a job. Just like being able to go school, back home. The weekends I can do whatever. I can play on a sport, go out with my friends and stuff. That I miss. What I don't miss is the having to get ready, like Sean said, for school. Having to prep for the test. Get ready for colleges. Taking ACTs, SATs stressed me out badly. So I do not miss that.
Smashing Pumpkins ticket giveaway is coming up momentarily during the Expressway.
A couple answers from the truckrack.com. Fantex Ed from Denton says, Chop, wait till you get my age, which is 70. 214 misses 25-cent wells at Mesquite. 682, I miss having summers off with nothing to do or care about. 817, even in the adult world, you're still stuck in a class. Sean Sharif, what are you currently obsessed with?
Cooking videos.
Dude, I've gotten on this ever since
You're
Sunday.
You're going to cook now? You screwed yourself.
No, a Sunday, honestly, the whole reason I kind of wanted to cook is because the last couple weeks I've just gotten lost down these YouTube cooking videos.
Yeah.
I'm like, this looks like you could do this.
Yeah.
I think I could do this. And so cooking videos was going to be my answer.
You seared a steak, you made a peach pie, and now your wife knows you can do it.
Dude, she knew early on. One of the ways that I tricked her into getting with me was like I made her Alfredo. and like I homemade the sauce and like did everything.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Oh my gosh, he can cook." I'm
Yeah.
like, little do you know.
No, I'll just go down a rabbit hole. I'm like, oh, I want to make this Mexican dish, or let's try this new barbecue thing. It always has to be something different. I have to inject something. I have to get 30 different ingredients, smoke it, brine it, sous vide it. I gave Woolchuck, which I'm about to take it back. I'm about to de-gift Woolchuck. I gave him a sous vide machine. I haven't seen one text or one tweet about it. So I'm getting ready to take it back from him. But cooking videos, my current obsession.
Peyton, what are you currently obsessed with?
OnlyFans for sure. No, it's TikTok for me. I mean, any genre, any kind of my timeline or For You page is just filled with incredible content. And so, like I said, 45 minutes a day is what I go towards TikTok.
Wow.
Bro.
45 to an hour.
All right, we need Peyton's TikTok curations as a segment at some point. All the stuff. If you're mining content, Peyton, you should have a bunch there. Choppy, what are you obsessed with right now? Other than getting Fort Worth police to call you back.
Right, that'd be nice. Anything outdoors at my house related. Pool, backyard, like getting the plants done, lawn care. I bought a koa. You know what a koa is?
I do not.
It's a koa dehema. It's a tool that they use on like agave plants to shave them down, and I've got like the bottom of my plant is dead. And those things have like razor sharp thorns, and they take this giant spike at the end. So it's really hard to get underneath them. So I got this off Amazon. Look at this thing. It's a giant, like it looks like a hoe.
Yeah.
With a sharp edge.
Okay.
And you just go there, you just chop these things down.
And what are you going to use this for?
To get to trim up the dead leaves at the bottom, because they're so hard to get up. They got such strong fibers.
So you're not churning out agave.
No, I mean I would like to,
Yeah.
but I don't have the land for it. I need more than one. I only have one surviving agave plant for the storm of 2021.
Yeah.
I had like 5 of them, and 4 of them died, and this one's on its last leg. I'm trying to salvage this. So basically, anything lawn care,
outdoor life.
Yeah.
Yeah, similar. 817, obsessed with yard work right now. 682, pickleball. 903, obsessed with Life Before Zero and other living shows about Alaska. All right, I'd like to start with Peyton because I started with you two on these first ones, but I'm gonna have to start with one of y'all. So I'll start with Sean. What common mistakes do people make when choosing a life partner? Because this is gonna be more advice for Peyton.
Yeah.
Wow, that kind of hurt.
Do you have a life partner? We're all taken, so we've got to give you the advice.
I have Instagram followers and stuff. I could pick and choose.
I just think that people rush into it a little bit too early. Whereas, the dream, the picket fence. I tell my wife all the time, if this was 10 years ago, we would not be married. Because my temper, your temper, it'd be an explosion. After you date for a while, this is the only good thing I think, Peyton, with your drought, is when people get older, man, the games are going to get cut out. The BS is going to go away. It's like, you're ready. You're going to expire.
You want to do this or not?
You want to do this or not? Mm-hmm. That's exactly the way it was. So that's what I would say. The other thing I would advise, and many of my friends and many of my relatives have fallen into this, just make sure the other person isn't like too controlling and gonna run you and own you. And also like separating some of these girls, and I'm sure guys too, they love like separating you from the family. They love like slowly seeping in. My sister-in-law is a poisonous, toxic
let's go.
Poisonous, toxic, cancerous factor in, and don't social media this later. But me and my brother's relationship fractured. Stop because
of her?
Yeah, because she like didn't know what it's like to have a true real family or friends while growing up. So when my brother would call me and talk about their marriage and stuff, she would get so furious and ticked off and be like, no, that's our business. She would feel embarrassed. And I'm like, yo, this is what brothers do. When my wife is acting a certain way or something's happening in my house, I'm going to tell you, you got to vent to people. That's normal. But she seeped in and things not the same. Choppy was there for it, for one of the incidents. Yep. But that's what I would say, man. Just make sure they're not going to try to separate you from the fam. And if you rush in too early, you may be getting divorced, separated pretty soon.
Out of discomfort or wanting to ignore it or whatever else, ignoring major differences on life and kids and like, how many kids do you want? Do you want kids? I don't want kids. I do want kids. We should raise them this way. But ignoring those sorts of differences or avoiding discussions about them altogether because you feel like they're uncomfortable, that's been a big thing that I've seen has caused a lot of breakups in my life, is where issues that should have been identified or were identified and overlooked early, they eventually...
Like, how did you not have these talks?
Right. Eventually, like, you end out saying, okay, well, we thought we should have raised our kids this way, and it became a big sore spot, or even having kids, or, you know, hey, this is how we're going to... You're going to continue to work. I'm going to do that. Like, those sorts of differences that need to be discussed, just avoiding them because you're uncomfortable with them has ultimately doomed so many different relationships. Chop.
I also have friends, real quick, that never dated, and maybe they, like, got soda skinny, or they got this new job or new money and new confidence. And so, like, the first real girlfriend they get, they marry.
Yeah.
They get locked into, and you don't know how to date. You don't know what else is out there, and now you're screwed. Yeah. And I'm sitting there texting Choppy for other friends for divorce attorney numbers.
Yeah.
I've texted Choppy twice in the past year for the same dude who needed,
number.
Shout out Dave Wishnu, by the way, as well.
Yeah.
Longhorns attorney.
To me, it's if you're gonna spend like the rest of your life, you have to absolutely love being in this person's company. They have to be, without question, your best friend, your BFF, that you're also physically obsessed with. Because you don't want to have just a best friend that you're just cohabitating with and you have no physical attraction.
Is there like a major thing you feel like you learned from previous relationships that you were able to adjust with Sarah?
Woo! Oh gosh,
what a question!
This let me tell you something, Sean. No, it's a rabbit hole you don't want to go down. Okay, like for one, yes, you have to have.
I would also like to point out he doesn't listen to my advice in the moment. Mm-hmm. He takes it like 3 years later, whether it's thermometers, edibles, dating. He doesn't listen in the moment. No. But everything I told him about all his relationships and dating life came true. And it's hit home now for the better.
It is hit home now for the better. There's no doubt. But you have to have like unwavering trust in that person too. Like nothing will kill a relationship more than lack of trust. It will destroy it.
Yep.
Those are easy things.
That's a killer. All right, Chop. You have to listen to one
How
song.
How scarred is Peyton right now? He's like, I'm staying single.
Yeah. Peyton's learning. He's taking all these notes. These are good.
I got years.
You got years, bro.
Chop, you have to listen to one song on repeat for 24 hours straight to win $1 million. What song are you choosing? Not that that's totally difficult, but what song is going to be the easiest to go through for 24 straight hours?
For me, I mean, any song for 24 hours for $1 million I could listen to. You could give me whatever song you want. I could absolutely listen to it. But this one, for me, is quite easy. And I wouldn't even go for the band version. I would go for the original OG version that inspired the greatest fight song in history.
Wish that I was on old Rocky Top down in the
No way.
$1 million?
Ain't no
Oh, yeah.
smoggy smoke on Rocky Top.
Ain't no telephone bills.
No. You could not listen to this for 24 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, no.
There's no way.
This makes it a challenge. Like, this actually makes a challenge to choose this.
Yeah, what was the other Rocky Top song after y'all beat Bama that I loved?
Oh, Dixieland Delight?
Yeah.
That was,
that's
Alabama.
That way more than this.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great song, too. That's a fantastic song.
My Lord.
But especially if you throw a little dubstep behind that
no, you don't get a remix
right there. You throw a little remix behind that.
You don't get to change it and make it into a remix. It's got to be a song that exists. So I thought about this, and obviously any song you're listening to is going to get annoying.
Yeah.
Okay. So I thought, let me get a song that I enjoy and one that is really, really long so that the repeats are fewer.
Oh, yeah.
Ultimately, like a 3-minute song, you're going to end up listening to almost 500 times in the course of 24 hours.
But a 13-minute song.
If I get a 7.5-minute song, I'm listening to that one more like
Queen?
200.
Look, Queen?
No, better. So much better. I'm listening to this.
There were nights when the wind was so
cold. Celine Dion. It's all coming back to me now.
Just listen to it right outside the window.
You can belt this out. Like, it's a great song. I feel like you could jam to this, or because it's 24 hours and you're gonna want to get like some sort of rest or whatever. Like I feel like it could lull you. It doesn't like jar you awake. I think, and being 7.5 minutes long, which the full version is, you minimize the number of plays. Man, this is so good though. Push it up, Peyton. Do you know the song?
No idea, but I do now.
Oh, it's a good song, Peyton.
All right, Peyton, what's your song?
Same person as Mr. Brightside.
So I have this song.
That was abrupt. He cut that. You could have faded.
No, I can't do that. I got to get to my song.
Well.
So I'm a big Coldplay guy, and I think this is by far their best song, and it fits any vibes, really, good, bad, whatever. And so I like Clocks by Coldplay.
Oh.
24 hours?
This song got
so good.
really old really fast.
I could listen to it. I could listen to it forever. 48 hours, 72 hours, forever. It's so good.
It's a good song.
I've had it on my Spotify since I first got a Spotify like 10 years ago.
It's a good song.
I'm not the most anti-Coldplay person in the world, like other folks are, but this one here is just. This is not it for me. Like I would have like 5 or 6 other songs from Coldplay. I feel like I could listen to.
I might need like a Michael Bublé chill kind of.
Really?
Yeah, not a Christmas one, but just like
have yourself.
Do you dislike Michael Bublé?
I'm just
trying to think of something.
I'm not
chill.
a big fan of just the crooner style.
Okay. What are the Tolos picking for their song?
Let's see. Freebird, easy one because it's so long. It's like 13 minutes long. You get American Pie, very long song.
Yeah.
Justin Timberlake, What Goes Around Comes Around. Let's see. Freebird, Born to Run, Springsteen. Phil Collins, the Rain song by Zepp. The One by Metallica. There's a song called, I think it's called 24 Hours by Metallica. You might only listen to it like a dozen times or so during the day.
254, What's New Pussycat, which is an old John Mulaney bit. He played it in a diner 12 times in a row. Also, great choice here, Runaway by Kanye West. That's a long song.
Another edition of Ask Reddit every Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station. But we got to get back to celebrating the stars. The great Craig Ludwig on 2 hours of sleep. That's what he told us. But he secretly complained about us behind the scenes, a little birdie told us. He complained that we woke him up so early. Craig Ludwig on the Stars moving on to the Western Conference Finals after we hook you up right now.
All right, that's right. Tolo's calling number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 will win a pair of tickets to see the Smashing Pumpkins along with special guests Interpol and Rival Sons at Dos Equis Pavilion on August 15th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
But let's get you over to Zero.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Alexiak lost it. Hintz moves in. Score! The 9th for Hintz of the postseason. His 19th point.
That was the call on ESPN, and the Stars hang on to advance to the Western Conference Finals against Vegas. Game 1 on Friday night. We're celebrating this morning. Bobby and Peyton were at the AAC. This is Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station, joined by the great Craig Ludwig yet again on the Diamond Factory hotline. Were you at the game last night?
I was not at the game last night, and that was all by design. I had to get ready for you guys. I wanted to make sure I watched everything. So I had a good seat in my house. I had a couple cocktails sitting next to me, and I got to watch a very enjoyable game that I thought Dallas deserved to win the series, and more importantly, that Game 7 last night. And you could kind of see, I think that Seattle had kind of hit the wall, and they poured it all into Game 6, and it showed last night. And Dallas had a lot to do with that, obviously, but I just felt that they were a step behind. Their goaltender played well, the reason they hung around as long as they did. But it's a good day to wake up today knowing that the Stars are going on to the next round.
Now, when you're watching a game at home, a very important game, this is kind of a Super Bowl question. What are the rules in the Ludwig house? You have to be solo, no one else speak, no one else talk. What are the rules for a very important game?
You hit them all. No one talks. If anybody's here, they can go sit in another room. And then when I watch a game, it doesn't take. It's not a 2.5-hour game for me. I mean, I basically back up and rewind and dissect every little boo-boo that happens and how it happened. And so, yeah, I get pretty anal when I watch the games, and I write things down, and I don't ever share them with anybody, so I don't know what the hell I'm doing it for. But, but no, I guess I get into it. I mean, I'm very dialed in. And I think I look more for why isn't a player not necessarily making the right play, but why isn't he going the way maybe he normally would? And, there's a lot of factors in that. And, guys get jumped on, especially at this time of the year, which that comes with the territory, it comes with the paycheck and all that other kind of stuff. And, but, there's important times, and regardless of what some players haven't done up to this point, although they've all mostly contributed to get here, now you can kind of park it, and now you've got another chance to start fresh, so to speak. And so, but they've got their top players playing. Rupe Hintz again, he's been consistent all the way through, and he's got to be a leading candidate to get that big award at the end. But you got to get to the end in order to get that Conn Smythe trophy.
Lud, did it seem early on? I mean, not even early on. It extended a little bit that both teams were just really, really tight. I mean, that first power play the Stars had, they had like 10 shot attempts. None of them made it on net, which is they're all either wide or blocked. Did it seem like both teams were a little bit tighter than normal for a Game 7?
Yeah, I think Game 7s are kind of like that. Even though you played them 6 times and you play them during the course of the regular season, there's that little feeling out process. And I think especially, for the, as a visitor, and again, this is why you play the regular season. This is the game that you want in your home building. And I think if you're a visitor, the last thing you want to do is give up a goal early. And you just kind of like pouring gas on a fire as far as the fans. The fans last night were incredible. And you don't have to be at the game to know that. I mean, you can hear it, you can see it, you can feel it through the TV. And so how the players are feeling like that. And it's the same thing for the home team. I mean, they don't want to push and step on the gas too quick. And, you got to get into the game, and you want to make sure you don't make that first mistake. And then you're chasing the game because now, you kind of sink a little bit, even though, you have home ice, you've got the fans and all this other kind of stuff. It's just one of those games where you don't want to make that mistake. And in a way, I feel not that bad, but I do feel a bit for Jamie Oleksiak, former Dallas Star, and he got that puck right at his own blue line last night, and Rupe Hintz coming at him. And again, it's one of those little lessons you try to teach everybody. You got to know who you're on the ice against, and he's got Rupe coming at him at 60 miles an hour, and all the big rig needed to do is probably just chip that puck away from a dangerous area. He tries to make a little move for a big guy, and Jamie I thought that Oleksiak had a great series. I think he's really come into his own since he's left Dallas. But he makes a move against a very dangerous player, probably one of the top players in the playoffs right now. And it's a risky play in a risky spot, and it cost him. And so, but yeah, especially at home, you've got the momentum, that just start of the game, you're in your building, your fans, and you want to keep that. And so, of course, you want to score as soon as you can. Jake wants to make the first big save as soon as he can and kind of get into the game. But there's a bit of a feeling out process. And like I said, you just don't want to make that big mistake early.
The great Craig Ludwig joined us here on 105 through the Fan. Defensively, what did they do last night? It looked like they were, forcing some really tough shots, bad angles from Seattle. What did they do defensively?
Well, I think both. Again, they're paying the price to get in the good areas of the ice, but they were a step of Dallas was a step ahead of Seattle most of the night. Like I said, they looked like they had their gas tank was on E, and they were pushing and giving as much as they could. But Dallas, they used their speed so well. And it was a good example on that Hintz goal I was just talking about. The league and the players have kind of gone to this flipper play out of their own zone, and that way they can fly a couple guys. You have to have confidence in the guy that's attempting to flip it out into the neutral zone. Sometimes they don't work, and it ends up staying in your own zone. You've got 2 forwards flying out of the zone. But I think what they did is they used their speed, but in order to use their speed, they have to put the pucks into good spaces, and you get the opponent. They're kind of on their heels the whole time. They were more defending. Grubauer, their goaltender, was great. I mean, he kept them in the game. But I think what you saw from Seattle, especially on the power play, you talk about the power play, Seattle knows that Dallas can move that puck around, and so what they try to do is they try to keep them to the perimeter. And then they take shooting lanes away, and you can see how many times. And I'm sure fans are yelling, "Shoot, shoot, shoot!" But they're not seeing anything to the net. And you got to give credit to the guys that are killing that power play because they're sacrificing their body. I think they had 9 attempted shots. It sounded like on that first power play, and nothing made it to the net. And that's because they were blocking them all. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating for the team that's got the power play and the guys sitting on the bench from the team that's killing it. Now it's their responsibility to say, hey, these guys, they sacrifice that, and we go out and we've got to pick up that little bit of momentum. Power plays and penalty kills can, they can give you as much momentum as they take away. But again, credit to Dallas because they didn't get frustrated in those situations. They kind of kept their foot on the gas. They did the little things. They put pucks into area. They tried getting everything to the net. They needed to start shooting. And again, when you got a goaltender that's making all the saves, generally what you need is more traffic. And if he's seeing them, he's stopping them. And so I think Dallas started to – Tyler had a great game last night. Jamie Benn, I think your top guys were leading the way. And so it really was a game that I felt that dominate is a kind of a strong word, but they controlled the game last night. They deserved to win that last game.
Stars so far through these two series haven't lost consecutive games, and it's felt like, each time after a loss, Pete DeBoer is pushing the right buttons or making the right tweaks, changing things up, whether it's, okay, we're going to roll with Sagan on this line while Pavelski's out. All right, we're going to put Pavelski back. All right, we're going to play things the right way with Otter, depending on how he's playing or where his mindset's at. How big of an advantage has Pete DeBoer been, do you think, throughout these first two rounds?
Well, I believe it's the reason Jim Nill went out and got him. I mean, you see what he does. All you have to do is look at his record in Game 7. He's 7-0 now. Unfortunately, that's going to stop at some point. So let it stop some other year, not this year. But
right.
But that's a veteran coach, and you can see. I mean, just a little move by. I love Dellandrea. I like the way the kid plays. I like what he brings every night. But to put Glendening into the lineup, take Dellandrea out last night. And what does it come down to? It comes down to the last, 18, 19 seconds and the last 9 seconds where you've got Glendening out there in the faceoff circle trying to win a big draw at a critical time. So just those little tweaks. And, every once in a while you can watch the coach walk up and down and he will start to select different players that maybe didn't play together in the first period, and he's tweaking things, and you just watch him stand back, and he looks at the name tags on the back of the jerseys, and he walks up and down, and he doesn't know all the time what he's going to do, what he puts out there. He just remembers what their last shifts were like, and then he may throw out 3 guys or 2 or 3 guys that didn't even play together, their last couple of shifts, just because he gets that feel. And I think DeBoer's got a good read on his team. He understands the guys that can play in those kind of moments, the guys that, maybe get a little rattled, and maybe they're younger guys. But one thing he knows for sure is just keep looking down and throwing Miro Heiskanen out there. So, I mean, that's a pretty – I mean, a monkey could do that. So, I mean, Miro, you're up next, So, I think Heiskanen played something like 12 minutes in the third period. I mean, that's basically saying you're going out there 2 out of every 3 shifts. So he was real good. But I think where you're really going to see Pete DeBoer is this round. I mean, Pete DeBoer, I was looking this morning, of the 12 forwards, he had 10 of them, I believe, that he's coached when he was in Vegas last year. And I think he's had all the defensemen but one. So when you talk about characteristics and knowing what players do and where their weaknesses are, more importantly than their strengths, Pete DeBoer, talk about a head scout going into this series, and and it's going to be a tough series. Vegas is playing very well. They've got their top guys. To me, are probably playing their best hockey right now, and they got a hungry guy by the name of Jack Eichel, and Eichel, as everybody pretty much knows, he went right behind Connor McDavid in that draft, and he was number 2. And I think he's had a burr up his butt for a long time. And he even came out and said he thought he should have been number 1. Now we all know that McDavid was the right guy, but it took him, I think it's like 7 or 8 years now to get to the playoffs. So he's got that line with Marchessault and Barbashev, and it's a top line. And so this opponent has got more depth, and they're very similar to Dallas. They're 3 lines deep. Their 4th line, they get their minutes, but they're role players. If there is an advantage in this series, in my opinion, it's probably as a group of defensemen, and that would go to Vegas. I think Petrangelo's won a Stanley Cup. Martinez has won a Stanley Cup or 2 with LA. They've got big, strong, mobile defensemen. So just as a group, they may have the best group of defensemen in the playoffs right now.
If I told you that a group of guys was going to hop on a plane today and go to Mexico with Pantera and Metallica, would you advise against it?
Yeah, today. You've got a game on Friday, so it was a little different for me. I had like 9 or 10 days, so I could make a couple calls. I could get bail. I could get back in time to dry out, and nothing would have mattered. So, and again, I wasn't that Merrill Haskinen type. I wasn't Zuby. I wasn't Hatcher or Matvichuk. So even if I would have went AWOL or MIA, they probably wouldn't have even noticed I was gone.
Here we go. Here's the old downplay. Here's the old downplay. Now, look, we heard from a little birdie, maybe a hawk, that you are maybe not pleased with this 8 o'clock interview time. And we thought you were good to go, that you've been up for like 3 hours or 4 hours. So do we need to move this back?
Wait a second. A birdie or a hawk? Are you sure it's not a pigeon?
Oh, wow. Wow, what a snitch. They called him a snitch, huh?
Yes.
A pigeon with a tennis racket in its little wing or something like that?
Little wing.
The absolute best. Craig Ludwig celebrating with us here
the
after
best.
the Stars
He's the
Game
best.
7 last night. Thank you, man. You're the best.
Gentlemen, thanks again. Go Stars.
Dude, what if we just had him and Sevy? We should have them in studio from like 8 to 10 for a show.
I mean, if Lud's been up for 3.5 hours like he says he is.
Yeah, you have them from 6 to 8.
Yeah, why not?
We should just get them in studio.
He's the best. He's the best.
Craig Ludwig on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Man, taking shots at the boss man, Gavin Spittle. All right, Rangers get smoked, but General Manager Chris Young with a Corey Seager update. Where does Adolis Garcia rank in the best players in today's game? And what is the social ruling on cell phones on speakerphone in public? Next. But look, let me go.
Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Bradford lifts the pitch, swinging a high fly ball to left center field. Tavares turns and watches. That ball is into the second deck. An absolute blast, and Ronald Acuna Jr. with a two-run shot. The Braves with a pair of two-run home runs here in the top of the second, and they lead 4-0.
Rangers get smacked last night and shut out by the Atlanta Braves. Very rare occurrence. 12-0 here on your home for Rangers baseball. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan. Tonight, the rematch with Dane Dunning on the mound. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. Let's not focus on the actual game. Let's focus on Chris Young. GM candidate of the year Chris Young?
Yes, there's absolutely. He's 1,000% a candidate for that award. There's going to be a handful of GMs that are going to be in the running. If the Pirates, play well, continue to play well, Diamondbacks continue to play well, that they had, at least in the start of the season. Boston has had a much better year than I think a lot of people projected them to have. So there's definitely Baltimore. My gosh, look what they're doing. And of course the Rays, who nobody would have had the Rays be off to the start they are off to.
So Chris Young, John Daniels' replacement, on Weekly with the G-Bag Nation. He went hitless last night, but we all know what Adolis Garcia has been doing. Who was the other outfielder who had like an Adolis type year? Was it Santana?
What, Danny Santana?
Danny Santana.
He had a good year. I don't know if it was like this though.
No, but it was
Ian Desmond.
No. Well, Desmond was more established, but just out of nowhere, I think Santana had a year, and we're like,
oh, he was definitely out of nowhere.
We were trying to figure out if it was legit or real, whether it would be sustained, and that's
28 home runs, 857 OPS.
Yeah.
And what has he done since?
Nothing.
Probably 28 home runs.
Who's he with?
He's played in. He hasn't played since 2021.
Yeah. So that's what I thought of with Adolis kind of coming out of nowhere. I'm like, is this sustainable? Is this going to last? Is this Danny Santana-like? Is this fluky? And obviously much better and more consistent and much more real. So CY was asked where Adolis ranks in the best players, amongst the best players in the game.
I'm biased, obviously, but I think he's right at the top. And I think what we're seeing on the field and the production he's giving our team, especially when we've lost someone like Corey, between he and Marcus and Jonah and Nate, and there's just been so many players that have stepped up. And Adolis has certainly been a bright spot. He just continues to get better. It's really fun watching him. I know how hard he works and what his commitment has been to our organization. I'm very thankful for the way he goes about it, and I certainly have him as one of the top players in the league.
All right, now let's get an update on the guy who was arguably your best player, at least on offense, before he went down. Any injury update on Corey Seager?
Yeah, absolutely. Corey's return is imminent. He's really passed all the tests physically. I think that we've gotten him enough at bats. We'll sit down today and make a decision on when he's activated, whether it's tomorrow or sometime this week. But I think that we're very close here and excited to have Corey back soon.
So there's CY.
He's starting to sound more and more like, even in his delivery, like John Daniels. To me. It sounded like, as I was hearing him talk for a second, I was like, this sounds like JD talking. But yeah, it'd be great to get Seager back, and now we just need the DeGrom thing to clear up and not be this
consistent.
This issue of he'll probably be out a couple weeks, and then a couple weeks later it's we're probably about 2 more weeks out, and 2 weeks later it's probably about 2 to 3 weeks out. It's like, okay, is this going to be a continuous thing where we're going to keep wondering all throughout the rest of the season? So that one still got you a little bit nervous, but I mean, talking about the guy on the hill tonight, Dane Dunning, the way that he's pitched, in the bullpen and then jumping into the rotation, obviously what you've been getting from Evaldi. Even Choppy's favorite pitcher, Andrew Heaney, the way he pitched recently. It's as long as you're getting those sorts of contributions, you can weather it for a little bit, but they clearly need him back soon.
NBA draft lottery tonight and game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, and still waiting for a decision on Ja Morant from the NBA. Did y'all hear or listen to any Ja commentary yesterday that you found interesting, or you were like, oh, that's a really good point?
Other than
we'll get to Kwame
Brown. No, I didn't hear anything other than Kwame Brown. That was the main thing that I saw that really stood out to me. The only other thing that people brought up, and Bobby brought this up too, is that whatever they make with the suspension, it needs to. They're gonna definitely do it so he is ineligible for any postseason awards.
Okay.
I did see some chatter that because of the NBA's stance on many social issues, including gun violence, having a player who repeatedly is flashing a gun, that they didn't really punish the first time. And why didn't they punish him? Because of the calendar. They weren't going to suspend him for the postseason.
Right.
That they will come down harder to make up for lost time. Okay.
Yeah, I thought Corey was out of his mind for saying it would be 10 games. Now I'll apologize and own it, but I thought that was a crazy prediction from Corey Majors. It's going to go from 8 to 10.
Yeah.
No.
I liked Sam Amick over at The Athletic. He wrote a really good article, just kind of a breakdown of the Ja Morant situation. And there was a section there that I thought was really, really good about the Grizzlies, where he said the Grizzlies, who announced on Sunday that they've suspended Morant from all team activities while the league investigates, have created a classic small market culture where the fear of upsetting the star supersedes all and undermines any chance they might have at being holistically sound. We've seen this on the court, where the team's lack of poise has long since become a hallmark of the once promising era. We've seen it in the way the Grizzlies handle the media, the league-mandated rules being routinely circumvented long before any of these incidents took place, and excuses made all along the way in an attempt to cater to their superstar. That's on all of them, from owner Robert Parra to general manager Zach Kleiman to coach Taylor Jenkins on down. That's a blistering line about Memphis, and something
that's what I was hoping here for Kyrie.
Yeah.
That's my Kyrie theory. We can keep him here. If he truly cares about not having a lot of noise with media coverage, stay in DFW, brother. We ain't going to bug you.
Right.
We'll be fine. We'll protect you.
He'll be fine.
We'll protect you. But he does want some of the noise. He does want. This is too quiet for him. Or he just hates Luka that much.
Oh, come on.
All right. We had some other commentary. There are a few things better than Unleashed Kwame Brown. We all love Kwame Brown, right?
He's a savage.
Yes.
He is a savage. Props to Peyton for editing this, but Choppy sent it on over. Here's Kwame going off on Ja for throwing away his career.
You like to play with guns. So instead of you just being in your house, buying all the guns you want, playing with all the guns you want off camera, you want to get in trouble for having a gun at a club, give a bullshit apology, and then show a gun on Instagram Live. I've heard of NBA young boy, but you NBA dumb boy. You got to be the dumbest mother in the league. You got $231 million promised to you, and you want to be a thug? Yeah, it's okay for you to have a gun. You have a right. You have a Second Amendment right to have a gun. But what the do you keep pulling it out menacing for? What is up with all this music you keep listening to? Is this music putting you in a trance, dumbass boy? Because this music is about to cost you your career. You're going to be bouncing around with all day long, just listening to music in the backyard of a goddamn shack if you keep on being a jackass.
He's so good, man.
You know, all I can think of during this, I wish he had talked to Michael like this.
Oh, yeah.
I wish he had talked to Michael Jordan like this in D.C.
Yeah.
When Michael was just verbally and psychologically abusing him.
He was 17.
He was 17. Because right now it's like, whoa, Kwame is a force. So that's going off on Ja, NBA dumb boy. And now he's talking about Ja's friend who was recording a video and he's gotten in trouble with many times before.
You was an NBA dumb boy. And your friends ain't your goddamn friend. Because I done dumb shit before. And you know when I noticed a real friend, they're going to tell you when you wrong, and then they ain't going to argue with you, but they just not going to participate and go with you in the bullshit. See, a real friend don't keep telling no man over and over and over what's right and what's wrong. You just tell them, and you let them make their own decision. But you don't, I wouldn't be the friend in the car next with you recording you doing something stupid. That got that cell phone and knew you got a gun and know you dumb enough to pull it out on camera, he should have never been recording your dumb ass because you NBA dumb boy. Thank God you can shoot a goddamn basketball, you can jump, because that's about all you can do. Your brain is up because you got $231 million and you trying to be a street. What kind of dumb ass is that?
Wow.
So
takedown.
To the point.
You know, it's funny. There was a guy.
And this is, by the way, the reason that Michael Jordan and Barkley don't talk anymore. Michael could not handle Charles saying, you have nothing but kiss asses around you. You have nothing but yes men. And that's part of the reason why your basketball team never wins. And Michael got butthurt.
Yeah, he upset about it.
He couldn't handle it.
I think you were going somewhere. But.
No. All I was going to say was that when you've got it reminds me a little bit of, there was a prospect coming out in the draft a few years ago that I remember talking to his college coach about why did he flame out, because he was just gone out of the league in a year. And I was like, he was really talented. Like, I didn't understand it. And he told me, he said, he loved the hood too much. He told me that. He told me, I love the hood too much and I don't want to give it up. Yeah. And so he just walked away from it so that he could live, he could stay in that lifestyle.
And it look, man.
It's hard.
Yeah,
it's hard to say no to say goodbye to friends who have been with you since the beginning, because a lot of these guys say, hey, I'm not here without this support group.
Yep.
But, sometimes the support group is no longer supporting.
Was the Aaron Rodgers trade the worst move of the NFL offseason? One person is saying it. That's next in Below the Belt on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get...
the great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not trading away DJ Moore, picking a running back at number 12, paying a king's ransom to go up and pick Will Anderson. All of it pales in comparison to trading for Aaron Rodgers as the worst move of the NFL offseason. How's that make you feel, Sean?
I just can't wait to come up with our bet payoff. McCarthy versus Kellen's offense. Aaron Rodgers and Josh Allen are the morning show bets that we have to settle on during this offseason.
I feel like I'm still pretty pro Josh Allen.
No, Josh Allen will be between me and
Okay.
Choppy.
I was going to say, that wouldn't be me. The McCarthy-Kellen offense, that would be us, and then Aaron Rodgers, of course.
And I'm not really anti-Josh Allen. I just think Joe Burrow's past him.
No, you said the Bills are done. You said the Bills' run is over.
The Bills' run as a championship contender is over, but they are very much undervalued this year. So take hammer the Bills over. Everyone's giving people are overreacting to the playoff loss. They're giving the Jets all this love. Take the Bills over this year, but they are not a Super Bowl contender.
King of playing both sides to the middle. Nobody does it better than Ralph James Choppy.
You gotta be able to hedge your bet when you gamble.
Bleacher Report ranked the 7 worst decisions of the 2023 NFL offseason, and the number 1 was trading for Aaron Rodgers. And they're buying into a lot of what I'm buying into. That they say, look, there's a lot of optimism right now. Aaron Rodgers is motivated. That's great. But let's look at the reality. Rodgers won 2 of the last 3 MVPs, but he finished 26th in total QBR. He's 39 years old. It's paying a hefty price to find out if he can regain the MVP form. And that's the thing that I looked at with that Aaron Rodgers deal was, I think it was, even if Aaron Rodgers is really good, I don't think it was a good trade. Like, they got held for ransom on that deal, everything that they gave up for somebody who was never going to play for the Packers again.
What did you think the terms were going to be?
I thought it was going to be like a first or something, and that would have been the end of it, or even like a second that could escalate to a first. He was never playing for Green Bay again. He was never going to be with them again. He was either going to retire or play for the Jets.
You started hearing San Francisco rumors. Someone was leaking things to make it sound like other teams were interested. Look, is Rodgers done? It comes down to 2 things for me. Do you think that his arm is dead or dying? And do you think his accuracy is just going to be off? I don't believe either of those things. That's why I think he's still going to be able to ball out. So in order to tell me he's washed, I got to start seeing him throw some Peyton Manning ducks, Tom Brady skip passes, and not have the zing on it. And I'm going to believe that he still has it.
You didn't see any of that last year? Like, I thought you absolutely saw that he was slipping last year physically.
I didn't notice. I mean, look. I mean, I noticed a guy that had no connection with his receivers. I noticed a guy that had absolutely. I mean, he was checked out. He barely practiced with that team. Barely went to. He didn't go to OTAs, right? He skipped OTAs last year. Mm-hmm. With an entirely new receiving core, it's difficult. It's difficult to gauge. I think his arm is fine. Is he still willing to take hits? That's a quarterback that gets all like Brady or Matt Ryan in the later. Like, it wasn't that they deteriorated physically. Now Matt did, but they couldn't stand in there and take hits anymore. That'll kill you.
By the way, Matt Ryan moving on to CBS to be an announcer.
Yeah.
He'll do some studio work, some game work, but he said this is not a retirement announcement.
No, that's because the Colts owe him money if he doesn't retire, right?
He's done.
He's done.
He's cooked.
Is this
been cooked?
Hey, you know what? I got a great idea. I'm the CBS executive. A quarterback retired in the NFL. Let's just pay him $10 million and hire him. Come on over here.
Yeah.
I think this was The Athletic yesterday, somebody writing about Ryan in the wake of this, and that they were talking about Ryan. And I thought it was an interesting point that Matt Ryan may be the poster child of very, very good that was never like the elite, like never could crack it despite being very, very good. Now, I know you were a big Matt Ryan guy in his prime.
Matt's best thing was like he had the highest floor in the league. Like his worst game was still like really, really good. And that went away as in the later years, and that marched him right out of the Hall of Fame.
Some of the other moves
marched him right out.
Oh yeah.
Well,
yeah, when you no longer have that little notch on your belt, that your worst
below the
games are
belt.
still really, really good, then you're screwed.
A couple of the other moves that were highlighted by Bleacher Report were the Carolina Panthers trading DJ Moore for the number 1 pick, including him in the swap.
RJ disagreed with that one.
The initial trade offer from the Panthers, they didn't include a player, but the offer was rejected. So they had to include a player, and Ryan Poles was interested in Brian Burns, the pass rusher, Derek Brown, the interior defensive lineman, and DJ Moore, and they chose to give up more. They felt like they were getting more value out of Burns and Derek Brown. I got to think that you, RJ Choppy, would have given up Derek Brown in an instant over the receiver and the edge rusher.
I've never heard of Derek Brown. I know who he is.
He was the number 7 overall pick like 2 years ago.
No, but you didn't like the trade for Chicago.
No, I didn't. I mean, Chicago needed picks. Not guys who are expensive or going to be expensive players. I thought they needed picks.
I disagreed. You got to find out what Justin Fields is, and you give him a receiver, give him a talent. The most I know, the reason I'm such a big fan of Moore is because of what he did in Arlington against us.
He's a good player.
He was a battering ram. He destroyed the Cowboys. He physically assaulted the Cowboys out there on the field. So for me, you got to find out what Justin Fields is, get him a weapon, find out, and then move on.
Well, and that was the argument from the Carolina perspective of why this was a bad move, is because if you're moving up to go get Bryce Young and you're going to get a cornerstone franchise, why are you then trading away what would be the primary weapon? Give up the interior defensive lineman, or even if it hurts, give up the edge rusher and Brian Burns, but give him a DJ Moore type of player for Bryce Young to throw to. So it's an interesting point. I hadn't thought about it in those terms because, I mean, in general, you're going up, getting a franchise quarterback, pay whatever it takes. But if you had the option to put Derek Brown or somebody else in there, you probably should have done that. One of the other moves,
Bryce Young is not starting according to the depth chart.
According to the depth chart.
Why would you want an old DJ Moore when Bryce Young going to start in 2 years?
Andy Dalton, first team reps. Okay. Andy Dalton.
Okay.
Let's earn your stripes.
Andy Dalton. I might have an Andy Dalton story tomorrow to tell about his time in Dallas. That'll be funny.
It better not be negative. We all like Andy personally.
Okay.
Oh.
So the number 3 move on this list, and this is, I felt like it was close to number 1. What would be, in fact, 3 and 6, I think, would be a tie for number 1 for RJ Choppy. Number 6, worst move of the offseason, according to Bleacher Report, was the Jahmyr Gibbs selection at number 12 by Detroit.
Hideous.
That was awful. Number 3, the Texans trading up what they did to get Will Anderson at number 3. Where you thought, what are you doing sacrificing all of this to get a pass rusher?
It's not even the pass rusher. It's like they needed a lot of players. They didn't need to give up next year's first. So next year's first round pick for the Texans basically gave up the number 12, was it 12 selection? And then next year's probably top 3 pick.
To
get Will Anderson.
I don't know. I can't remember. Did they give up their pick or did they give up the Browns pick?
Oh, it was the Browns pick.
But it's still probably in top 15.
Mid-round. Yeah, it'll be mid-round.
Now,
right. Still, they need bodies.
On the topic of depth charts, you mentioned depth charts a second ago and Bryce Young and where he ranks on it. Bleacher Report also this week had a projection of the starting depth charts for all of the teams across the league, like who they think will ultimately be starting week 1. And I thought there was an interesting one in here that I don't think we've talked about this yet, how this is going to break out. And I'm curious for y'all's thoughts on this. On the defensive side, their projection is Micah Parsons at edge, Oso Digizua, Mozzie Smith inside, DeMarcus Lawrence at edge, Damone Clark, Leighton Vander Esch at linebackers. They've got the safeties, Donovan Wilson, J-Ron Curse. Here's who they have at corner. Trayvon Diggs, Stephon Gilmore, nickel corner, Jordan Lewis. Are we putting Deron Bland on the bench? Is he getting veteran deference over... Is Jordan Lewis going to get veteran deference over what Deron Bland did?
I mean, we all love Deron Bland right now.
He was really, I thought he was better last year than Jordan Lewis has been in any year of his career.
Wow.
Showed he could play inside, outside, has size, had ball skills, got 2 interceptions.
I'd rather start Deron Bland. I don't think Bleacher Report knows.
No, I know. This is not that they know this.
Yeah.
I'm just saying when they talk about that, it made me think about the idea of there's a lot of Jordan Lewis fans in this market. People who think really highly of him, and I love him. He's very competitive. He's feisty. He's not afraid to tackle. Like they're all good things about Jordan Lewis.
Yeah.
But Jordan Lewis is 5'10". He's like 180. He's smaller. He cannot play outside as effectively as Deron Bland. I just think that we might have to start looking at the possibility that Jordan Lewis is not even going to get reps really on this team, I don't think.
Look, they're all going to get reps.
Yeah, they are.
It's a passing league. Guys are going to get hurt.
Gilmore's 500 years old.
I'm not going to flip out if Deron Bland doesn't start. I'm not going to go crazy.
How often is your fourth corner getting? I would be upset with it because it would be a clear I'm being deferential to a veteran rather than the meritocracy argument of who's out here, who's starting, who's taking advantage of this. On the other side of the ball, on the offense, they project a couple other things I disagree with here. Jake Ferguson is the starting tight end. I still think that's going to be Luke Schoonmaker, the second-round pick. He's a better player.
I heard Michael Gelkin, come on Dallas Morning News and tell you all that people around the league were giving the Cowboys draft class some props. That's good.
Yeah. Because so for anybody who was freaking out about it, which that little internal panic when they picked Mozzie Smith for me, but I came to feel okay about it.
Okay.
But here's the thing with Mozzie Smith, and it's funny. I had 2 listeners come up to us last night at the Stars game, and they asked me about Mozzie Smith. They're like, "Hey, what did you really think about the Mozzie Smith pick?" I was like, "I'm okay with it if their projection is correct about him being able to develop pass rush. If he can generate pass rush from the inside and play on third down and play in passing situations, the Mozzie Smith pick is great because he's already a above average with the potential to be high quality NFL run stopper. My thing is just I didn't want to take a 2-down player, especially when we heard the debate there of guard, that they felt there was an NFL starting guard there that they were debating with. And they said, look, the interior defensive line is something of more value to us. We haven't had somebody this rated this high available to us in the draft in a long time at this position. Let's take that. I'm fine with that as long as you are right in your projection that you can get the pass rush out of him and he can be more than a 2-down player.
We're going to need to come up with a nickname for him.
Maserati.
No. Schoonmaker and Overshown. I don't like those last names. We're going to come up with a nickname.
Well, Overshown goes by Agent Zero.
No.
Okay.
That's Gilbert Arenas.
That's Gilbert Arenas.
You can't duplicate nicknames once the precedent's already been establised.
Yeah.
And I don't
like Schoon. Schoon's easy.
Who was trying to name? That's what the crowd's going to chant.
I think a Scooney Pen. When you say Schoon, I think a Scooney Pen.
What entertainer changed their name yesterday?
The Weeknd.
Is this a joke or did he really?
No.
Is it the weekday now?
It's not the weekday.
Did he change his name to Taylor Swift since he's the R&B version of her?
He has on his social media. He has killed the Weeknd, and he has used his birth name,
which is
his name is Abel, Abel. I can't Tesfaye. I don't know. I can't say
Testator.
Tesfaye. Abel. Just call him Abel. You know what I'm gonna call him? I'm gonna call him the Weeknd. Because you don't get to change your name. Once you have established your name in a famous variety.
Ask Prince.
What exactly?
Meta world peace.
I still call him Ron Artest. And I still call him Prince. Not the symbol, not the font, not the artist formerly known as Prince. He's Prince. And this is the Weeknd.
Corey just texted, Schoonmaker told us Friday it's Schoon or Old Scooney. So there you go.
Scooney.
Below the bell, Tolo Tuesday edition that is being dominated by your hockey team. Would you break up? Would you end your relationship for a Dallas Stars championship? We found out from Tolo's at the AAC and has the hangover kicked in officially for Peyton and Bobby after partying at the game last night. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday next.
But let's get
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Back to the point. Dunn towards the net. Save Ottinger. It ends up in the corner. Ben has the puck. Clears the zone. Game 7 is over. The Dallas Stars survive, and they move on to take on the Vegas Golden Knights.
Final hour.
Let's go!
Fist pump time on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube.
Dallas Stars It was great.
You're running out of gas.
Yeah, you are.
I am. But it was great. I mean, I'm on a little more sleep than Peyton, probably. But
How? He came right here. You drove home.
because he came here and started working. He started pulling audio instantly when he got here.
We got about 90 minutes in.
You guys, I think you guys are free of criticism. You went out, you created all this content, Instagram, Facebook pages, tweets, videos, weak chants from Peyton. Derek Holland is texting.
Let's go, Stars, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's get one. Let's get one.
Let's go, Stars. Let's go, guys.
Derek Holland.
right.
Derek Holland asking how's Bobby doing after taking some shots. Double vodka sodas last night, and they were in the building representing the morning show for the Stars advancing to the West Finals with a 2-1 win over Vegas. So what was it like in there?
Magic. It was magical. I mean, the intensity in there. There was this whole nervous energy for the first, 20 or 35 minutes of the game, 30, 35, however long it was until Rupe scored that goal. But there was just this anxious energy of like, you had this feeling almost like whoever scores first is winning this. And so it was such a great defensive performance. But when that Rupe goal hit, that's pretty close to as loud as any venue I've ever heard. It got really, really loud, really intense. We were all high-fiving each other. It was just a big communal love fest.
Pepe?
Oh, it was awesome. I'm so glad Bobby bought those tickets because I was debating on whether or not that would be a good idea with the turnaround. But I mean, I did it in game 2, so I might as well. And that was a later start time, so I might as well do it.
Right?
Yeah, I might as well do the 7:00 start time. It was nice to, get there and it was the second period and it was still daylight outside. But I mean, me and the Tolos was awesome. It was really because I'd never done that before. I had never met Tolos and stuff out and about like that, at sporting events. So with Bobby there, it was really cool. Met like 4 or 5 of them, so it was nice.
Okay, so throughout the night, we were watching y'all, and a lot of Tolos on social media were fascinated to see how you were going to be functioning this morning. Peyton slept at the station. I'm convinced that he's covering for Bobby being slammed and hammered last night. I could tell by Bobby's face. But we're about to get the true test.
Mm-hmm.
The radio version of the breathalyzer is recorded audio.
Yeah.
I'm probably the number one most guilty. My voice gets out of control. It's annoying. You don't even want to listen. I mean, it's already annoying, I'm sure, to you. But after a few drinks, it's awful.
The enunciation becomes longer.
Yes. So we decided to conduct a little bit of a bit, and we wanted to see how committed Stars fans really were. And is this you and Peyton or just you?
This is Peyton. This is Peyton.
All right.
Peyton took the lead on these.
All right, so Peyton is asking a Dallas Stars couple if they would end their relationship if it meant bringing home the cup.
All right, guys, I found a couple unique Stars fans. Where'd you say you guys were from?
Finland, Europe.
And you guys traveled for this game or just into the city?
We matched the trip so that we could be here during the playoffs. So we were lucky that game was on now that we are here.
Gotcha, but Stars fans, right? We're going for the Stars tonight?
Yes, of course. Sure.
All right, I got a question. If it was for a Stars championship, this city's desperate for a championship. They haven't had a Stars championship since 1999. Would you guys break up for a Stars championship? In the relationship for a start? Hey, everyone would be happy for y'all. You'd be taking one for the team. Would you guys do it?
Sorry, no.
No, not that big of Stars fans, okay? No?
No, for sure not.
All right, so Stars, we have a good podcast out there on the Odyssey app called Spits and Suds.
Yeah.
Do you guys listen to Spits and Suds? Are you guys big into Spits and Suds podcast?
No, sorry, I don't know that one.
No? Okay, gotcha. You guys know Craig Lugwood, right?
Yes, sure.
Big Craig Lugwood fan?
Well, in the 90s.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, last one. Do we know who Bobby Belt is? Do you know the name? Does it ring a bell?
No.
Bobby Belt, no ring a bell.
No.
Wow.
Damn it.
Spittle taking L's today.
I wonder if the Stars are like a big out. I mean, they got 5 players from Finland on their team.
Dude, I gotta say, what I was really surprised at, and look, the Stars fans have been great. Like going into that atmosphere, it's a big family gathering, everything else like that. And Peyton will testify to this. They're a little shy from the mic. We approached a few different people to like, hey, do y'all want to be on radio? We're gonna do that. And no, we're not really. One person told us we're not really those kind of people, but thank you, because we were trying to get them to trash talk the Kraken. And everybody would get up to like trash talk the crack, and they'd be like, I don't really want to do
And it was like I was
What?
targeting like middle-aged, middle 20 age, people and stuff. I was like, let me stay away from the older crowd.
Is
Let me go
middle age?
mid-20s.
What is middle age?
Sorry,
meant
I meant
mid-20s.
Mid-20s.
Hang on. What is middle age to you?
It's not you, but
Wow.
No, you're on the other end.
All right, so now we have Bobby talking because everyone swore Bobby was drunk. I believe it. Peyton's lying and covering up like a good teammate because Bobby bought all of his drinks.
So this will be the test?
So this will be the test. Let's judge the BAC from the BB talking with Atolo about his interesting job.
All right, guys. Me and Bobby are here. We're in some bar with the Tolo. He's going off about his job. Bobby, what do we got?
So, you're the clinical director. I don't want to hear the chain smokers right now, but you're the clinical director of a rehab center, and I just said like, oh, what do you cover? Like alcohol, and you listed a number of things, and then you included.
Okay, stop
addiction.
You're very wordy.
We have accelerated.
We have very wordy
We have
here.
accelerated. What do you cover? Alcohol? What do you cover there? What do you cover there?
He thinks he doth protest too much.
Yes. Okay, let's see how fast we get with the Bobby interview.
But that's not really a thing, correct?
It's a thing.
Is it a thing?
Start
though?
back a little earlier than
Very
that, Peyton.
Of a rehab center, and I just said like, oh, what do you cover? Like alcohol, and you listed a number of things, and then you included sex addiction. But that's not really a thing, correct?
It's a thing.
Is it a thing though?
Very much.
If you were to listen to the morning show, who's most likely to have sex addiction, do you think?
We're going to meet with RJ Choppy and do a full intervention
He really needs it, right?
on a lot of things.
Like, so do you think that you could fit RJ Choppy into 3 or 4 different types of meetings at your rehab clinic?
He is our rehab clinic.
So, not totally gone, but a little bit buzzed. Good job.
I'll be completely honest. By puck drop, I was drunk. But I came down, and that was the important thing, is that I had I'm gonna have to be honest. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm gonna have to be honest with my soda advisor here soon after the show. Had a hot dog. Ate a hot dog.
Well, you
had the bread.
to. You would have had alcohol poisoning.
I needed to soak some of that out. Now, here was the interesting thing in that bar that we were at, Sean. They don't take your card to charge you for drinks. They like turned the screen over and made me pick the drinks on the screen and then swipe my card in front of it.
Really?
Yes.
Huh.
Interesting.
Well, I wish there was a tutorial like that for starting a chant because
How would you start a chant?
Let's go Stars! Let's go Stars! I mean, it's
Let's go Stars! It works.
Let's get it going, baby.
It's
Come on. That's
really
how you start it.
Not how you get it
it's really not that difficult. You know, for you being the audio guy, this is a pretty pee-poor showing right here from you, Peyton Russell. So this is Bobby and Peyton walking around the AAC early on. Listen how Peyton tries to get a Let's Go Stars chant going.
All right, there's not a lot of people in here right now. It's like an hour and 15 minutes before the start of the game.
We're true fans. We're early, baby.
Yeah, look, I mean, they didn't give me that #1 Stars fan little foam finger for nothing. So what we're going to do, though, is because there's so few people, we're just going to walk around the concourse here, and Peyton's going to try and get a Let's Go Stars chant going with like 5 people around him. What do you think, Peyton? You can do it?
I think we can do it. Stars Nation is out here tonight. We got the second rally towel going. We're ready to go.
Go, do it. Come on, Wuss.
Well, let's get a Let's Go Stars going. Whoa! Game 7, baby. Here we got one. Let's go Stars, baby. We got people getting food. It's okay. It's early. We're nervous. All right, we got nothing on that one. We'll try again.
Painful.
Not enough time.
Painful.
You didn't even try.
You didn't even try.
There's a tough crowd out
He's
there.
lying too, because earlier you remember he said he was like, I didn't hear him say chant. He 100% knew what I was trying. He got shy. He didn't want to yell because it was awkward. It was like 4 middle-aged people around us. That was it, and he was gonna have to awkwardly start chanting. But that's why we tried to get him to do it.
No more free tickets.
Yeah, what's more awkward? Him trying to start the chant or finding out like seeing him live talk to a girl?
Oh, that's interesting because I still have not gotten a chance to do that yet.
No, we haven't. Well, I haven't.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we'll have an update on Monday. Maybe. Potentially.
Well.
He was I don't know. He was threatening date talk. last night was all.
Long ways. Chill out. We're long ways.
I got very excited for all the content.
Bobby took the little bit of info and jumped to it. Long ways.
You've gone out with someone recently?
No. I haven't.
No. Just we might have a date. We might have a date this weekend was all.
Okay.
Well,
this upcoming weekend.
Long ways.
He's ready to hurt me.
Is he terrified of us talking about it on the show?
He didn't say he was, but he looks like he is now.
It's just that nothing's confirmed.
Okay.
I can't. Nothing to say.
Okay.
Firm it up, Peyton.
Let's see here.
Look over here.
Oh, Brian Broaddus is here.
Broaddus is up here giving tours now.
It's like we're at the zoo.
I know.
This.
That's right. He's sitting here. What do you think he's saying about each one of us?
This is where this is how the mating goes over here.
Yeah, he's definitely talking trash. He's pointing there.
What do you think he's saying?
He's saying stuff about your hands, about my alcohol problem, and about Choppy's desperate attempt to hold on to his youth.
Yeah. There you
Boy,
go.
it is a desperate attempt, man. I am losing that battle.
So Vegas is what? In terms of this matchup,
The city in Nevada.
Good job, Nevada, not Nevada.
They are. They're a really good team. Spittle had talked about yesterday, thinking that the Stars are going to win. I think, from what I've seen, a lot of hockey experts thought the Vegas Edmonton winner was going to win the West, and I wonder if they aren't close enough to the Stars to see how the Stars matched up throughout the regular season with Vegas, because the Stars played really, really well against Vegas this year. So it will be interesting to see how these two, because the last time they played, it was like one of the final 2 or 3 games of the year. Eichel didn't play, and that's their best player. He didn't play at all in that game. So they've gotten healthy. They're a good team. Like, they're really, really good. They beat an Edmonton team. If you saw last night, Hintz, when he scored that goal, he pulled it within I think a point of.
Stop clicking your pen.
You cannot hear
it.
It's behind my back.
I can hear it. Stop clicking
He keeps his
it.
headphones at
that's true.
9.0 out of 10 decibel. He could hear a snake fart on the other side of the building.
Please tell me that lotion didn't bust.
It didn't.
Oh, it did. It busted everywhere.
Yeah. But what was I saying?
Vegas.
Oh, no. So they beat
It's
a
a
team.
city
Yeah. So they beat a team
in Nevada.
Yeah. They beat a team that had 3 of the top 4 total point scorers in the NHL postseason, and they beat them in 6. And they really put it to them in the final game. So they're a solid hockey team.
Pete DeBoer Revenge Series.
7-0 in Game 7s. Game 1, Friday night at 7:30 in Vegas. What is at stake for the Dallas Mavericks tonight with the NBA Draft Lottery? And how do we reset the future of the league, the faces of the league, with Luka Doncic compared to the other young greats now? That's next. Then Crosstalk with KMC on The Fan.
But let's get some hair put on top of your head.
Segment here brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
What is at stake tonight for the Dallas Mavericks with this NBA draft lottery before Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals? Again, choppy, the scenario that can end up with the New York Knicks is what? What do we need to happen in order to keep this selection?
Well, it will end up with the Knicks if we drop from where we are. So sitting at 10. If we stay or move up, then the Mavs keep the pick. If they drop, which means somebody from behind jumped up in front of them, then the Mavs, I think they say convey that pick to New York, but whatever. So they give that pick to the Knicks at 11 or 12.
So let's talk about the implications of this. Let's say that you lose it.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of want to see the sports gods punish the Mavericks for so blatantly quitting and tanking at the end of the regular season.
Be a man, play some games.
If you if you don't keep this pick, you lack assets. You don't have any immediate help in a rookie player or hopefully rookie sensation for this team moving forward. I mean, that's what people are looking at as a possible disaster.
It is. It is worst possible scenario. Worst case scenario is you tanked to get the top pick in the draft, and you wind up losing all your picks, and you hand it over to the Knicks, a team that's already on the come. So you just now did the ultimate double whammy, where you screwed yourselves this year, risked ticking off your best player, two best players, and then you didn't even get what you wanted out of it.
Now, Bobby, give us the best case scenario, which you were rooting for in getting this selection.
I mean, the number one pick, obviously, is the best case scenario, which, by the way, I went to tankathon.com. I just hit sim on sim the lottery results one time. Got the 4th overall pick for the Mavericks.
I was about to say, because last time you got the first pick for us.
Yes.
I thought you were about to say you got the first pick again.
No, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Go get Wemby. But no, I think that, look, if you can just hold on to the pick, the biggest win tonight is don't let any of these 4 teams behind you leapfrog you. Push that down. Give the pick to New York. That's disaster if that happens. But otherwise, look, if you get a top 10 pick or you could jump up into the top 4 and really potentially change the face of this franchise or the future of this franchise, that'd be great, because that's going to be, given where they're at with their financial situation and the cap and everything else, that's going to have to be some of the way that they get lucky and improve this basketball team.
We asked this question after the Heat took out Milwaukee. I'm going to ask the question again, since the Heat and the Lakers are both in their conference finals. 2 play-in teams.
Mm-hmm.
Bubble rematches taking place in the NBA. Does this change your mind? Should it change people's minds over tanking that Miami and the Lakers are here?
I mean, it kind of shows that teams that play in the play-in, the NBA is still very much a chalk holds league. Very much so. Now, injuries play a role in that. And the other thing that you have to factor in is players increasingly care less and less about the regular season. So where you're seated, you could have a 7 seed that basically just slept well through the regular season because they sat a lot of their guys, and they pull an upset over 2. It happens. It's going to happen. We saw a 7 and 8 advance this year. So, yeah, I mean, I think it should a lot of times, and this year especially, change. When you have the best player on the floor, you always have a chance in the NBA. And the Mavs will always have a chance with Luka on the floor.
Has it changed your mind at all?
Nope. I mean, you look at the 2 teams that are in here, Miami and the Lakers. Miami went 10-5 down the stretch. Lakers went 10-2. Mavericks were 4-12. Like there were signs that Miami and LA could do what they're doing right now, that they were peaking at the right time. Dallas was on an aggressive, ugly downward trend that said they were going to get walloped in the play-in game or the first round. And so to me, it doesn't change anything, because I think you're just seeing the results of 2 teams that were playing well.
Yeah, I still would have voted for this scenario, getting the draft pick. I still would have. But some of those games, right? 4-12. Were any of those like in the outright quit? The last two
Like,
were.
2 of them were. So, I mean, 4-10, you were bad.
So now I want to reset the NBA hierarchy or Mount Rushmore, Jay Williams, Jalen Rose.
Not even the 4 best presidents, Sean.
Based upon where we are. So Jason Tatum going off for 51. Ja Morant struggles. The state of the Mavs with Luka Doncic. Let's kind of reorder the future of the NBA now and the way you think it should be set. I'm just curious. Trae Young, one of the faces of the league, could be dealt this offseason. Just curious how you would reset it if possible.
So we're talking like who I think is the face of the league or the best player.
Like who you'd rather have moving forward for the next 8 years. 8 years in the league.
Well, Giannis.
It's not who I am.
Not Ja.
Not Ja Morant.
Well, I want to see where Ja ends up on your list.
So Giannis, I think, is clearly number one.
Okay.
We're going 8 years. That eliminates Kevin Durant. That eliminates LeBron.
Yep. This is a future of the league discussion. Giannis is 28.
Jokic, Giannis, Embiid.
Yeah, you got to have Jokic. You got to have Embiid.
All right, so Embiid is another interesting one based upon the way his season ended, calling out his teammates, kind of fading or at least scoring. What was that points decline in history? Going from 33 to 25?
Oh, it's the sharpest drop from a MVP's regular season average to his playoff average.
Not going to have Steph.
Too old. So, yeah, the other names you're looking at: Devin Booker, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jason Tatum from Boston.
Tatum or Luka?
Luka.
Luka's a better player. Luka's a better player.
Luka's younger.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to see if anyone was going to put Tatum over him. Booker?
I wouldn't have Booker on there.
Luka.
I wouldn't have Booker on there.
What do you mean on there?
Like, I don't think
Booker or Tatum?
Oh, Tatum. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think Booker's in that on that tier of player.
Booker or Trae?
Booker.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the highest upside guy, the guy who's really good right now, who still has real upside to raise, is Shai.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander could be. He has the best potential to rise up to being like a top 3 to 5 player in the next 5 years.
All right, so we're not really knocking Luka here. We're not dropping or kicking Luka.
No, he's
too
still
far
in the top.
down.
He's still in the top 4 or 5.
Well, top 3. Joker, Embiid, Luka.
No, Giannis,
Joker, Embiid. Okay.
Unless Embiid keeps choking in playoff series like he has been.
Yeah, and then then there's going to be guys, that pop up.
Where would Ja have been without the guns?
Right there with Luka.
Luka above Ja for me. He would have been in the mix, but he would have been. I'd have Luka definitively.
That's why, I wouldn't have.
Wembanyama will be interesting. It'll be interesting. I'm going to be interested to see how much he actually develops and hits his potential. Because that's the guy that right now everybody's looking at is like, how quickly can it click for him?
Any feeling on what's going to happen in the West? Lakers or Denver?
Denver in 5.
Whoa!
Oh no, I don't know about. Wait, hang on a second. No. What am I, an idiot? Lakers in 6.
Didn't you say that?
Yeah, Lakers have lost their last series.
Didn't you say Lakers have lost their last series?
Yeah, Lakers.
He forgets his hot takes sometimes. Has
No,
to circle
it wasn't
back.
that. I'm so kidding. I just hate the Lakers, so I refuse to ever pick them. But I did say they were going to win. So,
well, what do you think now today? What would have changed your mind?
Well, what would have changed my mind is I hate the Lakers.
Okay, besides hating them,
nothing. They've got LeBron. They've got the guy with the ball in their hands.
You don't think Jokic is going to dominate the series? He gets the ball
He
in
is
his hands
He is going to dominate. Yeah, he's going to have a great series. I will believe it when I see. I have 2 things at play here, and I'm really kind of stuck. Because one, I don't like LeBron, but I also don't ever think that a big in today's NBA, is really going to win without the ball in their hand. And you've got to find a way to get Joker the ball. That's a problem.
I'm going to pick the Lakers in 6.
Yes, sir.
Pick the Lakers in 6.
Gonna come in here with like Showtime kicks on or something.
Yeah, Bassick throw me out the window.
Yeah.
All right, what is the public ruling on this? Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports was sitting in the airport. He had to fly commercial, and
The horror.
he created a stir on social media with a social dilemma.
So I'm flying commercial because Elio bankrupted me. I gotta be honest, I don't get people like this. Who puts their buddy on speaker like this? It's crazy. Does he even hear me talking about him? Like, just take it off speaker, put it in your phone. It's basic human decency. As George Costanza said, we're living in a society. Makes no sense.
Yeah, makes no sense. This is borderline death penalty. This is punishable. This is punishable by death. You should never be allowed. First of all, you should have. We should have a police department exclusively for people who use speakerphone. And if you do, you lose phone privileges for the period of 7 to 10 days. There is no excuse. You're in an airport. And you get some AirPods or earbuds, whatever the hell you call them. Okay? What kind of an adult sits there on their speakerphone? Now, this is the same people. I see this at the grocery store all the time. Someone will FaceTime somebody else. Well, what do you want me to get? And they turn the thing around.
Yeah.
Which one is it?
Yeah.
Which one?
I think that's
You're
acceptable.
trying to get an answer. Like you want to make sure you pick the right thing there. That's different.
No, video.
But if you got to show them, like,
video
I don't know.
capability.
That's fine. Put your earbuds in. Nobody wants to hear your conversation.
But do people travel or like go around town with AirPods in their pocket? Like, I mean, unless I'm working out, I don't travel with AirPods.
I don't even have AirPods. I've never used them. If you put a gun to my head right now, I would not be able to figure out how to have a conversation or use them. I've never used them.
I don't like them.
Now I know everyone does.
Mod.
I know everybody does use them. The only excuse I was trying to give here was, how old was this guy? Like, how old was this guy who was on the speaker? I was trying to give an age dilemma, but
If you're too old, then don't be flying.
you're not.
Don't be on the phone. If you're that old, don't be on the phone.
Yeah, because
chop.
all the idiots on planes with the incidents are all old people. They're all young.
They are
morons.
They're morons.
But yeah, you don't put it on speakerphone. Don't do it. I'm trying to think of another phone paw that drives people crazy. But yeah, out there with the speakerphone like that.
I hate the Bluetooth like in the ear where it makes it. That's just a faux pas because it makes you look like an idiot sometimes when you think they're talking to you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I think that's a social courtesy you should give people, is not hiding that you're talking on the phone.
No, I get that, but or just hold it up to your ear like a normal human.
Now, what public places can I use the speakerphone? If we're all in a car, can I?
Yes, we're all in the car. You can.
All right.
Because oftentimes on the Bluetooth anyway. Dude, I was at the gym the other day, and some guy in the bathroom. We're riding pilot co-pilot here in the stall, and he busts out his speaker, and he's just talking, having a conversation with some other dude in the speakerphone.
Well, hard to hold. That's a shoulder hold. You know what I mean?
It's a shoulder hold.
But where was the phone? Like on his knee?
I mean, I don't know. I couldn't see through the. I didn't see into the. I mean, it could have been on the toilet paper dispenser.
Yeah.
It could have been anywhere. Oh yeah, gross.
Oh, that would send like vibrations, probably like echoing.
Oh
through
yeah,
there.
probably would have. So I don't know.
So there it is. Dave Portnoy calling out the public speakerphone, and I think we all agree. Let's crosstalk with the fellas. How are they celebrating the Stars this morning? A Stars celebration with KMC. Crosstalk after this.
But let's get that roof.
MC Masterpiece on a Dallas Stars Tolo Tuesday. Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. What is coming up?
Guys, right out of the gate, we celebrate Rupe the finisher and the Otter correct from yesterday. That was awesome by Otter. Also at 12:20 today, Bruce Bochy. And don't forget Baseball Nuggets at 10:40, where Mike has an exclusive on what Aaron Judge was looking at.
Exclusive?
It's not my thing.
Yeah, we've missed exclusive.
My thing is Otter correct and Rupe the finisher. Those are the things I've come up with today.
Now, my buddy was saying that Aaron Boone got tossed, so Judge was just looking at the chaos playing out in the dugout. Not buying it?
I'm not buying that.
Okay. Choppy, what do you think it was?
So the pitcher's about ready. How did he know to turn his eyes to the pitcher right when the guy lifted his knee up if he's
I suppose peripheral. Or where's I guess he could see where the clock is. Is there a clock over there?
There's a clock in center field.
Is there a clock in center field?
But why is that? Why are people making a big deal of this? What does it matter if he is as long as we don't have
if he's getting the signs at that point, Sean, I'm okay to take your head off and kill you. You're trying to kill my career. You're trying to kill my career by doing that. If we're going to play unfair, now I'm going to scare the death out of you. I don't have to face you tomorrow, do I? And my team doesn't have to face you if I break your face.
So when can I steal or try to do what you're pick up on what you're doing?
If I'm lazy enough, or I don't know that my finger's moving a little bit, or my glove is tilted a little bit, or now they don't even give signs anymore, so it's not like the guy from second
I hate that.
Can pick up signs. But if I am tipping myself by accident, and you see it. But once you start looking to what I think was the first base coach, if he's getting anything, I cannot guarantee you he's getting anything, but he is looking for something. Then at that point, all rules are off because you're now cheating. That's fine. Do you consider cheating throwing at somebody's face?
No.
Like if you can't play anymore, you can't play anymore.
But that's the way it would be viewed within the sport if I'm getting something from the first base coach?
Yes.
Okay. Then that would be over the line.
So is he going to get hit today?
Here's the deal that you have to think about too in this. If you hit him, they'll hit Vladimir Guerrero Jr. or Bo Bichette. Like it's eye for an eye at that point.
Plus, baseball would be on high. The youngsters are going to be on high alert today. So
and they're going to do the thing where if you throw at him, you're out immediately.
What they might do, and this would really probably upset the Yankees, is they might warn both teams immediately. If let's say Judge gets hit, they probably warn both teams. In which case, the Yankees are like, "Well, wait, we don't get a chance at retaliation." I bet you Boone gets thrown out again. Because they'll argue that, but that wouldn't surprise me if they just warn both teams. But I mean, I think the umps are on high alert today.
Yeah, I mean, I say play the game clean, but once somebody does something that's trying to hurt me, hurt us, now we try to hurt you. And hey, if you lose your power hitter for a month because he has a broken face, he has a broken face. That was his decision.
What if the runner on second is giving location?
Well,
is that the same thing?
Then you either need to,
because this is probably the first base coach giving location.
Right. So what you can do is if you don't want to hit, what you do is if you figure it out, then you set up a way and then throw right underneath his chin. Because now his head will go out over the plate and his face will run right into the ball. And you're like, hey, I hope you saw that. Did you see that one good? Did you get to see that pitch well? Did you see the seams and the rotation on that one?
Was that off speed?
Yeah. I mean, my dad taught me, even in Little League, if a kid ever gets to the dirt or close to the dirt while I'm warming up, he's timing you. Let him time you. Throw the ball right at him as hard as you can and say, did you time me up on that one? And that's how you stop them from doing it. You have the weapon. You have the baseball.
So you're talking about like before the inning starts, so the first batter of the inning.
Kids will do this by accident, and it's the coach's job to teach the kids, you do not get into the dirt area while the pitcher's warming up. You time them, and you time them from your on-deck circle. But once you start creeping into the dirt area, the pitcher should now throw at that kid as hard as he can and let him know, stop it. Go do it from your area. If you want to do it from there, hey, I was just a little wild and I accidentally hit you.
I love this tweet. Find someone who looks at you the way Aaron Judge looks at where the catcher is set up. And he's got his eyes going to the right.
Oh, yeah. He is like.
But here's my question. I didn't watch the game broadcast. How did they.
Dan Shulman figured this out.
Did they zoom in on Judge doing it? Like, when do we ever look at a batter's eyes and his head not turning?
They weren't zoomed in necessarily. Shulman noticed this in the broadcast. He was like, we noticed this, like, because this was when
like 3 or 4 pitches ago. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so this was the same at bat that Boone got thrown out in. So he got thrown out of the game, and while they were while they were looking at the pitch or something while after the pitch after, they noticed that he looked over, and they kind of replayed it, and that was it was kind of cool that they were able to figure that one out. That's a really good broadcast crew.
Did he just do it once?
No, he did it multiple times.
He did it the pitch before, then the pitch he hit the home run.
They tell him, right, they go, he just did it again, and there's the hit, and it's hit a country mile home run.
Yeah, the guy who told me that was a Yankee fan, that he was just looking at the
Well, that's what Judge said after the game.
chaos. Yeah.
He said he was
but he was texting me during it.
Yeah.
But I was like, so he's probably not going to say
And
that
it's
they're
tough
cheating.
because obviously the Yankees, it feels like, were the ones cheated the most by the Houston Astros.
Sure.
If you want to look at who lost the most out of the Astros cheating in 2017, you would probably lean towards the Yankees. Were the one, and then if Jose Altuve had some sort of buzzer or anything on when he hit the home run to send him to the World Series against Aroldis Chapman, you just wonder, if you're the team getting cheated against the most. That being said, I've heard from people in Major League Baseball that there's a lot of teams that were doing it, just not doing it as egregious as the Astros.
Mark
were.
just tweeted, how are they stealing signs when they're using PitchCom?
He could be stealing. That's a great question. Could be stealing location.
Yeah.
All I have to do is so this person can understand. If I'm the first base coach, I can just stand there with my arms folded, and that means away. I can just put my arms down. That means in. I can just move my left foot forward. When I see the location of the catcher move, that means outside to a righty. I just move my right foot a little bit forward. He peeks and he sees that it's inside. So does he know there's a whole bunch of different ways to give the signs without giving, because that's the second baseman's job. If you have a lead, if you give it so much, if you lean to the right or lean to the left, it's like, all right, guess what? I'm either hitting this guy or the next time you come up, we're hitting you. Or if you're a shortstop, I'm sliding way past the base and I'm seeing if your ACL is done for a year.
I just think it's a.
I'm so angry.
I think it's. I love it. I think it's a good refresher to explain, maybe in what's the name of your baseball segment?
Baseball Nuggets.
Nuggets.
What?
When is it okay or not okay to relay information, sign information without electronics or banging trash cans? Just a thought. Just a thought.
As soon as you step in the box, that should be you step out, you get your information from your coach, then you step back in, and that should be it.
I just want to know this from that Yankee fan who's defending Judge, and I'm not saying he did anything wrong.
Yeah,
I know. I'm
Goldberg.
assuming. Is he okay with what the Astros did? Does he like, hey man, the Astros deserve it in
Astros are
17. They were great. They were just smarter than everybody else. I wish the Yankees were as smart as them. Or is he like, F the Astros, those cheaters? I can't believe they took it from us.
Man, that looks like a far look. He looks like he's looking off into the stands, dude.
Yeah, he does look like, because I haven't been to Skydome or whatever the hell they call it now.
Yeah.
Is that one of those things where the dugout is further down the line, or is
It's
it
a little
really,
bit.
really
It's
close?
a little bit away, but it's in a weird way. It's closer to home plate. You know how the Rangers dugouts are real far away from home plate. They're a little bit closer to home plate. I don't know if he's looking in the dugout. I don't know if he's looking at the first base coach. He does not look down. When you look, it looks more across. I don't think he's picking up the catcher at all.
Well, he's
picking
also
up
really
somebody.
open. So, I don't think even if he looks far to the right, he can see behind him.
Yeah, I don't think he can either. That would take a lot of practice on peripheral vision to get that. And his eyes don't go down, they go across.
Kevin, are you nervous, excited, or don't care about the Mavs and the NBA draft lottery tonight?
Why would I not care?
I don't know.
You have a chance to get a generational player. Heck yeah, I care.
A generational player at 1?
That's right.
Oh, okay, we're going with that.
I think
the
in
3% chance, baby.
That's right. Better than a 0% chance.
I think at 2 also.
What?
I think Scoot Henderson is being overlooked because of Victor Wembanyama, and I get you take the 7'5" guy over the 6'4" guy. If you watch Scoot Henderson, he looks like a combination of Derrick Rose, Kyrie Irving. He is unbelievable. He's the reason that I actually liked Jaden Hardy out of the draft after taken. I watched Jaden Hardy play point guard for the G League team, horrible point guard. And that's where he put up all his bad numbers and got the bad rep after being the number 2 kid out of high school. Then they started playing him off the ball more in games with Scoot Henderson running the point. And I'm like, dude, this kid just catches and shoots and knocks it down. He just has to play off of Scoot Henderson to be good. And I'm like, they just used it as, well, he's not a point guard. I get it from watching G League. He's not. But when Scoot Henderson was there, Hardy looked good. If Scoot Henderson at 17 years old, that was back then, can make all the players around him look good at 17 on an adult level, that's a pretty damn good prospect.
Brandon Miller is excellent as well. I know
he's going to Memphis.
I know the concern. Okay, and I get that, but
got it.
he is an excellent player as well. So, yeah, I mean, plus you would keep an asset. This is all about the Mavericks lack assets. And if nothing else, if you get a top 3 pick, that or even a top 4 pick, that is a marquee asset.
Cam Whitmore. That's the one I'm going to keep pounding the table for. Villanova, small forward. That dude's going to be a stud.
He'll be around 10, I think.
That's what I mean. Like, given where I think the Mavericks will pick,
Sure,
that's the guy
which
I
they
want.
probably will.
Yeah.
Like it's far more likely they'll be 10 or 11, which obviously a lot hangs in the balance there too.
Maybe we should spend a little more time talking
and they
about
move it on down the road.
What could happen behind versus at the very, very top.
Yeah, if they fall at all, they lose the pick,
And the implications moving forward will be
you're screwed, pretty much.
So yes, I am nervous.
Yeah.
And
okay.
excited.
All right. NBA Draft Lottery tonight, game 1 of the West Finals. Bobby, Peyton, well-deserved nap. Well-deserved.
Good job, guys.
Thank you.
After all the Dallas Stars content. The KMC Masterpiece is next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and that's a pretty good song. We've been doing that song for a long time, and I really like it, but I feel like perhaps today calls for a totally different song, does it not?
All right.
I know they just made it 3 years ago on their way to the Cup final, but this is just the second time in the last 15 seasons that the Dallas Stars have advanced to the Western Conference Finals. What was, I guess, your nervous level throughout, and did you think you were going to have a comfortable last couple of minutes until, I don't know, the last 18 seconds or so, and you were like, what in the hell?
877-881-1053. Kevin, I just want to point out, I did think that we were about to play Heart Like a Truck. That's just on the history of the show. It felt like that song was going to happen, Mike. And I did see that commercial multiple times last night, which is awesome. And
multiple people text me now on Twitter and just are like, every time I see that Heart of a Truck commercial now, I just think of you, and then I think of the trucks getting to the edge of the cliff and thinking about it.
Yeah. There's like, one time I watched the commercial now, and I was like, well, don't do it. And I thought, they're not going to do it.
I mean, Dodge Rams are awesome. In the end, they're like, you know what? We're pretty awesome trucks. We shouldn't do this.
So, much like Mike thinking about me when he's shopping for pickles, I always think about Mike whenever I hear that song. I was nervous right at the start of the game. That was the first time yesterday and the last time I was nervous. Right when it started, I was like, oh my gosh, this is just, here we go, game 7. And then I just kind of let it all go. I was like, all right, here we go. Just enjoy all this. And you could see, man, in that first period, it looked like that was the most physical I've seen the Stars the entire series. And maybe that's why, Kevin, DeBoer is undefeated in game 7s.
He is.
He tells everybody, hey, you know what? Through the first 6 games, we're going to focus on the puck. And in the 7th game, we're going to let them hit us. You're going to let them wear themselves out. Game 7, we're going to have the legs. And you could kind of tell Seattle just didn't have what they needed to get over the Stars last night. But yeah, man, I was done being nervous. I did have that moment where I was going to tweet out and be like, well, this one's over, baby. And then bam, that stunk. But man, it was... None of what we predicted yesterday happened, Kevin.
Dude, you're right about
Jamie
that.
Benn didn't do what I asked him to do. Jason Robertson, I actually thought Jason Robertson had a good game.
Sure, and you can't have a good game without scoring. Yep. I don't want to make it feel like that's the only way, but just so much of his greatness this year feels like it's been dictated by how many points he can put up on the board. But also, this game was different than literally every game in the series, right? I'm pretty sure in every game of the series, the losing team had at least 2 goals.
Okay.
Just think about that. And up until the last 30 seconds, it was 2-0. And not that long before that, it was 1-0 for a big chunk of the night. This was by far the lowest scoring game. And you didn't have a lot of penalties, which you probably could have anticipated that going into game 7. It was tight. It was entertaining. I loved it and hated it all at the same time.
My Facebook timeline this morning is completely covered in green. Everybody in the stories and the reels or whatever. I don't know what it's called on Facebook. They're
gangrene.
They're okay. Gangrene. Everybody has gangrene
together.
On.
I don't know if that
smells like almonds.
What?
That's what a gangrene smells like, dude.
Whoa.
That's what I'm told. That's a really fun part of it. Mike, the Wyatt Johnston goal last night was super special.
Super mature. 20-year-old now, he goes up top, nice and gentle.
Yeah, the patience the whole play was amazing. That was
very soft, gentle touch of the puck.
I'm still convinced
off the shoulder area.
Yeah, it went right off his left shoulder. Yeah. I'm still convinced he was trying to float it across his face into the stick side high, because that's where they kept going. Kevin, look at this series. Most of the significant goals by the Stars were over the stick shoulder of Grubauer. And it was something I picked up on after game one, and they kept going to that spot whenever they needed a goal. And they did it again last night. Hence's goal was stick side high, and I'm convinced that Wyatt Johnson was doing the same thing. But either way, man, they played a very tough style last night that I think all Stars fans wake up this morning very proud of this series. I did on Twitter. I said, hey, y'all were a worthy opponent, Seattle. And I got called a dork. And I was like, what does anybody
Was that
say?
related to the tweet or just in general?
It was related to the tweet, Reggie, but
that
also
is also me.
I didn't call him a dork.
Who says that anymore? All right.
Oh, I say it all the time. It's
You
a great
say
word.
dork still?
It's a great. I mean, try it every once in a while. Just call someone a dork. See if it don't make you feel better.
I don't know,
I'm talking
man.
doctor today. If it goes bad, I'm like, you know what? You're a dork.
So yeah, man, we got the Otter correct
wrong.
last night, and Rupe the finisher put it all in.
Man, I feel really bad for this person from the 972. My power went out with 15 seconds left, and I couldn't find out who won till like 5 minutes later. Oh my gosh. From the 817. This is one good point, because you're right. There are a lot of things that we called for yesterday that like didn't really come to fruition. I said everyone on the top line needs points. Nope. Just one of them needed a point.
The underhit.
Yes. I said we needed to do a better job of controlling faceoffs, and 57% was the magic number. Well, they won more faceoffs again, but only 54%, kind of back to what you had seen in the last game. So nope, that didn't make a difference either. However, somebody brought this up from the 817, and that is an excellent point. They were much better getting out of their own zone, whereas the Kraken were not. There's always going to be a play or two or three where you're like, how the hell did we not clear that puck out? And I feel that way, like you have to be 100%. I realize that is probably not feasible, much like the free throw discussion.
Yes.
But every time they don't clear it out and the other team takes over, I'm like, what are we even doing? But I thought the Stars did a significantly better job of clearing the puck out of their own end.
Yeah, it felt evidenced by, and of course, like you did not score on that first power play that happened where the Stars just sat in the offensive zone the entire time. Now, there was just shots on shots on shots, and they were not able to like capitalize. It felt like there was a lot of those that went wide, but it was like a harbinger of like good things. I felt good in that moment because I was like, oh, these dudes are just going to keep going until they finally find that breakthrough.
At what point did you, and I don't know, maybe if it happened at all during the game, did you feel like, okay, Ottinger all day in this thing? Like, I know they gave up the late goal, and I was really hoping for the shutout, but was it after the first period? Was it midway through the second? At what point were you like, yep, 21-1-3 after losses, this is our guy?
After the first period, I felt pretty confident. Like he didn't really have to do much though early in the first. It felt like so, but I felt like okay, he's turning this thing on. We're back in this one, but I thought it was going to be a haul because Grubauer was playing really well as well.
Yeah.
So like that was one of those where I was like, man, this is going to be one of those like it's going to come down to this because yesterday, Kevin, I said 7-2. And that obviously wasn't the situation there. I did have a problem though. I missed Rupe's goal because
you missed him just house it. He just took it.
I've seen all the replays, but Kevin, I was literally the wife's out of town. I was trying to get Lucy out of the bathtub, and I was like, "Hey, it's time to get out." And I hear down the hallway, just and I was like, oh my gosh. And I said, Lucy, I'm sorry. I took off running, and that's whenever I see everybody celebrating. So I did miss it last night.
Did you consider that she has to stay in the bath the rest of the game?
Absolutely, I did. Absolutely.
Okay.
I was like, look, you can be a prune. It's not going to last forever. And so there were lots of moments of just like, hey, and she did stay in a little bit longer after that. She was like, hey, I'm cool. I'm playing with toys.
Okay, if for some reason you'd have taken her out of the bath and the Kraken would have immediately scored, then would you have been like, it's a bath day?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. It would have been just, hey, you know what?
I think that is
More
solid
bubbles.
logic and reasoning from the 575, Mike. Somebody did experience pain because they said, I had money on the Stars -1.5.
Yikes.
Pain.
There's actually a.
Oh, yeah. You can
I thought it was just like baseball.
No, but you can also, just like on baseball, you can find niche bets to do the runs and everything like that.
Okay, I didn't know that.
For not most of the game, but for a good chunk down the stretch, you're thinking 2-0, here we go. And there was a couple like it looked good for the empty netters, and that's why when I was watching the game with Jess, and I was like, just give me one more goal, we'll be good. And then they scored to make it 2-0, and I was like, you know what? I'd really feel comfortable if we got that empty net goal to make it 3-0. And so it definitely got greedy as soon as they went up 2-0.
From the 817, Kevin, do you agree with this? Let's be honest. Being a hockey goalie is not difficult.
What?
Wouldn't it be awesome if the hockey goalie didn't have to wear skates? It'd put me in play.
You're wearing spikes, or you're wearing like some golf spikes out there or something?
I'll tell you this, without being like much of a hockey watcher, I was watching on my phone at the Ranger game. So I was watching obviously a lot of the Ranger game, which I'll get to at 10:45. But I always get nervous when the goalie leaves
for sure.
The goal. Like when he goes behind to stop the puck from wrapping around to the other side. I'm like, please don't screw this up. I forget, who was the goalie from St. Louis that we had like 5 years ago? Not the Blues, but he was from St. Louis. We actually, I think, lost to the Blues in the playoffs.
Oh, crap. Because
it wasn't Bishop, was it?
I think it was Bishop because he's a big dude.
Yes.
I felt like he could screw up a lot in those situations. Not a lot, but enough to make me now nervous of every situation where Otter leaves the goal that he's accidentally going to pass it to the other team, and then he's
fall or something.
He's not going to get back to cover up.
And that's something that Turco's was really good at, right? Like Turco was exceptional at handling the puck. That was one of his big things. And Otter, I trust him too, but I'm with Mike on that, man. Once he turns his back to the ice, I'm like, hey, turn back around, please. I need you. I need you here.
And like a couple of times, I thought the ESPN announcers, I didn't agree with what they were saying when they went to face-off because Otter like froze the puck. I thought he was trying to keep it in motion both times on the backside of the goal, and he was slightly sliding his glove because he was like, hey, I need you to hurry up because that guy's on your ass and I can't leave you the puck. And then they blew the whistle for a face-off, and the guys are like, oh, I'm surprised that he decided to freeze the puck right there. I'm like, I don't think that's what he was trying to do.
Bobby Boucher, is that who it was that was on the call?
Waterboy?
Not the water boy, it was the hockey goalie.
Oh, okay.
He was on the call last night, and he's been kind of in that situation before.
What a varied career.
I think it's Martin Brodeur.
It's not Martin Brodeur. I'm just trying to remember.
Interesting is Leah Hextall is part of the broadcast.
Brian Boucher.
And she is the daughter of Ron Hextall, right?
Yes.
So as long as we're just throwing out hockey facts.
Brian
Hextall, Jim Duggan.
Brian Boucher, and he was the one on the call last night, and he when he said that, Kevin, I did agree with him. I thought the same thing. I was like, get rid of that puck, move it now.
See,
but I understand what you're saying.
I thought it looked like
there.
he was trying to slide, but he didn't have the room to drop it off.
The second time, though, when the last one, I thought he was like, I'm going to stop this because I'm going to show everybody that goal was an accident. So I'm going to show everybody that I can stop the next one. And I was like, man, that is some cojones right there. That's some pucks right there.
But I was also like, plus we own these face-offs, and so I felt good about that. I'm surprised to hear the idea that being a goalie in hockey is not difficult. They shoot the tiny puck at you 100 miles an hour in some cases, and then sometimes there's rando deflections that take it in a completely different direction.
I feel like you're trying too hard to explain this. Have you ever sat in that position with your knees on the ground like that? Do that for 20 minutes and tell me how easy it is.
He took I can't remember. I think it was early in the game. I think it was first period. You guys obviously will know the game better because I was having to honestly concentrate on the Rangers quite a bit, and Cody Bradford is. Didn't he take like 100-mile-an-hour puck off his head?
Yes. Yeah. He tilted his head down and just like headbutted it.
Quick question.
What?
If that's Luka Doncic, how many hours are we waiting to play the hockey game again? Because like we have to just watch him lay on the ground for 45 minutes.
And if it's Anthony Davis, he's leaving in a wheelchair.
I got to give these hockey players, they blow out their knees and they somehow skate off the ice. I will give it to Caron Butler did that in 2011 for the Mavs. He didn't skate off the floor, but he did walk off the floor. Like, I don't know, like these hockey players are so impressive to me on the physicality of the game, and they don't wuss out like basketball players do.
We do have a little bit of breaking news here. Let me confirm that this is
Mavericks got the pick.
Oh no! Well, that's not till tonight. You can't confirm that, can you?
I thought maybe it's a leak.
U.S. men's national team news?
No.
Dang it.
Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan, presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. The 76ers dismissed Doc Rivers.
Oh,
Yeah, that was
Mark Stein knew what he was talking about before Game 7.
Wow. So when he was like, no, I definitely want to come back, and we were like, yeah, no, I get that. I don't know if that's going to go the way you think it's going to go.
Were you wanting to talk about the soccer team?
What do they do on the soccer team?
Folari Balogun, who plays for or is under contract for
Oh, yeah,
Arsenal.
he can now play for them.
Yeah, he is committed to the United States men's national team.
Bam, look at that.
And coming to FC Dallas.
I don't think that's happening, buddy.
That, Kevin, is how you start a segment or start a show right there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what is kids' best coaching skill? What are the odds of getting Wemby tonight? And other key Mavs questions. We'll answer them next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truck.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We have a variety of basketball-based questions with the Mavericks in mind going into the draft lottery tonight. But if you missed it on the other side, Corey brought to you the breaking news that Doc Rivers is fired. So
dismissed, Kevin, is the correct is the term that Woj used.
Okay, well, you got fired.
He was. They brought him in.
I got fired before.
How do you think he got this news from the Philadelphia? Did he walk into the office and they're like,
key card didn't work?
I wonder if Shams lets him know.
Oh,
Shams and Woj, whoever knows first, they call him up. Hey, guess what? I'm about to put this on Twitter. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll let you
you
know.
got fired.
just want to let you know before the organization tells you.
I think he
Key
walked
card.
in on the whiteboard and it says, "Everyone who can win a game 7 gets to keep their job." And then it's like, not
Right.
so
well,
fast,
they got to get rid
Doc.
of. They got to get rid of Harden too.
Oh, we're getting him beat in a trade, right?
By the way,
keep
guess
their
where Harden
coaching
wants to
job.
go? Phoenix. I don't know if you've seen this.
What's happening?
Harden would like to go. And he's under contract, but
Awesome.
all of a sudden,
No,
like he's like,
he has an option.
oh, he has an option, so
I
he
believe
can't.
so.
So obviously, I mean, they don't have the money to sign him, but there's a rumor out there that Harden wants to go to Phoenix.
I like it.
Which is really weird. I feel like Durant had no problem
That
with
is a
what
player
Kyrie
option.
Irving did.
Mhm.
It's a weird thing, right? Kyrie's like, I'm great with Kyrie. Kyrie, come to Phoenix. We love you. We want you. It seemed like when James Harden wanted out of Brooklyn, remember when they had the draft?
Yes.
And Kevin and James Harden went last because Kevin Durant's like, I don't want to ever play with that person again. And now Harden wants to go to Phoenix to play with Kevin Durant. It's a really weird story that I have not delved into right now.
Harden, the kind of guy that he gets into a fight with you at the club and then shows up at the same club you're at every time and just kind of wants to be there staring at you.
Here, I've had these 3 strippers.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what he wants to do with Kevin Durant. He wants to show up in every locker room he's in and just be like, I'm here.
Well, I
Now, what are
mean,
you going to do about it?
Look, Reggie's right. He does have a player option. And so if he decided to take some sort of massive pay cut, I'm sure he could make that work. Otherwise, I'm with you. I don't entirely know how that's going to work. I was just really curious because I read this article in The Athletic last week and we just didn't get an opportunity to get to it. What do you think Jason Kidd's best coaching skill is?
Getting along with the superstar player. It seems like, I'm not 100%, well, I guess I heard that obviously he didn't get along great with Deron Williams.
Oh, yeah.
But it seems like Giannis really likes Jason Kidd. He seems to be the only player in Milwaukee that actually liked Jason Kidd. And it was before Giannis became a superstar, but he was on the path. And it seems like Luka loves Jason Kidd and Kyrie loves Jason Kidd. I'm not saying the other players don't, but I think that's the key now in the NBA, which is why we're seeing at times, I think, such bad coaching and high turnover, is you're not actually coaching basketball anymore. You're just trying to become best friends with the best player.
Well, I mean, that is spot on with what Tim Cato thought as well. He said, I believe Kidd was hired more than anything else to get the most out of Luka. And so, like, I already see it on the text, and I'm sure you do, when we talk about in-game management, timeouts, no one's dying, on and on and on, is you needed to be able to jive well with your superstar, since maybe the last coach didn't.
But is he? Is he getting the most out of Luka? Because I want to say yes.
But the thing.
I think there's also still another place Luka has to get to.
Sure.
But I think that over the last 2 years ago, or last season,
yeah,
he got the most out of him by getting to the Western Conference Finals. This year, they obviously didn't get the most out of the entire team and the entire group, but Luka was still producing similar clips.
His numbers are great. What I don't know about Jason Kidd, and here's what I really don't know about Luka, if he's willing to listen. Even last year during the playoffs, Jason Kidd said he has to participate. Not asking him to be Jordan or Giannis defensively, but he has to participate. And he didn't specifically say Luka. He kind of did, but made sure to make it as general as, like, we all know he's talking about Luka and participation on defense. And Luka picked it up a little bit on. He's actually not a bad defensive player. That's the thing about Luka, which is, I think, frustrating. He's not a bad defensive player. He's not ever going to be an all-NBA defensive player, but he's okay. I'll put it this way. He's an average player on defense when he wants to be. He just doesn't want to be 90% of the time. But Jason Kidd, is this his job? Because this is the tough thing. If I'm supposed to be a best friend to the best players, and that's really the job of an NBA head coach now, if I start telling him, I'm sitting you on the bench if you don't get back on defense, I'm calling you out in the media if you don't do this, does Luka then quit on him, which means he's fired? Does that, you know what I'm saying? Like, Pop, I feel like, showed tough love to, at times, Tim Duncan, maybe more Tony Parker. I think he was the one that he probably had the most issue with at times. But he just like, fine, I'm not playing you. I'm playing somebody else. I'm sitting you. I don't care we've come back. We're coming back because those guys are giving me effort. I don't like your effort. You're sitting out. And the media is going to know about it because I didn't bring you back in. And when the media ask me about it, I'm pretty much going to call you out for, these guys gave me great effort tonight. I wanted to go with the guys who gave me the best effort. Jason Kidd doesn't do that to Luka. And I'm not saying he should, because he might just lose his job. Luka might just say, then fine, I quit on you totally, or I'm just going to go and tell the front office to fire you like I got kind of Rick Carlisle out of here.
I think that's more, at this point, Mike, I think it's more organizational than it is like Kidd's decision or even Luka's. I think the organization has this approach to Luka of, we're going to do these certain things to cater to you.
Yeah.
They haven't really given Kidd the true reins of being a coach of a team.
Right.
Like,
and I don't know if they will.
There are a lot of things he has to do that he's not given the rights that.
If they did after the Western Conference Finals, why would they now?
Yeah, and I recommend that Brooklyn Nets book. I'm sorry, but it pretty much goes over when Kyrie and Durant go to Brooklyn, and just the league in general is it's a kiss-ass league. You have to kiss their asses because the star players and their agents run the whole thing. General managers don't run the organizations. Head coaches don't run the team. It's the agent of the superstar players who run it, and it's just the way it is. And so I think Jason Kidd totally understands it. I believe Bill Duffy was or still is his agent. Bill Duffy is Luka's agent. And so I just think that he knows in today's NBA what the role is, and that's the kiss ass of the NBA superstar.
Now, what is pressing today and this evening is the NBA draft lottery, because there are a lot of different directions that this could go. If the Mavericks were to get the number one pick, they have a 3% shot.
Yes, so you're saying there's a chance.
Actually, there is a chance. There are 4 teams who had even lower odds that have gotten the number one pick. The 1993 Orlando Magic only had a 1.5% chance. The 2008 Chicago Bulls and the 2014 Cleveland Cavaliers only had 1.7% chances. And the 2011 Cleveland Cavaliers, again, had a 2.8% chance. So you have seen 4 times lower odds have taken the number 1 pick.
Corey.
It's happening tonight, Mike.
You know what? We're due. That's when somebody's 0 for 20 at the plate.
True.
And you're trying to be
Put in the
positive
call.
about it, you say they're due.
Put in the call.
Eventually, they have to get a hit, right?
Yeah.
And eventually, Cleveland can't win this every time. And I know they're not really in this one, but I would just look at it and go, the Mavericks are due. Now, the other thing, too, is I do believe this. The Mavericks will not move up, and I do believe behind closed doors, when the lottery ball or computer program, I'm honestly not 100% sure how they do the...
No, there's a physical lottery.
It's a physical lottery ball?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure when the ball comes up number 1 and it says Dallas Mavericks, Adam Silver says, do it again.
If that's the case, I hope and pray if they're that vindictive, instead of saying do it again, they're like, now they're second and the second team can get first. I was like, well, that sucks, but I can at least live with that. Now, here are the numbers you need to know for tonight. What do you think? Corey, I'm going to go to you.
Million.
Okay.
That's a good answer. Good answer.
That is not a good answer. It's on a percentage scale.
Oh.
What is the percent likelihood
$1,000,000%
that the Mavericks move
still hits.
into one of the top 4 spots? It's not a million.
Into one of the top 4 spots.
Yes, on a 1 to 100 percentage scale. I'm talking real numbers.
9%.
Okay.
It's like 14.
It is 13.9%,
Okay.
but for the purposes of this,
I
let's say
tankathon
14%.
a lot. I go to tankathon. I hit the button, and the Mavericks rarely come up for me. I'm hoping I'm not running the lotto system, and the people that tweet out when the Mavericks move up into the top 4 do, because it takes me like 100 hits to finally get them.
So there's a 14% chance that they move into the top 4. There's a 66% chance they stay at number 10. Now, obviously, that is hugely important because there is a 20% chance they drop to 11 or 12. Where they drop, irrelevant. Because if you drop out of the top 10, then you convey that pick to the Knicks. So
can we give the pick up anyway if you're in the top 10 and just move on from this whole life?
I mean, I feel like you could have, moved that protection earlier, but at this point, it doesn't make sense to now then say.
All right. Okay.
Here,
And then,
take
I mean,
that.
I guess you could call up the Knicks in a weird way and go, we will now trade you this pick to get off of it if it stayed at 10, but I don't think the Mavs are going to do that.
Okay.
I mean, there's so many rumors with the 10th pick, whether it's to make the team better or whether, and I hope it's not this, whether you're like, will somebody take Bertans or Hardaway Jr. off our hands, we'll just give you the 10th pick to do it. And I don't hope that happens, but there is ways to get better through it, and then there are ways to use that pick to get off of either Bertans or Hardaway's contract.
all right. Okay.
So odds are that you're going to stay where you are. There's 2/3 odds that you just stay where you are, and then 14% that you move up, 20% that you move down and lose the pick.
What do you think that if let's say they do lose the pick, what do you think that they do immediately? Like, do you think that they try to figure out how to get back into the draft? Or you
Take
think
the
they just-
no, they're done. There's no way to get back into the draft unless you want to trade Luka.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying
I think they make their
I think
full
they rip the
press
TV.
on Kyrie.
Yeah, they take the TV, rip it off the wall, and go, we're screwed.
Okay, all right. I like this approach.
And honestly, what they would do at that point is they would try to look at it positive, and they would probably try to trade the 2024, 2026, and all pick swap. And like they would go, I think they would go into, not tomorrow, but they would go into chaos, panic mode trade stuff. One, try to get Kyrie back, or try to trade Kyrie for something that makes sense for your team. But I think they would go into panic trading mode, and teams would go like, "Oh my God, we can take advantage of the Mavericks so much right now."
Which obviously would suck. If you look at the top 3, like I think the top 3, although we're a lot to be determined for the actual draft, would go Wembanyama, Scoot, and then Brandon Miller out of Alabama. And then I'm assuming the Thompson twins come into play. Just if you're curious, like, well, if we don't get 1, but we get in top 4, everyone's talking about Wemby. And I get that. But if not for him, Scoot Henderson would be a slam dunk number one pick. And then there are a few other people out there that love, because you got to keep the analogies the same. But then there are other people out there who love Brandon Miller, and both of those fill a need.
He's more of a layup, though, than a slam dunk? Okay, gotcha.
But Brandon Miller can be the wing presence that you want. Obviously, Wemby can do a whole lot of things that we'll get into.
Three-level scorer.
Yes, absolutely. And Scoot Henderson is more of your pure point guard if you wanted to shake some things up. And obviously, we've seen how he can play with Hardy. And so there are a lot of, there's a lot of really good talent at the top of this draft.
We just need an assist.
Pretty much. That is amazing, Corey.
We're due.
Yeah, we're due. We're due for a
We
good
are
assist.
due. We've been screwed over by the draft lottery so many times.
I think I saw luck. The Mavericks, out of all 30 organizations, are the 30th in luck when it comes to the lottery. Like, they have had the worst luck in the history of the NBA when it comes to the lottery. I believe 84, 85,
something like that.
Like, whenever it came into existence, they're like, this has been the most unlucky team in all of
We have
basketball.
the worst record in all of basketball back-to-back years, and neither time did we get the number one pick. And you're like, well,
One time it went to 4.
Yes.
Well, we actually won the last 2 games, and Richie Adubato said those were big wins. So we got Jim Jackson instead of Shaq. So those were hella wins, Richie. Thanks a lot, Adubato.
The Mavericks are second to last. The Timberwolves are the worst.
The Timberwolves are the worst?
Yeah.
Okay.
The 76ers.
They both have the same logo, so.
76ers are the best. Hornets are next. Lakers third.
surprised the Cavs.
And the Cavaliers
well,
are
of course
fourth.
they are. Yeah, I'm surprised the Cavs aren't number one, but that makes sense.
This is fascinating. I'm sending this over
Tonight's
to you,
the
Kevin.
night,
Yeah,
Corey.
I'm sending this over
Tonight's
to
the
you.
night. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
I had no clue this was the Atlanta Rangers. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
thefan.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Pasek.
I was at the ballpark yesterday watching the Rangers and the Braves, and I teased the Texas Braves or the Atlanta Rangers.
You did.
I had no clue, guys. I was at the stadium, got there a little bit early, jumped on G-Bag Nation. I said, man, quite a few Braves jerseys here. It's early on, but maybe the Braves fans are just here early to watch batting practice, and then people started moseying in, and I was like, wow, this is going to be a big crowd here. 27,000 people last night. It was a really great crowd for a Monday night in May.
How often do you kind of keep tabs on, like, the people coming in and what their gear is looking like in terms of, oh, this is not going to be a good home crowd for us tonight?
I guess I'm not trying to notice it, but you just kind of notice it when you're in left field concourse, and that's a bigger area of concourse where more people are moving around, and there's a lot of people over there trying to get Hurtados before the game.
I was about to say, that's why they're there.
And you just start noticing, wow, this is going to be a big crowd tonight. Like, Monday's usually not a big crowd, especially if it's not the Yankees, right? I mean, there's just one team that kind of brings in a Monday crowd, and that would be the Yankees. The Braves brought in a hell of a crowd. I will tell you this. When Ronald Acuna Jr. walked to start the game, I thought we were in the World Series. I was like, how is there so much cheering for a walk to start the game off? And, Cody Bradford from Alito, so there's probably tons of people from Alito there. Obviously, the Rangers are coming off a great road trip. There's felt like a buzz for the Rangers.
Yeah.
And the Atlanta crowd made it feel like a Yankees-Rangers game. They were loud and proud, and they were doing their chant, and they were doing the tomahawk chop. And when
are you surprised at all that's still allowed? Sorry to throw you off there.
I mean, the Braves kind of put it out there a few years ago. Hey, let's not do that anymore.
And their fans are like, don't care.
But you know who started that was Deion Sanders. That wasn't
He started
it because he brought it from Florida State.
Oh.
So he's like, we got a tomahawk on the Braves logo. We did this at Florida State
Which
with
is
the
why
Seminoles.
It's so incredible that the Atlanta Braves fans are like, no, this is history. It's like, it's not really that.
Yeah, they brought it in like 91 or whatever. Deion's like, hey, this was cool at Florida State. I think it would work, at our Fulton County Stadium, I believe is what it was at the time. And so, like, that's when it started. Like, it wasn't a thing like in the 70s or 80s. Like, they weren't tomahawk chopping with Hank Aaron breaking the record.
Yeah.
That started with Deion Sanders from Florida State. So it was a really great atmosphere. Now, obviously, there was a lot of things to cheer for the Braves. They had 5 home runs. They were all 2-run homers, so that was 10 of their 12
History
runs.
right there, yeah.
It was fun to be there because I'm getting to see a guy who I really like in Ronald Acuna Jr. Once again, I love this schedule, right? Even though if the National League doesn't come to Arlington this year, they will be next year. So you're going to get to see the Rangers play every team in Major League Baseball, and I really do like that for the schedule. My son is so excited to go see Ozzie Albies and Ronald Acuna Jr. play tonight. But that being said, let's get to the Rangers side of it. Cody Bradford. So, yes, there's a lot of Atlanta fans. I guess I'm expecting a lot of Atlanta fans tonight. I don't know why they wouldn't come tonight.
Yeah, sure.
He didn't pitch very well.
Can you tell me just, especially with the home runs, I get that.
Right.
What did you see? Because you see things different than like I, for example, see. What besides the result did you see?
So I saw at times he executed his pitches, and he really has to be fine because he's 88 to 90 with this fastball. And, I know back when I played, I'm 45. So 15 years ago, 88 to 90's totally fine as a left-handed pitcher. And you know what? You can pitch at 88 to 90 in the major leagues and be a successful pitcher, especially from the left side. But you have to have pinpoint control, and you have to be able to have off-speed pitches that make your fastball look faster.
Okay.
And his cutter wasn't really cutting on super slow-mo. it looked like his hand was almost directly behind the ball. So it really didn't have much cut. It just kind of pushed inside, if that makes sense, instead of cut inside, because we think of a cut being more direct and a push is more kind of a nudge inside. So his cutter really didn't cut much. And I'm sure, like, if he goes over the video of it and stuff, like Mike Maddox will say, we got to get a little bit more on the side of the ball or have it come off a little bit more of the inside of our number one finger to get the ball to move a little bit more. His breaking ball, which he gave up a home run to Acuna Jr., it just didn't really fool anybody. Nobody was really like, oh, that was a tough one, swung over the top, or looked kind of a little bit flustered by the pitch or uncomfortable. His changeup, he was opening up his front side, so his glove side was opening up, which was causing it to run way too much right to left. So it didn't have much downward action to it. It had a little bit of run action to it. And on your changeup, you want the ball, you want the ball to move from right to left, but you have to have it moving from up to down more than right to left. And that was just opening up a little bit. Remember, the adrenaline level had to be, I can't even tell you, being in there for my kid's birth. Not as much adrenaline level as taking the mound on the first time for a Major League Baseball game. Getting in a NASCAR, not as much adrenaline level as my first ever time getting on a Major League mound. Like, I cannot give you I'm sure in a horrible way. I'm not trying to. You probably have more adrenaline level in life or death situations. Where right now, like, this is major danger.
Sure.
But that adrenaline level, you're trying to calm it down, and you're trying to then execute pitches. And Bradford would show the ability to do it, but he couldn't put guys away. He was 16 of 23 on first pitch strikes. That's really good at a major league level. That meant he was starting off with the advantage in the count a lot of times last night, but trying to put away hitters, trying to get hitters to feel uncomfortable, not sure where he's going. He never really executed what I'd say a two-seamer down and away for a strike. So the hitters, after a little bit of time, know he's coming inside. His cutter isn't really cutting. It probably, for them, they might have came back to the dugout and said, I hit a fastball in. They might have not even said
it was a cutter.
And then they're like, oh, it says it's a cutter. And they might be like, well, it's not really cutting. It's just kind of pushing to the inside part of the plate.
Can I ask you one more Bradford question then? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said either way we thought he was going to go back down after the performance. So what, for better or worse?
Yes.
What, because you bounced.
Right.
What can you learn from being there, even if you get shelled?
Bradford actually had a great interview, and I will give Emily Jones and Evan Grant a lot of credit. I thought they asked some great questions. And if somebody else did, I'm sorry I'm leaving you out. I can just remember those two being the main people asking questions. He talked to Martin Perez in the dugout, and Martin Perez said, hey, you're kind of like me. You don't have a fastball that blows people away, so you have to use all quadrants of the plate. You have to obviously go upper right, upper left, lower right, lower left. You have to stay out of the heart of the plate, and you have to be a little bit more finer. The other thing too, like, you have to be able to set up your fastball. You have to make your fastball look harder than 88. 88 is a great hitting speed for major league hitters. Maybe it's 90 now, but I mean, they love it right around 90 miles an hour. When you start dipping below kind of 88, it throws them off a little bit. It's a little bit slower. When you throw the ball above 90 miles an hour, it gets a little bit harder. I know now guys throw harder, so it might be a little bit more, but he kind of throws in that really nice hitting speed for major leaguers. So he's got to figure out, how do I make my fastball look faster? And how do I execute my changeup? Because that's really his second best pitch. I got to throw that for a strike, and I got to get more early contact on that pitch. The more he shows a major league team, the worse he's going to get. He has to be efficient with his pitches. He has to get quick outs. His breaking ball, I don't know. I could never get my breaking ball to be a quality breaking ball in the big leagues. It was below average. You know, people are like, in high school, it was unbelievable. That's the tough part that people don't understand, because they look at high school pitchers like, oh, that guy's going to be a major leaguer. You know, my breaking ball in high school was one of the best breaking balls in the whole wide world. It doesn't mean it's going to be one of the best breaking balls in the major leagues against the top 1% of hitters in the world. So he's going to have to work on, his cutter has to be better, or he has to get rid of it.
Okay.
To me, like, this is one thing, yes, work on your cutter, but at some point you got to go, is this pitch worth throwing? Because if it's not going to cut and it's not going to be effective, get rid of it. Just push the ball hard, four seam in, and work on two seam away, change up away. throwing that four-seamer in on the hands. And you have to make decisions on, am I wasting my time with this pitch?
And that pretty much answered my question. My question was going to be, do you have to fine-tune your other pitches or do you search for another pitch? But you pretty much hit that right.
And like right now, to leave it, like looking at Martin Perez, he's getting crushed on his cutter, right? But one of the reasons he's getting crushed on his cutter is he's not locating his two-seam fastball. So because he's not locating that, it makes the cutter even worse. The cutter's not, he has to work on that. But man, there's just so many things when you get to that level, the fine tuning of, I love listening to basketball players talk about how they get their shot open or how they see the adjustment, how they're getting a defensive player to just lean a little bit. Like he sees like, oh, he's out on his toes. Now I can do this, or he's on his heels. I can do that. I can't see that. First of all, I'm not quick enough to ever make an adjustment off that. But these, when I listen to NBA players or Emmitt Smith or somebody talking about running the ball, how they see a hole that's not there, but they know it's going to be there when they get there. Like, I think as a pitcher, watching Cody Bradford, I can see some things where, hey, he can work in the major leagues, but like Martin Perez said, it has to be fine-tuned because that pitch works in AAA. But the guy batting third in AAA is probably going to be batting eighth or ninth in the major leagues.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's continue to celebrate the Stars. Plus, in honor of the Tampa Bay Bucks head coach getting his degree at 59, have you ever done something noteworthy at an unusually older age? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And you know what? Since we're in a celebratory mood, can we go ahead and fire off cut number 5, let's say, so we can enjoy a little bit more Stars magic?
Back to the point. Dunn towards the net. Save Ottinger. It ends up in the corner. Ben has the puck. Clears the zone. Game 7 is over. The Dallas Stars survive, and they move on to take on the Vegas Golden Knights.
And that game will not get going until Friday. So you have a little bit, if you need a little bit of a hockey respite, you have that opportunity.
I don't. I want it back.
You want it back
I want
right
tonight.
now?
Just go ahead and play tonight.
Oh my gosh. Don't you feel like that would be disadvantageous for the Stars?
They're in their vibe right now. Just let them keep going.
You have to
man.
go to Vegas too.
Man,
They'd be in load management mode.
I don't.
In the NBA.
Now, the good news for everyone who's irritated about the last 2 series and the 8:30/8:50 start times, none of these only one of these games starts after 7:30, and that one starts at 8 o'clock. And it's not, and there aren't dueling hockey games that night.
Awesome.
So you like to think they'll be like a lot truer to the actual start time. So you have 7:30 for game 1, 2 o'clock this Sunday, and then a whole slew of games at 7 o'clock, and game 7, if necessary, would be at 8. So
Ooh, that really sucks for Vegas locals, doesn't it?
yeah.
Fine by me.
Most of those games get started at what, 5 o'clock local time?
Well, get out of the casino, you know?
Yeah.
Do you think everybody in Las Vegas works in a casino?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit. I know that's
That's
unfair.
a great question. Do you think it's 20% of the population? Of the adults, obviously, of working age that you can, like, you have to be 21, obviously. I would maybe, I don't know, Reggie. We can probably look this up. Google,
I'm looking it
like,
up right now.
I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna be a little high on my guess and go 20% of the population in Vegas that is of age works at somewhat a casino or or like, you know, in the shops or whatever.
Yeah.
Or at the restaurant in the casino.
The win, according to information, information, Kevin. According to information, the industry is there's $14,000 jobs on the Strip. Okay, and there are about most of the jobs in accommodations, food and service, about 115,000 jobs, like in total. So
in the casino industry,
in the
in
whole,
Vegas?
like
But
not
I think
just
he's
like
saying the Strip, not even
not
downtown.
just, this is like all
Downtown has
the
a lot of
whole
casinos.
thing. Not just the Strip. So about 14,000 on the Strip. Wynn Resorts is the biggest casino there. They employ about 8,000 to 8,500. So I don't know, and then I would have to look at. I don't know.
Apparently, during 2018, hotels and casinos in Southern Nevada directly employed roughly 164,000 people, which represented 16.8% of the region's total employment.
Wow.
So there you go.
That's wild.
That's not too far.
Yeah, so
off.
get out of the casinos and go watch a game, or stay in the casino, watch a game.
Yeah, or what do you care what time it is? Everything's going to be open. Like whether it's early, late, what you want to do is going to be open. All right, so I thought this was really cool. Did you see Tampa Bay Bucks coach Todd Bowles? He said he fulfilled a promise to his late mom, Joan, and he completed his college degree at the age of 59.
Wow.
So my question for y'all, for the fan text, the Twolos, the YouTubers.
Corey, we like this question because we're old graduates.
Yep, we're old graduates.
Have you, and it doesn't just have to be about that, have you accomplished anything noteworthy at an unusually older age?
I know this is probably in Gridiron, Kevin, but didn't Jalen Hurts at the age of 24 just get his master's degree? So now this makes me feel even worse.
Yeah, and it was after he got his contract. And so you're just like, man, what'd you do this year? Kept grinding away. Jalen Hurts got $250 million, got my master's.
At 45 years old, I was an analyst on a Texas Rangers radio broadcast.
That's true.
Huh?
That is impressive.
And
bucket list.
Do you have any future bucket list things that would you like to do TV in the future or anything like that?
July 7th and 8th in Washington versus the Nationals. I will be the analyst on television for 9 whole innings.
What?
of a Bally Sports Southwest, and I know that brings a smile to everybody's face when I say Bally Sports Southwest. So I get to do that too. I also graduated college at 33 years old.
Okay, so you were older than me. I was 29 when I graduated college.
Okay.
So it was like, a few months before I turned 30. So
What's your degree in?
Journalism.
Yeah, I know everything about the universe because it's called the Universal Studies.
Mm-hmm.
I could be the owner of Universal Studios, I think, if I wanted, or a manager there.
I like this.
Because I just show them my UTA degree and say, listen, this is Universal Studios. Universal University, whatever.
Universal Studies.
Universal Studies. Yep, that's my degree, man.
Do you like have access to every university then?
Yep.
Because of that's awesome.
Yeah, they gave me the code.
The code
There's one.
to
Wow.
open the gates
Yep.
and stuff like that to get into
It's
these
like the
different-
Michael Vick key. Anytime he wants to come to Dallas, he has a key to everything.
Now, I know a lot of people are bringing up Robert De Niro just became a dad again at the age of 79, which is...
Oh, my God.
Which, I mean, that means he has like a newborn and like a 50-year-old?
I think that's right. See? Brandon, and Noah's not so weird. From the 817, Glenn from Granbury. I started throwing darts in my 40s and won a Fort Worth City Cup championship.
Hell yeah.
Woo! That's pretty awesome. From the 972, I joined the Navy at the age of 34, which was the cutoff at the time, and pretty much smoked all those young kids in the fitness competition.
Nice.
Oh, that is awesome.
I'd love to meet that person just to kind of ask them a whole bunch of questions about the motivation. Did he want to, or he or she, did they want to join at 18 years old or 21 years old and somehow put it off and then said, this is my last opportunity? Like, there's a lot of fun questions to ask that person.
Avery's in the mindset of that's what he wants to do. He wants to join the forces, the military forces.
Oh,
at
I thought
some
you were talking
point.
about the Jedi.
Oh, that would be pretty awesome too
That
if
would
he
be
decided to be
awesome,
a
too.
Jedi and then he had the Force. Could actually do
The
it.
Midi-chlorians.
Yeah, I've watched him.
Do you trust that kid with the Force, though?
No.
Okay.
Well, again, I've
he
watched
turned
him
to the dark side.
I've seen that.
I could definitely see him. Yeah.
Well, Carter's
Guess
actually
what,
the
bro?
one that could go either
No,
way.
yeah, Carter's the Anakin.
Yeah, Carter
I
could go
believe
either.
Avery's Obi-Wan. He wants to do the right thing.
He does actually. Avery's
Anakin wanted
probably
to do the right thing, too.
No, I know. There are some times when I definitely think Carter wants to do the right thing. Then there are other times when I'm like,
Yeah,
maybe not. Is that fair?
They're a blast. Those kids are a blast.
Now-
you never know what's going to happen.
Jess reminded me, and this is super cool. Her grandmother didn't graduate college till she was in her mid-50s because she wanted to wait until all of her kids graduated college.
Interesting.
Man, that's sacrifice right there. She also told me about her friend Taylor, who didn't chew a piece of gum until she was in her 30s.
Don't believe that at all.
Okay.
I tried skiing at 45. That didn't go well.
Yeah, I did not. Now, Reggie.
I don't know. It looked awesome from my perspective.
I know it did. I was also skeptical about this at first. I have had numerous conversations with both Jess and Taylor about this exact topic.
Gum?
At first, she was not allowed to chew gum as a kid, and then she has very particular
Set of
textures,
skills.
and so she was like, I don't get it, and I don't like it.
You know what? That's fair because, like, if you really think of it, what are we doing with gum?
What?
Chewing it
Yeah, but like, to what end?
until the flavor's gone, and then we throw it away, and then we put a new piece in if we want a new piece, so that we can have that flavor burst.
Okay.
Some people use it for weight loss. Some people use it as like a way to not eat because they just need oral. Some people use it to stop smoking.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
But
Mm-hmm,
for the most part, you're like, hey, where's that fruit stripe? Because it's amazing for 7 seconds, and then it's terrible, and then you throw it away, and usually it's going to end up on somebody's shoe or in somebody's hair. and
Is
that's
Fruit
trouble.
Stripe still around?
Yes, it is. I found some. Oh, we were on a trip. We were in South Padre, so.
What was the gum where you just chew the wrapper? Was that Fruit
I
Stripe?
think Fruit Stripe was also
Okay.
Trident. I think you can use with
Yeah,
Trident. You can
just
chew the
chewed
wrapper
the
as well.
Mike. They're like, no, it's all part of the
Like
deal.
Kendrick Lamar?
What? Like rapper with a W.
Chance the Rapper? Is that what you were?
Okay,
kinda
I
chew
got
the-
what you're
okay.
saying. From the 210, this is interesting. Learn to ride a bike at the age of 15. What's the average age someone learns to ride a bike? 6?
I
have no idea.
I'm guessing right around that. You know, they
Okay.
make those really cool bikes now for kids, which you'll find out, the ones that have no pedals, and they kind of run with the bike,
Yeah.
and
They call
it
them
really
gliders or
helps them
something?
with balance
Yeah,
and
it learns
everything.
the balance part.
So like
Lucy and Carter had
kids
one.
are doing better, I feel like, than our age of learning how to ride a bike quicker because those are really good trainers. And then you kind of put pedals on it and they're like, oh, I've been kind of balancing myself with this through running with it. So
he's dead on. Yeah. Those things are awesome.
I think probably the scariest thing to try to learn at an older age, if you didn't learn it at a kid, has to be swimming.
Computers. Oh, swimming. That makes sense. Seriously.
I don't know computers. I'm not going to try to learn them, but
You use a computer all the time. You know as much as you need to know about a computer, Mike.
I guess.
Yes. You turn it on. You ask for things.
He knows how to get on eBay. He's
that's true.
Yeah, I know how to use the internet for the most part.
Yes.
If it's sports card investing apps or eBay,
he asked me how to do DOS or something like that.
He knows everything.
Nobody needs to know DOS
Microsoft
anymore.
Word or whatever. I'm not sure.
But you said swimming. So if you
I
didn't
think
know how to swim, but then as an adult had to try it.
I do, because I just think the fear is, for some reason, as a kid, yes, you're a little bit scared of going underwater for the most part. I know everybody has different levels of fear in swimming, but I feel like if you get to teenage years, if you get to 13, 15, 18 years old and you didn't learn how to swim, I think the fear is so much that it is very tough to overcome.
Yeah, I think you're right, because I've always been in water. Like when I was a kid, I jumped in. I was already doing that stuff very early in life, and I have no fear of water. But I know Adrian, at an early age, she fell out in a white water rafting situation. She fell out and was underwater, and she could see her family above her. And she was like, I remember seeing them like reaching in the water to pull me out of the water. And she's not terrified of it because she'll get in, but she's not going to go swim. You know, she
can't swim.
She can swim. She's just not going to swim. She's just like, I would rather. So I can totally see that. From the 817, beat up my 5th grade bully. We're now 31. So all these years.
Hold on.
Yep.
So
Instead
at
of
the
beating him up in the 5th
age
grade.
of 31?
Yep. And he decided, you know what? I've had enough of this.
Isn't that more tenuous then because of jail and stuff?
I don't know. What if the bully was like, you know what? You're right. I deserved this.
I mean, good for them for having that
I
sort
was
of self-awareness.
really rude to you your whole growing up existence. I deserve this.
Yeah. All right. From the 469, fast. I want to know
I don't
more
know.
about that story. From the 469, Ken in Princeton, I bought my first home at the age of 53.
Oh, there's hope.
Yeah. Reggie, what's your goal for home ownership? What age? 40?
If it happens.
If it happens.
Are you going to be like a condo guy then?
I could see that.
If there's a possibility
Maybe
for it.
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Look, man, I'm not
You're a man
setting
of
my
the
bar
city.
too high at this point.
Okay.
From the 402, there's a lot of like educational ones in
Okay,
here.
all right.
And it could be anything though. I graduated college last year at the age of 48. From the 682, I'm 34, about to get my associate's degree, and will be about 37 when I get my bachelor's. But it's been a long road, but it's a good ride.
In the 770, I tried riding a mechanical bull when I turned 50. 18 years later, my back still hurts me.
Ooh, that feels like a young person's game, right?
You ever ridden a mechanical bull, Kevin?
Yeah, when I was in my 20s.
Yeah,
Now,
I did it once. That was enough for me. I was
Yeah.
like, I can totally see why this is more of a somebody else's thing.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that. From the 972, joined a softball team for the first time at 51. My teammates are all 20 and 30 somethings. Oh, fascinating. From the 786, at 45, my nephew asked me to go play paintball with him for the first time. We didn't lose a match all day. Man, so not only are people trying things, some of them are thriving.
From the 682, not totally what you're asking for, but I'm 52 and I've never had a cheeseburger. And I have said I'll do it if I'm told I only have a month left to live. And then they'll have a cheeseburger.
Is that a decision or just kind of an odd happenstance?
That's a decision every day. They could have a cheeseburger, but they decide not to. Every single day, they decide, I will not do this, put this great thing in my mouth and body.
Don't forget.
Cheeseburger.
Masterpiece of the week is at 1:30 on Friday.
Cheeseburgers are so good.
Dude, can you follow up and text that person what the backstory is? Like, did they have some sort of traumatic experience?
Are you scared of cheeseburgers? I
yeah.
will. Yeah.
No, I'm really curious about this. From the 806, my buddy's older brother lost his virginity at 37. We had an epic celebration for him afterwards. Wow. Okay. Congratulations to you. from the 972. I became a hockey player at 31, and I'm still playing at 33.
I like that. That's a good approch to life, going out there and playing some high.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
From the
I don't know.
No, he's younger than that.
I thought you were just saying a hockey player's name, and I was
thought
excited
maybe the Stars
for
was
you.
maybe a guy who made the Stars at 31 years old or 33 years old. That's like
That's how little you
congratulations.
think of Mike. You're just like, you named a hockey player. Congratulations.
Hey,
job,
you
little
heard
buddy.
yesterday when I was astonished his knowledge on the Great Depression.
Uh-huh.
Or as he said, didn't something bad happen then?
Kevin from the 979. I agree with Mike. I taught swimming lessons for 3 years. Kids are easy to teach. Parents are awful. In your face, Kevin.
I think they try to drown you because they're heavy enough that they get nervous and they start pushing you under to try to get above the water.
I feel like you get older and you know that you should be afraid of like the water and the things in it. And you're young, you're like, I don't know, it's fine.
But I think
Except
people
for
who
the
can't
Kraken,
swim are
you know
afraid
what I'm
of
saying?
swimming pools that get to 6 feet.
Uh-huh.
From the 817, got adopted at 17 after being in the system since birth.
Wow.
I'm a little bit scared of the ocean, by the way, Reggie.
Should be.
You
Why
can't,
are you scared of the ocean?
That is
you can't
incredible.
see anything underneath you.
What do you need to see?
Do you realize that we don't know nothing about what's happening in there?
What? Yes, we do.
I just saw a girl got
Barely.
bit by a shark on her side.
Why?
Because the shark was in the water and she didn't see it till it came up and decided to see what she
Why
was.
is she splashing around, making all that racket?
Well, that's what people do in
Yeah.
the water.
What do you wanna
go in
do?
the water and just
Yeah.
bob up and down?
Yes.
Are you
That's
a
exactly what I
Navy
do in the
SEAL
ocean.
and you're just like coming out of the water very slowly and then dipping back in and holding your breath for a minute and a half?
Dude, most terrifying moment of my life is Avery and I are out in South Carolina, shoulder deep in water, in ocean water. This is the Atlantic Ocean, Kevin. And he looks at me with panic in his eyes and he goes, "Oh no." And his head, all I can see is his head. It goes underwater. And I was like, what just happened? And out of nowhere, a kid comes up, boom! And he has a shell in it. It was like a conch shell or whatever. Conch, what did he say?
Conch.
One of those big old shells. And
Conch
he was just like, I got a shell. I thought he was dying. I thought the kid was getting taken away by a shark.
But he found a conch shell.
And it was a conch shell.
Because you conch people with it.
Yes, we avoided disaster right there.
Did we?
See if it'll conch. That's what you say with a conch shell.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Does it make the conch noise?
right here
It's on the shell still.
105.3 The Fan.
Put that conch on the shell.
Last night notwithstanding, do you believe the Rangers can or will win the AL West this season? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, let's talk about incredible.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss. That's Soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. And Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. Corey, this is a you make the call. Play audio or don't play audio.
Oh, I'll play the audio right now.
Ooh, let's go to cut number 1, where Corey has chosen to call out the Rangers.
Bradford lifts the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball to left center field. Tavares turns and watches. That ball is into the second deck. An absolute blast. And Ronald Acuna Jr. with a 2-run shot. The Braves with a pair of 2-run home runs here in the top of the second, and they lead 4-0.
Man, that was a bad call.
Yeah, why would you do that?
I'm sorry about that.
Hear that
guys.
crowd?
Yes. Okay, hold on. Let's give him one more shot.
All right.
One more shot.
Yeah.
Corey, you make the call.
All right.
Do you want different audio?
Play different audio.
Let's go to cut number 2,
right.
if we can, once again, at the behest of Corey Majors.
Let's do it.
3-0. Riley swings and hammers this one up the alley in right center field. Tavares races after it, turns and looks, and that ball's gone.
What is happening?
Into the Rangers bullpen, just barely clearing the wall. And Austin Riley, who's gotten off to a slow start this year, with a 2-run home run for his first hit of the night. And the Braves are now up 10-0.
How did you not learn your
Why
lesson?
do we not have the good audio from last night's Ranger game?
Which
guys?
good audio?
That was the good audio.
That's not good audio for our Rangers
He
fans.
said 10-0. It was eventually 12-0. So that was good audio. But here is
Bochy, by the way, in his postgame, when he was like, yeah, and Leon gave us a nice inning. And it was just funny. He said it with a straight face. Like he's the backup catcher.
Yeah. But I mean, he did. He only gave up 2 more runs. So here's my question for y'all.
How old is Leon, by the way? Do we know? Because that dude's beard is so dark, and I want to know if it's natural.
34.
All right.
I have no clue.
Wait, what are you accusing Sandy Leon of?
I don't know. It's really does a really dark beard.
Huh.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
You saying he cheating?
Interesting. We'll investigate that further. I don't actually know
Maybe
if
he
we
just
will.
believes some things are just for men.
Do you? Oh, okay. All right. Do you believe the Rangers? We'll start with will win the AL West this season, and if you want to say can win the AL West this season, we can do that. And here's one of the reasons. I was looking at a lot of the numbers from yesterday before the Braves game. I get that. This is the largest lead that the Rangers had since winning the division title in 2016.
Interesting.
Adolis Garcia, first Rangers player with 40-plus RBIs in the first 40 games since Josh Hamilton in 2012. And at 25-15, that was one of the best 6 starts for the Rangers in history and one of the best 3 this century with 2012 and 2013. The reason why I bring up those years is 2012, 93 wins, second in the West. 2013, 91 wins, second in the West. 2016, 95 wins, first in the AL West. So all of those other teams we mentioned all hit 90 wins, and we're all in, let's just say, playoff position because that absurd game 163. And they all had excellent seasons. Do you view this as a Rangers team that can keep up that 93, 95 win pace, whatever, and win this division?
I do, and I think when Mike explained yesterday why they went with Bradford, like it makes a lot of sense. The approach, I mean, we're trying to make sure our guys that have already been putting in a lot of innings can continue to put in a lot of innings, especially while we are out without DeGrom, who is, Kevin, we've talked about, the guy that can stop anything that's a problem. Well, now it's on Evaldi, and he's going up against Strider on Friday, I believe, right? And
Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday. And so like that's where they said, hey, this is the reason I believe it is because of Bruce Bochy and the mindset of, hey, these are the little things that are going to get us through a season. These are the little things that are going to get us to what we want. It is a sacrifice of kind of one game. We get our minor leaguer the opportunity to come up and pitch. He's been pitching well. He earned his opportunity. It might not work out against one of the best teams in baseball right now. It might not work out, but it gives us the opportunity to give some guys some rest that need it along the way and helps us make it through the full 162 grind. So yeah, Kevin, I think a guy like that at the helm, and Bruce Bochy, who, as we discussed yesterday, has the experience to understand these little things that he can and can't do. And I mean, I wonder, Mike, with Chris Woodward or another manager of the Rangers in the past, if they'd have presented that idea to a John Daniels or whoever the GM was at the time, if they would have said, no, that's not how we're going to do this thing. Because I feel like the Bochy, the way he is with Chris Young, they get along well. They understand what they're trying to accomplish together. So I think we have the right leadership there, Kevin.
I do think Bochy and CY have great communication.
Yes.
On stuff like this, So I mean, I don't think this was Bochy telling CY this is what's going to happen, or CY telling Bochy this is what's going to happen. But I mean, we'll see if it works out. The thing is I'm not Mike Maddox. I'm not Bochy. I'm not CY. I don't know how the pitching staff was feeling after this 10-game road trip. But hopefully Dane Dunning looks really fresh and good, and if he does, you go, hey, I see why they did this. I see why they decided to pitch Bradford, yesterday. If Dunning goes out and has a rough outing, I don't know if it was the wrong move or the right move, but it wouldn't have paid off. It wouldn't have been an instant gratification payoff in this. And so you're hoping that over the next, 2 to 3 times through the rotation, nobody gets hurt. Because the one thing that you don't want, I think we just saw it, right? We can handle DeGrom being out of the rotation. It's not beneficial. It's not. DeGrom's better than Dane Dunning, but Dane Dunning's doing a great job. But we just saw, if there is another injury in this rotation, Bradford is the next guy up. There's really nobody else to replace him. I guess you could go with Cole Reagans, but Cole Reagans, his arm isn't built up. So you'd be starting him his first start at 3, maybe 4 innings, and then the next start 4, maybe 5 innings, and that's if things go well.
And that was why they got Odorizzi, right? Right. For this kind of situation.
Right. Unfortunately, Cole Winn is not producing at the minor league level, so you can't go to him. I don't know the whole AAA rotation, but Jack Leiter and Owen White aren't ready yet to be a major league pitcher. So if you do have another injury, I do believe Cody Bradford would be the guy to take that spot.
How much emphasis then, because I feel like you talked about it with your son going into the season, how much emphasis are you putting on just like a series like this, especially given the Rangers' 5 straight series wins versus AL West teams and 8-1-1 in their last 10 series? I know they got shellacked yesterday, but let's say they win the next 2. Can you just take that as, hey, we won another series, great? Or do you look at it and go, hey, we did just stand toe-to-toe with probably the second best team in baseball?
Both.
Okay.
I'd love for it to be a great, yes and no, but I feel like both. I feel like if you win this series, it's another wow, the Braves are a good team. Now the Braves are coming in not playing well. They played great yesterday, and luckily when you lose 12-0 or you lose 5-4 and you blow a lead, they each count as 1 loss.
Right.
Sometimes these are a little bit easier to come back from, as in you're like, hey, we just got our butt handed to us. Fine, let's play some good baseball today. We've got Dane Dunning on the mound. It's a different matchup. But they've come back from heartbreaking losses where you were probably, be honest, position players get mad at pitchers when they blow leads like that. It doesn't mean they hate you as a person or whatever, but they're really frustrated that they felt like they worked their butts off. They understand, because they can work their butts off, not see the benefit of it, and then crush a guy who doesn't have it in the 8th or 9th inning and have a win that it looked like was going to be a loss. But when you come into the clubhouse, you feel bad as a pitcher that you blew a game that your players worked so hard for, and the players, that they're a little bit ticked off that they worked hard to get a W that you weren't able to hold the last 3 or 6 outs of. That being said, I like the question. I wish it was a perfect answer, and this is the answer. But you feel good if you beat the Braves 2 out of 3 here. Yeah. If you're able to win these next 2 games, also being against Spencer Strider, who's one of the best pitchers in the National League,
which
you'd
at
feel
least you
great.
have the right guy for that. I'm not saying over the span of this, last year, this year, next year, but right now, it feels like Eovaldi's the guy that you want to see.
He's the best pitcher in baseball right now, going on the last 3 starts. Now, That being said, if you lose the series or get swept in the series, I hope you don't. But if you were, I don't think, well, here it comes. The Rangers are going to be a below 500 team, and they're going to only win 73 games this year. No, hey, the Braves just got swept in Toronto. Toronto's a good team. Sometimes you don't play your best baseball against good teams, and good teams take advantage of you. So I do like, it would be a building block. It'd be something else to look at this Ranger team going, man, I think they're for real. But if they were to lose this series or not play well the next two games, you go, man, let's get back on it. Let's start playing better baseball. We're better than this. And that's how the Braves came into this series. We're better than how we're playing. Let's play better. And they played great the first game of the series.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy. Something we said would happen years ago has now come true. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
I'm Jeff Stewart.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
They're going to run a play. 4th and 4. Back to throw it out to the left all alone. Caught at the 2. And a walk-in touchdown for CeeDee Lamb. How did you not cover the second team All-Pro?
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. That was from last year's wild card game. I wonder if something interesting is afoot with the next one. We'll find out as we go around the entire NFL.
We'll find out.
And dip into some gridiron gravy.
Biscuits.
And we start with...
Because we're doing NFL talk and not minor league.
Where do I buy tickets for the Stars? Like, where's the best place to go?
Right now, don't you still have to be like a half or full season ticket holder to get access to those tickets?
I'll talk to a
Not
season ticket
100%
holder
on
and see what I can do.
We talked about this years ago. We were scoffed at, but proven correct. Is eventually the NFL would move more and more of their content on streaming, including playoff games. I am still not ruling out that eventually the Super Bowl makes its way to streaming content before people get really mad.
That feels like nonsense.
Okay, but if I had told you a couple of years ago they're going to exclusively stream playoff games, wouldn't you have thought that was nonsense?
Sure, but there's also always the one playoff game, wild card game that they're like, eh. And I feel like that's the one that Peacock's going to get.
So it begins like that. But you've already
Yes,
seen with Thursday. It
begins.
begins like that. That's what you already saw with Thursday Night Football. Al Michaels like, oh man, this new slate's dope as hell because Amazon probably complained.
Although, the Thursday night games is the wild card equivalent of the week.
Oh, interesting.
Is it not?
So Reginald, I don't think so. I hear it sometimes in terms of when the game plays out in terms of quality of football, sometimes you feel like it's not as good, but they still will put some marquee matchups on there. I'm not saying it's Sunday Night Football, but they'll give you some good games on there. Then other times they will not. So Peacock is going to exclusively carry an NFL playoff game. And,
I did hear that if it's the Dallas Cowboys,
you can always
it'll
get
be
local.
shown local to the two teams that are in the game.
Correct.
I won't watch that playoff game.
Because you're not going to get Peacock?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I think in most markets, if it is your team playing, you can access it over like here, 21 or whatever. I mean, obviously you can listen to it right here on the Fan, but you should still be able to get it. But for people who are just diehard NFL fans, they were really upset about this. And we talked about this years ago. This was the way it was going to go. Peacock was willing to pay $110 million for this.
Mandalorian.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the one live thing that people care about.
Yep.
Like a lot of people.
Do you already have Peacock?
I do because
Let's say you don't have it. What do you not have? I don't know. Do you not have Disney? You told me to drop
Hulu.
it. All right, you don't have Hulu. The playoff game of Buffalo versus Cincinnati's on Hulu. Are you now buying Hulu for a month?
I think I would consider it because now you're talking about like in Peacock, for instance, the highest tier they have is $10. For this, it would only be $5. But also, I bet they're going to be throwing out free trials, kind of like Major League Baseball did. And then you can check it out and see if there's anything that you like. For that price, I think I probably would consider it. I'm not saying like 100%, but I think I would consider
When
it.
you call to cancel, do you have to call or can you just do it online?
You just do it
They put you on hold for 73
You
hours.
have to send a letter that's notarized.
I was
weird that they do that.
I was recently subscribed to a newspaper, and I was like, I'm ready to go ahead and cancel this because they got me with the 3 months for $1. And I was like, all right, cool. And then it was like $18 a day.
Dallas Times Herald.
Something like that. And so I was like, all right, let's go cancel this online because I love the convenience.
tell you you have to call,
They were like,
right?
you have to call us. And not only do you have to call, you have to answer no 3 times before we give up trying to resell you more newspaper.
Ooh.
Yeah, then I was like, look, lady, I get it. I don't want it. And she was like, all right, but I have to ask you a third question. And I was like, because that's the rule. In those types of things, you have to ask them 3 times. And once you get to the third time, you say no, just keep saying no.
It is set for January 13th, 2024. The first exclusive live streamed NFL playoff game will in fact be on Peacock, so people can decide whatever the hell they want to do.
Jacksonville versus Tennessee. Are you paying? I gave you too good of teams.
Wait a minute. You've got 3 AFC South teams making the playoffs?
Jacksonville versus Miami. Sorry, you're smart.
Maybe for
Okay.
$5.
You're a wrestling fan though, so you're used to shelling out money
That's right.
for pay-per-view.
I understand the pay-per-view model.
I've never pay-per-viewed. I'm not sure. I don't know if I've
Back in the
pay-per-viewed.
HSE days.
You ever gone to a friend's and been like, here's $5? Or I've never ordered it myself, but I've gone to friends' houses.
I
And
pay-per-viewed when I was in Columbus, Georgia for the Tyson Holyfield ear biting.
there you go. Yeah, I did that too. Yeah.
Had a whole bunch of guys over, and then we were playing the Braves, and so a lot of Braves guys came over, and so we watched it that night, and it was good, but
I provided the beer for that night.
Okay.
That was my whole, instead of paying the money, I just took care of beer for everybody.
In some instances, wouldn't you rather just pay the money? Just depends on what
Yeah,
your crew is like for
sometimes,
that
yeah.
one. All right, so I had a question for you guys, and this is a broader question outside of just these 2 teams.
We'll
But,
attempt to answer.
The Colts are going to host the Bears for joint training camp practices. My broader question is, do joint practices do anything for you in the football sense?
I mean, we saw the Rams one, Kevin. You and I believe it was you and me.
Yeah.
Mike was
COVID?
absent that year.
Yeah.
And
So
there was a
sad.
fight between Connor Williams and Aaron Donald. We were also there during the Raiders Cowboys when the massive fight broke out like 5 yards from us, and we were like, we better get out of here because we could get stabbed.
Actually, what I said was, come back now. We were in a commercial. I don't remember who's
Yes.
on the board. I was like, come back now. There's a fight like 3 feet in front of me.
I think Lucius may have been on board because it was midday.
since the new CBA, they do a lot of joint practices now because they're allowed to.
Yes, Mike. I see your joke there.
Randy Gregory.
But I don't. It doesn't do
Joint
anything for me.
practices
But
every day.
I totally get why the coaches do it because it is controlled, but it's also not your guys. So you do get a little different type of. You get kind of, Kevin. I kind of know where you're going with things. You know where I'm going with things. If you're practicing against each other every day, it's like I know his weaknesses and his strengths. Now you're going up against somebody else. You don't really have a scouting report. You have to learn quickly. So I think I do think it is beneficial, even if it is as controlled as it is.
All right. If you've got kiddos out there between the age of 10 and 18, now I will warn
do.
you, this link is too long, and somebody should have said something to them about this ahead of time. SolomonThomasFreeYouthCamp.eventbrite.com.
That's not that bad.
Look, it's too much. All right.
Is it Googleable?
Yes. Yeah, just look up Solomon Thomas football camp. So Solomon Thomas is from Coppell.
Bam, got it.
Yeah, there you go. We've had him on the show before talking about, mental health and everything like that. So he's from Coppell. He's going to be hosting the football camp this Saturday. It's from 9 a.m. to noon at Buddy Eccles Field at Coppell High School.
Sold out, according to the Eventbrite link. That's awesome.
Of a gun.
No, that's good. That's a good thing.
Because we just said it, or is that
yeah,
too fast?
it immediately sold out.
Too fast of a turnaround.
It's sold out online. I do wonder if there's a. Oh, it's free.
Okay. Do they do walk-up tickets for a football camp? Like if you showed
I'll give you $100 for my kid to join this. You just have to kick one out.
Yeah, or if you just showed up with your gear and a helmet and everything, are they gonna be like, sorry, kid, hit the bricks?
Willie Mays Hayes it.
I
get out of bed.
Just wait till they're running their 40s.
Get out of bed, run faster than everybody, and then you're in. You may run like Mays, but you hit like.
I appreciate you not saying it because I wanted to be like, what does he say?
What rhymes with that?
And then I thought he might
hit.
That's a good point. All right, let's go from that to other local news. Is Cedric Ogbuehi from Allen has signed with the Miami Dolphins. Now,
See all our local products right now? Shea Langoliers hitting home runs in Oakland from Keller. Alito has Cody Bradford pitching for the Rangers.
We got football camps. We got new contracts for offensive linemen.
I wouldn't be surprised if possibly Taylor Hearn came back up to the Rangers here pretty soon.
Oh. What do you think is the most likely exact Super Bowl matchup for next year?
I'm sorry. Re-ask that.
What do you
Dallas versus Dallas.
Okay.
What do you think the favorite is?
The Dallas Texans versus the Dallas Cowboys. But the Texans now play in Kansas City.
My question was, what do you think will be the exact Super Bowl matchup? I'm going to get back to your answer. I have numbers for that.
Dallas and Kansas City.
He just answered the same way I did.
37-1 on your money if you believe that will
That's
be
a really good number.
Yes.
That's a
it
really
is.
good. If I bet $1, I win $370.
That is wrong. Now,
best odds?
Yes.
San Francisco versus Kansas City.
That's second.
Philadelphia
That's
versus
first.
Kansas
The
City.
rematch
is first. But even that one is 19-1.
Oh, wow.
So they're like, we don't think there's any way you can predict the exact Super Bowl. Give it a shot. Give us some of your money. So
I'll take the field.
Dallas
I'll
versus Buffalo.
I only have the top 10.
That's not one of them.
And Dallas is only listed one time. Interestingly enough, 10th on the list, Kansas City Chiefs against the Detroit Lions at
Waste
41 to
money.
1.
Mike.
What is Night Train Lane coming back to play? Like, it's the last time they were good at football. Barry couldn't help them. Calvin couldn't help them.
Good then, but you're
yeah,
right,
but they
didn't make it to
it
the
doesn't
Super Bowl.
matter. They are jinxed. They
Didn't
are
you
cursed.
say the same thing about the Cowboys to a certain extent?
I have a feeling they might be, but we are not 58 years into it or whatever, and they're like 70 years into it. We're just 30 years into it. That's nothing compared to Detroit.
That's a good point.
Sorry,
Thinking about 41 to 1 on Detroit.
Something reminded
What are
me
you doing?
when you said the Cowboys were only in there once. The first thing that popped in my mind, and it was in Mike's voice, was that's because we don't win games like that, or we don't get to games like that.
Fair.
And I was thinking Cowboys automatically because the Cowboys haven't done that in a they haven't gotten to an NFC championship in a very, very long time.
Going on 28 years.
But he also said that about the Stars last night.
Yeah.
That he was like, there's no chance we're winning
Oh,
this.
yeah, he said we were gonna be sad
lose
today.
games like
See?
this.
I intentionally picked them to lose so they would win.
Hold on. You also intentionally picked the Cowboys to lose the Super Bowl this year.
See? Just so the Cowboy fans could go, I told you so, Mike. It's their favorite thing to do. Everybody's favorite thing to do is say, I told you so, Mike. Used to be Mikey likes it back in the 80s. Now it's I told you so, Mike.
That's why at 12
The 90s was I want to be like Mike.
Yes.
Mikey likes it in the 80s, be like Mike in the 90s, and I told you so, Mike, in the 2020s.
Now let's go back to the saga of the Arizona Cardinals. We talked about former executive Terry McDonough and the arbitration claim he had against the team. Remember the team responded, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. It was like, hey, look, actually, we tried to hide all of the problems that he had. So he has now amended his arbitration claim against the Cardinals, arguing that that response amounts to defamation and invasion of privacy. So in addition to all of the other things, he's added that. This time the Cardinals learned their lesson. This is their new statement. We are aware of the amended complaint. We are precluded from commenting further based on existing confidentiality order that binds all parties. So at least this time they're like, hey, let's not fire back because that's what got these extra charges put on there, and let's just do nothing.
So is that the 28th Amendment?
No, not that kind of amendment.
There are 27.
I do
right
not
now,
believe
and
this
you just
is
said
a
it was an
constitutional
amendment.
amendment.
Hey, Kevin, which amendment's your favorite?
Yeah, how many amendments do you know?
The Second Amendment? I hear that one a lot.
14th.
How many people know all the amendments?
Nobody.
No, surely there are some people that know all
Like
the
legal
amendments.
scholars.
All right. You don't.
I don't.
In your face.
I don't. Corey.
I can list them right now,
You
but
got
I
the
would be
first
cheating.
one,
Yeah.
the second one,
I'm literally looking at all the amendments right now.
I like Reggie's.
the third one.
The first one, the second one.
The third amendment.
Thou shall not steal.
That is a commandment, not an amendment.
I'm pretty sure that's thou.
Quartering of soldiers.
Yeah.
What?
You gotta go.
That's an amendment?
Obey your mother
you
and father.
can't
That
do
is
it
no.
without consent of the owner. Okay.
We're the KNC masterpiece. My God, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I thought they were talking about like the other kind of quartering.
Coming up next,
Thou shall not kill.
Stars. You already said that one. Stars win.
But it's a good one.
What is your current
Still killing mom and dad.
confidence level of Dallas winning the Stanley Cup? And you know what? Without looking it up, how many amendments can you name? All of that next right here on the
First
Fan.
Amendment.
Fifth one.
Blasting out 100. fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go ahead and fire off some positive audio. I know Corey has been calling for all the negative audio.
I did not intentionally do that.
But let's go ahead and fire off cut number 4 if we can hear some positive audio.
The Donald sails one the length of the ice. No icing as Johnston's there. Johnston to the backhand. Score!
Amendment 27, no icing.
I don't think that was
what a cool play that was, too.
That was.
Like, that when it went up, I was like, he's got to be offsides. And there was no offsides called on that play. And then when they showed the replay of how he kind of was just right there on the blue line waiting for it, and then as soon as it went over, he was like, I'm gone. And then the flip up, the decision to go ahead and go top shelf with it, the patience, all of it, man, was just so impressive. And I really appreciated the way that the entire Stars group played last night. Kevin Hockey Hawk came in a few minutes ago, and he was like, hey, don't forget, how Ottinger was pushing the puck immediately to his defenseman as quickly as possible. Did you notice how quickly the Stars just seemed to get everything up and out of the zone? They were like, we want to move forward. We don't want to do anything in our zone tonight. As soon as we get this puck, let's just move it up the wall as quick as we can. And that was a huge factor in last night because it set that pace and tone for them. Even though they only got the 2 nets on it, they did keep pushing up the ice all night long, and they were taking their shots.
And it does look like I just got a notification from Ticketmaster that you can now jump in and get tickets
for game 3,
for games 3 and 4.
I have a question for you there.
You have a code?
Would you rather go to 3 or 4? The series hasn't started. Okay.
I'd rather go to 4.
Mike, would you rather, if you were going to go to one of these games, would you rather go to 3 or 4? 3 is a Tuesday night, 4 is a Thursday night.
Plus, there's just a shot. I'm not saying it would happen, but there's a shot the series could be closed out that night.
You're right.
And I don't know if there's a bad. I just don't know what makes 3 or 4 better or worse. Like either one would be awesome, right?
Yes,
for sure.
yes. And if it's for Kevin, if it's closeout, potential for closeout, dude, that's there might be nothing that could beat it. But game 3, if I just kind of know that this series is going for a while, you get the chance to be the first one in the conference final, the first game here. And that's where I'm like, I think the energy is just going to start off so much different because we've seen it whenever the Stars go away for games 3, they've had some tough roads to deal with when they go away. So I can just imagine the energy at the AAC is off the charts whenever you're at game 3 here. So that's just my thought. It is expensive.
It is.
I saw, was it $175?
Yeah, to get in the building.
Yeah, just to get in. And my buddy's like, all right, how many do we need? So I'm working on getting my tickets right now.
Yeah, no, these are good questions. I mean, but that's also like, I guess selfishly, that's not our favorites, but like, that's what you want, right? Is your diehard hockey fans to be scrambling to get these tickets so we can fill up the building and just go frickin' wild. Now, my question...
We can't say we're sitting with the pores if we go up there.
Yes, for this instance...
That's what you say, Kevin? Is that right?
No, that is what you said.
Kevin, when Kevin has to sit up there with the pores, he usually walks in with a bag of Totino's pizza rolls, and he just starts throwing them around at everybody, and he's like, here
pores!
Feast on me tonight,
Eat some
pores.
food, pores!
That definitely is inaccurate. My question was going to be, do you believe that the Stars can win the Stanley Cup? Like, if you look at the field of 4 remaining, where do you think the Stars sit in that field? And I have good news for you about the conference finals. Once the Stars play a team in the conference finals, they always have the same result against them. For example, this is their 6th trip to the conference finals since they came to Dallas.
Gotcha.
In 1998, they played the Red Wings. They lost.
That was tough.
So the next time they played the Red Wings again, 2008, they lost. But 1999, they played the Avalanche. They won.
Yep.
So when they played the Avalanche again in 2000, they won.
Yep, I was there.
The only other time they were in the conference finals, 2020, against the Golden Knights, where they were victorious. Now they're playing the Golden Knights again. And if they follow their trend, they will be victorious yet again.
Now, Reggie, based on the information he just gave us, that's a positive. And based on yesterday, doesn't it seem like he's ready to follow it up with a negative somewhere? I'm kind of waiting for this bud.
Well, I mean, they are the underdog
Yeah.
from the betting perspective.
There it is.
Is that a negative, or is that just me telling you more information about the games that are coming up?
Negative to Kevin. Is what
I'm wondering how much money you could charge until people would say, nah.
For this?
If you made the upper deck tickets, if you standard the tickets to $500 a ticket,
I think people will bail.
Okay,
Because I was thinking
right now
$400.
It's $175 to sit in the last row in the upper deck, and that's before taxes and fees. Remember, which we're trying to get rid of. But so you're looking at kind of a little bit over $200 a ticket, and that's standard admission.
Yeah.
So once you buy them, they're gonna in the next hour or two, they'll all be gone.
Sure.
So you're looking at. Then if you don't get them right now, you're looking at probably people reselling them at $300 a ticket.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, and people will buy those. People will buy them.
400 was my thought.
400 is
kind of the breaking point. But even then, I'm not saying nobody would be up there. I think you'd still get a lot of people, but I don't think it would be like automatic sellout.
I am a poor. All right, I don't buy tickets to a lot of games.
Yeah.
All right, I like watching.
I've never been to a Stars playoff game, and I really want to go, but then I just saw the price, and I'm like, dang it.
And when my buddy's like, "Hey, how many tickets do we need?" My first thought was Carter wants to go to a Stars game. My second thought was Carter can go to a regular season Stars game next year. I think I'm going to go to a Stars game with my friend, and that's going to be my pitch. Is I'll be willing to pay $300 for a ticket. To have probably not the greatest seat in the house, but I think that's kind of where I'd be just to be part of the energy of what's going to be going on.
Should we just go to game like 5 and just go to Vegas?
Oh, let's go to Vegas. How much are tickets in Vegas?
Aren't those fans pretty rabid too, though?
I don't know, man. I've never been.
Yeah, you know what?
They're
They
all working
probably
in the
have the
casino.
shots that you need. If you get bit by a dog, you'll be fine.
Not rabid.
He got you there. You've been got. You've just got to admit, you've been got.
How did I
Good
not?
job, Mike.
You know what? You're right. And I don't know how I didn't see
Right.
that was going to happen. All right. So you guys want more positive stuff. Is that
Yes.
what you're looking
Yeah,
for?
dude. Last
Okay.
night was a positive
Okay.
game.
All right. I got more positive.
Stars win.
Wyatt Johnston scored the game-winning goal. Though I actually have questions about your thoughts about that as well. He is the youngest player to score a game-winning goal in a Game 7 ever. The previous youngest was Jaromir Jagr in 1992. That is a Hall of Fame player. That is an all-time great player right there. And also, guess what happened with that team that he was on that year?
What?
I'm pretty sure they won the Stanley
Look
Cup.
at that. Let's go win some cups, baby.
So
Or just one. We just need the one cup.
that's a positive right there, is they went on to win the Stanley Cup. Do you want more positives? Pete DeBoer remains undefeated in Game 7s.
Never lost.
Never lost. That's right. And also, the Stars are the fourth franchise that he has taken to a conference finals. That is a feat only accomplished by one other coach in history, Scotty Bowman, who's done it 5 times, which is actually pretty damned amazing. And DeBoer is the only coach in NHL history to lead a franchise to the conference finals / semifinals appearance in his first season in 4 separate spots. And guess what happened in all those places? They went to the Stanley Cup final. Do not ask a follow-up question.
What happened after that,
Look,
though?
they didn't win. And that's why I didn't want you to ask that question.
Game 6, by the way, Memorial Day Massacre for the Dallas Stars.
Is that what they call it?
To go to the Stanley Cup finals, I hope. Those are already sold out, and resale is to get in the building $320 at the lowest, and that's before taxes and fees. So you are looking right now, if you want to go to Game 6, cheapest ticket will be about $400 to get in the building for Game 6.
And that makes sense, right? Because that's a far more logical closeout game. Like, I'm not saying the series is absolutely going to end in 6, but that seems more likely than 4, right?
Yeah. Yes. Oh, man. That's a lot of money, though. I gotta go earn some.
You know what they say about money? You don't really need it.
You know what, Mike? You're right. Easy come, easy go, right?
Yeah.
Like money, just like if you just trust in whatever you trust in, then things will just happen.
I
for
like
you,
this
man.
perspective from you guys. Hey, Mike, can I borrow 100?
All the time.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
No, let's not even call it borrow. Let's just say give.
But remember, here's the thing. Mike doesn't believe in time. So you can borrow it, but he doesn't know exactly when you can borrow it. So there you go.
Yeah, how do you? Here's the question. If you get it right, maybe you get $100.
Wow.
How many years is the Earth? What's the
I don't
age
even
of the
understand that question.
It's a horrible phrase question. How old is the Earth?
Oh, like you actually expect me to answer this?
Yeah. Everybody wants to know.
Do you
Reggie's
want the
answer.
$100 or not?
Yeah.
No one knows. I think that's what Mike would say.
He just answered it right.
Oh my God! Look at that. Reggie is now $100.
If I put you on a lie detector test, would you believe in your heart of hearts that nobody knows how old the Earth is, and we've made up numbers just to sound smart?
Yeah, I think I could fit. I think I could cheat the test for sure.
He said,
cheat the test.
Yeah,
All right.
You carry her on a thumbtack.
Those things aren't even scientifically accurate, so who cares?
Yeah.
So the Dallas Stars in the betting hierarchy, they're third right now. I'm not saying I put them third. I'm saying Vegas is putting them third. Ooh, that makes sense though.
Yes.
Because they're playing the Golden Knights, right?
Yep.
Ooh, that does make sense.
It does.
The Florida Panthers are plus 330. Your Dallas, not the Pink Panthers. The Dallas Stars
We'll make them Pink Panthers.
are plus 300. The Golden Knights are plus 250. And the Carolina Hurricanes are plus 225. Makes sense that Carolina would be the favorite. They've been smashing some folks and had an excellent regular season record. And
I know their logo.
That's true. You did great yesterday. If you missed that, you can go to radio, rewind that, or go check it out on YouTube. I know Carter posted that. Dallas going into the playoffs was 16-1 to win the cup.
Okay.
Now they're 3-1. So you've already seen with these advancements a remarkable turn of events, and their head coach gets to the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, that's what he does.
So
Just like Mike McCarthy.
You just got to give him to win it. You know, we just got to get him to win it this year with the Stars, Kevin. That's the only thing is we got to get.
And you said yesterday, you believe the Stars are in it to win it.
I do believe they're in it to win it. Thank you, Mike.
I feel like anytime you make it to the Final Four, that's the guarantee that you know what.
I think they're
trying their best.
Committed. This is a
Does that just start in the playoffs, or is it only once you get that far you're in it to win
it's
it?
kind of it's almost the same as this year's different, and like this, when you can tell when a team is they're not just there because they're talented. They're there and they have something else special surrounding them, and I think that's the difference between in it to win it and just just kind of showing up and doing your thing.
I think the Minnesota Timberwolves look at each other and go, "We ain't winning it."
I feel like the Sixers are kind of that team this year. They were one of those teams that were like, we have all the talent to do it, but
Embiid and Harden can't do it alone.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Man, by the way, a lot of people have given their votes for how old the Earth is. This just shows you what we're dealing with. 972, about 6,000 years, 18.5 billion-ish, 2.5 billion, 65 million, and 4.52 billion. A wide discrepancy.
You all could be right,
there.
and you all could be wrong.
Yeah, who knows?
Coming up next,
some guy made up a number, and we're like, "Yeah, that's right." Throw
Who
it in
has
the book.
the guts to ask Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy how old he thinks the Earth
Why are
is?
y'all looking at me?
We'll find out if it's Corey next, right here on the Fan.
Are you?
CNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now on the line, brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce. We have Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Well, we got to get this out of the way so people will stop asking us this. Do you anticipate Corey Seager being in the lineup tonight?
You know, I think it may be another day. Not that it couldn't be something that could change, with his availability today as far as using him off the bench. But I think the plan right now is hopefully all goes well and he'll be activated tomorrow.
Bruce, when we were last time we were out at the stadium before a game, we kind of turned around and saw Seager taking some grounders, and we were like, "Oh, that was the first time we'd seen that." And I was kind of curious, what exactly are you looking for? What do you want to hear before he gets back out on the field?
He went down and played some games. He got 5 innings and then DH in 7 innings. Pretty much checked all the boxes off. As far as that, now when he comes in today, we're going to reevaluate him, see where he's at, and just make sure we're not pushing this too much. He'll do some, he'll take some grounders, BP, a little running, and all goes well. As I said, possibly could be used off the bench, something like that, but more than likely, I'd say tomorrow would be more of the target day. We don't think that's quite ready, then we would have the extra day with the day off. So, but I think there's a good chance it could be tomorrow.
Boach, when it comes to Cody Bradford or a guy making his big league debut as a starting pitcher, how much do you want to talk to him or just try to maybe stay out of his way and let him try to go through what his routine was in AAA, let's say?
Well, he was part of the pregame meeting, which we have the first game of the series, and then with the starter, they have their own meeting, with the catcher. Last night it was with Jonah and of course Mad Dog. He's going to run that Maddox I'm talking about, and Hayes and our bullpen coach, and they go over they try to customize it to the starter because they're all different, lefty, righty, how they're going to approach, how they're going to hopefully pitch to these guys. So now, with that said, you still want to go with your strength. You don't want to get away from that, and so you got to kind of use both and go with what's going that day. Every start can be a little different. But, I'm sure nerves were going. He had a lot of family here. And he was going against a really good lineup. And, it probably didn't go quite as well as he had hoped. But, hey, when you are facing a team like that, you figure they're going to score some runs. He just had a tough time keeping the ball in the ballpark yesterday, and that's not him. He's been throwing the ball so well down there in Round Rock. And this is all about learning, getting better, and he's got a taste of it, and so we'll continue to work with this kid because you look at the numbers he's been putting up down there, and they're impressive. But you first start with the nerves, you're probably not going to hit your spots as well as normal.
Obviously, with you being a manager, you can provide us with unique insight. I'm really curious, since you brought up like the beginning of the series meeting, is that like a mini State of the Union? Is that just a, hey, here's what to expect from the Braves? Like, you don't have to get specific without giving away strategy, but what kind of stuff do y'all talk about at the beginning of the series meetings?
Yeah, it is a little mini State of the Union, kind of, where we're at. We cover a lot of things in our staff meeting, which I'll talk about, the club we're facing a little bit, what they've been doing, where we're at with our club. For example, we talked about Seager, the changes that we made. We had to make a roster move with Yeri, Rodriguez going down, just get, as you said, a little State of the Union. Then, we talk about, the other club, the offensive side. We talk about what our goals are, what it's going to take to beat them, things like that. Now, after that short meeting, and of course the trainers are in there. They're talking about where we're at with the guys. We look at who may need a day off, things like that. And after that, you have the big pitchers meeting where you have the whole staff in there, and we go over their hitters, and that's usually about 20 minutes, somewhere in that area. And then after BP's a hitters meeting, and that's when all the position players get in there. And Donnie Ecker heads that up along with Tim Hires. Will Venable will talk about their pitching, things like that, on how they hold runners, whatever. But anyway, it's a big staff day the first day, and then second day not quite as much. You have the starter; they'll have their meeting, with the catcher, and of course the hitters meeting and go over that day's starter that we're facing.
And today you get kind of the opposite of yesterday. The Braves were able to take a guy that they've never seen before in Cody Bradford and be able to put some runs on the board. Today you get a guy in Schuster who I'm pretty sure most of your guys have never faced before. What is it like in kind of a meeting or getting ready as a hitter for a pitcher that you've never seen before really and that none of your teammates have seen before?
Yeah, with Schuster, once they announce him, then, our baseball ops gets on it as far as giving us information, stuff, type of fastball, for example. Does he like to run it, sink it, pitch on the top rail, things like that, the breaking balls that he has, and the change-up usage. We have video, so, every team has this stuff. So, before the game, after batting practice, they'll have a hitters meeting again and go over them. So, guys get all the information. And these guys, we'll have them prepared as they can be because, as you said, they haven't faced them just like they hadn't faced our guy. And you don't want to overcomplicate things. They still have to get it over the plate, but this guy would be 90 to 92 in that area. He's got a pretty good breaking ball. He's got a good run on the fastball, but they'll have even more than that with the guy we're facing tonight.
Bochy, we were kind of talking about this amongst ourselves yesterday, and I kind of was curious on your thoughts on this. How far does it feel like the dugout is from the mound in Oakland? Is that the furthest? Furthest walk there is?
It's a pretty good hike, I tell you. I've been going there a lot. Trust me. And from here and from the dugout to home plate is similar actually to our ballpark. We're pretty far away from home plate here, and so it takes you a while to get used to the perspective. And but as far as the mound, the foul territory in Oakland, that's incredible. And they made an unbelievable catch on us, with their guy running into the stands. But it's pitcher friendly with all the foul territory room because you see so many balls caught there that you don't see caught in a normal stadium. But no, it's I'm getting my steps in Oakland. I knew that going in there.
Do you ever reconsider and you're like, he's not pitching that fast. Let's go ahead and leave him out there.
That's pretty good. There's been a couple of times, and the guy gets hit by a pitch. I'll just say, okay, Lucky, check him out. But no, it's what you're kind of used to there. But when I came up, there were a lot of fields like that. I remember Dodger Stadium, being a catcher there. It was incredible how far back the backstop was. So if a ball got by you, you had to be run as fast as you can to get to the ball, all in and getting to it. Or else they could take third base too. That's how far the backstop was. They've changed since and brought I'm sure they're making a lot of money on those seats, but so a lot of pressure, and especially on that staff was Joe Niekro. Now you got a knuckleballer, so you want to put added pressure on you. You realize how far you have to go, if a ball gets by you. But and there were a lot of other stadiums that were more spacious, but now they're all fan friendly. The parks, they got the fans closer to the action. It's better. It's better for the fans. The players like it more. So it's gotten a lot better. And that kind of all started, I think, with Camden Yards.
I appreciate that answer.
That story
by the way.
was
That was
awesome.
I didn't know how that question was going to go over. It went over even better than I ever could have suspected. We were kind of also discussing this yesterday on air, and I think Kevin asked the question of, do you believe that they can do this? That this team can accomplish this? And my answer was, yeah, because I feel like they have the leadership that when things do go wrong, it's not emergency time. It's not like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do without Corey Seager? Because Marcus Semien steps up, etc. Who are the guys in your clubhouse that you're like, man, I didn't know who my leaders would be, but I've been watching them step up into these roles in these times? Because we've heard Valdi's, being a really good clubhouse person. So what are your thoughts on where the leadership is in that clubhouse right now?
Yeah, you know what? It's really it's a lot of them that I think take part in this, and not to just be more specific for you, but it's obvious. Marcus, he leads by example too. Just his work ethic. He's out there every day. He has his routine, and guys like Josh Young follow him. And Smitty and Duran, they're following what Marcus does. But then you have a guy like Nathaniel Lowe who's got a great way about him. He keeps things loose. He's always smiling, has fun playing. He doesn't take himself too seriously, and that rubs off. Then you got the calming influence of Jonah Heim, who's running this staff, who is an even kill guy. I think he even reminds me of Buster a little bit. He he leads by example too, and pitchers are comfortable throwing to him, and there's not a lot of ups and downs. And then you get your energy guys. Probably like Doley. I'm talking about Garcia. One guy I would like to mention is Robbie Grossman. The way he plays, he's all in and on everything. But on the pitching side, I think you mentioned a good one, Evaldi. But Martin Perez, he certainly is one of those guys. So it's as a group, it's a very good group. That comes to play every day, and they don't get down on the games or injuries, things like that. It's a group that can handle, I think, pretty much anything thrown at them. And I just have so much confidence in how resilient that they're going to be.
I know I was hoping you could tell us just a little bit more about Adolis Garcia's performance this season. This might be a preposterous pace, but right now he is on pace for 166 RBIs. He leads the league in RBIs. What kind of things have you seen from him this season?
Yeah, with Doley, he's a guy that wants to be up there, man. He thrives on it. He loves the crowd. He just seems to, have a nose for an RBI. I said this about an old back in 2012, that Detroit team. We played them in the World Series, and Ed Cabrera and all these good hitters there, and Fielder, and the best way to beat them is not let guys get in scoring position, because those hitters grew a foot taller then, and he's kind of that way for me. He just seems like he thrives on that, and so you need those guys that are even better hitters with men on base. I think he's one of those guys.
This season, you're probably going to have those moments where you're going to play, hey, we're playing a really good team. And a lot in our world, we start going, hey, is this kind of a measuring stick of what that's going to be? And maybe sometime in the season you go, no, Corey, this is the time we're going to measure where we are. Are the Braves a good kind of measuring stick for where y'all are right now?
Well, I had one. I hate to just say, yeah, this is going to be our measuring stick. We had played some good teams. We started with Philly, who was in the World Series last year. We played Houston, who were the world champions. Angels are good. Seattle's good. I don't want to leave anybody out. But this is a really good team too. And the guy that Morton, the stuff he had last night was just filthy.
Mm-hmm.
Geez, that's the kind of stuff we saw in the postseason when he pitched. He's throwing 96 with command. He's got just a nasty curveball, which everybody knows about, and a slider and changeup. He was on top of his game. He was locked in, and when you have facing a guy like that, you get your hands full. So, but it's a dangerous lineup. They look to do damage. We talked about it. You make mistakes and leave off-speed pitches up in the zone, you're probably going to pay for it. Well, that's what happened to us. And but they are a very good team. They were just the world champs a couple of years ago. They have balance throughout their lineup, a lot of depth that lineup, great pitching staff, and that's why their record's what it is. So, I guess it can be, but I don't think you look at the other teams we played and say, well, they're not a measuring stick, because they're very good teams too.
Now, I know you're busy managing the club and whatnot,
Very
but
busy, yeah.
I do want to know if you've also caught Dallas Stars fever in the midst of the season.
Yeah, I feel bad. I get locked into what I'm doing, and man, sometimes you don't know what's going on in the world. I do know about them, trust me. But we were on the road. That was a pretty good long road trip. But so I'll be honest, I haven't had a chance to watch or anything. But I need to be, especially now I live here, get more involved in. But, we've had our hands full, just getting ready for every game right now.
Conference final, Kevin.
Yes.
And you just need to know the name Wyatt Johnston and Rupe Hintz.
Yeah.
Rupe Hintz, those are the ones that are really crushing it right now for us. So keep an ear out for those guys, all right?
I got you.
Fantastic. As always, we really appreciate it, good sir.
All right, guys, good visiting with you. I'll see you next week.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy, and different people might have taken different things out of that, but the biggest thing I took is Corey Seager potentially available off the bench tonight, but more likely inserted into the lineup as a starter tomorrow.
That would mean you'd have to activate him and send somebody down today, though.
So you think that's unlikely then?
I mean, it would be weird to activate him and not play him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that does make sense.
Because if you're activating Corey Seager, we've activated him and we're not playing him. Wouldn't you rather, in a weird way? I know he's better than Sam Huff, but if he's not going to play, I would just be like, yeah, Sam Huff is still active on the team. When we activate Seager, he's going to play.
So,
but I don't know. I mean, he could be
yeah.
activated to sit the bench tonight.
But he sounded
sounds like tomorrow. I would say
tomorrow.
sounds like tomorrow.
I'm sorry I didn't ask the question about how long the world. When I feel more comfortable with Boch, I will ask that question. But right now, I'm just trying to establish some credibility with him before
that's
I'm like,
fair.
yeah,
That's fair.
Once we get to that later in the season, guys, where everything's rocking along, we're feeling good. I'll ask the world question.
Is it because they lost last night that you didn't feel good?
Yeah, I felt like he was, he was.
If they would have won 12-0, you would have been like, hell yeah.
Yeah, and he said he's really focused on what he's doing, on the last question, so I didn't want to take away his focus too much,
You being all professional. Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, and now it's time for Mike Likes It.
Real quick, were you guys surprised on how much meeting there is before a series starts?
Yes. I was.
Yeah.
I loved his answer just because, and I know that might be kind of old hat for you,
right.
but how many opportunities do we get to get that inside information? And he's like, here's exactly how it goes. I thought it was really neat.
I'm glad he answered it just because I think a lot of people think the players get to the park at 5 o'clock and then they play a 7 o'clock game. But before a series starts, usually you have to be there earlier, especially a series that you haven't played those guys. The next time the Rangers play the Angels or Seattle, because you play them more, there's not as big of a meeting before the series because you have a better idea. You've played them already 6 times or whatever. So it's like, we've been over these guys, but you still have to go over now who's hot, who's cold, have their zones changed or not.
That makes sense.
It's a very general meeting, the big pitchers meeting. The first meeting is Ronald Acuna Jr. Guys, obviously, he's playing great. This is one of the guys that can beat us. We got to make sure we do this. We're shading Oppo, or we're playing straight up in the outfield. So it's a very basic. They have the cards in their hat now and everything, but you tell them how we're playing him for the most part, a very general how we're playing them in the outfield, very general how we're playing them in the infield, and then you move on to the next guy, and then just stuff like that. And then after that big meeting's over, then you go to, like he said, you split up. and then it's a very general meeting. This is all the relievers get, remember.
Yeah.
This is something when people ask about relievers and how they can go bad at times is, as a pitcher, you can get very individualized meetings on each hitter individually to you. You don't get that as a relief pitcher. You get the general meeting. And so that's where, it can get a little bit like, hey, maybe when you're going bad, you start really diving into, hey, Mad Dog Maddox.
Yeah.
Can you?
I like how he does that. He's like,
I want you to go over, even though I'm probably not going to face all 9 guys tonight.
Yeah.
I might only face 3 guys tonight or 5 guys tonight. Let's go over specifically how I'm supposed to pitch each one of these guys, because let's just take Cody Bradford, for example, versus, I know that Perez honestly is a little bit similar to him, throws a little bit harder, but let's just say you had Cole Reagans.
Yes.
Cole Reagans and Bradford's scouting report against Ronald Acuna Jr. might be a little bit different. One throws 95, 96, the other throws 88, 90.
That makes sense.
One has a pretty bastard slider in Cole Reagans when it's on, and the other
Is that
one
referring to the movement?
Yeah,
Sorry
like it's
if
a good,
okay.
it's a good slider. Like we'd say like that's a bastard pitch.
I just wanted to
like
make sure.
in a good way, right?
Oh, I get it.
And so you look at a guy like Bradford, and you'd say like he's going to be more fastball changeup. So there's going to be a different way to pitch Ronald Acuna Jr. Even though both guys are left-handed and both guys pitched last night, there's going to be a little bit of similarity on where his cold spots are, but can you attack his cold spot with your pitch? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's where you have to, as Maddox would, make sure that individually we're attacking the right spots. Because if it says he doesn't like sliders down and in, well, guess what? I don't have a slider down and in. So what can I do to attack? How do I attack?
What do you do when you have the plan and then you do it and they hit the home run off the pitch that you were like, oh crap, that was the right, everything about that was right. How do they reassess that?
It would be very rare.
Okay.
It would be super
interesting.
It would be very rare.
So you just go back and do it again?
No. Well, it would probably happen 1 out of 100 times.
Okay.
What's going to happen, Corey, is you're going to look at, let's say you throw him 4 pitches and you're trying to execute the first pitch, let's say down and away, the second pitch up and in, the third pitch down and in, and the fourth pitch, you were going to go back down and away from the first pitch you set him up with. Well, if I missed on the third pitch and then the fourth pitch, I don't perfectly hit my spot, we're going to go back and go, the reason he got to that pitch and liked it wasn't the lack of execution of that pitch. It was the lack of execution on the pitch before. You didn't set him up, so he felt very comfortable hanging out over the plate. So there's probably going to be in that sequence a situation where you didn't execute a pitch, which then you go back and watch it. You're like, you know what? Acuna was cheating on me there because I made a bad third pitch, and that's why he got me on the fourth pitch. So there's a lot that goes into that pitch. That's why when they do show highlights, I think kids don't really learn the game well right now. And it's just because they want to watch the highlights. I totally get it, man. Quick pitch is awesome. They in 30 minutes go over 15 games and show you all the great plays, all the great hits, all the big strikeouts. How did we get to that strikeout pitch? Because that strikeout pitch doesn't tell the whole story on why we got that out right there. All right, let's go to the big story of the day. Like it or not, Yankee fans, it's not me who's making up this story. It's on MLB Network. It's on MLB.com.
So
it's
you've
on
gotten
ESPN.
a lot of static about this.
There's a guy on Twitter who's like, Mike, you gave up the 73rd home run to Barry Bonds, and I guess you were tipping or he was looking for a pitch. I'm like, well, first of all, I didn't give up the 73rd home run. I don't respond to him, but I am kind of right now through this. But it's like, look, no, we don't have Barry Bonds on camera looking at possibly the third base coach before I throw each pitch. But let's hear the audio here of, this is the Toronto Blue Jays yesterday hosting the New York Yankees. Aaron Judge had already hit a home run in the game, and the announcers noticed that Aaron Judge looks like he's either looking to his dugout, his first base dugout, or he's looking towards the first base coach.
All right, Buck. So you and I looked at each other at the same moment right when we saw this 3 pitches ago.
Watch what he's looking at.
Yeah. What is that?
Where's he looking?
Where is he looking? And he did
In
it
the
more than
dugout?
once.
Yeah. It's really, really unusual. But you and I both looked at each other when we saw that.
Like, did you see what I saw? And you don't want to go throwing allegations around.
Lays off of
without
a
knowing,
beautiful
but-
breaking ball there.
And you know what? I have had guys look back when I was catching, and you obviously could see it, and he couldn't see the catcher with the way he was looking right there.
Yeah, just did it again.
And then 2
Just did it
seconds
again.
later, hits the ball a country mile. And I'm not saying he's cheating, but he is looking specifically for
Yeah.
something. It's not a random act that he's doing there. I don't know what exactly he's looking for, but he definitely takes his eyes off the pitcher, but he keeps his head quiet. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. If the announcers didn't zone in or a cameraman didn't catch it and see what he was
Nobody would've
doing,
known.
it's really tough when you're watching the Ranger game tonight from the home plate view, from the center field view, when they're taking a look at the pitcher and his delivery and the hitter. It's going to be really tough to see the hitter's eyes. But they noticed something and he was doing it. I don't know. I don't know if he was getting tipped where the location was. It would be really tough to be tipped the pitch. Now the pitcher could be doing something, but he's looking at first base. The pitcher's right-handed. It's very tough to tip pitches to the first base coach because he's blocked off by your back.
Yep.
He can't see your hands. He can't see glove movement. Now maybe he sees the ball behind his back as he's bringing the ball to his glove and he's changing the grip, but that's really stupid to do. We're all taught you change the grip in your glove. You do not change the grip outside of your glove. So most likely a major league pitcher isn't changing his grip outside of the glove. He's doing it inside of the glove. So there's something there. I don't know. It's fishy. Maybe it's nothing, but it is interesting and weird that Aaron Judge did that. And I guarantee you the Toronto Blue Jays are looking into it tremendously, going, what are we doing? Or what is the first base coach doing? What is their dugout possibly doing? Because it wasn't a good breaking ball. It was a hanger. But the one before was a really good breaking ball that he laid off of, and there wasn't really a major flinch to swing at it. Like he knew it was coming. So from my perspective as a former major league pitcher, it seems like he had a better idea of what pitch was being thrown. He's a great hitter. He's a great player. If you're a Yankees fan, I love Aaron Judge. He's great. I'm not a Yankees fan, but he is awesome. But you do have to, if you're a Yankees fan and you're like, Aaron Judge did nothing or there's nothing about this at all, then I never want to hear you ever talk about the Astros.
He said there was a lot of chirping in the dugout, and he was trying to see what the chirping was about. That's
From
what
his
he
own
said.
dugout.
Yeah.
And without moving his head at all.
Yeah, because at some point, the manager, Aaron Boone, does get
you get thrown out about 3 pitches before or so. But
Yeah, he said a lot of chirping from our dugout, which I really didn't like in the situation where it's a 6-0 game. I was trying to see who was chirping in the dugout. That's what he says.
Right.
Do
And
I
just
believe
like if
him?
I ever hit a guy
No.
intentionally, I never say, yeah, I hit him intentionally. You know, like you never admit those things. Did Patrick Beverly ever go, yeah, I was trying to really hurt Russell Westbrook?
Yeah.
there."
Oh.
It's like, I mean, when and I'm not saying he did or didn't. He could be telling the truth. It's just always tough. Kevin questions a lot of at times guys that all of a sudden have career years.
Magically get better.
What happened there? And it doesn't mean you're saying he did or didn't, but
I'm just curious more than I would be about whatever run-of-the-mill player.
yeah. So tonight, Rangers take on the Braves again. I have a good feeling about this game. I'm just going to be honest.
Most winnable game?
Definitely most winnable game. Also very excited. I think Wednesday, it's a 7 p.m. game, $1 hot dog night. A lot of Braves fans there. I will say this, Ranger fans, you were great last night. There were probably 17,000 of you approximately, but there was a good 10,000 or more Braves fans. You can go out and see Ronald Acuna Jr. is must-see. I think Ozzie Albies is really fun. Spencer Strider on Wednesday. You're going to see a guy who I think is going to win a Cy Young in his career, if not this year. I think he's going to be a Cy Young winner.
And right now,
Evaldi's awesome right now.
He feels must-see in this moment.
So I would say if you have a free Wednesday night and you haven't thought about it, the Stars aren't playing. The lottery's tonight. I would just say, man, Wednesday is a great night to go out and get dollar dogs, watch the Rangers play the Braves, very competitive game. But tonight could be a good one, too. I'm looking forward to it. But really fun series. It's a great environment out there, very different from the last couple of years.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
What is your most dad move, or the move your dad did when mom is out of town? And we figure out just how far a country mile actually is. Next on the Fan.
Get the top fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Draft lottery tonight. We will get back into that at 1:20. You're going to be excited, Mike. But right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you very much, Kevin. Really appreciate you sending that my way. My first question, and we'll
I
get to...
appreciate the numbers you bring our way.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the Tolos. That's not me. It's really our Tolos more than anything else.
All those amendments.
Yeah, because we go through the amendments on a daily basis. The question to kind of start this off, and this is because wife's out of town. All right, so she's staying in Memphis. Graduations are going on all over the place right now. I'm gonna have 2 nephews in college, and then
Whoa.
Avery's working his way there. By the way, Avery has walked by. I told you I have all of y'all's graduation cards on the refrigerator. But Carter moved all of them right above the trash can because he was like, I want my artwork placed high. I don't know these people.
True.
And Avery immediately walked out, Mike.
He definitely knows there are kids.
And I put your daughters on the fridge yesterday, and Avery walked out. I was like, "Yo, who's this?" And I was like, "She's too old for you, Avery." And he was like, "No, but none of them are too old for me."
None of them are too old for him.
The confidence on this kid. Anyway, I just
Yo, who's this?
Yo, who's this? Anyway, I'm really excited for all y'all's kids that are graduating. That's really awesome for you guys.
You shall not covet. That's a big amendment.
That is an amendment. I don't know if you know.
That is not an amendment. That's a commandment.
Oh.
They're very different.
Oh, no.
They end in mint.
Yeah. So
liquor before beer.
Yes.
You're in the clear.
That is neither
clear
that
liquor.
is
Beer
neither
before
amendment
liquor, never
nor
sicker.
a
Yeah, I'm
commandment.
pretty sure that's one of the amendments.
No,
Malt liquor will something you up quicker, is what I've heard.
it didn't say like, oh,
I
na-
before E,
Uh-huh.
except after C.
But there are some words that really are confusing.
It doesn't say in the Constitution if the president is incapacitated, the vice president, and then it goes, plus if you're drinking beer versus liquor after that. That's wrong.
Kevin, I'm
You
trying
don't
to.
know.
I have a direction I want to go here, and you're just really
Okay,
taking it
I'm
off here.
sorry.
All right, so when the wife or the mom goes out of town, this is a question for if you for everybody. If you're a father, because not everybody's fathers, but some people had dads, some people didn't have fathers, etc.
Yeah.
Mike, when Sue goes out of town,
I cry.
okay, I can get that. What is your dad move? Because mine is I'm stocking the fridge with frozen pizzas, and I'm like, all right, kids, good luck with dinner tonight. Because I don't feel
So
like
it's a dance?
I'm just sit down and have
Cabbage Patch? Is that like what's my move?
No, not your dance move,
Oh,
Mike. Like what do
Running
you
Man?
What do you do? What do you
Rabbit.
do whenever do you do everything the same? Or are you like we're having a sit down dinner tonight? Or are you just like you know what, guys, y'all can do whatever you want for dinner. Good luck. How is your approach to parenting? Whenever the mom is not around, and Kevin, I don't know, has just gone out of town much of late.
She was gone a couple days away from the baby, but it was also when I was gone away from the baby. There's only shorter spurts of time.
Okay.
When it's just me and Noah, and hopefully she's not listening right now. We like to do bolder and more daring wrestling moves than perhaps she sees on a regular basis. He loves it.
Okay.
But I don't know if Jess would love the throwing and whatnot. And so we just get a little bolder with some of those moves. That's my favorite.
What's your favorite? The Undertaker move you do with Noah?
I like to powerbomb Noah. He loves it. Like, he loves it. You pick him up.
What's the one? The neck cracker? What's
the tombstone? That's the Undertaker one.
Don't do that yet.
I have not done that.
Speaking of frozen pizzas.
I do that. That's right. That's a good
That's what I
frozen
got,
pizza.
too.
Is I take him and flip him up and then drop him on his back. But I don't like drop him
The pizza?
really high.
Mm-hmm.
No, the baby.
Oh.
And he loves it. And then he gives you that look. Kind of like the dog does if you ever stop petting a dog. The dog looks at you
grabs
like
your paw, grabs
I
your
thought-
like paws you.
yeah, like I thought that was gonna happen forever. He looks at me and he's like, "Why did we stop?
Yeah,
like I
Landry
thought you were just
puts
gonna
his
keep
chin
doing
on me
that."
even more. So and like Mike, for another example, I like where Kevin's
I
going. with
pretty
this.
much. There's not many rules, but the rule is when mom is coming home, like let's say 2 hours before, I start delegating who's cleaning up what.
See, I like that. That's good. That is good. Hey, look, the house can get a little messy. That's fine. It's fine. But it's when she gets home, she doesn't want to walk into a disaster zone. That's the first thing. When Adrian was kind of taking care of the family whenever I was in college still. She had a pretty good job. She could take care of everything. And I was in school and also watching kids, and sometimes she'd come home and kids like to play with toys.
Sure.
And she'd walk in and she's like, "What is happening here?" And I'd be like, "Oh," and she'd go, "Look, man, I've been working all day. Can you just make sure the house is a little tidy?" And I was like, "You know what? That's not too bad of a deal. You're supporting us while I'm going to college. I appreciate
Is that really the way that went down?
You know what? I'm going to say that's exactly how it went. I was very open and accepting to the conversation. And there was no argument involved there.
All right.
But like last night I walked. Well, there were no groceries in the house because we were out of town for a couple days. And I went to the grocery store, and while I'm there, I'm like, "Hey, Carter, what do you want to eat for dinner tonight?" And he's like, "Fruity Pebbles." So I was like, "Get a box of Fruity Pebbles." And Lucy's like, "Mac and cheese." I'm like, "You go get some heat up mac and cheese." Ooh. Avery was in school, so he didn't eat dinner last night. So, but it was
that's what he gets for learning.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, that's not the message we want to send.
The store with us, because we're all out here at the store right now.
Yeah.
From the 214, I do the same thing with my granddaughter. We call it the baby slam.
For sure. And I did the same thing with Brandon. I have it on good authority. He's a fine young man. So what's the big deal?
From the 469, I have 4 teenage daughters at home. Frozen foods are great, but they'll cook dinner for us all at times. That's the best.
Ooh.
Carter loves to cook, but he only knows how to cook eggs right now. So I think I need to just kind of expand for the 11-year-old, expand the portfolio.
Eggs are not the easiest thing to cook. Does he do them well, or does he scramble them?
Yeah,
he just soft scrambles.
Right. He throws butter in there.
Does he make sure he uses the fork to make sure you get good curds?
No.
What?
No, because we also have the ceramic pan that's only going to last for a year.
But you know what I'm talking about,
Yes,
right?
yep.
I mean, yeah, Bobby Flay style, not like hard cook them, and then you got your hard eggs that taste like farts. And you're just like, oh man.
No, man, you get put a little cream in there with them, and you keep them
I don't
stirred
have to
the whole
put
time.
all that. I do know butter helps out a lot, but if you just keep using that fork and keep going really fast, it makes small, nice curds, and then you got to control the heat, and then make sure you have nice creamy eggs instead of hard eggs.
From the 682, my dad used to buy real mayonnaise. My mom wouldn't let him eat it for health reasons.
Man,
so it's real mayonnaise time.
Because you said your dad move. I've had a lot of people are like, well, here's my dad's move that had nothing to do with me.
Yes, no,
And
exactly.
they're
I'm
like,
leaving those out there
I'm just
too.
doing it for selfish purposes. And I do get that.
Yeah, no, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. From the 817, I have a 2-year-old, and when mom isn't around, he is a saint. When she's around, he's a little crybaby. Might need to pack it up and leave mom behind.
Can I tell you something about last night? Now, I don't think my wife believes me. Noah is 9 months old. He went to the
Why would she not believe that?
No, well, she believes that part. He went to the amazing Oak Cliff Pediatrics today.
Yes.
Nice.
Get shots?
Yeah, I need to check on that.
Okay, because last night the power went out and my wife was trying to save the vaccines, and I think she did.
Okay.
Yeah, he might have tender legs later.
Oh, yeah, and he might be a little crabby.
So if he coughs a little bit, just come on back through to get you.
Big storm came through Oak Cliff.
I think last night he looked at me and said, you're the daytime person. You're not the nighttime person. Because he was pissed. And he started to cry, and he was like, I swear, he goes, Mama.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, she didn't hear it, but I'm telling you, he was trying to let me know, you're not the person that I want right now. I want my mom.
Mike, you have a look on your face. What?
It hurt my feelings.
You're saying that he spoke his first words?
I think he did.
Just like your grandma can speak through a sneeze. You hear things that are not there. You're not going to hear Noah's first word because you're already making up how many words he's making.
Yeah, it did feel too early, but I swear he said mama out of sadness for me picking him up out of his crib.
Wife's out of town right now from the 214. We've been playing a lot of Fortnite and watching rated R movies. That was something that Carter asked yesterday. He was like, Dad, can I watch this movie? I was like, I don't care. What is it? And he said name some movie. And I was like, all right, go ahead. And then I sat there for a few minutes and I was like, hold on, I better go check and make sure what the movie is rated, because that kid,
we can become the substitute teacher, right?
Man.
Like when the substitute teacher's there, you're like, let's see how far I can take this.
I know this probably isn't related to what you're saying, Corey, but I just need to tell you in this moment. One time I was babysitting this kid and he was supposed to be asleep. I went into his room and he was watching like HBO or late night Cinemax, and there's a naked lady on the screen, and he had a pair of binoculars that he was looking at the naked lady with.
In his own room?
Yes.
You babysit for Corey?
No. This is a long time ago.
I would
And I
trust
was like,
Kevin.
what the hell is going on here? And I took away his binoculars and turned off his TV.
You didn't
What do you need? But not how far away
don't
was the
know.
TV?
Not far. It was a regular distance that you would watch TV, but like there's a naked lady on there.
He
and
was trying to
like,
get even
looking
more,
at through
even
the
closer.
binoculars. Yeah,
He's trying to get more zoom action.
this is a true story.
For the 469, my wife leaves for Corpus Friday for 9 days. I just let the kids do whatever they want. That seems like I have 3 varying ages. Like Avery,
Yeah.
I can pretty much, I also have Life 360 on him. So I can see where his phone is all the time.
Okay.
And I kind of know where Avery's going. He's pretty good at being like, hey, I'm going here. Carter, he doesn't want to go a lot of places. He's just like, I'm good just chilling, but he wants to be able to interact with people. And Lucy, she's like, hey, if I go in my room and start cutting little pieces of paper up, their rooms are disasters right now.
How much do you trust your kids to keep it to themselves? Because in terms of not telling your wife, hey, dad let us do this, or dad, that's my only concern about letting your kids do whatever. Is one of your kids going to be like, oh yeah, dad let us have soda and candy for dinner, and you're like, dang it.
Yeah, because then she's gonna be like, what? Now, I don't know, Mike. Do you have to answer that question ever anymore? Do your kids? They're old enough, or they're like, nah. Because if I can get away with it while mom's out of town and I don't give dad up, then maybe he'll always let me get away with that while she's out of town. That's the smarter approach, kids.
Yeah.
Right? That's the smarter approach is if dad lets you do it then every time
you keep your mouth shut. Yeah.
just chill out about
That's
it.
the problem, though. They are kids, and they will say, well, dad let me do it. Win.
Yeah.
And now you're in the
yeah.
You're in the poop box.
The poop, is that a place?
Y'all do that in the box?
I've been to San Francisco. They do it in cups. They do it everywhere. There's a lot of homeless people. They don't have places to go.
You're not supposed to say homeless anymore.
From the 6'8", what?
It's offensive.
From the 682, wife's out of town.
Too
Son,
bad.
what's for dinner? Me, whatever you can find. Son, there's nothing. Me, here's $10. Go buy something.
No, or that's where you come up with the fruit roll-up sandwich.
Oh my gosh. Have you ever?
$10 don't go as far as it used to, man.
That's a good point.
Whoa, what? Are you taking a real fruit roll-up?
Yeah, we took 2 of the fruit roll-ups.
What would be a fake fruit
Put them
roll-up?
in between 2 pieces of bread, and because Brandon said he wanted to try it, so this is a long time ago. So I let him have the fruit roll-up sandwich, and his takeaway from it, he goes, it is really chewy. He didn't say delicious. He said it was very chewy, and that was his thumbs up review.
I can't remember the last time I bought a fruit roll-up.
This
Not
was
even for
like-
me, but
He was maybe
they like the
5,
Welch's
so yeah, I don't
fruit thing,
remember
fruit
the
snacks.
company that makes them. This is like
It's
13.
called fruit it's called
roll-up.
fruit roll-ups.
Fruit roll-up is also the company?
Let's just say
They
it
didn't
is.
get taken over by a bigger conglomerate?
Oh, it's definitely a brand
Yeah, I'm sure it's
underneath.
Kellogg's or
It's
whatever,
probably
but like-
Kellogg. Fruit by the foot better, anyways.
And y'all, there is a
Yes, I
new
do like
thing that for fruit roll-ups, by the way.
What?
Yeah, TikTok's trying to make a.
This is something
I
dangerous.
told you about being on that TikTok.
I feel like every time you tell me about something on TikTok, it's like something kind of dangerous.
877-881-1053. What do you think they're using fruit roll-ups for right now, and why would you need a pack of 72? I'm sure TikTok will y'all let
Like
us
for
know.
clothing?
Y'all,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's
edibles.
No, it's kind of a thing.
He's covering his mouth. Just mouth it to me.
But I'm trying to see if it was on the camera.
It's one of those things.
Diapers?
No, it's not.
Okay.
But yes,
Start with a D?
Yes, it is edible. You put it. Yeah, you got to put it in an area.
Mouth.
Use it for that because it tastes fruity. Then, so that's what I'm just seeing on TikTok.
What
right
the
now.
hell?
Yeah, and that's again 72 of them. Like, do you really need that many?
From the 2 and 4, my son is the same age as Noah, basically. He just started crawling. Noah can't crawl yet. I think partially it's because of his big giant head.
He does have a large noggin.
But yeah, no, he can't really crawl. You can tell he wants to, but then he gives up really easily. He got that from Jess. Because she's like, that's fine. You just give up.
I do want to just.
Oh my gosh! What?
Is he showing you the fruit roll-up?
No,
thing?
they're
No,
texts.
people are texting it in.
And
I
that
don't
is
want to know
correct.
that about fruit roll-ups.
That
I told
is
y'all about that TikTok.
That is 100% correct. Thank you,
If I go to
texters.
TikTok and type in fruit roll-ups,
You are going to end up on a watch list. You should not. Coming up next, let's go back to the NBA draft lottery and how
night is
historically
tonight.
the Mavs have gotten screwed. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go back to the NBA and talk some more about the draft lottery. But I did want to throw out, in terms of the NBA playoffs, the final tally for Game 6, Warriors and Lakers, 8.64 million viewers per an ESPN release. That was the most watched conference semifinal since 2011.
Interesting. When will we get the final tally on this Stars
Is it possible? Was that Lakers Mavericks? That couldn't have been, right? Because only 4 games.
I don't know offhand. I would have to go check, but that feels like a fair question.
2011 semifinals. You have Kobe. You have Phil Jackson in his last year. You have Dirk. I mean, Dirk might have not been as big of a national draw, but the Lakers and Phil Jackson back-to-back champs. I don't know. The Lakers, I hate it, but I get it. Just like the Cowboys, except I like the Cowboys most of the time, is they draw the most numbers.
Yeah. I'll go back and check on that. That's a good question. I have not seen national ratings for Stars last night quite yet.
Okay, I'm mostly just curious to see if that is picked up, because we've been kind of keeping track of where the Rangers and how much the Rangers are pulling in right now, despite being on Bally.
Now, you sent this article over to me that was amazing. I guess it wasn't really amazing because I've watched this Mavericks team for most of my life, and this sounds about right. It tracked the luck of teams in the lottery. So the NBA draft lottery is tonight. The thought is that there's a generational talent at the top of the draft in Victor Wembanyama, and there's other people who think Scoot Henderson is a franchise-changing talent. Brandon Miller was the best player in college, and he has a hell of a future in the NBA, a lot of folks think. But the Mavericks are most likely to stay at the 10 spot. We talked about that earlier, 66%. The odds that they drop to 11 or 12, which would send that pick on to the Knicks, 20%. The odds that they move up into the top 4 is 14%. Or historically, the odds of that happening are 0. The Dallas Mavericks have never moved up in the NBA draft lottery.
Hold on. They traded up to get Luka, right?
Yeah, but they never.
But that's not okay.
In
Interesting.
the lottery process, they never
went
moved
from 3
up.
to 5 on that one.
Yeah,
5 to 3.
Well, they had, I believe, going into that
the third best odds,
and they moved
back
down.
Yeah,
and that's why you had to trade, because you got bad luck, and so you had to trade back up to get the guy you wanted.
So CBS put together their compilation since 1985. The luckiest and unluckiest teams. Leading the pack, the 76ers at plus 24, the Hornets at plus 14, the Lakers at plus 9, of course. And then you go all
That's
the
not
way
betting odds. You're saying
down.
that's how much it's benefited them?
That is how much over the years they have moved up compared to where they should.
24?
Because if you think about it, if you hit it in the top 3, I know now it's expanded out to top 4, but it used to be the top 3 one time from one of those lower spots, that'll give you a good 7 to 10 spots right there.
And who did they got? Embiid, Jahlil Okafor, they had the trust
Markelle
process.
Fultz.
Yeah,
Norland's Noel.
God, they failed.
I mean,
miserably
that was
a
the thing about when Tatum scored 51. They traded with Boston up to 1 and took Markelle Fultz, and Boston at 3 took Jason Tatum.
Okay,
advantage Celtics. Now at the bottom of the list is not the Dallas Mavericks.
Yes.
It's the Minnesota Timberwolves at minus 15. However,
the two teams with the most similar logos ever.
The next team on the list is the Dallas Mavericks.
Yes, we're not last.
We did it.
In your face. Once again, we steal their hockey team, and they're worse in lottery odds.
They are minus 12 over the years, and they have never moved up in the draft lottery. Now, there is an article up on Mavs Moneyball. The Dallas Mavericks' awful luck in the NBA draft lottery ends this year.
Yes.
So
we're doing it. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
They need it so bad. I really think, if they don't get creative with, let's just say they keep the 10th pick and make some unbelievably great trades and moves, if they don't move up in this draft, I have a bad feeling 2-3 years from now we're seeing the 90s all over again.
From the 469, no chance the Mavericks make a top 10 pick. While with the tanking they did, no way Adam Silver rewards them.
I'm scared of that too.
Which is interesting
because
to me.
He can't control that, can he?
Well,
he's in the room.
For sure. I think you can control that. But then again, I also believe that the NBA 100% rigged Patrick Ewing to the Knicks. So I am prone to conspiracy theories.
I think they rigged for Cleveland when they lost LeBron James.
Oh, I mean, remember, that was one of the 4 that we talked about that was, because that was Kyrie year, yes?
I think so.
That was one of the 4 that had less than a 3% chance to get the number 1 pick and got it.
Mm-hmm.
So that is an interesting way of looking at it, as the Mavericks have a 3% chance tonight. The only issue I have with that is like the Spurs, the Rockets, the Pistons. Like, I know there's a little bit of injury factored in there, but like these teams felt pretty open that they were like, yeah, no, we'd really want to get Wemby.
But they never came out and said it. Is that the difference?
They never said we're intentionally losing. Obviously, like Pop was like, don't bet any money on us this year.
Yeah, he said we will not win the NBA championship.
But I mean, that's different than we're going to try to lose to be one of the best odds to get Wembanyama, because I mean, the Spurs are all built off of, and hey, good for them, David Robinson and Tim Duncan. Yeah. And how did they do that? They won the lottery. In the years that the greatest big men from 1987 to 1997 entered the NBA, they won both of those picks, and it changed their franchise forever. They're a 5-time champion because of those 2 number 1 picks.
Prediction for this evening.
10.
We said it at the same time.
Okay, but you said it's sad.
Well, that was the power of friendship that we just worked out.
Is that not still a net positive? Because then you have an asset you can do something with.
I will be shocked if they take the 10th pick, if they make the 10th pick in the draft. Okay. But, and I'm not saying there's not a good player at 10.
Bobby keeps talking about Cam Whitmore out of Villanova.
Somebody probably drafted pick 8 through 13 is going to be a 5-time All-Star. Yeah. Now, can you be the one to take the one guy? Like the year you took Dennis Smith Jr., who was that guy? Donovan Mitchell went 12th overall, and he's having, I know, like there's disappointments in the playoffs. I totally get it, but I mean, there's going to be a Donovan Mitchell or a somebody right there, but there's not going to be 5 Donovan Mitchells. You're going to have to determine who's the one here at pick 10 that's going to make the major, change in an organization. It's very tough to figure that out, but I'd be okay with 10. I think they'd use it in a trade, but God, it would be unbelievable if it was top 3.
It only took 7 Sims on Tankathon for me to get the Dallas Mavericks up to number 1.
Dude, we can do this
now.
Mike.
Every other time they either lost the pick or stayed at 10, where they took Grady Dick out of Kansas, which that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, that makes some sense. Did you
think
saying
he's the next Cherokee Parks? I don't know. What are you saying?
He's really good wing player.
Yeah.
No, he's white.
Yeah,
no. The fact Kevin's saying that since he's a white player, the Mavericks would be interested.
Dude, the Mavericks do seem to have a disproportionate interest in that versus the rest of the league.
Name one.
I mean, KP.
Detlef Shrimp.
Crap.
Luka.
Bill Winnington.
Name
Uwe Blab.
Uwe Blab.
Name a
Chris
champion
Anstey.
though. Name
Dirk.
Oh crap.
Jim Falmer. Steve Alford.
There's a lot.
Also tag player?
Interesting.
No.
Ooh,
Eric Montross.
Nash.
We traded for him. He's bad.
Do you think Jaden Hardy
Lauren
was
Meyer.
a good addition to this team?
Jaden Hardy.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I think that was honestly I would say since the Brunson pick. I'm not saying, look, I got to give him a lot of credit for obviously Luka, but everybody kind of knew Luka was a top 3 pick.
And honestly,
but like
my
Jaden,
there
Jaylen
is that's a
Brown.
Donnie
Jaylen.
Nelson pick. I'm not giving Mark Cuban
Brunson.
credit for that for either Brunson or Luka.
I guess a lot of people say the credit for Brunson was at least Michael Finley making a move saying this is the guy. I'm telling, like, if you who knows everything that goes on in that room, but supposedly from what I understood, Michael Finley was a big guys. Jalen Brunson is here. Come on, guys. Like, we got to get him.
So I guess that's where I am in my mind is like, okay, another run with Nico here, who I'm still trying to see what his imprint on this team is because I don't know. I just don't know what his imprint or what he's allowed to imprint on this team. But
I give him credit for Hardy,
and I go, that's pretty good. Like I'm happy with that. Now, can he develop even more? Because Green hasn't developed enough for me to go consistently. I trust him. Harden, actually, I'd probably trust more right now.
Can I just say one thing about that? Because I don't disagree with what you're saying about Green. My issue with that is if you would have been drafting Greens and Hardys all along, you never would have fallen into this spot.
Exactly.
Like the Mavericks did bits with their second round pick, and if they had a pick even close to the end of the first round, it felt like, I mean, obviously like Josh Howard is an outlier because he was fantastic here. But more often than not, it felt like they were like, yeah, let's trade the pick or pick somebody. And there was way too many times when like they could have built this team up.
It takes sacrifice, but here's the history of Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban buys the Dallas Mavericks. Yes, they already have Dirk and Nash and Finley on the team, and Donnie and Don are developing them, and it looks like it's going to be a winner. Mark comes in, guns a-blazing, and he says, I'm going to buy a lottery. I can do this. At that time, teams were selling picks for $3 million. And he bought 2 first-round picks. He bought Courtney Alexander. He bought Darnell Harvey out of Florida. With like the 12th or 13th pick, the Mavericks had their pick, took Eton Thomas. And in the second round, they took Eduardo Nahara. It failed, right? I mean, the first 3 picks were all bad picks, and Thomas was hurt. Eton Thomas had an okay career, but was hurt with the Dallas Mavericks and was okay with like Washington. But because it failed so immediately, because he's like, I'm going to spend $6 million in this draft to draft some young guys, and they pretty much all flop. Nahara ends up being pretty good pick for a second round guy, but he didn't buy that pick. He quit the draft. Is amazing if you look at Mark Cuban, how quick he was into the draft and how quick he quit the draft and going, it doesn't work, guys. I tried. It doesn't work. We're moving on and moving forward. And the only other time where it somewhat kind of worked where they had to work is they got Devin Harris because they lost Steve Nash. And they're like, oh my gosh, we got to do some magic here after losing Steve Nash. And they did trade up and they got, Antoine Jameson in the trade also. And then they got Devin Harris early in the draft. But besides that, he's pretty much quit the draft his whole life after that first trying to buy a lottery.
And that's where I'm kind of like, I think, Kevin, I agree with the mindset of make the pick. Or you have the asset, that's fine, but make the pick. Build a team. Even if it's not, grow your team, grow your depth. A number 10 pick shouldn't be. If you do your work, it should be a good pick. It should be a player that can play. You have that opportunity rather than picking at 30-something. Yeah. You have the opportunity to do it. So that's where I really, if they're smart with it rather than trying to get too cute with it, they can just add to their team and grow that, because right now they don't have the money to go buy players. So you got to build it somehow. And if you don't have the money to go buy it and you're not willing to spend that money, then you got to build it, and they should be building it this way.
Now, I should have known this was going to happen as well. People also weighed in with Lauren Meyer, Brian Cardinal, Chandler Parsons, Rafe LaFrance.
Well, some of them aren't drafted by us. We're trying to think of all the white guys drafted.
Yeah, they were like,
why would you limit your talent acquisition to just drafting, Mike?
Facts.
Yeah. Nick Fazekas, remember him? He couldn't even run. Mm-hmm. We drafted a dude out of Nevada who walked up and down the court because he's like, yeah, my legs don't work. We freaking drafted a human who couldn't run.
Okay, I shouldn't laugh at that. That is not funny.
That was in the midst of Mo Ager and all the crap. And he wasn't white, obviously, but like it was just crap after crap after crap. And hopefully it's changed. I'm hoping Nico, in a way, because of his background of playing college basketball, being at Nike, and having to evaluate high school kids, going to high school Nike camps, going to college stuff that he would go to through Nike, that the drafting of Jaden Hardy looks like a really good pick, because Mark has no clue. He can't watch a basketball player and have a clue on what they're doing well or not well. I'm hoping that Nico, with the 10th pick or hopefully another pick, can keep adding talent to the team.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
This is the How Do They...
Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Peggy, we are rolling. How the hell are you?
Excellent, excellent. Thanks to the good folks at D&M Leasing for always keeping this thing going. What is your confidence level now for the Stars to take the Stanley Cup? We're going to take all 4 teams as a whole. Where do you think they sit in the Cup hierarchy right now?
1.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, they're going to win it all.
I've got them at 2, right behind Carolina. I think Carolina's probably the best team right now, but I think the Stars they're better than Vegas. I mean, I'm taking the Stars to win in 6 in this series.
Yeah, I think Carolina, watching them play, I think Florida's playing on borrowed time myself, but they've done a great job.
It seemed that way for a while,
They
though,
just,
right?
everything is kind of, now if you hear stuff coming out of Toronto and, with the Maple Leafs and all, I mean, it seems like that Boston had even though they had this incredible season, they had their flaws on stuff, and here's Toronto. I mean, all these teams in the East. So Carolina is the one that, to me, when you watch who could be on that other side, they're the ones that scare me the most.
I got them number 1 because Carolina has to beat Florida, and that's in doubt. There's no doubt PDD has all the answers against his former team.
Whoa, no doubt?
Might sweep them. Might sweep Vegas.
Okay. Are you glad that the people in Vegas don't know that in terms of the bookies, not in terms of the Golden Knights?
I am. Well, yes, Vegas makes mistakes.
It's true.
And they know those people piling into Vegas are going to want to bet on the home team and ride that wave, and that's going to get them wrecked.
They do love their Vegas Golden Knights there. Yeah. And I heard we're doing 105.3 The Fan takes on the Western Conference Finals from Vegas.
Yeah,
right? We're doing our road trip.
Wait. Yeah. You can afford that trip. You won't be able to afford those tickets to that game.
That's
then,
okay.
Right?
At least we're there.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
It's more about being there than anything else.
Okay.
And then we get to go back
boys.
for the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Road trip.
Yeah.
Road trip.
Yeah.
Road trip.
Road
Road
trip.
trip.
Let's do it.
I mean, I'm in for it. Eric, do you also
Fly
have
trip,
the
not road
Stars
trip.
1 or 2?
Yes, absolutely. I think it's an absolute done deal. Carolina for sure, I think, is the cream of the crop at the moment. But when it comes to do you not get that reference?
No. I was just trying to figure out what's the longest you've ever driven on a road trip? Like the furthest distance you've got. Dawson went up the whole West Coast, I believe.
I did that with the East Coast.
You went the East Coast?
Yeah, I was driving when we were kids. Though we went from the Northwest to the tip of Florida.
Oh wow,
yeah,
that's insane. It
was monster.
That seems like the farthest distance ever.
Pretty much.
When we went on our road trip, I met maybe the worst cop ever, or maybe he lied why he pulled us over. So we were in St. Louis, or right outside of St. Louis, Texas plates, me and one of my buddies. He got pulled over and said there's been a lot of interstate drug trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I pulled
He pulled over the right car.
Yeah, I was like, great. So here's what I was worried about.
The drugs you had in your trunk?
Well, it looked like it because we were going up to Pittsburgh for one of our really old friends. Their kid had gotten married, and we had a package in the trunk of the car.
I got a package, people.
That my mom wrapped in this brown paper. It looked like if you were ever saying that looks like a drug package. The cop goes, "What's in that box?" And I said, "It's a wedding present." And he goes, "Sounds good," and shut the trunk. And I thought, if I was a drug dealer, I would clearly lie about that. It wasn't. It was just, I don't even remember, like a blender or something. But it was just wrapped in nondescript paper. And he said, "We pulled you over because of interstate drug trafficking." And he finds this box and he's like, "That's fine. You're free to go."
Did you guys not have a what's in the box, Brad Pitt back and forth?
I don't know how
did
much
Did he know at the time that
you bits in the moment?
But he knew you worked at Blockbuster and that you were a movie guy.
He did not. He did not.
He looked
know
in the trunk. He saw all his videotapes just sitting there.
He knew he kicked the windshield in one
Blockbuster
time.
uniform while he was driving.
I just feel like if I told the cop Gwyneth Paltrow's head, that's probably not going to go over super well.
You get a good laugh out of it. Oh, go ahead.
You need to take a seat over here. And
You
stay
have
there
Gwyneth
for a minute.
Paltrow's head in your trunk, and Walchuk's got one of her candles in his.
Is it one of those
vagina scented?
Yeah. I appreciate you. I did not have the guts to do that,
Hey,
so I appreciate it.
If there's one thing you know about me, I got the guts, man, especially during these crosstalks.
You do.
Is that the sense of a woman?
Hoo-wah! How is it?
Or is it different scent?
I haven't
perfumes?
really tried it.
Best he's ever had, he said.
But Erykah Badu's, I think, is better. They both have them.
But you've never tried?
I've never actually purchased any of these candles. No.
Why not?
I don't know.
They've been gifts.
Okay.
Do you think you'd have a
From
better
me.
shot to hook up with Gwyneth Paltrow or Erykah Badu?
It's a great question.
you.
I think Erykah Badu, supposedly Chris Arnold's friends with her, right? So maybe we have a built-in connection.
Okay. I think Gwyneth Paltrow.
You do?
Yeah.
All right.
I think
I'll
you just,
shoot my shot.
Why would you say that?
I think you just need to tell her you bought the candle and it might be on.
Okay.
Like I really do.
I'll slide into those DMs right now.
Yeah, a little bit.
Hey, I just bought your candle.
So you're saying all you have to do is tell her you purchased something from her and she's in?
She's in.
Sometimes I wonder.
Well, wait. You brought it up. Why would you say that?
No. That is why. Sometimes I watch interviews or like, I just wonder if she's like.
No, I don't know.
She's not all there.
What else are you watching?
What are you saying?
I mean, look, if you.
She's easy? What are you saying?
If you, maybe a little of both.
Okay.
If you name your kid that and your company's called Goop, I do kind of think that like maybe you're just up for some stuff.
Oh, no, your kid Apple?
Her company's name is Goop?
Yeah, and her kid's name is Apple. So, like, I think she might be up for some stuff.
She's just interested in talking about things.
Popular name, I think, amongst celebrities.
Apple or Pilot Inspector. There's all kinds of wacky ones out
Which
there.
is more popular than
Jason
Goop?
Lee had Pilot Inspector.
Yeah. I just don't want her to take me to court for any reason,
Oh, that's
She's
right.
into it, man.
She'll take you down.
But didn't that skiing person? that is a great.
Put it over like
point.
$1. It was the silliest thing ever.
Yeah, that was a top-notch joke right there.
I'm
Well
here
done.
for the crosstalk.
What is y'all's interest level? After that, I'll see you again at 2:40. What's y'all's interest level tonight in draft lottery?
Come on, let's go.
Massive.
Let's get to
I
such
love
one
these.
time.
Yeah.
But
One time.
deep down. Right?
Deep down, I know we're getting
one time.
Wemby.
Are we
Wemby,
using this pick? Are we using the pick?
What y'all doing?
Wemby,
I mean, that would be awesome.
Yeah, we have to open up Club Mavs tomorrow if they hit.
Oh my gosh. Would you open up Club Mavs for Scoot or Brandon Miller? Like
think so.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
Honestly,
1, 2,
absolutely,
3.
man. If you get a top 3 pick in this draft, that's like gold. And they probably won't take a player there, but they will get they will send off Davis Bertans' contract and they'll get plenty in return.
Can you?
No, I'm with that. I do think if the Mavs, I'm just making this up off the top of my head. If they got picked 2 or 3, like Toronto might call and say, we will give you Siakam, we will give you our pick, we will take back Davis Bertans.
There
Like
you go.
all of a sudden you start going, all right, we're getting rid of bad contracts. We're getting proven, borderline all-stars. Like I think a lot of teams would start calling you up at pick 2 and 3 if you were wanting to get all-star players at that point. I would be for either taking a super young guy or trading it and getting rid of crap contracts and getting good players.
Do you
back.
have a team in mind? You just mentioned Toronto. Do you have a team in mind? Anybody else?
Toronto comes to mind that you could start taking.
You want
quite a
their
bit.
players then, right? You want Toronto players?
I do like Toronto's like depth and Siakam and who's the really good defensive player we like a lot too, 6'7" guy.
Anunoby, yep.
Like what if you got Siakam and Anunoby for the number 2 pick,
And you got rid of
and
the contract?
you got rid of Tim Hardaway Jr.
I'm in.
Yeah, I am.
Oh
too.
gosh, you're going to the finals.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're all in. We need this.
Yeah,
Okay.
we need our luck.
Yeah, we need this.
Yeah.
Gosh, we need this.
All right, let's hope for the best.
So we can have 4 teams
Why-
that are
why
all
you-
doing
Then
it
I'm
at the
ordering
same
everybody
time.
candles.
Did you say why? Why?
Yeah.
Was that your question?
No, why you
Since
so
the draft
down?
Lottery started
Don't
in
be that guy.
1985.
Don't be that guy.
Never have the Mavs moved up 1 spot, let alone 8 to 9 spots.
It's our time.
They're going to make up for it all at once.
Put in the call.
They're due.
Okay, so if you're in a casino and you
Yes.
lost a lot of money, you're like, I need to pump in more money
Yes.
because I'm due.
Yes.
No, I'm going to go back in next year and think this is my year. I
I'm
wouldn't,
going
I
back
wouldn't
to
bet
the
against the
ATM.
streak in the moment.
Okay.
I got to let that die down. Come back.
I cannot tell you how much I hope you guys are right
Yes.
and you mock me incessantly tomorrow. That would be fantastic.
Oh, we do that anyway.
Usually
That is
behind
a
your
fair
back.
Yeah, we listen.
No.
We
We
listen.
talk a
Playing, of
lot
course,
about
we
you.
love that.
Number 1 pick,
You know what? No. You know what? Let's talk about that number 1 pick. Here's
Yes.
the deal.
Okay.
Mavericks get the number 1 pick tonight.
Uh-oh.
I volunteer as tribute for your next punishment.
Hell yes!
Finally, we get to cut somebody's arm off.
Mayonnaise.
Yeah. Now you guys are even more invested.
We get to cut somebody's arm off.
I'm waiting for this time.
We're freaking live streaming this tonight, boys.
I would sacrifice Kevin's arm
coming
for
up
that.
on the program tonight?
Wall-to-wall
Today.
coverage of the big news for the U.S. men's national team.
Okay, we can bring that up.
At least once a segment. And then Josh Smith, Rangers Player Show 320.
All right.
All the sports.
I'm looking forward to that. Roll home with the
LSU.
G-Bag Nation.
Go Tigers.
We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, get the pick, Kevin,
Get the pick? Yes, I make that deal.
for your arm.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell. fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour one, G-Bag Nation on a glorious sports Tuesday, a Tolo Tuesday, a toxic Tuesday, if you will. General at your service. There's Broadus, Lucius Alexander's in the pimp cup of their master control. Woolchuck and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. How the heck you guys doing?
Hey, by the way, I would like to ask a question real quick, and congratulations to Stars. Which one of you clowns did take my flowers? I want to know that. The Mother's Day flowers.
The Kroger drop-off?
I cannot take
responsibility for this.
I only took one bouquet of flowers.
Okay.
That's all I did.
Okay. I'll get to the bottom of this.
I'll steal your Think Thin bars out of the fridge at every turn, but I will not steal.
How do you like
your
the lemon
mom's
ones?
flowers.
The lemon ones are good, right?
I actually haven't tried the lemons one
Yeah,
yet. They
they
look
are good.
delightful. I'll report back in the next couple hours.
They're
Big lemon
good.
guy.
They're very good.
Yeah, you were out of here Friday. We had a lot of fun without you on Friday. It was a brisket sandwich Friday, actually.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
That did happen, yeah.
You
And
guys ordered brisket sandwiches on Friday?
we did. Yeah.
Oh, well, who? Wait a minute. This is the first I heard of this.
Gabby caught a hankering.
Well,
Wait a minute.
you had a tradition of bringing your guys food on Friday, and
Wait,
since you were
I
out,
did.
I had to pick up the slack for you.
I brought Lucius and them burgers on Thursday.
You sure did.
But I bought you a burger last time we did this.
You did. I guess I owe you a brisket sando.
There was a brisket sando payoff that you were responsible for
back in the day.
Back in the
that
day.
I hadn't paid off yet.
Yeah, and so okay.
Well, he paid it off.
Well,
You know what? You guys are on your
No,
own.
no.
I'm going to create my own thing. I'm going away.
Okay.
I don't need you guys anymore. Well, you don't need me, obviously.
Listen, if there's
You don't need
No, we
me.
do. You're our glue guy.
You're the glue
Remember?
guy. The
Somebody
Tolos,
texted it
yeah.
in.
Glue guy. Far from it. I'm better than a glue guy.
we're out here ordering brisket sandwiches on your day
Yeah,
off.
exactly.
Well, if there's any way we can make it up to you, I guess
Don't lie. Why do you do this?
I was going to offer another brisket sandwich Friday, but if you don't want it,
No.
that's fine.
Don't you ruin this for all of us.
That's fine.
This
What
is
the hell? I'm
this
gonna
is what
reschedule my
Dawson
weigh-in.
does. Dawson tries to make you feel bad because he got caught. He's like, oh, man, I remember. Yeah, I owed you a couple of brisket sandwiches.
I did that on purpose because I couldn't believe you took the day off on us. We had
Yeah.
a rookie
crazy.
mini camp Friday, and where's Broadus? He's off hanging out with his son in Austin.
We needed all
You
the
know what?
information.
Hey,
Some teammate,
I'll tell you what. I took the day off, and so did McCarthy. So, I mean, if Big Mike ain't showing up, Big Brian ain't showing up either.
We do have more on the Cowboys a little bit later on in the show, maybe even in this segment. Glorious Game 7 is first
How
on the
about
fan,
that?
though. They score first off the stick. Arupe Hintz, great hustle. They can't contain him. Who picked Arupe Hintz for a tally? Was that you yesterday,
I think
Chiafalo?
it was Chief.
I'd like to put up a finger on that.
Who
one.
picked the exact score 2-1? Would that be me?
I think that was
would be
Dawson.
okay, all right.
Dawson and
Nice
a couple
job,
of texters.
guys.
Shout out to
Yeah.
a couple of 469 texters.
Yeah.
The 20-year-old Wyatt Johnston, though, gets the game winner in the third period. Anybody pick Wyatt?
No. I had Max Domi. I had
think
Max Domi.
We definitely talked about Wyatt as being an X Factor player.
We
though.
sure did.
Yeah.
The late scare with 17 seconds to
Oh,
go.
my God.
Dude, are
That
you
was
kidding
That
me?
got a little
Unnecessary.
clenched right there. I was a little bit puckered.
Not only for us as Stars fans, but for the over on the puck line of 1.5. That was a bad beat situation for many folks, I would imagine, across the country.
What was the puck line?
1.5.
1.5. Well, what is the puck line?
It's just
He's
like
making up
it's
stuff
the
over there.
spread. I'm
That's the
not,
spread?
not making
Is
stuff
it called
up
the
today.
puck line?
It's called the puck line.
I
In
think you're
baseball,
playing
it's called
all
the
wor-
run line. In hockey, it's called the puck line.
Okay.
We
My
got the
apologies.
touchdown line.
You
My
got the
apologies. The
TD
goal line.
Yeah,
TD
the goal
line.
line. There's so many lines. We should do a top 10 lines list, Walchuk. Write it
Lines.
down.
I love good lines.
Do you guys think that they'll beat Vegas? And how do the sports books favor the Golden Knights in this situation? What's going on there?
I don't know. It's probably just because it's Vegas and they're
Dallas
just
didn't
home
lose to
cooking.
Vegas this year,
No,
did they?
3-0. Now I
Yeah.
will say the last two were in shootouts, and there aren't shootouts in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So the last two got pretty hairy there. But the Stars won the first meeting back in February. I think it was 4-0.
Yeah.
So I'm taking the Stars in 6. I think we talked about why I think Vegas is a better matchup. They do have some snipers, and that certainly gave the long distance shots gave Otter a little bit of problems against Seattle, so that's something maybe we need to look into a little more. But I do think you got an advantage with Pete DeBoer, having just coached Vegas for the amount of years that he did. He knows that team inside and out. And they're not quite, they are a physical team, but they don't present as much speed as Seattle just did. So to me, and you saw the Stars show, they were the faster team last night. I mean, I thought the Stars, in neutral ice, they dominated that hockey game last night.
Now, can they get this one done with the same kind of performances from Robertson and Ottinger? Is this the end of the line if those guys aren't going to be playing their best hockey?
You're going to need Otter to be better than he was. You can't have him get pulled twice. You're going to need vintage Otter. I think they've proven they have enough with guys like Wyatt Johnston stepping up and Mason Marchment and Domi, who you talked about. I think that they can be okay without Robo scoring, but Jesus, that would open up so much to this offense if you could get him going. I just don't. Now, 2 series in, this is kind of where I'm like, it is what it is now with Robo. If you get it, great, but I don't think you can bank on it.
No, I think we're to the point now you're starting to see the signs of this thing maybe turning around. I do. I think that the fact that he had opportunities, yeah, he missed some, but the fact that he's shooting, he goes back to, if you ever watch him, he goes back to the bench and then he kind of replays the shift.
He does
on his pad. Maybe stop doing that. Maybe stop. He's trying to kind of figure out what I need to do to be a little bit better here.
Yeah.
But I think he just needs to go out there and play. I think that it's starting to maybe get into his head a little bit, but the fact that he got some good looks in a new series, fresh opportunity.
Yeah, he's getting good looks. He's creating for his teammates.
Teams are trying to take him out.
Sure.
They're trying
Absolutely.
They know what now maybe he's taking himself out too. Maybe Vegas says, "Oh, we need to worry about Hintz a little bit more here."
That's right.
But I think this is going to be a turnaround series.
Well, I trust your scout's eye.
Rope Hintz right now the Conn Smythe favorite for player of the postseason. And in the Stars right now, according to The Athletic, the favorites to win the Cup.
Both those guys from Edmonton are out, right?
Yep, Draisaitl and McDavid.
They're out of the series, so he can.
Your top 2 goal scorers remaining are Hintz and Pavelski.
Yeah.
What would you guys think about maybe Spike and Robertson's water, little moonshine, something like that? Little 2004 Boston Red Sox magic, or was that 2003? They were taking shots before the game. They had to loosen up. They were playing too tight.
Yeah.
I think this guy needs to maybe, get in that sort of mindset other than overthinking things. Like Brian saying, put down the tablet.
Put down
because
the
he's
pad.
thinking too much. He's not comfortable out there.
He keeps seeing himself messing it up, and I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, man. Just slide down the bench, wait for your next shift, go out there and try and get one on net. And I think it's going to come around because the backhand, he took some shots where he was right in that range. I think he's going to start putting them on the net the right way.
575, Brian's being toxic today. It is a toxic Tuesday, and I think Brian's falling in line. I like it. I like when Krusty's just a little extra ornery.
Well, if we're getting toxic, I can't wait till the 540 LA Live segment.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's hella toxic too, bro.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
When Lucius tells you it's toxic, it's toxic.
It's pretty nasty. We might get canceled.
I like making it nasty.
Yeah, it's nasty.
I love it.
That's a tease.
That is. Tease and a half.
Lucius.
Wait, Lucius, do I see the fan bracelet there? The Stars bracelet?
Yeah,
there?
I commandeered this from one of the fellows in the morning show. They left it. So
I bet it was Peyton.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I'll leave it here though because I'm not a thief, but I will borrow.
My favorite tweet was Peyton said, "I've officially lost Bobby Belt. I don't know where he is." And
I know.
He was definitely puking in the bathroom.
Yeah.
He was in the drunk tank somewhere.
Exactly.
Dude, Bobby's
dry out.
He's a sober speed walker. When you start putting all that vodka in him, he becomes borderline sprinter roaming around. Like he is a fast
and he
walker.
gets louder, and you can just tell it in his face a little bit.
I think that's how Peyton found him, was just by keeping an ear out for him.
Look for the fella with the swivel hips. He moves like
I give those guys credit for rolling on 3 hours of sleep and getting it.
They're animals. Strong.
I texted Bobby. I said, "Look, we all need to pitch in.
That's why you listen to that show.
Let's get some tickets or a suite or something for game 3 or 4. We get off at a reasonable time because we got early baseball next week. I've been kind of looking at this already, boys.
Have you?
I like your style.
We can make it to a 7 o'clock puck drop in plenty of time for next week. So I think we need to look at game 3 or 4 tickets. We go as a group and we just take over the AC.
Zach and I were walking through the concourse there, and we were thinking if we just had Jerry's helicopter, we could get over to that game in time. Yeah, we could get over to.
It would be.
We were
Put in
walking.
a call.
Put in the call.
Jerry always tells us we can get one favor from him. He says, "Don't use it up on something trivial."
Well, if we get his chopper, is that just one broadest favor, and we still have ours to use, or is that all of our favors being used?
I think that's a broadest. I think that's a broadest favor.
We're good. It's only fair to make it a one man, and we still got 4 favors to be had.
Yeah, he's taking care of his guys.
Yeah.
Surely Jerry can appreciate that. Hey, thanks to the Rangers for having us out.
Yeah.
If you had season tickets, would you eat at Hurtado every home game?
Heck
yes.
yes.
Is that your dinner?
I'd have a 3rd, 4th job. Yes.
You'd have a 3rd, 4th heart surgery, bro. You'd be
I'm already June 6th. It couldn't get any worse.
They're cleaning out the brisket and the beef ribs.
Seriously, are you going out with a bang on that, or are you trying to tidy up the heart before the surgery?
No, I think I had it. You see what I ate? I ate that brisket taco that was excellent. At
you
the
housed that thing.
He's going to the Chinese buffet tonight.
The grease was rolling down my arm as I was broadcasting.
I saw you lick your elbow at one point. I was like, oh, that's the grease.
No, I got the crew from Armageddon going into my heart. Those guys are going to try and drill to the center.
Just suck out the cholesterol with a vacuum.
If I can still wait to see
my man Ben Affleck is driving the moon rover over my heart right now. He's trying to. Him and Steve Buscemi. Is that the guy?
Steve Buscemi.
Buscemi, the actor. He's trying they're trying to jump over the valves right now.
That's fantastic. No, I was wondering. I didn't know if it was something you're trying to like tidy up the room before the cleaners come over, or if you just we're gonna dirty this thing up even more.
As possible.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
already
know the
to
rules.
the point where they're told me I have to get it fixed. I mean, what else can I do? I guess I could perish before it happens.
No,
right?
let's not.
Possible,
Let's
but
not
probably
do
not
that.
likely.
We need our glue guy.
They would have scheduled an emergency procedure.
Let's get that brisket sandwich over here if
they
that's
did not,
happening.
No, absolutely. Let's make that happen. We'll get 2 or 3 of them in there for you before we get to the cutoff date. Let's just
the cutoff date.
Yeah, load all that up in there. We'll get it all sucked out.
Broadus, how you feeling today?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm feeling a little cut. Oh, geez, we're near the cutoff date.
Draft lotteries tonight. Huge opportunity for every team in the NBA. The chance to get
especially the Mavs. Please.
Yes, especially the Mavs. Holy cow. It's only a 3% chance to get the top pick, but these come around a couple times per decade. I think, Zion, KD, Greg Oden.
Yeah.
Like it's every 5 or 6 years you get a prospect that appears to be a sure shot. Here you go, superstar player coming through. Here's the question. Would you be looking to trade that?
I was going to ask, do you think they're going to mess it up?
Where's
they got it?
I don't know if, yes, I don't know if it's possible for any prospect to be close as far as an asset to an already verified star. I think it's where you cut it off. Surely there's 5 players I'd trade Wemby for. Are there 10? Are there 20? Probably not 20. There's probably around a dozen or so that I'd be willing to do it for and just speed that up and take all of the risk out of such a young asset who's so tall and gangly.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Especially if I think you could capitalize on the Wemby asset in a huge way. And what would that look like is a great question. But I think there is absolutely veteran ready-made stars that come in day one and make you championship contender that you make that deal for sure. Yeah. And I think the Mavericks are sort of in that place. I mean, I don't know how willing they would be. Maybe they look at Wemby as a guy like, holy smokes, dude, we're not punting on this really for anything or anyone. But I feel like the Mavericks are understanding with the Luka clock ticking, there has to be some considerable winning ASAP. And maybe they view Wemby that way, or maybe they view what you can get in return for him that way a little bit more.
469, the Mavs will end up with Grady Dick. It has the Mavs written all over it. That's funny. And
shooter.
On that note, apparently the Utah Jazz are getting all geeked up for their pursuit of Luka because they have multiple first-round picks for the next 5 years.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say getting geeked up for Grady Dick. I was
like,
I can buy that too.
Yeah, NBA playoffs tonight, Lakers, Nuggets. 76ers fired coach Doc Rivers. I look up at the clock. You bet your ass we have time for at least 30 seconds on soccer. Yes. Striker Fullerin Balogun has reportedly made his decision. He's going to play for the USA instead of England. Athletic reported it earlier today. The 21-year-old who's currently playing in Ligue 1 in France, playing great, 19 goals, 7 behind Mbappe, on loan from Arsenal, could make his debut for the USA in June against Mexico, possibly the striker the USA's been looking for, Brian. We have good defenders. We have some of the best midfielders we've ever had.
I'll tell you
but
what,
we've not had a striker.
Yeah,
no disrespect to Jesus Ferreira.
No disrespect at all there, but man, just watching the highlights.
Yeah,
man, how nifty with the ball on the feet there,
and strong,
and a finisher too.
Yes, great position.
I like it.
Good strength, good size. Yes, finisher. Like this is the best talent that we got cooking, and it's just one of those situations where if you're 21 years old, you can hope to maybe grow into a position to be a starter in England, and you're like, but I might not get a chance to play for the World Cup. And now the USA's like, hey, we need a number 9, bro. Looks like you're just the guy that fits that bill, and they got him. Okay, what's coming up next, Chief?
Got a little restroom revelations, sports edition. Former NFL player letting us know what it takes to be a bathroom alpha male. That's next.
We have you covered, Stars fans.
Here we go, Nation. Welcome back. Hope you're having a great day. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Franklin, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation's always free. Truckbreak.com. Here's the chief.
All righty, you've heard of NYC. Have you heard of NYP? We'll get to that after this. See?
Number 2, work for. That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
A true alpha knows when it's time to concede for the betterment of the team. That according to Dan Campbell, a.k.a. Man Campbell. Here's a new alpha move from another NFL player, or former NFL player. It's Channing Crowder. He sat down on the Mr. J. Hill show, and he revealed that he likes to do a particular thing in the bathroom as it regards the urinals or the stalls, and conversing with his other bros. And so here's the interaction, and then we'll get to the details.
I talk to a in the bathroom. You would? Yeah. I do it all the time.
That's weird.
But
bro.
I just like to look at people like you holding your shit, and I'm looking over. I don't want to look at your shit. But just to look at a man next to me and be like, bro, how you doing? You okay?
You like a man in that vulnerable space?
I want to see what you about.
Wait, what?
I just want to see what you about.
That's some next level down south.
If you can have a conversation with me holding your dick and I'm holding my dick and we can look each other in the eyes and talk, that means that you an alpha male. That means you a lion. That means you a lion.
You're a lion.
Like lions. When's the last time you saw 4-5 male lions sitting around in the same area? It doesn't happen because they have territories. The thing that makes this shit run is when you have an alpha male, you got a lion that can sit and talk to another lion and just be comfortable with it.
This some bullshit.
No, this is
Are you a lion? Are you a lion? He got called out real quick on that. No, it doesn't happen. Lions don't do this. Stop.
I'm perfectly comfortable with it.
We had a urinal interaction yesterday.
Is that right?
At Globe Life Field. Dawson. I was surprised that Dawson had beat me to the urinal, and I look up and I'm getting set at the urinal, and I'm like, "Wow, dude! I think I just made a one-off comment of like, dang, like speed demon, you must have had to go really bad."
I had a lot of stuff going on yesterday.
Well, there was only one urinal in that bathroom.
The rest of them were all stalls.
No, there's multiple.
one.
No, you must have gone to a different one.
You went to the suite area.
I went to the suite area.
Yeah.
Did you go to another one?
No, the suite area. There was more urinals there.
Oh, were there?
Because there was a gentleman that he didn't think anybody was in there and went at it.
I had a similar
I came back and I came back. I think Dawson came in after me. And then when you walk back over, I told you the story about the guy who didn't think anybody was in there.
Yeah.
And just let it go.
He was tooting.
And he just and I was like, and I.
Oh, you had a urinal farter guy?
Oh, I mean, no, it was.
It was a stall.
Stall, just explosion.
Well, no holds bar in there. I
guess.
No, you're taking care of some serious business.
Yeah.
I feel for that guy actually.
But he didn't think anybody was in the bathroom. He thought, I'm over here in the suites, and they're not letting anybody into the suites bathroom. The gentleman who ran the area there was nice enough to let me through. Like, he's like, I'm just doing a radio show around the corner.
Yeah, that guy was great.
Yeah, he goes, okay, help yourself.
He was the real MVP.
Help yourself right there.
Yeah, not for the guy that was in the stall.
Well, somebody was in there.
Not the MVP for that guy.
Well, somebody was in there that had a little pull because they made it into the suite area that was closed off. Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not necessarily anti-conversations in the bathroom.
He said he liked it.
Right.
That was the difference.
Yeah.
I have no problem having a conversation with somebody while I'm doing my business. I'm securing what I got going on, right? But he says he likes to do it. Like, he looks for it.
Yeah.
Hey, man, you, strange guy, looking at me while I'm handling my business.
Yeah.
How's your day?
How are you?
Shake, shake.
What are you doing later today?
Yeah.
Like, this can't be our first time meeting each other at the urinal.
It could be.
Right.
He's the bathroom version of a shock jock. You know?
Yeah.
He's doing social experiments in there, seeing who's uncomfortable. He's cracking himself up doing bits. But there is something, I don't know.
There's a rule, keep your eyes going forward,
sure.
right?
Well, no, yes, but
I can look at you in your face.
Yeah.
Can you?
As long as there's a little stall, I'm fine. I'm not looking down at you. I can talk to you like that.
Hopefully you have the little half-wall buffer, you know, but if not.
But I'm not searching for you.
Definitely not.
No.
Well, Sean and RJ were talking this morning about the guy that was in the stall that had his speakerphone on. So you're in there, but
Yeah, I think
weird.
that's
if you're on the speakerphone and you're doing that, you're you're
Talking
kind
to somebody.
You're talking to somebody, but you're talking to people like, oh, hey, how's it going?
What about FaceTime while you're in the stall?
What?
That's just weird.
That's an Eric
Yeah.
thing too. You'll FaceTime in the bathroom.
I mean,
You
not
don't even notice it. I don't know that you're straight up FaceTime and walking in there regularly, man.
Oh,
your
okay.
kiddos.
Oh, okay. Yes, there are times where I'll get like a commercial break FaceTime, and then, but it's like it's also that's P time for me. Commercial time is P time. So
You're
yeah, there are
maximizing your
times
time.
I will take the family via the FaceTime into the bathroom
Hey,
with me. Yeah, there
hey,
are that
girls,
times.
what do you
But that's
think
not
of our
necessarily stall.
bathroom?
That's not necessarily stall time. But
Hey, look,
yeah,
I'm-
either
hey,
way.
look, I'm
or
in
I'll
the women's.
answer a FaceTime, midstream.
I'm in
That-
the women's bathroom again.
That is something
Yeah.
It's so much better than ours. It really is.
Yeah.
Well, the funniest part is Tyreek
That's a
Hill.
place to make eye contact. now.
Tyreek Hill quote tweeted the video that went viral, with Channing Crowder talking about this, and Tyreek Hill says, quote, "Me and @me Cole Hardman, former Chiefs teammate, used to do this all the time."
Yeah.
So I guess they had a lot of bonding. I do feel bad for Mecole Hardman, who maybe he wanted to keep that, between
Private.
bros there, but he got tagged. He didn't even get subtweeted. So we'll see how he deals with that. But to pay off on the NYP, apparently New York City Transit President Dick Davey told the city council in December
Great shirt.
that the MTA was looking into ways to employ urine sensors in station elevators that sometimes double as toilets. Because apparently they're having just an inordinate amount of people and homeless people, name that person, drunk people, just urinating in the elevators of these particular, like subway areas and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
And so, but they're having to get it like next level smart to understand, okay, it's not a cologne, it's not a fragrance, it's not this or that. This is specific to urine. So those are the type of problems that you have if you're living in that area.
There
not
it
a
is.
place for me.
A restroom revelations from Eric Chiafalo. Time now for the G bag of the day into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
All right.
That's an alpha male lion if I've ever heard one.
We talk about lions and stuff, you know what I mean?
You were definitely on that one.
All right, let's see. Winner of G Bag of the Day from yesterday is the audio mixers at a church. They couldn't get the mix right. Two fellows singing a song. They were in their bag, really. One was really in his bag, doing a whole lot, doing a little too much. His volume was way, way high. These mixers, they failed at their job. Jeez. Oh my God.
It got worse.
It's still going, bro. It's still playing. He's still going, bro.
You should just pod him up every once in a while throughout the
He's still going. Poor guy. Hey, did you see me up there have a song after church?
Yeah.
You did a great job.
Definitely touched by the Holy Spirit there.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the Blue Jays broadcasters. They were being detectives in this moment right here. On Aaron Judge, they feel like he's probably doing some cheating.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
He was looking.
He's looking.
He was looking over to the dugout. Yeah, while he was at bat.
Revelation, yeah.
Yeah, the announcers caught it and they was like, "Wait, what's going on with you, buddy?"
All right, Buck. So you and I looked at each other at the same moment right when we saw this 3 pitches ago.
Watch what he's looking at.
Yeah. What is that?
Where's he looking?
Where is he looking? And he did it
In the
more than
dugout?
once.
Yeah, it's really, really unusual. But you and I both looked at each other when we saw that.
Like, did you see what I saw? And you don't want to go, throwing allegations around without knowing, but
no. And you know what? I have had guys look back.
Nate Diaz.
There it is.
It's Buck Martinez, right?
It's Nate Diaz. Keep going.
It's I don't know. Maybe somebody that's close to retirement.
Take a couple foul balls off the head.
Lead my system.
Diaz family getting into baseball these days. These
When I was catching, and you obviously could see it, and he couldn't see the catcher with the way he was looking right there.
yeah, just did it again. And he pummeled it. He hit it a Country Mile for his second home run of the night.
Third time this season that Aaron Judge has hit 2 homers in a game, and once again, he's looking at something, and then the next move is that powerful swing, and he blasts one to center field.
Yeah, they're watching him. Oh, boy, it's funny, bro.
He's
He's hilarious.
Yeah.
He's hilarious.
I would believe it if they're cheating. I don't think anybody would dare try something like that with communication in your dugout.
Have you seen the video?
I've not seen
You
the video.
gotta watch the
His
video.
eyes-
You have to look at his eyes.
His eyes are clearly looking in the
Yeah.
distance.
Now
Clearly.
I did see in the post game he said they were chirping at him.
Yeah.
Probably, I feel him. I'm not saying he was. I'm just watching them eyes, man. They're kind of strange. Shout out to Fat Pimp. Shout out to Fat Pimp. He got married.
Okay, well, congrats.
Sad, but that's all good.
Oh, sad.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking, bro. I
I
hope you enjoy your married life and everything. I've been in 20 years, so I'm salty, fam. I'm salty. You don't come to me about no marriage advice. But anyway, Fat Pimp. For real. Walked down the aisle, and he walked down the aisle to
he's
UGK.
cheating. I just saw it. Oh, UGK?
Yeah, he walked down the aisle to UGK, and then he had the barber, the fit barber. I used to go to that guy. Gave him an edge up right there at the altar. I'm going to play a little bit real quick. This is not a G-Bag of the Day nominee. I just want to give some love to Fat Pimp.
Remember what I taught you. Keep your heart in stacks. Keep your heart. Hey, keep your heart in stacks. Keep your heart. Man, keep your smart in stacks. Keep your smart. Play your part.
Yeah, he walked out there today. Everybody was excited. So shout out to Fat Pimp for that right there. Yeah. He went viral for that, by the way, too.
Did he?
Yeah, it's
Cool.
going everywhere.
I bet that was incredibly produced. Sounds great.
Yeah.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah, now you think he's cheating?
Yes, I do. Now that I saw what you're talking about, I thought no. Well, no, he just got married.
Not yet.
I'll say yes. No, I see it now. I thought it was like when he steps out of the box and he's looking, be like, yeah, whatever, dude. No, he's like locking in, guys
he's
in
locking
motion,
in,
and he
bro.
steals a glance over to the dugout. That's
It's
all he's
strange.
cheating.
It's strange.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Then they hit a giant donger to the moon. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Or there could have been like a perfect 10 over by the dugout.
Yeah. That's how you look at it when your old lady's with you.
Showing
You're
her
just trying
cleavage.
to,
Yeah.
trying to turn around and see if you drop something. Oh, I think
Double take. Slippery phone. Gosh dang it.
God. All right. Graduation season right here, ladies and gentlemen. You get excited for your loved ones for achieving whatever graduation level they're going to achieve. There's a mom right here. She's super excited for her daughter, then checks a lady for telling her to be quiet.
Too bad. You don't like it, too bad. Don't start. Don't start, Karen. No. My child did this big thing. You better be quiet and shut your ass up. That's what you better do. That 5 seconds didn't mess with you. Shut the up.
No.
Very proud mom. Yeah.
There's a long graduation after that, I'll tell you.
I'm going to get up and move.
Man, it is tough sitting through some of those graduations.
He
though.
said for being a pimp, he could have picked a better UGK song, Hey, do you know that song? Like, you got to watch that video, man. We're getting married in the video.
Yeah, it's like a love
Andre
song.
starts the song off about getting married and leaving all the other broads behind.
Yeah.
So I think he picked a fantastic song. That's why it went viral.
Yeah. What do you say, Lucius? You want to vote?
Damn, yeah, we're up against it, bro.
Okay.
I got more bullets in the gun,
Sure
too.
you do. Yeah. If you ever miss G-Bag of the Day, you can circle back around 5:40 for LA Live. In that segment includes many things, but he does replay the G-Bag of the Day for you. Bad Mix on the Church Audio is our one-time champ. Blue Jays broadcasters, graduation season, or if Fat Pimp down the aisle. There was some UGK.
Got you, Zach.
Freaking love Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'm going to go with the Blue Jays broadcasters, Chief. How about you?
That's really good. I'm going to go with the champ, though. Just admire that guy. Still doing it. Still hanging tough.
Trying to win, Lucius.
Shoot. Oh, yeah, the champ. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
2-1, Will Chuck.
I'm a big fan of that graduation, Mom. Put them in their place.
Yeah, absolutely. Graduation, Mom.
We're tied at 2.
It got kind of violent right there, didn't it?
Yeah.
You're going to want to jump on
That's why I
to
liked it.
at G-Bag
Sexual and
Nation.
violent.
Yeah, you're sitting there for hours and hours and hours. You get 10 seconds when your person
Yes.
walks across, and you
Yes.
got to let them know
Yeah.
you might be damn near a quarter mile away.
She was way up there, too. Second level, Mom was.
Yeah, absolutely.
Way up there.
Okay, we got to vote. At G-Bag Nation is the Twitter account. Go ahead and follow us when you get there. I'm going to create an Insta poll right here as we speak. Is it the church audio or is it graduation season? We're coming back with Krusty's Corner, and where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, the NFL.com projected the Cowboys starters. Let's see if they did it the right way. We'll talk about that next.
Okay, I got to chat with you about my
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. And look at this. With 52% of the vote, the graduation just won, beating Church Audio 52-48. Here's Broadus and Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. That graduation, man. Those people have their day.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Why do people have to be all bent out of shape about stuff? You know? It's like you're happy, you know? You're happy for your family, your friends, and all that. Just let people be people, right?
Let them do their thing.
Yeah, if you don't like it, just leave. You know?
Get out.
Go to a different area, the stadium or something, but
I think it's just ridiculous the way people are these days. Seriously. I mean, when, you know,
Take your air horn anywhere and just blow it loud as hell.
Yes.
Especially at a place where there's probably a ton of people doing it.
Yes.
You know?
I like the fact that the lady stepped up and said she'd kick the other lady's ass for getting in the way.
Me too. I love violence.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna be,
Hi, kids, you like violence?
Yeah.
You want to see me stick 9-inch nails through each one of my eyelids?
Do you think she's wrong? Do you think the lady's wrong for?
Well, I don't know exactly what the lady said.
Well, she obviously
like,
pissed off the
well,
lady
we
who was
heard
happy
it.
for her
Like,
daughter.
Sounds like you think she was wrong.
I would love to know that this was like a kindergarten graduation too. That would be the best thing to really know. You know who I know for sure? You know whose mom I know for sure that's not? Stetson Bennett's.
Oh.
My guy hasn't graduated college yet. He's been in Georgia for 19 years.
I got one.
He's 36 years old. He's got 3 kids now. He's got a national championship. He does not have that diploma on the wall.
I was kind of wondering about that. You know, in the SEC, when you graduate, they put under the SEC logo on your jersey, they put graduate. So, like, they actually
never played with that.
They identified, and I'm kind of looking back. I'm thinking, wow, Stetson Bennett never had one of those.
Like, he can play 100 more years of college football and
Hendon
he'll never have that on his
Hendon
jersey.
Hooker had been in the thing like for 6 years. He's got one. You know, everybody that's played, but
Well, hey, we got a college basketball kid about to play in his 8th season.
I saw that headline. and I
Seth
was
Towns
like,
is his
Seth
name.
Towns.
How
Yeah.
insane is that?
good for him.
Is he dominating by now at least? He should be going crazy
He's
by now,
26 years old and he's
No.
playing college basketball.
No, he's down there with me, and he hands in his uniform at the end of the day. I used to tell the guys, the equipment guys, you don't have to wash this one. Just hang it back up.
It's plenty clean.
It'll
Don't
be
worry
ready for
about
next
it.
week. It would. It would just I'd snap a few balls. Just hang it up. It'll be good. You don't have to wash that one.
An equipment manager's dream.
I was an absolute equipment man, except for the long T-shirts. They always had to keep me in long T-shirts. That's a story for another day.
Is it?
Maybe another day. All right, NFL.com. They're gonna. They did a deal where they're projecting all 22 starters for the Dallas Cowboys. How about that?
Pretty cool.
You interested in this?
Yeah.
You interested in what they think? Let's see if you guys have any problems with what they're doing here. Of course, they've got Dak Prescott at quarterback. Unless anybody has any objection to that.
About half the fan base does.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? Half the fan base just does not like that man at all.
Your guy Hellman
Cowboys
says he's the
quarterback.
best QB in the conference. I agree. It's just a low bar.
On both sides.
Tony Pollard, projected running back number 1.
Should be Deuce Vaughn.
Well, I was about to say they just haven't seen Deuce yet. Wait till the Deuce gets loose.
Yeah, Deuce is loose.
Drop it on him.
Let me ask you this. Is there going to be a time when you're watching the games where you had that like when Zeke and Pollard were kind of splitting reps? Was there a point in time where do you think it'll be the same thing with Tony Pollard? That if Deuce Vaughn does have some productive runs,
Everybody's clamoring for more Deuce.
everybody's like, let him go. You're like, Tony shouldn't be playing. You think we'll ever get to that point?
No, because Tony's good. You know, I will be very satisfied with whatever the coaches decide to do with those two running backs.
Well, and the good thing is, I guess you only have Pollard. You only got to worry about that for this year. I don't think that they're getting a long-term deal done with him, which means if Deuce flashes, he can end up being the starter next year.
CeeDee Lamb, they go 3 wide receivers. They got Lamb, Cooks, Gallup.
Yep.
Power rank you got Lamb as 1. Do you think Cooks is better than Gallup?
Absolutely.
100%. Probably. Yeah. If Gallup
is it close?
It's not even
close.
close.
It's pretty close.
No, it's not even close.
Wow.
I mean, Brandon Cooks is a sometimes Pro Bowler. Michael Gallup could make a Pro Bowl if he returns to the form that he was pre-injury, which I believe he will this year.
I think if Gallup can have anywhere close to the career Brandon Cooks has had, I'd be stunned.
Jake Ferguson's your tight end over the other guys.
Okay, makes sense.
Here we go. Tyron Smith at left tackle. Tyler Smith at left guard. Tyler Biotish at center. Zach Martin at right guard. And Terrence Steele at right tackle.
At least they didn't put Steele at guard.
What's that?
At least they didn't put Steele at guard.
There's no way Steele plays guard in this lineup.
They're going to try it, though. They keep saying it.
No. They're not going to do that.
It would be like the third or fourth time this offensive line has done something that we thought they would never do.
Yeah. You don't think we're going to go out and watch mini camps? We'll see a little bit of Steele over there.
I don't think so.
I hope not, but man, I don't know. I'm nervous about it.
You saw what happened when Steele went out in the running game on that right side. I'm not moving him over there to left guard.
I agree with you.
I am sorry about that. I'm not I have visions of Connor Williams in my head.
Oh yeah,
over there at left guard.
I
mean that. And Connor Williams could run block. Athlete and all that, but Steele doesn't have the power to play over there like that. But he could run block as a tackle working with Zach Martin. Why would you change that? What tape are you watching where you're thinking that Steele, the development you've seen in him at right tackle, what gives you any indication that playing him at left guard would be the right move?
I don't know. I really don't know what it would be that they would see.
And if you guys got answers, let me know.
I don't. I think it would be a ridiculous thing to do. I'm a little bit nervous, like Dawson and Walchuk, that it's something that they might at least try and explore, but I don't think it's something that would be smart.
NFL.com, we're going through their all-22 projections for the Cowboys. Let's go on the defensive side of the ball. They've got Micah Parsons playing one of the edges. They got him as an edge. They don't have him as a linebacker. They got him as an edge is what they've got.
80% of the snaps, I'd say that's fair. That's the thing to do right there.
Yeah.
Now, Terrence Steele, he does weigh 312 pounds. His weight isn't distributed typically as you would expect from a guard. But if I was going to look at something, I'd say this is a good running offensive lineman who weighs over 300 pounds. If he can actually get out of that stance and get firing down the field, maybe he could be effective some plays at guard.
Yeah, I have no problem with him as a run blocker.
Yeah.
I just worry about him being able to set his feet.
I hear you.
When you watch Terrence Steele play, and when he has his issues, it is when he can't hold up when somebody bull rushes him.
You know, I think the thing is they want Tyler Smith at left tackle, and they promised to Tyron Smith, you're going to get a chance to start at right tackle. And the only way that kind of can make sense is if you put Terrence Steele at left guard. So they're going to go into camp trying this. And they want to see if it can work, because then all of their plans kind of work out for now. But they got to know in the back of their head, Steele's going to be needed at right tackle real soon anyway. It's going to be a moot point.
I just hope they don't do it. I mean, I would rather, like I said, if you want to, that's fine. If you want to put, I think Tyler Smith at tackle, that's your future.
Yeah.
Why keep?
They don't want to mess with that.
Why keep delaying that?
There's nothing. They can't break up with Tyron. They can't do it. No, they're showing you that they can't. They have refused to do so. We've suggested it for about 3 years. This was an obvious offseason to do it. You drafted his replacement in round 1 last year. They cannot get out of the idea of we need all 3 or 4 games he's going to give us. They desperately want those 3 games.
You're right about that, Chief.
Let me run through this defense. This is, as I look at it, this is they're playing nickel is what they're doing. Parsons is an edge. Osa Odighizuwa is one of the tackles. Mozzie Smith, if you're playing nickel, Mozzie Smith to me is not a nickel pass rusher, is he?
No, he's not. But by himself, if they wanted to run against you, you could play nickel around Mozzie and still have him be one of your defensive tackles and have a good pass defense.
That'll be interesting to see how much, changing his technique, how much he's able to give you in terms of pushing the pocket. I don't think so, but I'm interested to see what Mozzie can do from that area in his game.
Lawrence would be the other edge. Van Der Esch at the mic. Gilmore, Diggs, Bland. Sounds like a pretty good little secondary there when it comes to those guys.
Now.
And then Donovan Wilson at a safety. Malik Hooker I think they need to replace Malik Hooker myself. I think they need a better free safety there. Somebody needs to step up. And then they got Curse as the other safety, but we know he's playing as one of the sub or nickel linebackers. So that's the projections. Other than that, I think the only problems we have is maybe what's going on at left guard, like everybody else, and then what does Mozzie Smith really fit into a nickel pass rusher as a tackle?
Well, thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon at about 2:40. Draft lottery tonight, 7 o'clock on ESPN. Are we going to have to get the Peacock app to get all the playoff games? Are they making us do this? Are they forcing our hand?
Just for one of them. It's going to be one. I'll have the updates for you coming up on the other side.
We got NFL News of the Day with Wolchuk. Answer that question and more coming up next year on The Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you, though.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk to deliver the NFL news of the day. Here's the Woolly Bully.
Thank you very much, sir. And you teased the Peacock exclusive.
Yeah, what's going on there?
NFL playoff game. Yeah, it's just one game. So Peacock has become the home to the first ever exclusive live-streamed NFL playoff game, as they're going to present an NFL wildcard playoff game that'll be the primetime game on Saturday night. It'll be January 13th, 2024. They announced this today with NBC Universal and the NFL. They're exclusively going to have that game. So it'll follow the NBC game, which will be at 3:30 our time on that Saturday. And it'll roll right into the exclusive Peacock Saturday night game. So whatever two teams ended up getting put on that, you better have Peacock or you're not going to be able to watch it. They paid a ton of money for this thing. And I guess, they're basically forcing NFL fans. NFL fans don't like this, but they're forcing teams to go ahead and have to purchase it. So last year's game would have been Chargers and Jags. So this year, let's say, just to use that as an example, that would be the game that ends up being exclusively on Peacock. And if you don't have that streaming service, you're done.
It's going to be whoever comes out of the AFC South, right? It's always that's the game that.
And they usually start off with that game on the Saturday.
Yeah,
it's usually the one that's this is
Houston,
a mad game.
Remember, Houston always played the first game. Houston versus somebody. It's always somebody out of that the AFC South that nobody really cares about. Even though Jacksonville, I think, is going to be a lot better. They did
Trevor
a great job
Lawrence.
last year, but I just kind of feel like that's the game you're going to probably
The least interesting one.
Yeah.
It'll be the last pick amongst the networks.
Yeah, it'll be the one that
they'll hold up some lowly fan base that just doesn't have the kind of network respect that you need.
Cincinnati kind of used to be that too.
Yeah, Cincinnati, Jacksonville.
There was always
they'd always put the Texans game.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah.
But now I don't know. They used to kind of look at that Saturday night primetime game. Heck, they scheduled the Cowboys there a few times in that Saturday night wild card
Didn't
slot.
the Cowboys play a Saturday night game against San Francisco the first time around? That game was a Saturday night game, wasn't it?
It was the wild card game.
Yeah.
It was Sunday afternoon. The Saturday night Seattle game when they beat Russell Wilson, that was a Saturday night wild card game.
That was a Dak victory game. Okay,
yes, that was a Saturday night wild card game. So that it'll be interesting to see how they go about that. Do they end up wanting to throw maybe their least competitive game there, because there are going to be a lot of fans that might not say, hey, we're going to buy Peacock to watch that, or do they try and put a primetime matchup like they typically do in that Saturday night slot? Either way, I don't like it. I don't like having to force fans to buy a specific streaming service, but we'll see.
Do they have free streaming? Like when you go onto it, they have whatever is live?
I think that, yes, they on NBC they do for
but
Peacock.
not on the cock.
But no.
No. All right.
No.
That's disappointing, man.
Yeah.
I know. It's disappointing. It really, really is. We got some running back news, as Joe Douglas is saying that Breece Hall, they expect him to hopefully be ready to go for week 1 as he's recovering from that injury.
He's not pushing it from what I understand.
Yeah,
though.
he's not.
Yeah.
They've been taking it very slow. He had that ACL injury to end the season. But Douglas said, look, I think we're all hopeful that could be a possibility that he's available for week 1. There's still a lot of meat on the bone in terms of his return to play protocols and his rehab. But it'd be fun to see him out there with Aaron Rodgers week 1 as they debut on Monday Night Football.
What was that, an ACL? Week 5 or 6 or something like that?
And he was well on his way to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. He was crushing it.
Yeah, he should be back.
He could take time off. As long as he doesn't come back week 3. I don't want to see him in week 2.
That's a good point, actually, from a Cowboys standpoint. It's make sure that thing's fully healthy before you come back.
He looks like the real deal running the ball.
He is the real deal.
Yeah.
Even from a Jets standpoint, I'd be like, yo, we can hold off. I don't need you for 17 regular season games.
Right.
And I wonder what I wonder what, we saw this with Gallup, and I know he was dealing with maybe some more things, but that turf in New York is
Very true.
is a disaster.
Did they replace?
They did. They changed the turf this offseason, so we'll see if that helps.
Okay, good for that. I didn't even realize they did that. So that's good news.
At MetLife
But
Stadium.
gosh, if I'm a Jet or a Giant coming off a knee injury like that, I would be a little bit nervous for my return.
Well, speaking of ACLs, there was a report right before the draft from the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport about my guy Tajay Spears out of Tulane and how he doesn't even have an ACL in one of his knees. And he added that he also has some arthritis, and that might have caused him to drop a little bit. But at rookie minicamp,
you know the saying though: more ACLs, more problems.
Well, exactly. And Tajay Spears is clapping back. He said, "I was out there. I did everything, so I feel perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with me. I'm healthy. Played a lot of really productive snaps. Didn't miss much time at all," said Mike Vrabel. In terms of Tajay Spears, he was a full participant throughout the week at the Senior Bowl. I think both of us are comfortable with where he's at and what his availability will be going forward. So, no ACL.
Hold on, this isn't like an appendix.
He's good to go.
This is this medically possible? Can somebody help us out on the truck right now, Cafe?
Apparently,
how can he be an athlete without an ACL?
He seems like that's not an issue for him
Is that,
right now.
I don't
Can
know.
you reach out? Do you have a trainer, gang of 7 members?
Sure.
or-
No, actually, I was the trainers. I'm sitting there thinking about that. I was trying to think if there was a cornerback that didn't have an ACL, but it's like it's all bone on bone, right? But that's cartilage.
But that's no cartilage. Yeah.
No cartilage. So let me ask. I'll figure it out.
He
I'm
had
sorry.
a couple of surgeries at Tulane, but he participated the entire rookie minicamp.
What do we need to know?
Who is this
Titans
guy?
think he's okay. Tajay Spears,
Tajay
running back out of
Spears.
Tulane. He was drafted by the Tennessee Titans. But it is a fascinating story. This guy with no ACL out there, and
Does he have to wear a super brace? Is his knee just constructed
Now,
differently by Mother
didn't-
Nature?
He did not wear a brace when I watched him at Tulane from the games that I watched. And
That's what
specifically-
Rappaport said.
But yeah, so he seems fine, and he's like, bleep you, Ian. I'm good to go. I'm fully healthy. And I'm rooting for him because he was one of my favorite backs in the entire rookie draft class. We also have Le'Veon Bell. He's back in the news. And we know Lev Bell's out there boxing people. He was on the Misfits Boxing podcast. They asked him, is there maybe somebody that you'd like to fight next? And here's what Lev Bell had to say.
Is there anyone out there that you think, maybe not to that extent, but like, I need this moment with you?
Oh,
you got someone.
Nah, there is. It's just this person. This the person not a boxer. It's not even from football.
Oh, do you still hold?
Yeah.
No.
'Cause they had they had purposely injured me.
You don't need to say their names.
Yeah, I don't think I want to.
Yeah.
But yeah, people who watched my career and when I hurt my knee,
Right.
people know.
Okay.
Yeah,
they
people know.
They know.
Yeah,
They
people
know.
know.
Okay.
Yeah, but I would love to put my hands on him.
So he wants Burf.
It's Vontez Burfict. And Vontez Burfict wasted no time immediately replying to this. He quote tweets it and says, and he gets sent packing the bleep with a face. And then afterwards, he took to Instagram and he thought about this for a little bit. And he wanted to send out a positive message. And I think a lot of NFL players would probably want to fight Vontez Burfict if they had the chance.
Yeah. Antonio Brown.
Well,
would
absolutely.
Like that word.
Vontez said at Le'Veon Bell, why are we looking to fight? Why not show everyone we can change the narrative? Let's show the world we can squash beef in other ways than boxing. Let's meet and compete on the golf course, get some charities involved so we can help people in need and show kids that we resolved our differences to make the world a better place. At Le'Veon Bell.
I'd rather see boxing.
I would too.
Okay, there is a subset of people that are ACL copers or ACL independent. For whatever reason, they can balance their musculature and make a more stable knee. It's not common, and it's certainly a very interesting thing in sports medicine because generally you need an ACL, but they're wow, apparently. But still, with this guy, that's why he fell so far. I would say the third round still quite high, but that's fascinating to know. DeJuan Blair from the Mavs, and more notably from the San Antonio Spurs, lacked the ACL as well.
It's an incredible story.
I reached out to a couple guys.
Ready.
We'll see if we'll get an answer on this one.
I love the kid. I'm rooting for him. I'm excited to see how he does, especially playing there behind Derrick Henry.
Yeah, it is interesting for a running back, especially really any football position other than like a quarterback, maybe if you're not like a mobile guy, but like because it's so much of the lateral stuff that the ACL is controlling or whatever. And so it's it is interesting to think that a guy who's like juking people out and going side to side. Oh, we got the phone update here.
Yeah, one of my trainer buddies in the league who looked at the players says it's really hard to tell when he tore it, but likely he's been playing on it for a year at least. The knee is pretty beat up, and it's hard to tell when that will become too much of a problem.
Yeah, like DeJuan Blair did struggle throughout his career with his availability, and it was swell up and stuff like that. But yeah, it sounds like guys who tear their ACLs at some point, maybe in high school, and the knee is still so solid that when the doctor looks at it and does that shaky thing to see if it's torn, it's still solid.
That test, yeah.
Yeah. So it would take like an MRI to find it, and some guys can just keep right on playing and have it not be that big of a deal. I guess so good luck to him.
It probably speaks to like the surrounding muscle areas
just
of
how
his
much
leg that are
freaky.
just,
You can build muscle around the knee
Right.
to protect it, and that might be what's holding.
And if he played on that for a year, I mean, my gosh, if you don't know who Tajay Spears is,
he's a hell of a player.
Just watch him against
Stud.
USC in the Cotton Bowl. He's the best player on the field. He's absolutely incredible. I mean, I'm interested to see how his NFL career develops. Now, we got some free agent news. We got some players going in and taking visits. Marcus Peters, former All-Pro corner, is visiting with the Raiders. I do feel like that's a perfect fit.
Marcus Peters and the Raiders.
Yeah, I do.
It does feel like a good fit.
Just seems like
Absolutely
a
does.
match made in heaven.
Well, and I think the Raiders are desperate for anybody.
They are right now.
Who
Corner
can be
help.
somewhat competent in the back end of that defense.
They absolutely are. 940 says Hines Ward, and he's not. We've had several texts about this. Hines Ward played his entire career without an ACL. I didn't know that.
I'm going to fact check.
That's
that
interesting. The Steelers are going to meet with former Jets Pro Bowl linebacker Quan Alexander as they're looking for help. What do you got, B?
I had this, my trainer buddy chimed in with something else, and he said, hey, you might already know this, but Odell Beckham was playing with no ACL the second half of the season before the Super Bowl.
He did say that.
Yeah. So
pretty impressive.
So we were trying to get names and stuff like that, and my trainer buddy just brought that one.
No,
up.
And then he tore the other one?
I'm about to say, so he had no ACL on the right, and then it wasn't. It's like being blind in one eye and you can't see out of the other kind of thing.
And you idiots wanted to give him 3-year deal.
I did, Gavin. That was me.
Yeah.
I admit it. I won't.
They were an Odell Beckham Jr. away in San Francisco, man.
They clearly
despite
were.
those ACL
All
issues.
they needed was another playmaker.
Hey, and shout out to the Tolos. They came in strong with the Hines Ward. He basically, when he came out of college, they discovered that he didn't have the ACL in his left knee. It was apparently lost during a bicycle accident during his childhood, and according to a Yahoo
What year did
Sports
Hines
article,
Ward? See, I can't remember S anymore. When was Hines Ward? When did he come out?
Well, that's a letter, Brian.
I'll have to look. No, but the alphabet, we know the alphabet gives him trouble sometimes.
98.
98?
Okay. And he's now being talked about as a Hall of Fame finalist.
Damn, I was in Philadelphia on that draft.
I don't
How
say
did I know
that out
about
loud.
Hines Ward?
92nd overall.
He broke his kneecap in the 4th grade, and the doctors never accounted for the ligament, I guess, when they went.
That's
and
nuts.
However they had to go about fixing it.
So if you're balling, you don't need it. There's no need to open that thing back up and go through the physical therapy.
Hey, Tajay Spears, he's going to do this thing.
Yeah.
No ACL, no bleeping problem, baby.
If I have a son, I'm going to clip his ACLs out at birth
That's what you
so he
should
can
do.
build the muscle strength
He
around
just
it
grows.
to compensate.
Yeah, that's a
And you're going to shoot him up with steroids. is
That's
what we're
right.
You and I both know.
We're going to
you're
wait till 13 for that.
You're only cranking out females, bro. You're just like me.
We got the female gene. Mason Rudolph continues to stay in the NFL. He's returning to the Steelers for his 6th year in the NFL. So go Pokes there. Shout out to our guy, Cody. And Ndamukong Suh was on NFL Total Access. He said, I have no desire to be in a training camp. I will come in, watch, and look and give some advice, but then when week 1 happens, I'll be ready.
See,
That's a veteran move.
I appreciate it. I appreciate him like lending voice to that.
Just being the honest man that he is. Like,
Yes.
hey, if you sign me, that's fine, but I'm not doing a damn thing at training camp. I'm ready to go for week 1.
I think he's earned that.
Devontae Adams also said he doesn't need
He's got
Aaron
no
Rodgers.
ACL? Oh.
No, he was happy with the way this past season went. People were saying you're only good because of Rodgers. Not true. It proved that I am me, is what he said in an interview with The Ringer. A quarterback doesn't make me. I make me, and I can do it consistently at this level. We'll see how he looks with Jimmy Garoppolo this year as well. I talked to you yesterday about the Bengals wanting to be the team that hosts every Black Friday game.
Yeah.
They're not the only ones, apparently.
No.
Oh, there's one more there.
The Jets are trying to be the one now.
Yeah.
The Jets actually got the game, and the NFL vice president said, yeah, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn when I mentioned to people that the Bengals volunteered. But there were others that kind of raised their hands of Black Friday as well. The Jets, once they found out they were the host team, then started to think about, hey, Is this something we can make a permanent fixture as part of the NFL schedule? If it's between the Jets or the Bengals, give me the Bengals, because the Jets might not be relevant outside of this year.
Yeah, for sure. At least with the Burrow thing, you feel like you got a decade of respectable football.
There's a chance.
Rodgers, he might be one and done.
Yes, and we conclude NFL news of the day. The Burrows doing things out there for the community, as Joe Burrow and his foundation recently went ahead and paid for 20 people's medical bills at a recent hospital. His parents tell the story here.
The first thing we did, there was about 20 families at the Cincinnati Children's Hospital who's had mental health issues and were getting treatment there. Their families had trouble paying the bills, so we started out thinking, well, let's see how many we can pay, and there were about 20 of them, and then we just couldn't decide, so we basically paid for 20 families their mental health bills.
It was overwhelming, really, that the little bit that we felt like we could do with the foundation made such a huge impact for them. They were at the point that they were going to lose their services because they were past due on bills.
One mom, one of her comments was, "It was the best day of her life."
Wow.
So that's when you know Joe Burrow Foundation made a difference, and those type things make you really appreciate the fact that we have this opportunity to help.
People helping people. It's a beautiful thing.
You got to love it. Thanks, Wolchuk. NFL news of the day here in the G-Bag Nation now. When we come back, it's time for the Rangers Player Show, and super utility guy Josh Smith is going to join you here on The Fan.
But I do want to tell you about my friends over at Elite Skin Center. No one wants to talk about it, but more than 50% of men.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It's time now for the Rangers Players Show. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultations always free at truckwreck.com. Texas Rangers Players Show is brought to you by the Junior Rangers and by Cars for Kids. As Josh Smith joins you now here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, and a good afternoon, Josh. How you doing out there?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Oh, we're doing wonderful. The story in the morning news I just read from this week says you're more relaxed up there at the plate. Let's start there. What are you doing to make that happen? You get maybe a massage before the game, or what's the key to your relaxation, bro?
Honestly, just kind of stop really trying to do too much. Just get in there and just kind of just be loose and relaxed. And like you said, maybe a couple massages before the game. So
Yeah.
That's our guy.
What's the key to staying locked in while also relaxed?
Oh man, let's see. Being locked in while also being relaxed. I guess just being prepared. Just coming to the field every day, just knowing I need to do my job and not try to do someone else's job.
You got nailed pretty good by a pitch earlier this year, and I think you're an absolute badass for how quickly you recovered. But you have been getting hit quite a bit. I think I don't know if this is a record for you personally for a season so far. Is this something you're ever looking to avoid, or are you just leaning into this like a badge of honor?
No, I think I don't know why. Ever since high school, I've always gotten hit a lot. I think it's kind of a combination with guys try to pitch me in, and I kind of dive over the plate a little bit. So I think it's just honestly just unlucky. I'm not trying to go up there and get hit because I like getting hit when I have 2 strikes, but other than that, I'm not a big fan of it.
Good way to get on base.
How many times have you charged the mound over the years?
No, never. I feel like I've never personally gotten purposely hit, but that's if hopefully somebody doesn't do that, but I might have to if that happens.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Josh, you and I share some in common. Both went to school at LSU, and I see you going without batting gloves. Do we not give you any batting gloves when you were at LSU? What do we mess you up there? What do we? I feel bad as a football player, and you guys take great care of yourself over there in baseball. You don't need our help. Did we just not give any batting gloves over there? What's going on with that?
Yeah, I don't think the LSU athletic program can afford it. So, no, those guys, they do a great job there. I honestly just, ever since high school, I've kind of always messed around with batting gloves and then without. And then I got the pro ball and just with the wood bat and then grip on the bat. No batting gloves always felt a little better for me.
Are you locked into all the LSU sports like our guy Brian over here?
I try to follow. I keep up with the baseball team a little bit. I don't get to watch them much, but I follow along. I watch some of their guys. I'm pretty locked into football when it's football season. And I actually got pretty caught up in the Lady Tigers basketball.
There you
this year,
go.
So.
Yeah,
that was cool. All my buddies from LSU tell me Fred's is the best bar over there. Can you confirm that for me?
I'm gonna have to go with Fred's or the House. The House in Tigerland was me and my buddy's spot when we were in college, but I think it's a little bit of a younger crowd bar now. But Fred's is a good spot for sure.
I'm really old too, Josh, and yes, Fred's was good back in the '80s when I was hanging out there. My dad used to ask me about that all the time. He's like, "What are all these checks you're writing to Fred's?" I said it was a dry cleaner. Yeah, So yeah, those dollar screwdrivers and stuff. I think they still do that, right? We still doing dollar screw.
No, they're definitely not $1.
They were back in the day, man. They were good. They were good, Josh. You know that, right?
Yeah, the screwdrivers there are pretty good.
Well, I know you and Mrs. Smith are big on social media. I mean, the queen of LSU gymnastics, Livy Dunn, is huge on TikTok. NIL, I think she's the highest athlete.
Our basketball ladies are too.
Making money. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Angel Reese as well. Have you ever gotten to meet Livy Dunn or who's your favorite LSU athlete?
No, I never got to meet either of them. I think they're still there right now, so I haven't really been back much because I'm living in Texas now. So I do get to go back to LSU every now and then, but haven't got to meet them. I know of them. I know they do a pretty good job on social media, but I mean, I'm a big Dylan Cruz fan. He's one of my favorite athletes at LSU right now. He's a stud.
It's Rangers infielder Josh Smith here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Josh, we did the show from center field yesterday up in that upper deck area, and it was nice. And the food at the stadium is so amazing. It's so much better than it used to be. Do you guys ever put in orders to have like some barbecue or tacos brought down for you guys before the game?
Not that I know of. I think I've heard about some food in here that I might need to try out, but the chefs do a pretty good job for us to get us prepared. We try to eat a little bit healthier back here before the game. So
yeah, what's the game day meal situation looking like for you?
Usually it just depends. If I'm really hungry, I'll just go some chicken and some type of potato or veggie or something, and then other days I'll do a smoothie, and then post game kind of just crush whatever they got.
Josh Smith here with us. You told us your favorite count to get hit in. What is your favorite count to hit in?
I feel like I've always been I like being like 2-1, just so I'm not getting 3-1, sometimes I get a little too big. 2-1 kind of keeps me a little shorter.
What's your favorite kind of hit? Is it the home run, the triple?
A home run. Yeah, no doubt a home run.
Is it a lot of work to get a triple? Is it? I mean, you've got great speed, but
Yeah,
I mean, it's a lot of work to get a triple, right?
Yeah, it's probably harder to get a triple, I would say, in some aspects than a home run, just because you got to get a little lucky with the way the ball goes.
So what's the vibe like in the clubhouse so far this year? It's been a great start to the season. First place Texas Rangers. You got to be with us, of course, last year as well. What are some of the big differences so far with you and the team?
Yeah, no, it's definitely been a big difference this year. We got a bunch of older guys, some really good starting pitching this year. So those guys they've kind of been in the league and they've done it, and so it's fun to be around them. We got some good leadership, kind of just team camaraderie there. We go out to dinner and stuff. So it's been a lot of fun this year. It's definitely a lot different than last year.
Yeah, I was reading about you and Brad Miller hitting it off pretty good. What type of veteran help has he given you?
Yeah, he's the man. He's the same guy every single day. Whether he's 4 for 4 or 0 for 4, you could never tell. And he's been awesome in this clubhouse, not just to me, but just to all the guys really. He's just such a positive guy, and he's always willing to help, but he's always ready to work too. And he's just waiting on his chance, and he's awesome. Everybody loves him.
Hey, Josh, there was a time there, like, maybe a month or so ago where you weren't getting a whole heck of a lot of at-bats, and then you kind of got, the injury happened with Corey and stuff, and you worked your way. How do you stay ready for that? Is it one of those things you got a routine every day that you're kind of working through, or how does somebody keep himself ready to be when you're called on?
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, but you always have to be prepared for something like that. We always hate to see guys go down, whether it's Corey or someone else. It's never fun, but it happens in our sport, and so you just always got to be ready. You never know. You could be sitting for 10 straight games and you get a chance to hit, and you just got to take advantage of it, And so just trying not to do too much when you get your opportunity, but just, like I said, just staying prepared, staying ready.
Cody Bradford MLB debut last night. What do you remember about yours? What was notable?
Yeah, that was probably. That was the most fun I've ever had playing baseball. I was lucky. I got 3 hits on mine, so that was a day that I'll never forget. I just remember kind of the emotions just like taking over, but not really being nervous. It was more just like excited. So I'm sure he had a little bit of nerves just because starting pitching is a lot different. But we're happy to have him.
Yeah, I was listening to Mike Bassick, former Rangers pitcher. He, hosts the midday show here on the Fan, and he says, for him, it was like there was just so much energy in his body. He was like shaking, and it took a number of games or weeks for it to become normal, where he could just start to go through a routine. How long did it take for that to happen, or did you have a similar experience?
Yeah, it's very true. Like, you get here and you're just kind of in awe. You're like, wow, I'm in the big leagues. Like game 4 rolls around, your fourth ever game, and you're still just kind of like, I'm like really in the big leagues. Like, this is what I've worked my whole life for, and it really doesn't feel real. And even to this day, it's like still a blessing. And I guess I'm a little bit more used to it now, but it's still every day I walk in, I'm like, I'm not taking it for granted. You don't know how long you're going to play this game. It's awesome to be here.
Is it noticeable the most when you travel? Like when you talk about being in the big leagues and things like that, you just like, okay, wait, yeah. I don't have yet. Is it true like not handling bags and stuff like that? Or is it like you just show up and go?
It's pretty, they make it really easy on us. You show up, you drop off your luggage, you hop on a pretty nice plane, hang out with the guys on the plane, stay in some pretty good hotels, and then you show up to your room and your luggage is getting dropped off to you. So I will say it's pretty fun, but like what comes with that is you gotta play. You gotta be prepared to play on the field. It's not just a vacation. So.
Well, it looks to us like you're living the dream, brother. So congrats on that. And to my knowledge, this is not a simulation. This is real. So go give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
There he goes, Josh Smith here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan, Brian.
Yeah, and for appearing on today's show, Josh will be receiving a $100 gift certificate to Pluckers. They got 8 locations across DFW, and they're a big fan of us, and we're a big fan of them. So go do the things with the Pluckers. They got the best wings in Texas. So thanks again to Josh.
All righty, Chief, where would you like to take us next?
Let's go on around a trip around the rim. We got a LeBron question, a LeBron legacy question. We got bulletin board material, and we got some superstar call-outs all the way from Taiwan. That's next.
Well, that sounds great.
Inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Chris Blake, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. Man, I'm wearing it out over here at tankathon.com where you can simulate the draft lottery. I just keep hitting it until I get the Mavs in the top 4.
Yes.
Having a lot of fun.
Is Portland winning this thing a bunch?
They're coming in from the 5 spot pretty good. Charlotte's doing well. Detroit, San Antonio doing well in these simulations. It's tankathon.com. We're 3 hours and 14 minutes away. Here's the Chief.
Perfect time to cut the lights out, put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. Why? Because on draft lottery day, it is time for the G-Bag Nation to go all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
3%. 3%. You're telling me there's a chance.
I just simmed 3 times. 2 out of the 3. Mavs dropped down to 11.
Well, gosh dang it.
Yeah, that can't happen.
Those are not immaculate vibes.
That cannot happen.
Wow, I just did one where they dropped down to 12.
Okay, F this.
Actually, listen, if you're going to drop down as far as humanly possible because the Knicks are getting it anyways. So, I mean.
And get your legal on.
Yeah.
Damn right. And get that legal on, please.
I'm really just hoping they can keep 10, man.
Yeah, me too. But I'm also really hoping that, obviously, you get the 3%er for Wembanyama. Do we know what the chances are that they could end up just in the top 3 in general?
I think it's another 3, and then 4%.
Okay.
So it's like a combined 13% that you move up. It's about a 19% chance that you lose altogether.
Well, if you get into the top 3, of course, getting the number 1 would be special. You get Wembanyama. It's him and Luka for the next decade, just winning all the titles. Just like the Mavericks having to create more space in their facility for the Larry O'Brien trophies. You know? And that's the ultimate dream. But if you get number 2 or number 3, you're still sitting in a very, very high valued position where it's either Scoot Henderson or it's Brandon Miller. And maybe it's not Scoot Henderson or Brandon Miller to the Mavericks. It's other teams saying, okay, these guys are high value guys that we would like to give you, like a Mike Ditka, Ricky Williams. We'll give you the farm situation in return for that. So, man, just getting into the top 3 would be insanely awesome. Give me the good news,
I got
Walchuk.
the number 1 pick, baby.
You got the number 1 pick.
We moved up 9 spots. We got 1. Houston got 2. Toronto moved up 10 spots to get 3. This is the simulation we need to keep. I need to send this straight to New York.
Screenshot it.
How many sims did it take? How many sims did it take?
It took about 12.
12 sims.
Yeah.
Okay. I like my chances here, boys. I do.
1 in 12.
You get a top 3 pick tonight for the Mavericks, and you talk about basically you feel like you've already won the offseason, even though you're not even technically in the offseason yet. I don't know. It's weird. You're doing the lottery stuff, and we're still in the midst of the NBA playoffs. But either way, that's really the thing. Okay, you miss out on the 1. Can you get into the top 3? Because if you do, teams are going to be calling you desperate to go get Brandon Miller and or Scoot Henderson, and they will allow you to give up on the Davis Bertans contract. Here's a THJ contract. Here's all-star caliber players coming in return. Like, I think ultimately the Mavericks would like to trade out other than number 1 pick.
Yeah.
If they got any other spot where they're getting to keep their pick, I think they're living in a world where ideally they want to move out of there and get some veteran players. Because like when you look at the top 20, like John Hollinger's top 20 players, talking about some one and done guys that are really in that area. Taylor Hendricks, he's a 6'9" forward out of Central Florida. He's 19 years old. Like
that's who I want at 10.
That's who you want at 10? Yeah.
I like Trey Hendricks.
He's a guy, Taylor Hendricks. He's a guy
who Trey.
Trey, isn't there a Trey Hendricks?
Bengals pass rusher.
Yeah, Bengals.
That's right. I'd rather have him than Taylor. The Cowboys get Trey Hendricks, and the Mavericks, we don't even need Taylor Hendricks in that scenario. But you get
Hendrickson.
Another one and done. Kobe Buffkin, Michigan, 6'4", 19 years old, shooting guard. We mentioned Grady Dick earlier. He's 6'8". He was a true freshman forward out of Kansas. Jarris Walker, Kaysen Wallace. Like, these are the type of dudes. You're all talking about 19-year-olds. Are you stepping in today to help the Mavericks and Luka Doncic go win? Probably not. So I think they would love to trade out of it no matter what happens, but they can't do that unless they at least get the 10th pick. But dear God, if they get a top 3-er, you're talking about like the pre-championship celebrations going down tonight for the Mavericks.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll probably get in the Scooby-Doo and cruise up and down Broadway honking my horn and flashing my lights.
As you should, man.
Yeah.
You know, having a good old time.
I'll be dipping into the Scooby-Doo fruit snacks that are in my pantry right now.
Those are probably delicious.
By pantry, I mean my closet. Okay, so we got Western Conference Finals starting tonight. You get LeBron, you get the Joker, you get Anthony Davis. Would it be better for LeBron to not, like if he's going to lose, if he's not going to win the title, is it better for him to lose in these Western Conference Finals? Or is it better for him to lose when he gets into the finals? There's a goat floating around.
I still think a finals loss is better.
A finals loss is better? Okay.
Neither are good.
He'll never end up with more titles than losses in the finals, will he? So I'd say just make, you're never going to get a winning record going in the finals. You want finals appearances to be on your resume.
If you are, if you're of the betting kind, the 3 favorites to win the NBA Finals MVP right now: Jason Tatum plus 130, the Joker plus 240, and then LeBron at plus 640. I like that bet.
I love LeBron at plus 640.
Plus 640 LeBron. Go ahead and put that one down. I think you'll appreciate
Easy
it.
money. Can I bet AD though?
You can. Yeah, I just saw the top 3. AD was not a part of that top 3, but LeBron at plus 640 I think is pretty special. I think he'll have a pretty dominant series. But the foot,
you guys don't want to double or nothing?
What, with LeBron and Denver?
I
don't want to take Denver.
Double pop.
I don't trust Denver. Even though the Corgi picked Denver.
I wish I had the guts, man.
Playing house money over here.
What's going on over there?
Would you guys like
I like
to do
Golden State. I don't like Denver. That's what's going on.
Would you guys like a double?
You guys would take Denver.
You would do it?
It does sound like Brian's into it.
No, you guys.
I'd absolutely be into it.
So you
want to take Denver?
So he's not wanting to take it. We're very confident on the older side of the studio here that the Lakers are getting to the finals.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
and winning it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of thinking that now too. Now they beat the Warriors.
I'm on that as well. I'm a little bit. I mean, I got respect for these Nuggets. I think it's a different version of this team that we saw a few years ago when they went up against the Lakers in the bubble. A better version, but
greatness is not denied in the finals or the playoffs, especially when it has better defense and rebounding, which the Lakers now do.
They do.
Can't argue that.
When you're borderline play-in team all year, there's destiny on your side.
Yeah, I don't hate that idea. There was a podcast interaction between DeMar DeRozan and Paul George about how LeBron ended their tenures in their respective cities. DeMar DeRozan, when he was on the Raptors, he was like, yeah, LeBron hit a one-legged shot, a floater. It made it, and that was the end of my time in Toronto. Paul George goes, yeah, that was my last time in Indy. LeBron got me up out of there, too. They swept us 4-0. DeMar was like, yeah, we got swept, too. So LeBron has ended the tenures of at least 2 individuals, 2 star players in their respective cities, DeMar DeRozan in Toronto and Paul George in Indy. And that's what happens, man. I mean, that's what happens. You'll see like Michael Jordan kept many superstar players out of title opportunities and probably sent them packing as well.
Poor Reggie Miller.
Is it DeRozan that's coming out and talking about they have some bum-ass basketball players?
Yes, he did. That was him.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
He did say there's a ton of just bad basketball players.
Yeah.
And LeBron even has a tweet that is that continues to pop up from time to time about how he's like, yeah, my son Bronny, like he just tweets out on a random night where I guess the Lakers weren't playing and he's just watching League Pass and he's like, yeah, my son who is 17 years old is better than like half the dudes I'm watching on a night-to-night basis in the NBA.
Yep, hype him up. Ooh, we got the 3rd pick in this sim.
Dude, we'll take it.
We're right
I'm telling
behind
you.
Detroit.
All we need is that top 3.
And we jumped San Antonio and Houston. They can go bleep
That's
themselves.
even better, dude. All right, so by the way, stat of the day, LeBron has made it to the conference finals 12 times. He's 10-1. His only loss came in 2009 to the Magic. In that series,
and who would have
39-8
it was the Magic. I mean, Dwight Howard and Jameer Nelson, the ones to know.
Turkoglu.
Yeah, Turkoglu.
Turkoglu side pick and roll was deadly. They couldn't solve it.
And we'll get to actually Dwight Howard here in just a moment. But you do have
Alston. That was fun.
Doc Rivers has he's been fired. We knew that was going to happen. I don't know if he knew that was going to happen based on his post-game presser.
He said he wanted to come back.
Wanted to come back. He was probably lying through his teeth. I mean, are you kidding me? With the way these coaches' contracts go, like he's still going to collect the same check he would have if he was on the sidelines.
Never feel sorry for a head coach that gets let go.
No, not at all. I do think the Miami Heat and Jimmy Butler have some bulletin board material thanks to the ESPN Twitter graphic that shows the Miami Heat having a 3% chance of reaching the NBA Finals. 3% chance of beating the Boston Celtics. I don't know how that's possible. I mean, 3% chance?
Boston's a choking ass city right now.
I'm taking Miami.
You taking Miami to win that?
I said it on Bet Nation on our
Bruins,
BetQL show.
It's just funny to think.
I'm going Jimmy Butler.
A 3% chance? Like, I get like a 20% chance or
The
whatever.
biggest
They're an
thing-
8 seed. Boston's a 1 seed or a 2
We
seed.
talked about it. It's the coaching advantage with Spoelstra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No question.
And Joe Mazzulla just seemed like he didn't know what to do at times. And they should have lost Game 6 to Philadelphia, but Philadelphia can't get out of their own
That's
way.
a choking ass city, too.
Yeah. And Jimmy Butler's got that eye of the tiger, man. Here is Dwight Howard talking about some NBA players who did not have the eye of the tiger come playoff time. And he sounds like he's very respectfully just inviting them to come join him in Taiwan.
Jordan Poole. Come on. Julius Randle. Come on. Let me stop. Ben Simmons. Come on, man. Ain't nobody beating us, boy. Clay, you can slide down here too, my boy. DeAndre Ayton. UNCP3. Come on. KD. Come on, KD. Oh, you know who? Hey, they talking about him going back to Houston, but I think this might be a better look. James Harden, come on down here too, boy.
He's just calling out all these players.
Ben Simmons might.
He's having fun, that's for sure.
He's having himself a dandy old time.
I don't know if I want to be at any Dwight Howard parties, to be honest with you, but
Yeah, I'll probably pass on all those invites.
sounds like he's having a great time. Maybe you can get that rapper to go hang out with him. Alrighty.
He's got a satellite around him. I'm not lying.
Yeah.
He's got a satellite around him. They just travel, bro.
Okay.
For real. You just can fall through like an asteroid, maybe hit one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
We got to go, Nation.
I seen it, bro.
We got 2 hours down, 2.5 to go. 5 things to know about the Vegas Golden Knights. Wooly Bully's Top 10 is coming up as we hit the 4 o'clock hour coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat with you about my friends at D&M Leasing. They won big awards this year for exceeding customer expectations across the
Security.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's Hour 3, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan on a Western Conference Finals Tolo Toxic Tuesday. We're fired up. You know, Stars got the dub last night, 2-1, and now they're going on to face Las Vegas Game 1 in LV on Friday night. General at your service. There's Broadus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control as per usual. Woolchuck and Chia Follow. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, Chia Follow dang near just ate like an entire casserole in that 5-minute break. Last week, Brian, you would not believe this when we got the brisket sandwich Friday because I had to pick up for you taking care of the guys.
Right.
He crushed it in one break. That giant brisket sandwich that we usually get, it's all salty and fatty and perfect. He just demolished that thing.
You know, we learned that though when we were at camp at spring training. Remember we had I was doing a different food item.
It was the Italian sausage.
The Italian sausage. I think you ate in 3 bites.
Yeah, he'll put it down now.
Do you even taste it?
I did, yeah, because I had mustard on it, so I can always taste
You just
the mustard.
tasted the mustard.
I think with the right coaching, you could take down Kobayashi.
Dude, I'm telling you, if it's not the full-on quantity, you know, if we tighten up the
more of a
time
sprinter.
here, I'm a sprinter. Yeah, like 100-meter dash, let's party on that. I mean, the Big Mac. I'd like to actually run it back on the Big Mac. I think I could.
That was
beat my personal record.
I think you could actually beat that, but there's no question that my man can eat. I mean, where were we? We're another place you were eating wings.
Twin Peaks.
Yeah,
he ate 40
I
of
looked
them.
down and there were like 12 of them gone.
Good luck if you wanted some.
He was just getting started.
Yeah.
817, were we scared with 18 seconds left down 2-1?
Yes.
I was just annoyed.
No, I was scared. I'm going to tell you what, I was
When that
scared.
shot went in with 7 seconds to go, I kind of clinched a little.
The fact that they actually won the draw and got off a shot, I'm like, that's all you needed right there. Fluky things happen in these playoffs.
They do.
That's what there was just too much time.
They lost one like that later in the regular season, didn't they? Where there was they were going to win, and all of a sudden they gave up a goal with just a couple of seconds to go, and then they lose in OT, and that would have been a disaster. But they played so well. I just could not imagine them, giving up 2 in the course of 20 seconds. I don't think anything crazier has ever happened. That would have been like history.
I've seen too many of those highlights on the hockey, the channels and stuff where people. There's a scramble, extra attacker, puck hits off a skate. Next thing you know, it's like 0.8 seconds and it goes in. That kind of thing. That's the thing that scares me.
682 says, still shocked at the two newest NHL teams pretty much just killing it in the playoffs. I know Seattle just got knocked out, but now we're headed to Las Vegas. It is crazy.
All right, let's have a discussion about this. All right, just in expansion teams in general.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a fan of that team, you're Vegas or you're Seattle, you have to appreciate what the league did for you, right?
Yes.
I mean, and there's people that will argue and they'll say, well, wait a minute now.
You got to earn it.
You got to earn it. You got to have 25 years of misery before you ever get to appreciate. If I'm a fan of one of those teams, no. Let me
as a league, we can't let you die on the vine waiting for somebody to figure it out.
Yes.
We got to get you some damn talent.
We'll get you some talent. We'll have an expansion draft. There's been a history of not helping expansion teams, and I think it kills. I think it initially the fan base is so excited about it.
Yeah, they get to know you as losers for like a decade and a half before you ever.
Right, you're trying to get
accumulate
interest here,
yeah.
And the NHL does it the right way. I mean, the only other thing that I can think of is Jacksonville and Carolina coming into the league, and I think both within their first 2 years they made an NFC conference championship.
That's right.
Game.
We played Carolina, and then Jacksonville just lost to New England. I mean, we would have played Carolina. We could have played both expansion teams the year we won the Super Bowl.
Okay, so with that in mind, expansion teams, the former team of Coach Peter DeBoer. It's the topic is, how much does this matter? He compiled a 98-50 and 12 record, 160 games. He was fired by Vegas 1 year ago to the day today after the Golden Knights missed the playoffs for the first time in franchise history.
That's amazing, dude.
He's officially
fired a year ago on this day, and now he's preparing to take them down in the Western Conference Finals. That's sweet.
So the guy who took over for him was also relieved of his coaching duties, so it's not like there's a lot of familiarity or a man that knows his psychology well, like running the Las Vegas Golden Knights right now. Isn't this huge edge, Pete? He knows the players. He knows what weaknesses they have. And, players are players. They're not going to be able to get inside the head of a guy with 30 years coaching experience.
I think so. I mean, that's another reason why when you were stacking up, who would you rather face, the Oilers or the Golden Knights? I thought, look, VGK is the team that you want because you've got the insight already built in with Pete DeBoer.
The ultimate scouting report.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, when you've had former coaches, Brian, in your days of working in the NFL, that come over.
They usually mess things up.
It's not an advantage for you?
Sometimes, they always ask McCarthy that, well, is it an advantage? And he's, no. Do you think he's been out of Green Bay so long.
And football turns over a lot.
I'm sure, 2 years removed, it's different from a year removed. I would just think that first initial year, how much could they have really changed over there?
How can you really, in hockey, how could you in hockey have an advantage in that regard? Because, I mean, it's not like you're setting up
what kind of players are going to give a guy trouble? Matchups?
Maybe the matchups would be.
The lines. Yeah. The lines would be my number one thing.
Yeah. I mean, but you don't have home ice advantage now.
Not in 1 and 2. No, you don't.
So now you have, that the ability to make the last change.
Yeah.
You lose that, So I don't know, in a sport like hockey, maybe it is. Maybe hey, listen, if you put pressure on this guy this way, he'll crack. But I think they make way too much of that, though. I know in football they do.
Sure.
Because every time I've ever been with somebody and you ask a coach, well, what about this guy? What about this guy? And then they give you an answer. It's like they didn't really pay attention to the player. They really didn't you really don't know this player. And you were with him for,
what can a coach know that a scout couldn't find out? By watching film and studying closely and doing your research around the league.
Yeah.
I think there's something to be said that, hey, while you're familiar with it, these guys have played against each one of these players for thousands of hours throughout their careers. Everybody knows everybody incredibly well. So it's not like there's a ton of secrets that Pete might have a special access to. I could see that.
See, the thing about it, if the 3-0 series win for the Stars during the year, or, if that was something where it was, Pete came up with something in game 2 that put us over the top there, to me, it seems like they've had there was been a little bit of luck along the way. There was
the last two were shootout.
Yeah, there was
wins.
a shellacking.
The first one was 4-0 Stars.
Yeah. So to me, in hockey, I think it's just you play it and you go. Yeah, that's just every time. Like I say, every time I've ever been around a coach and asked him about a team he was with, he can't remember S. You know, he didn't remember like, oh, okay. You know, you're like, who do we need to attack here? Oh, well, you know, this guy, I don't know, you know. It's like they forget.
That was his assistants?
Yeah.
His assistants were.
Yeah.
817, let's spy on Vegas and see how they feel about playing us. I bet they're scared bleepless. 405, Dawson, Vegas can suck it. Stars in 5 also. Belgium boy can still kiss my ass. A callback to an old what you drinking and what you thinking.
That's a good one.
You remember Belgium boy?
Oh,
he was a beer snob.
Craft beer snob.
I only drink imported beer that I personally imported from Belgium. You know, or I brew it myself. Yes, okay. You also got a 2020 rematch as far as things to know about this series. They faced off in 2020. Stars beat them that year in the bubble. Vegas has used 5 different goalies this year. They don't really have a superstar. They got a bunch of pretty good players, and they've been in the NHL since 2017 when they hit that expansion season.
Well, and one got hurt recently.
Was that the famous Hudobin, we're not going home?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Okay, how about this question Atolo asked me today on Twitter? Nicholas Rydell. Did you guys see this?
No.
Is it fair to say the Dallas Stars are the most successful DFW franchise in the last 25 years? Of course, Cowboys don't count. You know, that was 98?
They went to the finals in the bubble, right?
Okay, Stars got the dub. Mavs got a dub.
Right.
But they have not I guess they have 2 finals appearances as well.
Yeah.
They also had this conference finals appearance accounted for last year, as the Stars are doing now.
True.
Is it kind of the Rangers got their back-to-back years, didn't get it done. FC Dallas hasn't got it done. You know, what do you say? Is it down to 2? Is it Stars or Mavs?
Stars or Mavs?
I mean, it's the Stars right now over the last
Absolutely
5
it's the
years.
Stars.
Definitely
over the last 25 years.
25?
Yeah.
Cup was in 99, right?
Basically post-Cowboys dynasty.
It's probably the Stars. But, oh, man, the Mavs did make 2 NBA Finals. They won 1.
And the Western Conference
Stars
Finals
made
last
3 finals appearances, won 1. And made a conference final as well.
The Mavericks have also been able to get like 2 transcendent dominators as individuals. You know, you have a statue of Dirk outside the AAC. Still waiting on a Star statue.
Yeah, that's
not
just,
that there's not deserved. I'm
right,
sure.
Like Madonna definitely could have one.
No question.
But they just don't have the same love. I think. You know, it's definitely between the Mavs and Stars. It's interesting. Man.
And then
tie
like
they do kind of cancel each other out.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Stars didn't have like this 5 or 6 years of total ineptitude through Cuban rebuilding post championship. Like if I was going to give an edge, I think I would be for the Stars because the Mavs really drug us through hell.
But on the front end of that,
but how many playoffs in a row did the Mavs go
it's just
to?
Dirk and 50 plus wins.
Yeah,
you know,
that's what I'm
every year.
saying. Maybe it didn't have the staying power. But the Stars seem like that they've maximized their opportunities in the playoffs better than the Mavs.
A lot of love coming in here on the text for the Arlington Renegades as well, and our buddy Bob Stoops.
There you go, champs, baby.
There's
got the job done.
I was looking at an article today. There were 5 colleges that should hire Bob Stoops right now.
Yeah. Well, there's 5 coaches the Mavs should hire right now that have been fired recently.
Ooh, we could have that talk.
There's
Yeah,
probably
we'll do
5
that a
teams,
little bit later
there's
on.
probably 5 teams in the NFL that should have Luis Perez on their roster.
Okay, you got a new terminal coming in DFW Airport. I'll take Luis Perez, by the way, instead of Cooper Rush. That kid looks like he can ball.
Yeah, he's a gamer.
New $1.6 billion terminal at DFW Airport is going to bring 15 added gates and dozens of new flights. American Airlines and DFW International came to agreement on, you're looking at a total of $4.8 billion in expansions, including a new Terminal F. They're dropping 1.6 on the new terminal, 4.8 in total.
Can we get like more pilots and flight attendants involved so we don't have to cancel flights on people for, you know what I'm saying?
I would love that. Yeah, I need some kind of certainty that you're going to be able to staff the plane ride that I've been waiting
for.
months
Southwest, do we have a boycott going on right now?
We have a lot of things going on in the aviation world. But to me, it's always like, oh, wait a minute, we have something we have to take care of here. Oh, we don't have enough staff. We can't fly the planes, or we're waiting for pilots to come from another area. I don't know, man. Do we need 15 more gates of like delays and stuff going on out here?
When it's good, it's good. When it's bad, it is bad.
Find every third flight's a good one.
$2.72 billion for the expansion of the central terminal area. It includes pier expansions off A and C, adding 9 gates. The initial phase will begin with 15 new gates in Terminal F. Donahue said the airport's achieving its original goal of 24 through the pier expansions.
The airport is going to be in Fort Worth. It is going to be in. It's going
that
to.
big.
It's going to expand from Dallas to Fort Worth. Is what we've got.
Well, this is good news. You know, in 2020, traffic dropped by 50%, levels that had not been seen since the 80s, but it is back now, and they're ready to expand and figure out ways to underserve their customers for $800 in purchases.
Do you feel like when you go to our airport, it's not crowded?
Oh, yeah, it's great.
That's every other airport we
Nothing's
go
crowded.
to when we're traveling around, whether it's the Arizona or LA or wherever those trips we make, it always seems like it's just massive chaos.
Love in DFW, like the security line is rarely more than 5 minutes. You try to come back through Phoenix, though.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and put some earbuds in and listen to half a record before you get, to your gate. All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Rangers baseball is coming up at 6:30. We're about 2 hours and 14 minutes away from the pregame there. We're now 2 hours and 43 minutes away from the NBA draft lottery. I'm going to be coaching practice. It's going to be hard to stay focused. I know I got a lot of NBA dads. Hopefully I can just get some updates from them. But it could be a historic night. I know several markets are around the country are just absolutely ecstatic with, the possibility of luck falling their way. Wooly Bully's Top 10 is coming up next, though. Where are we going with that, sir?
National Barbecue Day. We got the top 10 Texas barbecue joints. What's your favorite? 877-881-1053. That's next on The Fan. But I do want to tell you about my buddies at the Eagles Nest, and how about those Dallas Stars? Puck.
Beacon Pro Plus mobile app. Now through June, purchase online with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Beacon, always building.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's Air Conditioning.
Jeff Cox from Berkey's letting you know you can save $150 on a Captura UV air purifier. Call now at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
License TACLB 84522E.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It was time now for Woolchuck's Top 10. It's sponsored by the Olmsted procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. And the segment's presented by the Frankels. You know, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. Here's Zachary.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We will get to barbecue talk here in just a moment. Rangers lineup's out. Corey Seager is not in it tonight against the Braves, which means I would anticipate tomorrow he will be in the lineup for the series finale. Dane Dunning gets the ball tonight for the Rangers, but playing short will be Ezekiel Duran, not Corey Seager. Sam Huff will be DHing, so I thought maybe he'd be back as either at least a DH tonight. He is not, so watch for tomorrow.
Your baseball eye, what have you seen with Sam Huff?
Sam's a guy that, man, he hits moonshots in the lower level in minor leagues. He hasn't had enough consistency, I think, in the big league level. He's not as good of a defensive catcher as a Sandy Leon. He doesn't have the veteran presence.
Or pitcher.
That's why and Sandy Leon came in to pitch the ninth. You know, there's times where I think Sam sees the ball really well, and he's got the power, but he just has not been consistent whatsoever.
I feel like I'm watching a player that I'm ready to break out, and then again,
right.
I'm not.
Because he shows you just a little bit of a little tease, and then he'll go 0 for 3.
Maybe it's, and I'm not a baseball scout. He looks uncomfortable at the plate.
At times he does.
He really does.
At times he does.
Just, you're like, you know, you talk about the guys that go up, you know, Durant and those guys, and they're ready to swing. They're ready to swing. You know, they're up there. They're thinking about slapping it. You know, they're thinking about.
They're hunting.
And it's kind of like he's just, you know, like he's waiting for the perfect pitch.
Well, yeah, because Sam's
and
a guy.
These other guys are like kind of bad ball hitters,
right.
And you know, and their ability to take
their
wherever.
Crotch first. I like that.
Yeah, and Sam seems like me. Just physically, you look at him, you're like, God, this guy should be.
Oh, he's huge. He's
really
6'4".
Good.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
he's a monster. Super nice guy, too, when we hung out with him in the clubhouse. He's a friendly monster.
I just don't feel like he looks like a very confident player right now.
And at the big league level, he's not. He's not. And that's the difference, because he'll go down and rake when you put him back down at AAA Round Rock, and then when they call him up, he'll have inconsistency.
Well, at least he's not like Rugi, who was the cockiest guy in the history of the game while hitting 160.
That's very true.
That would drive me crazy. Yeah. 2 buttons buttoned. Chest hair everywhere.
All out, the greasy, dirty helmet.
Strutting.
Oh, no,
coming up here.
The baseball pants that are actually shorts.
Go 0 for 5 again.
Gucci Daddy shorts. You ever seen that gig? He never had his pants over his knees.
Yeah.
Baseball
I like
pants.
that look, though.
It's a great
look.
Old school.
Really?
Yeah, it's old school.
Fantastic look.
What?
Yeah. 2 things I liked about Rugi: the way he wore those pants and the way he punched Batista.
Oh, he did.
Let me show you a picture. I don't think you're going to like baseball pants, but go ahead. Talk about yourselves here.
So I got the top 10 barbecue joints. We'll get to in just a second. Last night,
I'm going to prove a point here.
We had
oh yeah, Broadus, you're right here. Yeah,
an absolute terrible umpiring situation.
I'm sorry.
It was the Angels who ended up going up winning 9
Angel Hernandez
in 12 innings. No, this was Phil Cuzzy. And
Phil Cuzzy struggles.
Yeah, well, last night might have been his worst night. And he made his major league debut in '91, and he's calling the game for Twins and Dodgers, and it was so bad that both teams' broadcast crews went ahead and ripped him. So here's the Twins, and at bat, bottom of the 10th inning, bases are loaded, 1 out, 8-7, Twins lead. Here's how that unfolded.
Is called on the pitch up and away. Orloff has something to say to Phil Cuzzy.
As he rightfully does. We've seen a few of those misfires. Hey, erratic, helping him out there.
Big pop-up. It's back and out of play, but now Kirilloff's behind in the count 0-2. Kirilloff has matched a strikeout for every walk, but finds himself behind 0-2. never had a chance in that at bat.
That's not good.
In a key spot, you've got to be better than that. He had to reach across the plate.
Yeah. Shout out to old dude on the organ. Spinning in it. So just strike out.
He's setting the theme, but they're ticked off, and rightly so. I mean, bases are loaded. There's the second out of the inning. And then on the other side of things, the Dodgers aren't getting favorable calls either. It's not like he was trying to, I'm a Dodgers fan here.
Phil had a hot date that
Leave
night.
the Twins. Yeah, Phil's trying to get the hell out of here. Here's the Dodgers crew.
And now Kirilloff, the two-hitter. Bases still loaded, one away, but now a ground ball can get you out of the inning. Oh boy, so get some help from the umpire. Kirilloff saying, huh? And strike two. On this extra innings format, you get one run, it feels like hold and serve. Right. Then immediately the tying run's sitting out there in scoring position. Strike three call. And boy, oh boy, Phil Cuzzy just made being a major league hitter way harder than it already is.
I mean, both sides of the plate were an extra 3 inches, and we shall take it.
Wow.
I mean, it's not even close.
That's impossible
right?
For a hitter. The combination of those two strikes called against you.
Oh, Phil Cuzzy. Just keep an eye on if Phil Cuzzy comes to ump a Rangers game. We might have an issue on our hands because this guy's got the biggest strike zone in all of Major League Baseball. Apparently.
Is this consistent every night?
There's been a lot of complaints about Cuzzy.
Bradford could have used him last night.
Yeah, we could have used him. Man, poor Bradford. All right, let's slide into the top 10 here. We got the top 10. Oh, you got Rugi's pants?
No, pass it around.
No,
I see the pick.
No,
Can't find anything egregious?
I was paying attention.
Looks professional. Looks old school, doesn't it?
I'm trying to find it here. I saw these pants, and you're gonna say, oh no, you're right, Broadus.
Oh, you're right, Brian.
Broadus
is
pants expert. Over here.
He's the glue guy with the pants.
Yep.
Here comes Brian.
I'm just trying to pay attention to the show.
All right, we got a lot of love I put out on Twitter. Hey, what's your favorite barbecue joint? We got a text from the 214 Dylan's Barbecue.
Dylan, you son of a bitch.
Off Northwest Highway. Love Dylan's Barbecue. Terry Black's getting a lot of love.
Oh, Terry, way to go.
Yes.
No doubt.
Yes. Hey, and what's the other place on Deep Ellum that's down the street from Terry Black's?
Pecan Lodge?
Yo, what a treat we have here in Dallas, bro. They're on the same street, bro.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. 817 Dubs Barbecue Food Truck in Burleson. Best brisket anywhere, according to Total Red.
Sounds like they haven't been to Cousins Barbecue yet.
Ooh, man. 817 Panther City Barbecue. We'll get to them, certainly. Hutchins Barbecue in McKinney.
Yes.
He's getting love.
That's my most attended one. It's by a soccer complex up there.
Go.
That's your chicken. That's your smoked chicken.
Don't let
it out. You bury that bleep way down there.
It's where Gavin eats all the time. What's that chicken place again?
No, the half chicken's amazing.
Chicken Parmesan. It's
the best $20 in barbecue.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dawson. We are out today.
Damn it, Chiafalo. It's Hard 8 Barbecue from the 817. Getting some love. Pick Commander Barbecue, hands down, best I've ever had. North Texas Smoke in Decatur is killing it.
That's weed. That's weed.
All right, honorable mentions. Of course, we got Heim, Hurtado, Pecan Lodge, Terry Black's.
Those are honorable mentions, bro?
Yep.
Honorable?
Who did this list?
They didn't make the top 10 in all of
We're going to
Texas.
find out who number one is.
Texas
We'll know who
real
did the
food.
list.
I'm taking notes. I'm ready for another tour.
We'll find out.
All right, number 10 is Panther City Barbecue in Fort Worth.
817.
Never
represent.
been.
We got
Never
a lot.
been,
I got
but
a lot of love for
I
it.
like
They're off
it.
Hattie Street in Fort Worth.
Are they're good?
I have not had it, but
They're off Hattie and you haven't had it.
He's got so much love.
Did he say that?
Well, they came over to, we were at one of the breweries out there for the Brew Crew stop in Fort Worth, and the Panthers Barbecue people came over and said, what's up?
Oh, gave it a fist pound, right?
Yeah,
Give him a fist
so
pound.
we met them. So I got a lot of love for them, but I haven't gotten eaten there. And I was also like right at the beginning of Soda, so it's like I'm zoned in here. I think it was Lucius, me, and Eric. I don't think you were there that time. But it was we were
just threw
schwitzing.
Lucius under the bus there too.
We were schwitzing.
Gosh, that was a time. Huh?
It was a great time to be alive. We got hammered.
3 more tequila shots over here, please.
Oh, this is a brewery.
Yeah, that big bottle you have over the blue top. Yeah, that's
That and a straw, please. That's all I need.
Number 9 is
You put that one on ice for me, please, back there.
Snow's Barbecue in Lexington, Texas.
Snows.
Lexington, Texas.
Lexington, Texas.
Yep, Snows. And it won Texas Monthly Barbecue, their award. But I've never heard of Snows.
Texas Monthly's pick.
Number 8 is Evie Mae's Pit Barbecue. This one's in Wolfforth, Texas.
I think this is a lady that they've shown that can really cook.
Probably.
Yeah.
What time does it close? If it closed like 3 in the afternoon,
Yeah.
they're fire.
Yeah,
we only cook enough just to get through the
That's
day.
it.
It's the True Gem of Lubbock, Texas.
They're open like
apparently.
3 days a week.
That's it,
for
bro.
3 hours at a
All
time.
cocky, dog.
Yeah, they are.
They pride themselves in the certified U.S. Angus beef, meaning their beef ribs are always the first item to sell out. So if you want to get there for the beef ribs, you got to get there early. Franklin Barbecue comes in here at number 7.
Franklin's
Outstanding.
interesting.
I have heard.
Interesting.
You not a fan?
Oh,
Wow, he hit him with the interesting.
You had some this weekend,
It
didn't
doesn't
you?
sound
what
like
do
a
you know?
complimentary interesting.
Oh, apparently Snows has a documentary on Netflix. We need to check that out. Thank you, 817.
Where, that,
Hold on, we got to get this Franklin.
Yeah,
tell
what's
us about
going on?
Franklin's.
little
Interesting.
beef tallow, little beef tallow.
Well, hey, I don't care how you
beef
make it,
tallow. When we
as
wrap
long
that-
as it's
Why
outstanding.
don't we keep that thing? We don't need
As
the beef
long as
tallow.
it's outstanding.
Don't need
All
to pour
right.
the beef tallow when we're wrapping those things.
Okay.
Wait, what are they doing with the towel?
Sounds like the secret hack.
They're pouring the beef tallow on there before they wrap.
So that's a
Yeah.
no-no.
Yeah.
No.
Well, to me, you just leave it as part of the. You don't never take it out of the brisket.
Brothers
you
was
just leave
watching
it
him.
in
He wanted to
there.
smack his hands.
I don't think it's possible to leave it in there.
I think it is, man. You got to leave a certain little fat in that
You're talking
thing.
to Sonny Bryan over here.
Yeah,
I'm
man,
just-
what are you doing?
I'm just telling
Sounds like
you.
we're due for a good old
I
fashioned
tell you
brisket
what,
off.
man. I'm just
He's
saying.
going after the goat.
I tell you what, Aaron Franklin does a great job. His videos are outstanding, but he does not show you when he's pouring that beef tallow on those briskets. He didn't
Yeah.
show you that.
Wow.
Everybody has a secret that they won't share with
That's
anybody.
right. That's right.
You go to some competition briskets and you're like, bro, how'd you do this? And they're like, oh, I just wrapped it after
Yeah.
4 hours.
Okay.
Shut up.
Just did the standard thing, man.
You think you're talking to Jason Garrett?
Damn.
Well, I'm not really sure about that.
Strange.
Trust the process.
Poor Jason
Barbecuing's a
Garrett.
lot like life.
Number 6, we got Cadillac Barbecue.
Never had it, heard it's outstanding.
I've
They
heard
close
great
early
things.
every day.
Yeah.
Right off Gamma Road here in Dallas.
No, and by every day, you mean 3 days a week when they're open.
Wait, wait.
I'm dead serious.
We-
Yeah.
We've
No, it's hard to
determined-
find them. It really is.
Yep.
Cadillac.
Top 5 here. Leroy and Lewis Barbecue comes in at number 5. They're in Austin off 121 Pickle Road.
Yo, Leroy.
Yeah.
Leroy.
I'm sure if a dude's named Leroy's cooking, you
The
gotta
smoked
expect it.
beef cheeks instead of brisket is apparently what they're famous for. Yep.
Beef cheeks.
Smoked beef cheeks instead of brisket.
Sounds fantastic.
Okay. Okay.
Or their cheeks, whatever you want.
Alex Jones would be hyped about this place.
I'm down for some cheeks, man, I'll tell you that. Number 4,
Nothing wrong with cheeks.
Burnt Bean Company. This is in Austin as well, 108 Austin Street. They offer the Holy Trinity platter.
So they're all kicking the other guy's ass right
Yeah, they
now. Is
are.
that what we're saying?
They offer the Holy
Yeah,
Trinity
all right,
platter,
figure-
beef
figuring
brisket,
them out.
baby back ribs, and sausage. That uses Prime's 30-day aged, wet-aged meats.
Wow. Do you guys have like not one of the main staples like brisket, ribs, but like something in the barbecue realm that is like almost like a specialized thing? Like maybe it's like one of these like barbecue.
Maybe the turkey?
The turkey, but like
Polish sausage.
I'm telling you, I've never had anything like it. Cousins does a fried mac and cheese ball with chorizo inside.
Oh, so like one of the sides.
And it's like, what are we doing here?
What do
this
we-
is
oh.
this
No,
is
that sounds delicious.
This is a better invention than electricity. I mean
Yeah.
that. I'd rather live in the dark than not
Bro,
get to try one of those again.
That thing you just described are air conditioning.
Yeah, I'm going with that
I'm
thing I
taking
just
it.
described.
Really?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
I will. I'm going to go get one of those. I'll see y'all later.
It sounds great. Bring me one. I love a spot that's got a delicious
Oh.
bread pudding dessert.
See, there you
Ooh,
go.
I'm down for a bread pudding. as
Gavin,
well.
don't worry. Gavin will buy you guys one when I'm gone.
Yeah, we
he'll
need
buy
you to
whatever
take it.
want.
You know what we're getting on
That
June
brisket,
6th?
That brisket sandwich thing. Whatever you want, the mac and cheese, just order
I'm
it
telling
up.
you, man.
Gavin will be happy to take
Imagine
care
a
of it.
golf ball, but it's fried and there's mac and cheese and chorizo inside it, and you just boom.
There you
mow
go,
through
Gavin,
it,
right
mow
there.
through it.
Yeah.
When's
Top
your next
3.
day off? I'm hungry.
Yeah, when I have to get my heart rooted out. Yeah.
In honor
That,
of your
that
heart,
sounds
we're
like
gonna
it could
just
take a couple of days.
mow down some barbecue.
Number 3 is Truth Barbecue. They're in Houston off Heights Boulevard.
Okay.
Number 2, we got Interstellar Barbecue.
Ooh, it's literally out of this world.
They're in Austin. And
What are they doing in Austin?
they opened in 2019, but apparently they have quickly become one of the best.
Interstellar.
His simple take on Texas brisket uses garlic, pepper, salt, as well as keen attention to details when it comes to heat management. And they're trying to boast one of the best briskets in all of Texas.
Very important.
But number 1,
Fire quality and consistent heat.
best barbecue place according to this most updated 2023 list I could find is Goldie's.
Wow.
Goldie's is good.
Goldie's
Never had
Barbecue in Fort Worth.
Fort Worth?
Goldie's is good.
I need to hit a roadie out there.
Matt Pittman from Meat Church is a big fan of that Goldie's.
I have
And
not
I've
had
watched
Goldie's.
a lot of video on them. They do fine work. They
You know,
really
one
do.
day this summer, we need to just go out there and stay the whole weekend and try like 3 different ones a day.
Sound like we need to go to Austin.
That's right.
Austin,
Yeah.
of course,
Roadie.
has a lot. I mean, Terry Black's originated, I think, in
When's
Austin
your
as well.
sister gonna have another? Maybe another situation.
Well,
we
the
go
si-
see my son too.
Speaking of
I'm gonna
situations-
the family. We're a family.
Oh, yeah.
family.
Jeez, bro.
I'll tell you,
Absolutely, bro.
you
Going
what,
after
quiet
Wolfchick's
in there.
sister?
What's
Why I
going
love
on?
cousins.
Yeah, you and Mr. Nasty just keep trying to slide into my sister's DMs.
Oh, Mr. Nasty.
Bro.
Nasty's up in there, bro.
Nasty's going to be your brother-in-law, isn't he?
Yeah, no, she I think blocked him.
I don't know. Nasty will succeed.
I love you, Nasty.
I'm having some done.
But hey, we
and
can go
some-
there any weekend. You let me know. My sister's always welcome. She's down to hit up the barbecue spots.
There we go.
Mr. Nasty knows what's up. Checking out that Wolchuk family.
Hey, I
Mr. and
appreciate you,
Mrs.
buddy.
Nasty.
Okay, we hit him with a double date. What do you say, Nasty?
I'm good, buddy.
Getting those DMs. Do you want to play a game? Best number 1 overall picks
I'm terrible at games.
in draft history. We got Cowboys news coming up at 5 o'clock, and we're back here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat D&M leasing with you, though, because they won big awards this year for exceeding customer expectations across the board. If you're looking to start a new car lease,
video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet, y'all.
Welcome back, Nation. Let's play a game. The top 10 number one overall picks in NBA draft history. The NBA draft lottery now 2 hours and 10 minutes away. Will the Mavs have lightning strike? 3% chance of getting Wembanyama. Where would Wembanyama fall in a thing like this? I got to be honest. Looking at number 10 already, I'm not sure Wembanyama will even be better than the 10th best number one overall pick of all time. It is the sport where the number one overall pick has the biggest potential to totally transform your organization. We're going to play Broadus and Lucius versus Wolchuk and Chiafalo, okay? And this should give us a pretty good opportunity, I think, for the team of Broadus and Alexander to win, because these go back into the 80s.
Oh.
Okay. We'll see, though. Number 10 on the list is the target of the frozen envelope draft lottery.
Man, see?
1985.
Patrick Ewing.
Frozen envelope. There's Team Krusty there with the 1-0. Yes.
When you said 85, I knew exactly what you were talking about.
I thought you weren't good at these games.
What if I transpose those final two numbers and we go to 1958, where this gentleman, one of the most underrated Lakers of all time, was drafted to go to Minneapolis?
Oh, Wilt Chamberlain.
No.
Oh, I mean
George Mikan. George
no.
Mikan.
Kareem. No, not George Mikan. Not Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Jerry West.
Not Jerry West. 1958.
Elgin Baylor?
Elgin Baylor. It's 2-0 Team Krusty.
Lucius, yes.
You doing it, dog?
Dude, he averaged 25 and 15.
We get you a towel, bro. You need something to drink?
you on our team.
I'm done.
Yeah.
That's it.
Get you a Gatorade, dog. You're killing him out there. You want my share? I'll move over.
My eye's a little puffy, though, Lucius. Might have to cut it here in a second.
Number 8 on the list is a guy that had to wait a little bit to get his career started. He was drafted in 87, didn't debut for the Spurs until he won Rookie of the Year.
David
89.
Robinson.
Yes, it's 3-0 Team Krusty. We go to 1960.
He was in the Navy, right? Is that what the whole deal was?
Yes,
You said that? Okay.
Naval Academy.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was one of the clues.
And to get his obligation.
In his first season in 1960, this gentleman averaged 30 points, 10 rebounds, 9.7 assists per game.
1960, you said?
1960. Up the ante in year 2, going for 31, 12.5, and 11.5.
Bill Russell?
No.
Wilt Chamberlain? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? Man, I don't know.
Good guesses.
Clyde Drexler.
Oscar Robinson.
It's 1960. Oscar
Big O.
Robertson.
Oh, Oscar.
Broadus has won 4-0 so far. Team
He went
nosebleed.
to school at Cincinnati.
He's going to need a big comeback.
Went to school at
50s and
Cincinnati.
60s were Broadus' golden.
I'm telling you, I can't remember.
None.
I can remember 60s. and
You say this so when you usually get your ass beat, it doesn't matter.
Brian's having himself a day.
He's
though.
going off.
He's a champion today.
He's going off. I'm going to get you a towel, bro.
Number 7 on the list. The team. This is the top number 1 overall picks of all time. The team could have taken Jordan, but they were more than happy with the eventual back-to-back champion, big out of Houston, they took.
Elijah Wan.
Yes. Is that a tie?
We can
Yes.
4.5 to a half.
They have to kiss now.
Number 5. Talk about a list that's perfectly designed for Broadus to win. Broadus went to college with this guy.
Pete Maravich.
Shaq. Pete Maravich.
No,
Krusty.
I just said
You
college.
were in school with him.
No, I think you were saying LSU. Went to college like at LSU. That
would make sense.
I thought you did go to school with Pete.
4.5 to 1.5.
You and Shaq are eating
Team
barbecue
Nosebleed
together.
is in this thing.
That was a half-court shot by Broadus. What a miss.
Oh, you got this one,
There
Eric.
was still 20 seconds on the clock.
He's heat checking right now.
He's dribbling. He dribbles
Number
again.
4 was very disappointing because they tanked their balls off.
Markel Fultz.
To get this guy, and as a result, I believe they won 5 championships in South Texas.
Oh, Tim Duncan.
Tim Duncan. Yes, it's now 4.5 to 2.5. Brian, who thought his lead was insurmountable.
Once you get into the 20th century, we can start doing some things over here.
Number 3 on the list, we go to 1979, where this team found a man who led them to 5 titles from 1980 to 88.
Magic Johnson.
Yes, 5.5 to 2.5 He's done it.
Broadus is out of control.
Dang
Yes.
it.
You out of control.
My guy can't miss.
Clinched the title in his rookie year, 42-15 after Jabbar was hurt. He played in the finals. Not only in the finals, he played against the 76ers front court.
Oh, the boss is coming. I'm about to get
Dominated him.
Oh, thank goodness.
Number
Somebody
2
needs to get rid of him.
Number 2 on the list. Let's see how authoritative this victory can be for Broadus. 1969 Milwaukee Bucks.
Lou Alcindor.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you out of control.
He hit him with the Lou Alcindor, too.
And he would know the 69.
And the best number 1 overall pick of all time
Michael Jordan.
was not Michael Jordan. Don't ruin it now. 2003.
LeBron James.
He got it. High score of 6.5 to 3.5. Broadus and Alexander are your champions. The top 10
Killing
number
Broadus.
1 overall picks of all time.
Dinner's on me, bro.
What a duo, boys.
We are now just
Kept your seat warm here on the bench for you, bro.
2 hours and 5 minutes in the draft
Your
lottery.
championship ring looks the same as mine.
Sure does. Mine shines.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a little bit of unfortunate breaking news here.
no.
With your Texas Rangers first-round pick, Kumar Rocker,
tore a ligament in his pitching elbow, and he is going to need Tommy John surgery. That's per GM Chris Young, so you're getting that right from the horse's mouth. Breaking news on the Fan. Brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. A lot of good things going on with this Rangers team. Unfortunately, Tommy John surgery is it's part of the deal these days, and I guess the good news is that they can at least fix them. Just not be able to fix them with this Tommy John, but you can now.
That's true.
All righty, congrats to the champs. When we come back, it's time for the 5 o'clock hour. Cowboys news. Do you agree with this article on why the Cowboys offense could actually be better next year? It's coming up next right here. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you, though, because if you are hurt in an accident, at 6:30. But went full Bo Jackson on you there. Had a hiccup.
I was going to say, was that hiccups or burps? I was trying to decide.
That was a full hiccup. How you doing, Wolchuk? We got more breaking news?
Yeah, not really breaking, just an update on why Corey Seager's not in the lineup tonight. Apparently, it's a stomach bug. So he was going to return, but he's got a little bit of a stomach bug. Hopefully that's nothing serious, and I'm expecting him to be back tomorrow.
Bubble guts, man.
Thank you for that update. You do have Lakers Nuggets tonight as well. We're in a sports paradise right here, and it's time to talk some Cowboys. We got the Cowboys news of the evening. We're just going to start over here with Blogging the Boys. I have some around the NFC East as well, as did some pretty good roster grades, and we'll take a look at which team is the best on paper and see if you agree with some of the assessments there. But the number one reason Blogging the Boys says this Cowboys offense could be better in 2023, no more dead runs. This is shots fired at Zeke. Despite a yards per game efficiency that's declined every season of his career, Elliott continued to get 200-plus rushing attempts, finished with a career-low 3.8 yards per carry. Just the fact that Zeke's not getting the football, is that a reason to believe this offense will be better?
Honestly, yeah. I think that is reason to believe. He has been, over the last 2 seasons, a net negative for you. As sad as it is to say, and as sad as it is and hard as it is for many people to admit, the metrics reflect that you were giving the ball consistently to a guy who didn't deserve to have the ball in his hands. And so hopefully there won't be another guy in that backfield that is the same.
You have a lot more explosiveness now in your backfield, and there's a lot of reasons that the running game hopefully will be improved. Specifically with your young linemen improving, right? Tyler Smith getting better in year 2. Tyler Biadasz continuing to improve. And I made the point all during the season. I thought he was looking better and better every single week.
Did.
Terrence Steele ended up being one of the best run blocking right tackles in all of the games. So I understand, we're all nervous about what's going to happen at left guard. How does that shake out? But you'd like to think you get some internal growth just from your linemen improving after a year, but they're so much younger at the position now. We'll see what happens with Malik Davis. They didn't really trust him to put him in, but I mean, he's a guy that showed you some juice when he got to play limited snaps. We love Deuce Vaughn. That's a guy that carried the workload at K-State, and Tony Pollard was one of the best running backs in all the NFL last year.
Do you guys worry at all about what happens on those 2nd and shorts or 3rd and shorts, 4th and 1s?
Well, Ronald Jones is, I think, capable of doing that. And he's kind of the guy that we forget about, right?
Yeah.
But they like him. I mean, I think they signed Ronald Jones to fill that role. He's a big back. He can lower his shoulder and find a way to give you that 1 or 2 yards when you need it, some dirty runs.
I don't think you're going to find many running backs throughout the entire history of the NFL that did what Zeke did, though, as far as the ability to generate power so low to the ground and surge through multiple tacklers and fight for those dirty yards. He was just amazing at that.
22 touchdowns, I believe it is, over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to find a running back that has that type of production. He had a nose for the end zone. I don't want to take away from Zeke, but it was time to move on.
No, it absolutely. I mean, there's no question he got slower, and his ability to make people miss and all that. But the one thing that he does have the ability is to run with power and then to make people miss when it was a short yardage situation.
Yeah.
I mean, there were several times during the season where they would just flat miss a block, and then he bounces off somebody but is able to fall forward or extend the ball. Or remember the overhead shots like on 4th down? I remember some games where, he's on top of the pile just kind of still moving, to try and extend the ball when it was – that's the thing I think they will miss about Zeke. I don't think they'll miss anything else. Well, I take that back. Let's see if these guys can pass block, if they can blitz pick up and stuff like that too, these running backs. Because that's something that Elliott did well. I'm not going to say Elliott caught the ball because they didn't throw the ball to him enough. It didn't seem like to me they ever really took advantage of him with screens or throwing the ball. It seemed like that it was always kind of, he didn't make the catch. They didn't try the wheel routes enough and things like that. But to me, I think they're going to miss him on short yardage, and they're going to miss him as that guy on the blitz pickup.
All righty. That is number one. No more dead runs, as we're going over 3 reasons the Cowboys offense will be better in 2023 from your guy Dan Rogers out there. 214 says, here comes the wacky Gavin comments hour. I don't think you're getting that today.
Hey, watch your mouth, woman.
214,
It's a toxic Tuesday, though, Gavin. Come on. Give
I've
us
tried.
something.
I've tried. I've tried to fire up the wacky comments a few times today already, and it's empty. I think I slept right.
What?
I don't think I slept right last night or something. It's not coming to me.
The wacky comment hour?
Maybe I'm not.
Is that what we have now?
Maybe I'm not doing enough caffeine. Maybe
This isn't funny.
yeah, he said it multiple times. He said it a couple of hours ago, and I ignored that one. But this time I was like, okay, man. I mean,
We appreciate you
I got to let you know.
Yeah, we
you
appreciate
know,
you.
Hey, at least he listens enough to know when it happens. You dig what I'm saying?
That's
true.
I wish I had control of when the wacky comments came in my head.
Hour number
right? Yeah.
Hour number 4 here on the G-Bag Nation.
It's the wacky hour.
This is the comment. I have the wacky.
Yeah, Dak wasn't even accurate enough to get Zeke the ball as close as he was. LOL, says the 972. That's
There was
just
a problem.
That's unnecessary.
They're going to throw a parade for whoever figures out how to run a screen game on this team.
Okay, number 2, improved blocking up front, and that's just horse crap, Danny. I'm going to tell you, is that wacky? I don't know, but maybe Tyron Smith will stay healthy. So
look, if Tyron does, then you
Yeah.
feel pretty decent about this, right? Because Tyler can play left guard. I mean, I think he's a better tackle than he is a guard personally. But if he does stay healthy, then your front five you feel decent, at least on paper, you feel good about.
Chief, are you worried more about injury or decline as a player?
About Tyron Smith?
Yeah.
100% injury.
I do think he is declining as a player, though.
He
Ryan.
is declining as a player, but
it is injury that you worry about more.
Yeah, it's 100% the injury, him just not being available at all, which has been the case for way too long now.
Kind of feel like the decline of the player is what concerns me the most now.
Ooh.
Really?
We all know that the injury is always going to be something he's going to deal with, but you watch him play, he wasn't really great at right tackle.
Well, and he wasn't great in camp. If you remember, I mean, when we were out, we were thinking like, man, he's getting beat by some guys here, and that was when he was playing the left side before the hammy injury. When they came back to Frisco, there were some reps where it's like, man, Tyron would never lose that rep.
Okay, and then the rule number 3, or the reason number 3 is a better separation. When you're looking at a healthy Gallup, hopefully he and CD on the same page together, and then you bring in Cooks as well. The Cowboys were not good at separation last year. I think a lot of it was the route concepts, but also they didn't have great speed. Now you got to take the top off the defense type of dude. It seems like that one is realistic. I think you have a pretty good chance of getting better separation with everything included.
Agreed, and I think that's a big. Hopefully, that's a big component of this new West Coast offense that McCarthy is developing with the mesh combinations and just trying to get a receiver running free over the middle. You get the ball out quick, and then he's able to turn up field, and you get the yards after the catch. But certainly the speed element of Brandon Cooks, who is also a good route runner. Michael Gallup, hopefully getting back to the MG he was that earned a new contract from the Cowboys. These are all things to be more optimistic about.
Brian
in terms of
Schottenheimer
separation.
told us this offense wasn't broken, right?
Well, there was a lot of things to like about the offense.
But, does that comment make you feel like that they're not going to change a bunch of things?
I think they're going to change the things that clearly they felt weren't good enough, right? I mean, I don't know that you're going to see as many option routes. McCarthy was talking like he didn't like those. Maybe Dak does like those, so there could be a little difference in communication. But I think there's certain things that they're going to take out that were issues for them last year. And hopefully it's not a bunch of curls that we saw over and over again.
I really wonder if this is just going to be the same offense, just a different play caller.
You don't have a lot of confidence in these offensive coaches right now.
I'm just, prove it to me. Prove it to me. Man, you
got a Super Bowl ring. You got a lot of playoff appearances.
You know what? Prove it to me. He hadn't called plays in 10 years? Am I right about that?
Maybe 6. Something like that. When did Mike give up play calling?
When did he leave the Packers?
I mean, 2018.
Okay, so I'm sorry about the 10. I was thinking he was at like a couple years after the Super Bowl. But I mean, he stopped calling plays at one point, and he took it back over.
Yeah, he's kind of gone back and forth a little bit. So I don't know I honestly don't know the last year.
He relinquished control in 15, and then took it back in 16. And said he would never not call plays again.
Which he hasn't done the last 3 years, right?
Yeah. And now he's back. And he's excited to be back.
You know what? To me, with Schottenheimer saying that, I wonder how much you're really going to switch.
Yeah.
He's saying, hey, well, this thing ain't broken. I have a lot of respect. He named off every coach that got let go. But I wonder how much they really are going to switch in this offense. You talk about
I think that's
mesh
just
routes and, crossing routes and all that stuff like that. I don't know.
I think
you got to show me. You got to show.
You
the
can't
fan
come
base.
in and crap on the guys that have been here though, and those other coaches though. That's just not how coaches roll.
Well, no, you could also say, hey, there's some things. Again, yesterday. Remember me? I did my honesty thing where I'm like, hey, listen, we really weren't good enough running the football. We really weren't good enough when it came to. We had no screen game. We had no quick game. We had no, our quarterbacks throwing multiple interceptions. There's a lot of things we need to change here. There's a lot of things we need to. We can't as many points and yards and stuff that we had. There's things that it obviously didn't always work, and we need to change. Give me that. Don't tell me that, oh, this thing really wasn't broke. No, it was broke. Your quarterback's throwing damn interceptions, one a game.
Yeah.
Sometimes two.
Wasn't his fault.
I had been I was looking at this when you brought up Zeke. I wanted to go to some of these numbers that I remember we talked about this probably earlier in the offseason, and so I wanted to dig them up again in regards to Zeke, because a lot of people were pushing back on the fan text like, hey, well, a lot of his stuff is goal line, a lot of his stuff is short yardage, and we're going to miss that. We're not going to miss that. Since he got the contract, NFL Next Gen stats, Zeke has a little over 1,000 carries. They've generated 54 rushing yards over expectation. And so the writer says that suggests that he could be replaced by a league average back. In contrast, Tony Pollard, 510 carries, generated 446 rushing yards over expectation over that same stretch. Hang on here. Elliott has a popular reputation as a valuable short yardage back.
Okay.
So much of a popular reputation of that you and all the texters feel like he's a great short yardage back.
Dude, wait a minute. No,
but he has generated 5 fewer first downs over expectation than an average back would have gained in the same situations. So they can actually get it to where we're talking about the situation that Zeke's put in, and an average back would have had 5 more first downs. An average back.
Jones then is going to be your better than Zeke.
I would think so.
I would think so too.
Okay, that
as long as he's average.
To me, now it becomes the eye test. Okay.
Well, the eye test tells us he's powerful, he's breaking tackles, he's surging over. But I think between the ball being snapped and that moment, there's a lot of things going on that he's not doing.
Was there a time, I believe it was 2 seasons ago, they were converting like almost 90% of third and short?
Yes,
they had been on a good roll there.
And we certainly
and I don't think they were handing the ball to Tony Pollard.
No, and the one game that really comes to mind is Minnesota. Right, they're at the goal line. They give the ball to Tony Pollard twice. He gets stuffed.
Yeah,
they take him out. They put Zeke in. Zeke scores.
That's anecdotal.
But that's what fans go back to. The bottom line is you're not paying a guy that amount of money, or even retaining him.
I'm just saying,
because I need a short yardage back.
All I'm saying is you better figure that out. I don't care if it's 5 less first down or whatever. I don't care. My eye test tells me that you don't have somebody currently that can do that.
Yeah, and your hope is Ronald Jones can do it, or maybe it's Hunter Lipke if he's able to make the roster, but hopefully somebody else can come and fill that void. You don't need to bring Zeke back just because, my gosh, we're desperate for a short yardage guy. That's my main point.
We only got like 2 or 3 minutes left in this segment, but this is kind of like the KNC's My Buddy's an Idiot. I just want some instant feedback here on the truckwreck.com feedback. Broadus believes that this offense is doomed, right?
Yeah.
I think this is what Broadus thinks.
Okay.
I'll put this, I think I've been clear, maybe not. I think there are a lot of moving parts on this offense right now.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of question marks.
And you think probability is high that it doesn't work out?
You know what? It could work out if McCarthy and him get to stay around. It could be a really good offense in 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
But I think initially the reason they're talking about not changing a bunch of things and it's not broke is because they're worried if they change a bunch of things, it's not going to be worth a damn.
Mm-hmm. You think they would have been better off with Kellen Moore keeping him than Schottenheimer McCarthy?
I think, to me personally, I understand why I moved on from Kellen. Kellen Moore and McCarthy weren't going to work anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
After that Green Bay game when they're up 14 and Kellen Moore stops running the ball, and let's be honest, Kellen Moore didn't want to be here. Kellen Moore, as soon as he got the opportunity, he had it already arranged to be as soon as the ink is not even dry.
Mm-hmm. He was gone.
He was gone. He already had a job where Kellen Moore got fired. Oh, by the way, 2 hours later, Kellen Moore has a job with the Chargers.
It's a great bounce back.
Yeah.
He's like Otter that way.
So there is a lot of moving parts, and it could go one way or the other.
I'll be happy to admit that if this thing turns into this offense is moving up and down the field, scoring points, and keeping the quarterback from turning over the football,
Yeah.
I'll be happy to sit here and tell you guys I was absolutely wrong about that.
Okay, at 877-881-1053, which sports opinion on the show do you disagree more with? Brian's position on the offense and what the coaches might do. Me, that the Cowboys are a 12 or 13 win team that is DOA, dead on arrival divisional round. They ain't winning a divisional game with this offensive line. Do you think that's idiotic? Woolchuck, who's pathetically clinging to the belief that this team could win a Super Bowl at some point.
What am I supposed
That's
to do?
horrible.
That's called being
pay
a fan,
attention.
damn
Pay
it.
attention. Be a journalist. I'm not sure what Chiafalo has done. What do you have in circulation right now that's terrible, Chief? Anything?
I don't know. I mean, maybe the Zeke
Pass
thing.
the ball
maybe
50 times
Zeke
a game.
thing. Yeah.
Lucius, you got any sports takes that we can throw in here for the multiple choice? Which one do you
No, this is
disagree with the most?
fantastic.
Okay.
That was fantastic.
At 877-881-1053.
Super Bowl.
Okay.
Super Bowl.
Dawson sounds to me like Broadus may be doing some fence riding. Gonna have to get the man
Me?
some Gold Bond for that saddle rash.
Oh, the medicated kind.
That green bottle.
I'm the only one
Burns
here
after
on
a
this
shower.
show that doesn't think this offense, the coaching with the changes in
Yeah.
coaching, there's a lot of things going on here.
Yeah, there's a lot of
You
things.
changed your line coach. You got Zach Martin saying, "Oh, I'm okay with this guy." You just got a line coach that's been retired. Take your gold bond and put it on. You know what?
860. The only buddy that's an idiot right now is the person that still thinks the player wearing number 4 in the middle of all this can get it done.
All right, there's
Wow,
mine.
this went toxic. This did. That's a good thing because it is a toxic Tuesday. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. We'll hit the expressway and talk about everything developing throughout your broadcast afternoon. If you want to keep the text coming in, like Chiafalo's the worst, says the 972. Broadus has the best opinions.
There you go.
Broadus is the only one that doesn't sound wild right now. Oh, you guys are great. Keep this coming in. It is the G-Bag Nation.
I'm
We'll
still
hit the
not looking at those texts.
expressway.
I'm not.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, totally agree with Brian, Gavi. No way 13 wins. Hell no Super Bowl. Dak needs to go, I don't know, JGON? Jason, I don't know. Let's go. Expressway's next here on The Fan.